The world burned with fever when I clawed awake, ears ringing with news reports about a harmless flu. Lies. I knew that name, T-virus. The coughs around me weren't just sickness, they were death rattles. Last night's headache? A prelude to the apocalypse. They called it sniffles. I called it a countdown. Streets choked with bodies twitching to life, limbs locking into jerking puppets. Smell gone, humanity next. Supermarkets became battlegrounds, medicine cabinets turned relics. I scavenged in the rot, dodging teeth and desperate hands. Weakness? A death sentence. I learned fast: smash skulls first, grieve never. Every pill hoarded, every kin fought for, while the world gnawed itself raw. But I'm not just surviving, I'm remembering. The virus bleeds, but so do they. My fists are fury. My will? Unbroken. The end began with a sneeze. It'll end with me standing. But even so, this news was a report before the beginning of the end. What's the situation? Isn't he dead? How could he survive such a massive explosion? I hadn't even waited for Lin Qin to return to God. Ding, the system has restarted, and the unlimited copy system is now bound to the host. Ding, successful binding, scanning the host, Captain, Lin Qin, age, 25, harm value, 0, according to the end of the world countdown, there are 168 hours remaining, currently ticking at 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Tip: the unlimited system can copy any item without restrictions, and it comes with storage space. It provides instantaneous preservation, a must-have system for survival. You are worth having. Note: you can view the storage space at any time to check your items. Transmitting information, ding, transmission complete. I froze for a moment, then felt ecstatic. Not only had I been reborn, but I'd also been granted the system, the unlimited copying system with extra storage space. This was nothing short of a major windfall. You see, in these last days, materials are everything, far more important than just having a way to hide them. With the infinite replication system, I wouldn't need to worry about supply shortages or where to store them. I wouldn't fear being discovered, and best of all, I'd save money. After all, acquiring materials costs a fortune, and thanks to the unlimited system, I only need to buy one copy. It's a true blessing, a rallying cry for survival. I couldn't wait to test it out. I walked over to the refrigerator, pulled out the ice and snow, and then copied it. Sure enough, a single bottle of Sprite quickly turned into 2, then 4. I put those copies into my storage space and watched as the Sprite neatly stacked itself in the corner. My heart swelled with joy. I recalled the horrors of my previous life when zombies broke out, people were trapped indoors, barely surviving on food that lasted only a few days. Neighbors became suspicious, resources dwindled, and desperate acts like robbery and even cannibalism became common. I, too, had been forced to drink wastewater, rummage through garbage for leftovers, and sleep in dumps to hide my scent. Eventually, I had perished in an explosion 2 months later. Now, I unscrewed a jar of Sprite and took a long, satisfying drink. The taste was thousands of times better than the foul water from those ditches. I was already familiar with the system's functions. The next step was to devise a solid plan. My most urgent task was to secure all kinds of supplies. Survival materials wouldn't appear out of thin air, at least one sample of each had to be replicated. I turned on my computer and began to plan meticulously. First, I needed to stock up on food and water, ensuring my own safety. Weapons and medicines were equally critical, though the state's strict controls on drugs and arms meant I had to be strategic about my purchases. As a healthy young person, I didn't need every medicine available right now. I'd start with the essentials and adapt as situations evolved. For weapons, basic items like knives and fire axes would suffice for now, better than relying on my bare hands. I categorized my needs into 6 groups: food, medicine, weapons, tools, daily necessities, and electrical appliances. Food was straightforward. I had 2 days to buy everything I'd want to eat, from the finest vegetables and meats to drinks and even gas for fuel. For medicine, I prioritized cold, fever, and anti-inflammatory drugs, not forgetting a thermometer, gauze, alcohol, and iodine. Weapons, though limited by strict controls, would be sourced from the wholesale market. Daily necessities and tools needed careful planning, while electrical appliances like air conditioners, fans, and generators would become indispensable once the network collapsed and radios became the only link to vital news. I couldn't ignore the heat. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals or either slash phoneme. Even though it was only May, temperatures had soared past 30 degrees. With heavy rain expected in 6 days, the damp, sweltering conditions would only worsen, grilling us like overcooked meat. Amid all this chaos, countless office workers still braved the daily grind, even as the T-virus seemed to mutate into something crazier by the hour. With all these thoughts racing through my mind, I knew I had to secure a proper place to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live slash phoneme somewhere safe, even if it meant using an intermediary. I meticulously listed every item on a purchase order to ensure nothing was overlooked. Then, I set off to a nearby large supermarket. These supermarkets were filled with every imaginable item. Even if they couldn't fulfill my entire list, they surely had most of it. I planned to copy entire sections of the supermarket, spending only a little money to acquire everything I needed. This method was not only effective but also cost-efficient. The wholesale market was another story. It was bustling and teeming with people, and I couldn't risk drawing attention to myself. There, I had to rely on intermediaries, and time was something I didn't have. I made my way to the enormous Wallcode supermarket, carefully navigating the aisles and studying the layout. If I wanted to cover everything, I'd have to start from the edges and work my way inward. The form of one after another sweeps the other side. However, on Monday, most of the people who visit the supermarket are relatively older, and there are still fewer young people like him. After entering, Lin Chin went straight to the leftmost shelf. Here is a baking cooked food area. Various Swiss rolls, breads, cakes, etc. are placed in containers. Things such as Swiss rolls are packed on the shelves outside, and Lin Chin is better to contact. Copy easily. And other cakes in the container are a bit difficult. He looked like he was guilty of the thief to make sure no one around him noticed his weird behavior. Then he opened it and touched them one by one, and finally took the cheapest box of small cake inside. The staff member glanced at him and saw that he put the cake in the shopping cart and lowered his head again. Lin Chin couldn't help but feel relieved. For the first time, it was successful. But the cooked food area is even more difficult. Behind the long container, there are 2 staff members. As long as you approach, a staff member will come over to ask what you need. For Lin Chin, it is difficult to perform their own abilities and copy it for free. In the end, Lin Chin, a cooked food area, came to the packaging to complete a few cooked foods stacked on the shelves for replication. Roasted duck, grilled chicken, nest. Leaving this area is a fruit area. Lin Chin's symbolic picking, touched apples, orange, kiwi, watermelon, peach, cantaloupe, banana, pineapple, dragon fruit, mango, durian, grapes, crown pear. After shopping in the whole fruit area, Lin Chin was completely copied, and did not attract the attention of employees. The fruit area is connected to the vegetable area. At this moment, the dishes on the container are quite fresh, and the supplements are very timely. After taking a piece of garlic, there were a lot of other dishes. What kind of cabbage, green onions, tomatoes, cauliflower, artemisia, enoki mushrooms, spinach, bean horns, sweet potato, rapeseed vegetables, winter melon, pumpkin, flowering at night. Lin Chin didn't pick, all of them were copied one by one. After copying successfully, go straight to the nearest rice noodle area. There are many types of rice. Even people like Lin Chin who do not study very much know that Wuchang rice is the best. After finding Wuchang rice directly, start copying. Of course, he doesn't pick. Other types of rice, such as pearl rice, glutinous rice, purple rice, black rice, soybeans, peanuts, corn, etc. also copied them one by one. Lin Chin will not distinguish between flour. Directly copy the most common ordinary flour, as well as those scattered in areas. Then copy the starch on the shelves and copy the bread flour. The use of this thing is unclear, anyway, do not need money anyway, slowly study in the future. Salt on the shelves, chicken essence, MSG, sugar, raw soy sauce, old soy sauce, vinegar, white vinegar, cooking wine 13 incense. Pepper, star anise, cinnamon, cumin, pepper, mustard, pickles, snow vegetables, old godmother. Shiitake mushrooms, beef, dubon, soy sauce. spicy, clear soup, butter, phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals team to tomato / phoneme hot pot bottom. Oh yes, there is oil. The oil places a full 2 rows of shelves, which are all types of oils of different brands. There is a row on the back is a cooking culinary. Sunflower seed oil, olive oil, corn oil, harmonious oil, sesame oil. However, in order to save greater time, he only chose a few common types of oil, so he moved to other areas. This part of aquatic seafood meat is a bit difficult to copy. After all, someone watched, this seafood was in the water again, meat, and standing alone. I don't know, can you copy the whole shelf? Lin Chin tried to touch the edge of the opponent's counter with one hand, and began to divert the attention of selling meat. Master, chop me 20 yuan of pork ribs. There are only 2 ribs of 20 yuan, not much. But the quantity is that most single nobles will ask, which is very common in supermarkets. The younger brother Ganglizuo immediately picked up the half-fan pork ribs in front of the cutting board inside, separated 2, and began to make a big sword. Lin Chin took this opportunity to immediately copy. In the space, the meat counters were replicated, but unfortunately, only the cabinet had no meat. It seems that if you copy this point, you can only copy a single species, and you cannot copy it directly other than this. After touching it, Lin Chin watched the brother chopping the meat, and stretched out his hand to pick in the meat area. He touched it again. At this time, the boss who sold the meat had chopped the ribs and watched Lin Chin's heart frowned. Lin Chin added again, "Give me some meat, just make a knife from here." There is no doubt that the meat sells the meat. Yu reads www.ukanshu.net to divide the pork and laughed, "One person eats so much." Lin Chin pulled his lip pedal and laughed, "Save something about putting the refrigerator." The boss did not doubt him and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live live / phoneme. The sight was swept away, and the fresh beef and mutton was really too expensive to touch. Still wait for the internet to see if there is a cheap to buy a little. A staff member also stands in the aquatic seafood area. Various shellfish are placed in the water tank and oxygen. It is almost zero to want to choose from, and it is a bit difficult to copy it. This is not as good as the vegetable market, you can choose to start yourself. After thinking about it, Lin Chin gave up the idea of copying sea fish. Fight in other areas. There are many freezers, and most of them are where various cold drinks are stored. Now he hasn't finished visiting other areas. At this time, if he takes 1 or 2 frozen products to cover people's eyes, it is easy to rot. It seems that you have to put it at the end. After all, you have to pay for it. Even if it is just doing it. Pushing the shopping cart, Lin Chin came to the snack area. There are not many people in the snack zone, and even the salesperson who is watching. This makes Lin Chin copy more cheerful. He placed the shopping cart in place and began to perform. He first took out a pack of potato chips, and then looked at the other packs. Once again, I touched all the items on this container. Potato chips, biscuits, instant noodles, jelly, melon seeds, spicy strips, snow cakes, small bread, self-heating hot pot, snail powder. Candy, dried fruits, nuts, dried beans, beef grains, canned yellow peach, canned lunch meat. Coffee, honey, green tea bag. The snack area is very large, with a total of long rows, and it takes at least half an hour to walk down. Especially, occasionally comes over other people who visit supermarkets. For his own behavior, it was rational enough, and he put a few cheapest potato chips in his shopping cart. For almost half an hour, I finally finished shopping in the snack area. Next is the wine area. There are all kinds of wine here, and no one cares. Lin Chin hurried time to copy it, and it was replicated within 10 minutes. There are many rows of beverages and shelves. Red wine, liquor, glutinous rice wine. Coca-Cola, Sprite, coconut juice, Red Bull, orange juice, bubbles, small lime, black tea, green tea, mineral water. Touch it one by one and copy it one by one, just after 10 minutes before and after. Along, Lin Chin came to the daily life area. The things here are basically things that can be used in daily life. For example, pumping paper, toothbrush, toothpaste, washing, shower gel, soap, laundry powder, laundry fluid, detergent, towels, bath towels, slippers, cotton slippers, and so on. As for women's sanitary napkins, Lin Chin hesitated. This thing, he can't be practical, but it is said that the effect of dehuminating sweat and anti-sweat is very good. Just when Lin Chin hesitated, the salesperson aunt came over. Pick up a few packs of sanitary napkins directly in Lin Chin's shopping cart. Lady, choose for your girlfriend, these models are pretty good, there are many people who buy it, you can take it back to guarantee that there will be no problems immediately. Lin Chin was embarrassed. No, this me what are the guys afraid of, many boys will buy it for their girlfriends. Lin Chin was slightly embarrassed, and the two girls next to him looked at him a little strangely, and whispered something. He took all the sanitary napkins in the shopping cart back and put it back in place, and at the same time did not forget to copy it. No need, thank you. Pushing the car, Lin Chin walked to another row of shelves. There are a lot of brands of these things for bathing 3-piece sets. He does not need to copy these all of them. It is enough to copy 1 or 2 of them. Make sure you are enough. As a result, toothbrushes, toothpaste, washing, shower gel, and soap are copied. The toothbrush copy of bamboo charcoal, nano, and ordinary. As for toothpaste, the 3 different brand taste effects are copied. Shampooing is refreshing, dandruff, moisturizing 3 models, and taking different brands. The choice of shower gel is relatively single. As long as it is refreshing, Lin Chin chose 3 of them. The remaining ones are the best types of paper rolls. After all, Lin Chin's hands were a bit cramped. But this is only half. For example, cutting boards, noodles, tools, batteries, colanders, spaders, pots, induction cookers. Cling, disposable water cup, garbage bag, sponge wipe, chopsticks, tin foil, steamer cloth, towels, bath towels, quilts, 4-piece set, slippers, tablecloths, hams, wash basins, socks, storage boxes, etc. The cutting board is naturally a slightly larger size. As for the knife appliance, the tools in the supermarket are locked in the cabinet, and Lin Chin can only copy the display outside. As for the battery, there are more models. Copy all. And the pot, what kind of pan, stir-fry pot, ceramic pot, rice cooker, induction cooker, etc. all copy. As for the sheets, quilts, these things. After all other items were copied, Lin Chin had stayed in Walcode for 2 or 3 hours. In the shopping cart, there are a few items lying scattered. It was not until this time that he returned to the frozen area to start copying. Frozen products are placed in various kinds of milk, fresh milk, yogurt, ice cream, dumplings, soup buns, fat beef, fat sheep, shrimp skids, hot pot balls, steaks, wonton, buns, steamed buns, pancakes. There are also various meats that have been packaged in the cold snow area. For example, catfish, pork, ribs, chicken legs, chicken wings, chicken breasts, shrimp, beef, burdock, lamb chops. At the beginning, I looked at the date of the packaging, and it was 2 days less. It was not very fresh, but it doesn't hinder. It's a pity that I also spent 30 injustices and bought pork ribs and pork. In the entire area, it is fast to copy all. After all, 2 rows of refrigerators and freezers are placed. Lin Chin picked it inside, took a can of 70g ice cream cups before leaving from the frozen area. For almost 5 hours, Lin Chin pushed the car to leave from the Walcode cashier's cashier. 20 yuan of pork ribs, 10 yuan of meat, plus 2 packs of potato chips, a total of ice cream, 50. If you don't want to be too attractive, in fact, he cannot have to spend a penny. After leaving the supermarket, Lin Chin threw his bag into the space. This piece of commercial street is not small, and it is very lively in front of many snack milk tea doors along the way. These eaten, after the end, can exist. After returning home, I bought him 180 pieces, and drank it slowly. Reading book www.ukashu. Net Lin Chin has entered a Suning Tesco all the way. There are a lot of home appliances here, which can meet the needs of the later period. The sound of air conditioners is relatively loud, not in the ranks of Lin Chin's copy. What he wants is an electrical appliance that does not have, such as air conditioning, heating machine, small sun, disinfection cabinet, etc. Seeing all kinds of home appliances, touching. In silence, you can copy it. Lin Chin turned to a digital class again. There are the latest mobile phones and computers here, but for Lin Xin in the past, these are usually dare not buy at will. After all, a fruit machine is 80,000. Although there is no electricity and no network in the later period, there is also a slightly long process. Let's talk about it first. Touch the computer and copy it all. However, Lin Xin also copied an additional elderly plane. The point is that the electricity storage of senior machines is extremely durable. A few days that can top smart machines. But pay attention to turn all the sound. Wi-Fi, camera, headset, drone, charging treasure, battery, radio. There is no time to consume Lin Xin for a long time here. After all, it is targeted. After coming out, Lin Xinjiao was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme copied out of the items. The remaining ones have not yet been copied. Wanda is not small, and there are many merchants in it. Lin Xin went to the clothes shop that I dare not go, and copied all kinds of beautiful, cool, handsome clothes, pants, and shoes. Of course, sunscreens, jackets, outdoor climbing equipment, special clothes for climbing snow mountain, etc., all copied it again. After all, there is no preparation. Empty in, empty out. However, there is no thick clothes mall. Now in May, the thick clothes of the store have long been removed from the shelves and replaced the spring and summer clothes. Such clothes can only find ways to buy it from other channels. The mall was useful to go shopping. At this time, it had arrived at 4 p.m. Lin Xin's legs had already gone. Many things have been harvested, but at the same time, there are still many things that have not been obtained. After thinking about it, Lin Xin opened a certain treasure and browsed large items such as solar power boards and generators from above. The price of a solar power generation board is as high as 3,500, and the generator is 4,000. Two things spent 7,500 yuan in Lin Xin. These have not been counted as the prices of the thick clothes blanket bedding, CD disc, U-disc and other items. But he couldn't bear the children. After the purchase of important objects, Lin Xin passed the milk tea shop and began to calculate. Ordering on the spot is a bit troublesome. Still takeaway software. Tea ceremony, naishui, yogurt, tea dance, fried chicken, burgers, fries, small skewers, etc. For the problem, Lin Xin only ordered his favorite taste. Each of the milk tea shop is about 10 cups, and there are many types of snacks, and the number is relatively more. After the appointment was delivered at 8 p.m., Lin Xin touched his belly. At the same time, he was exhausted in his body and mind, and he was hungry with his back. After a restaurant nearby, Lin Xin asked for a box directly. Ordered braised pork ribs, vinegar slippery fish, boiled meat slices, spicy chicken, potato sirloin, hare blood and so on. Each dish came up, Lin Xin copied it again. A table full of dishes, the serving staff could not help but look at Lin Xin a few more. The dishes are full of color and fragrance, and Lin Xin is about to rise. Just ignore the different eyes of the waiter. No exaggeration, after a day of hunger, he could eat all the dishes. As far as Lin Xin, who can only be eaten by garbage before, is not mentioned how happy it is. After eating and drinking, Lin Xin took away some. Touching the ball's belly, Lin Xin did not forget to buy some duck neck, duck paws, cold skin and cold noodles on the snack street. Until 7 o'clock, the journey returned to its own rental house. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the milk tea fried chicken skewers made by Lin Xin in by Ri were sent one after another. Put these things directly into your own space. Then I took out the list and started to change it. I went around today. Food and water, daily life supplies, electricity, etc. are solved, but the gas tank has not seen any sold. The online search is very small. The large ones do not know where to buy. Maybe the gas company should be fine? It looks like you have to call tomorrow to ask. In addition, the most important thing is medicine and weapons. After eating, the pharmacy can be purchased by different stores. The prescription bills need to be used, and some are easy to solve the direct online application. Some cannot know. However, his number should not be hindered. For example, this shop buys a cold, cough, and fever, and another store buys heat and inflammation to protect his throat. After all, the types of pharmacies are gastrointestinal, cold, skin, clearing, heat and detoxifying, breathing, facial features, pediatrics, adults, gynecology, etc. If you buy a classification of each store, the problem should not be too big. After thinking about it, Lin Qin started to purchase. The most important thing is antibiotics. But the most common antibiotics are amoxicillin and cephalosporin. Online pharmacies can also be bought, and the prescription forms on online are useful. In addition, he didn't buy those medicines that had to go to the hospital. Of course, Lin Qin began to look for single brush persons online. After placing an order or existing drugs to be sent to his address according to his own drug list, the principal and commission ranged from 10 to 50 yuan. Of course, the address is the shared house he lives now. Do not repeat the medicine. Although this is a bit dangerous, this is the only way for Lin Qin to think of the most comprehensive medicine for buying. As for the weapon class, to be honest, except for a variety of kitchen knives, fire axe, etc., there are few weapons that can be purchased with a few regular channels outside. For example, you search for machete, tang dao, and people's pages directly jump to the green net plan. Various legal knowledge of science. Therefore, in addition to the normal knife, fire axe, swinging sticks with a sword can be bought. Others have to be obtained through non-normal channels. After studying for a long time, Lin Qin found that there was an unsustering Tang Hangdao on the internet and embroidered the spring knife. Although the blade was not opened, it was not impossible to open the blade under the hand. It took 1,000 to win 2 knives, and then looked for the master who could blast Ant offline. If there are channels in the later period, it is not too late. There is nothing better than nothing. Of course, it is even better if you can touch the police with a gun. But Lin Qin didn't want to take risks. The timing of the preparation itself is enough. In case of being caught in the bureau, the waste time will be lost. The more you rear, the more you must be cautious. The purchase list is recorded. In addition to the problem of gas tomorrow, you will also go to the 4S shop. Copy several transportation tools. By the way, you have to go to the rental intermediary downstairs before going out. Inform the other person to the needs of your ideal house and help find synchronization, so that you can save a lot of time. At the intermediary, Lin Qinding stayed for half an hour and left after saying the request. Go to a slightly farther 4S shop. When you finish busy, you are waiting for the delivery of online shopping, you reading www. Ukanshu. Net walk around and see if there are no omissions and need to be supplemented. Then choose the house. All arrangements are appropriate, waiting for the items that are just ordering to send it to the door. Early the next morning, Lin Qin began to implement in accordance with yesterday's plan. The real estate agency downstairs was at work 8:30. For them, Lin Qin was the first customer. But at the same time, Lin Qin's costume made them not want to waste time. Lin Qin stood for almost 30 seconds, and did not come forward. Still a girl who looks like a new girl comes over. Do you want to buy a house or rent a house? We have a very unclear house here. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and said, nonsense, I want to rent a set of villas in the suburbs, but the request may be high. First, the villa should be sparse, it is best to have the basement, the space of the house is spacious and bright, the landlord allows me to modify it. Modification is particularly important. After all, he wants to reinforce the thickness and defense level of the modified doors and windows. If the landlord himself disagrees, it is useless to rent it. Miss Intermediary's sister hadn't spoken yet, and the male intermediary who thought it was a big customer mocked. Brother, it is unlikely to modify. You have to know that the landlord can afford the villa, and the rent is just back to the book. It is necessary to say that no one will rent it to you at all. If you want to modify, you can buy a set, you can choose more. Zhang Feng looked down at Lin Qin's costume up and down. A pair of cold slippers, big pants, in ordinary white tee. I want me to say, villas with basement, you can't afford it? Xiaoxue, you have a new vision to brighten a little, some customers can pick up some, waste time. Lin Qin, he really can't afford it, this is true. Although he didn't wear well, but a real estate agent, what is he in Nyo? Lin Qin's face immediately became cold. Xiaoxue, who was standing aside, noticed the signs, and immediately reached out to hold Lin Qin's arm. "This is my last hope. In case the list is completed, it is expected to not unemployment." Following the touch on his arms, Lin Qin's eyes gently skimmed. This kind of gentleman, the landlord may not be willing, but the small transformation may be possible. Generally, the landlord of the villa comes with a better decoration, which may not be willing to change the original pattern. And villas with basement, general rents are really not very cheap. "I don't know if your budget is after returning to God," Lin Qin touched his nose and said, 20 to 40,000. "Then this price can still be found to meet your requirements. So, let's add a WeChat first, and I will send it to you directly when you meet your requirements." Nodded, Lin Qin left a little bit from the intermediary. This female agency is too fierce. But feel good. Next, he is going to the 4S shop. But before going, Lin Qin changed his head. There are many big name clothes copied yesterday, and it will not seem too obtrusive after putting on. Maybe it is more convenient. As Lin Qin thought, the people in the 4S shop did not look down on him. Lin Qin said that he wanted to see himself first, and no one came over immediately. This made Lin Qin a lot more convenient. Throughout the exhibition hall, Lin Qin copied a big Benue and a Unimog. These two cars can be said that they will not be easily overturned by the zombies, and the speed is not low. For Lin Qin is the primary choice. As for other ordinary small cars, Lin Qin does not want to copy. First of all, for supercars, this kind of car is the most useless one. The chassis is low, the body is light, and there is no power to fight in the face of the zombies. The most important point is that this car can only run the road. As for those ordinary cars, business cars, and trucks, let alone say more after thinking about it, you need to have a sleeping car in case of a sleeping street. Such as RVs. However, there are many types of RVs, which are a little clumsy and are not as fast as other small vehicles. Lin Qin thought about it, but he had brushed a car that looked like a thief on the vibrato. It seems that it is called a Moor? After the beginning of the end, he had imagined how good it would be if he had such a car. After thinking about it, Lin Qin took out his mobile phone and started searching for the 4S shop of this car. "Good guy, you can only go to other manufacturers to buy." Lin Qin had to retreat. "One is that I have no ability to make money, and the other is that time is precious. There are many brands of automobile exhibition halls here, and I think I can encounter a display car similar to this car." Since you can only go to the manufacturer, Lin Qin can only give up. As for the other, Lin Qin didn't have much time to waste everything. Leave 4S shop. Lin Qin walked along the road to the nearby subway station, and at the same time brushed the video of a Madro reluctantly. The more you look, Lin Qinue is heartbroken. But he has only been for 5 days, and he can't waste a day on a car. Along the way, I was helpless, and unexpectedly saw a very cool RV parked on the roadside. The body is a kind of metallic black. The most important thing is that it can be supported above the roof. It is a bit similar to the feeling of tent built on camping. He bowed his head and watched the video that was still playing on his mobile phone. Smiling. "Good guy, really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme up to the heavens. Isn't this Modelo?" Lin Qin no longer hesitated, and then paid attention to the traffic crossing the road and approaching the past. The owner got out of the car and entered the roadside cellar, but the car did not turn off. When passing by the co-pilot, Lin Qin also saw a beauty in the car. The door of the co-pilot was opened and got out of the car. However, the car did not turn off, which is a good thing for Lin Qin. He wants to copy the car before the owner comes out. After successful crossing the road, Lin Qin copied directly. The process of copying is not long. When the owner came out, Lin Qin had already completed it. As if nothing happened, he walked to the public bicycle lightly and rode the code. You know, in addition to the number of people in the subway station, the most people are various transportation. For example, bicycles, electric cars. Lin Qin hesitated for a second and copied all the electric vehicles and bicycles. Overall, there is no preparation. The same is as strong as less. And, no cost. With the car, you have to go to the nearby gas station to copy gasoline diesel. Generally speaking, the gas station will have the kind of small barrels of gasoline sold alone. Lin Xin only needs to go in and pretend to buy something to browse and copy it. However, about gas, Lin Xin had a special call to prevent buy. That place is a small site not far from the wholesale market, especially coal transactions. After thinking about it, simply passed directly. After copying 15 pounds of gas tanks and coal balls and stoves, Lin Xin went to the wholesale market. The wholesale market is more comprehensive than in the supermarket. UU Reading Book www.ukanshu. Net Lin Xin directly found the wholesale area of aquatic seafood and began to copy. There are many people here, and the boss has no time to take care of Lin Xin as scattered customer. This also made Lin Xin drill a lot. Yellow flowers, catfish, sardines, shy shells, mules, snails, flower snails, octopus, lobster, kyosi shrimp, green shrimp, sea shrimp, barracuda crab, blue crab, red crab, scallop, squid, flower armor, clams, oysters, abalone. Catfish, blackfish, see phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals bicebass/phoneme, catfish common fish, seafood, all copy. Passing by some cooked food stalls, Lin Xin couldn't move directly. These foods can be eaten directly in the last days, no need to cook, simple and fast. And the taste is excellent. The disadvantage is that Lin Xin can only buy. There are relatively few people in front of the cooked stalls, and Lin Xin cannot get into the air. The price of each portion is actually not very cheap. But it is still much cheaper than the supermarket. But think about the end of the world, the money he saved will bring any benefits to himself. Doomsday, that is the era of money is done. Smoked chicken, smoked ducks, smoked rabbits, smoked chicken shelves, chopped chicken, braised duck, braised chicken head, braised chicken neck, braised chicken liver, braised chicken feet, braised chicken crickets, braised duck paws, braised duck. Loki pork head meat, braised pork ears, braised pork mouth strips, loquat pork trotters, loquat pork hearts, loquat pork liver, loquat pork lung, loquat pork belly, braised fat sausage, clear water pork belly, clear water pork fat intestines. Spicy duck head, spicy duck neck, spicy duck claws, spicy duck, spicy duck intestine, spicy duck belly, etc. Sauce beef, white cut beef, dried fried fish, spiced crispy fish, spiced spicy crispy fish, smoked meat, bacon like cooked food. Lin Xin spent a lot. Along the crowd, Lin Xin continued. Passing by some shops that had not been entered before, they stopped and mixed with many people. Especially in front of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme chickens in the market, there are not a few people around. Lin Xin mixed directly in their team and copied a wave of free. The entire wholesale market was wandered for 3 hours before stopping. After this trip, the types of items are very rich. Lin Xin also replicated the intercom and headphones for free. This thing also has a big role. The rest is about the problem of residence. Of course, if a speedboat can be copied, a helicopter will be directly perfect. Of course, yacht planes cannot be turned on, but must be available. When necessary, maybe you have come in handy on your own research? Of course, don't think about the helicopter, a blind study, killing directly, and the life of the hanging. But yacht, this can be studied. As Lin Xin was still thinking about the future, the rapidly ringing of the mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. Bao Long. Zhang Qian. His small colleague. Seeing Zhang Jian's name again, Lin Xinyan's eyebrows were stunned for a while. In the last life, Zhang Jian's end was not much better than him. The moment the phone was turned on, Zhang Jian's voice passed directly. Buddy, it's over. You didn't come to the company for 2 days. The old witch found that you did not ask for leave. It's not me. When you are so courageous, please don't come to the company without fake. However, I almost forgot that before the end, I was just an ordinary migrant worker. I only thought about it, and I forgot the ding of leave. However, the last days are about to start, and the small life is about to be guaranteed. Compared with life, these are small. Lin Xin was hesitant, reminding the virgin heart. He still couldn't do it, watching his good friends died without preparing anything. I drove the company. What? When are you so courageous? Isn't the two buddies? Don't even tell me this. Before the other party's words were finished, Lin Qin directly interrupted his voice. Borrow me a little money, you help me hoard some fast food products such as instant noodle bread. Just put it in your house. I am busy and then go to your house and pull things back. Zhang Jian was shocked. What do you do to buy so many instant noodles and bread? Lin Qin, open the shop. Zhang Jian, so that's it, be a boss, okay, how much do you want, I'll buy it. Lin Qin, what brand of bread, instant noodles, drinks, you can see it yourself. Anyway, it is a snack shop. At least there must be 50 cases of inventory. The end of the phone was silent. 50 boxes, it's not me to hit you. You don't know if you just opened the store. What should you do if you have so many losses, or Lin Qin, in a word, don't help. Zhang Jian, gang after ordering, Lin Qin hung up the phone. He did not hear the remaining words of Zhang Jian. At this time, all his attention was on a newly popped WeChat. It is the information of the previous real estate agency, Xiaoshue's information. Lin Qin looked at the house, nodded with satisfaction. The house is located in the suburbs, but is also far away from the lively neighborhood. Each villa is separated by 200 meters independently. In addition, the housing density in this villa community is extremely low. A total of 20 households. The house has a total of 300 square meters. The decoration is slightly luxurious but not overwhelmed. The overall space is relatively large. Even if you have transformed in the later period, there are enough places to use. The most important thing is that the basement has made an audiovisual entertainment, which itself is equipped with sound insulation, which has made Lin Qin save a lot of effort. Immediately, Lin Qin set this set. Especially after watching the physical room, Lin Qinyue felt worth it. First, the distance between the house is far away. The activity space of each villa is extremely large and has a lot of greening. Second, the rough estimation of its own yard also has a 50s, which can be placed on solar power boards. For the remaining 4 days, Lin Qin didn't have much time to make big changes. Can only win from details. He first paved the wall on a thick layer of steel plate, and then built it with ordinary bricks to make the original wall more strong and thicker, and higher. The automatic retractable ribbon of beef tendon is not completely high, it is shorter than the wall, and at the same time, it can be perfectly covered in the hospital. After the windows of the floor-to-ceiling windows are all removed, after rebuilding the wall to keep a normal size window, the reinforcement is inlaid in the wall and combined with the steel plate door frame. As for glass windows, Lin Qin chose tempered glass. After all, compared to ordinary glass windows, the hardness of the tempered glass is higher, the performance is more stable, and the temperature-resistant range will be relatively wide. Generally, low temperature to -100 degrees Celsius, high temperature to 380 degrees Celsius steel plates. Of course, there is no absolute thing in everything. Lin Qin is extremely careful, and a steel plate is installed on the window, which can be turned off at any time. In case the glass can't resist the attack, UU reads www.ukanshu.net and steel bars, steel plate support. The door adopts the same way to replace the anti-theft door and steel plate door. To deal with the attack of zombies. At the same time, he also ordered the workers to prepare an escape door in the basement and the third floor. The door of the bank insurance library is installed on the secret door, and only Lin Qin can open it alone. The stairs leading to the basement, Lin Qin piled up with bricks and steel plates, making a hidden door that could enter and exit. At the same time, the master transformed the original ventilation pipeline of the room, which can filter the air in the basement. In this way, even after the ground is unsafe, the basement is safe for Lin Qin. If you are unbearable, you can still escape from the dark door of the basement. The last step is the overall insulation and drainage measures of the villa. In case, these engineering Lin Qin found construction units in other cities in 3 places. Each team is only responsible for part. The local construction team is difficult to not find it after the end of the end. If it is a foreign country, then the zombie and distance are a natural barrier. In general, it is just a thickened wall, modified doors and windows, installing OSHT, creating dark doors, ventilation, circulation, insulation and insulation, strengthening sound insulation and drainage, which is not a big transformation. The construction team is tightly carried out. Lin Chin did not get idle. In addition to receiving express delivery daily, he also inquire about the purchase channels for weapons in many parties. But I have to say that there are many channels for ordinary people such as flat-headed people. Except for online search, they really dare not ask everywhere. However, Lin Chin really found a place. Shooting club. A shooting sports club above a crowd. They are all real guns. In the single set meal, including 10 bullets, Beretta 87 pistols. From the merchant's promotional video, Lin Chin also saw the CZ Rifle 512 Tactical, STG-44, AKM 3512, EM332, CZ-75 Czech Republic, Alpha 2231 Czech left wheel gun. Immediately, Lin Chin couldn't wait to check the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme, took the subway for 50 minutes, and moved to the subway of the 3 lines, and finally arrived. After allocating a coach, Lin Chin was led to the shooting hall. The pistol was fixed by the chain, Lin Chin stood aside with the protective gear, and the excitement visible to the naked eye. The coach stood aside, assembled bullets, carried it, and opened the insurance bolt. Each step was very rigorous, and at the same time guided demonstrations. Stand your legs separately, straighten your arms, lean your body forward, then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme your left eye and aim with your right eye. Come, try it. The coach returned the pistol to Lin Chin. Lin Chin reached out to pick up his pistol and took the goggles at the same time. The coach stood on the side and continued to guide, the right-hand tiger is against, and after the sight is parallel, it is aimed at the middle of the 10 ring. Okay, yes. Let's wear the ear protection and prepare to shoot. The experience time of each gun in the shooting hall was extremely short. Beretta finished it, and Lin Chin was still unhappy. According to the meaning of the coach's mouth, this gun has relatively small and lightweight, but the sound is not small. Even with ear covering, there is still an echo of the firearm. But for a person who has not been exposed to guns, this is also an emergency training. Immediately, Lin Chin bought all the other gun experience classes. In the end, all the guns were easily copied. Weapon, there is. This made Lin Chin's stable heart finally landed. It seems that high temperatures seem to start in advance. The temperature in these days has reached 40 degrees, and it will reach 5 to 60 degrees in 2 days. The house, 4 days and 3 nights. The construction team is closely carried out and finally completed the last day. Lin Chin finally relieved because of the tight emotions of high temperature early. After the end of the worker, Lin Chin began to arrange the surveillance camera. You know, these monitoring is very important. Starting from the end of the day, whether it is a bad person or a zombie, Lin Chin can know the safety of his own home for the first time. In order to take measures in time. Monitoring the connected computer, Lin Chin was placed in the basement, and at the same time tied his mobile phone. Once the distance is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme, the system will trigger alarm reminder. Everything's ready. Benbo can finally stop and lie on the sofa for the past few days. Lin Chin opened WeChat for a long time. For a week, a series of greetings led in WeChat, the inquiries of colleagues, invitations of fox friends and dog friends, in-group news, etc. Each of these messages, at least 20 or even 99 plus unread. However, these people Lin Chin didn't care. I asked Zhang Jian's food hoarding situation, and told him to take a day off to get the goods tomorrow, and then open Weibo to check the message. The T-virus on the list has been hung up for many days. Except for the virus on the internet, I hope that the country will quickly develop the corresponding medicines without much panic. As of now, there is no case of death. Lin Chin shook his head. After heavy rain, the temperature will not affect it. Just like the bacteria of the bacteria reached the critical point, the people who were originally just low fever were suddenly serious. Starting zombies, I bite when they see people. They have no ability to think, no pain, as if they are tired. Even in the case of broken hands and feet, they still follow the instinct and bite. The head is their only weakness. Boom! The thunder outside the house rolled, and the rain came. Early in the morning, everything will begin. It's like ordinary heavy rain, no one notice what is different. Busy shuttle in all corners of the city. Lin Chin opened the takeaway software and purchased the fried chicken burgers. The tender cattle are 5 squares, the juice is double layer tender cow baby, these two are his favorite. Buy 3 barrels. Luay snack barrel, fried chicken snack barrel, family bucket. Browse the takeaway software, Lin Chin can't help thinking about something. How is the cold noodles? What is spicy incense pot? Liangpi neat clip is also crazy. Pizza want. To be honest, he did not copy these. Lin Chin tangled. This is the last takeaway, but I can't order it in the future. Lin Chin no longer hesitated, and immediately scanned the store to order. It didn't take long for Lin Chin to eat the beer while eating fried chicken burgers, while watching the funny variety shows on TV. These are not inventory, all of which are popular variety shows and TV series. Wait until the mesh is disconnected, and a large number of film and television U-disc discussed in the space is the backup of Lin Chin entertainment. Of course, there are also exciting small videos. Eat full, and the wine was on the way. Lin Chin fell asleep a good sense. Sleeping all night. Early the next morning, Lin Chin was awakened by the buzzing vibration of his mobile phone. Open the screen. The mobile phone has been recommended by various news headlines, and it is full of screens. Nympho, the bus station, was attacked by 3 strange men. When the 2 were injured, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net and rushed to the hospital. The early peak at work continues, and a car accident occurs on the elevated congestion. Shock. Those who have crazy bites in the subway station, or zombies for drug use. Nympho Lin Chin's sleeping eyes were hazy, and after looking at the title, he unlocked the screen. He had expected these. On Weibo, the videos shot by various on-site personnel in the vibrato were released. In the picture, it was very chaotic, and one person bitten on the other. Tear off a large piece of flesh. Some wearing body, mixed with intestines, blood in water. The crowd screamed, and the zombies turned their heads to continue to rush to the crowd. Lin Chin turned on the TV. The news channel is being broadcast in real time. The injured people have been sent to the nearest hospital for treatment. In response to this emergency, a local team has been established to go to the event to conduct a maintenance investigation. To this end, our reporter also rushed to the first scene. Below the host is still speaking vividly. Lin Chin glanced at his eyes and closed the TV. The next picture affects the appetite of his breakfast. Some of the injuries transported to the hospital have zombies, while others are halfway. A small part insisted on the hospital, but it will soon be zombies in the hospital, turning all the hospital into a gathering place for zombies. The police officer who went to the crime was besieged by zombies halfway. The outbreak of the virus plus the strong spread, soon the city fell. The government has taken measures urgently to announce that they will not go out and wait for rescue. Doomsday is the real beginning. But these have no impact on Lin Chin. Lin Chin got up. As usual, brush your teeth and wash your face, and then enjoy your breakfast. Breakfast is beef water decoction, fritter soy milk, with snow vegetables. The breakfast shop sold in front of the door was copied. The taste is pretty delicious. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Chin opened the TV again. The picture and the 2 are exactly 2 extremes. The journalist was reporting the camera. A zombie jumped directly behind him and bit his neck fiercely. The reporter had no power to fight, and the screaming of the scene was wiped out in the ears of everyone. The cameraman had left the camera and ran away. But in the last scene, he could still see that he was stunned by a zombie who was flying. The picture of the news was cut off, and the host was obviously a little panicked. After that, the news was closed. It is not difficult to guess what happened. Buzzing. The mobile phone sounded slightly. Lin Chin glanced at it very calmly. And far from your ears. Lidan, you are so godly, now there is a pot of porridge outside. Fortunately, you said yesterday that I came to pull the goods today and I asked for leave, otherwise I have to die in the company today. Lin Qin, good buddy, you are my god. Lin Qin's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help thinking of a certain name. You are less disgusting me. I know, but it's so messy outside, what should you do in my house? If you don't come today, let's talk about it. Although there are too many things, I have filled my home gap, but after the end, you can ask me to rub a meal. Zhang Jian stood in front of the window, watching the messy people downstairs, the car collision and other situations. A face was wrinkled. Lin Qin was not in a hurry. Originally an excuse. Zhang Jian, do you see the situation outside? The screams are screaming and the streets are chaotic. Lin Qin, look. And he had long been preventive. You are still at home these days. It is estimated that your company will have to issue an announcement for your home to work long, and look at the news. Zhang Jian, don't worry, watch it long ago, be careful. Two people hurriedly ended the conversation, and Lin Qin couldn't help walking to the window to look outside. This villa area is far from the downtown neighborhoods, and there are very few personnel, but it is not as confused as it was just now. But this peace can't last. Lin Qin returned to the room and turned on the computer. On the first day, network power and other facilities were normal. Some networking games can still be played normally. Open the game, and soon match successfully entering the rankings, successful 3-5 stars. Boom! With a loud noise, Lin Qin couldn't help but look out. A luxury car hit a big tree on the side of the road. Lin Qin brought the telescope to check. I saw the luxury cars lying quietly on the road in the community, and the front of the car was a little smoky. I heard the security guard came to check, and then I didn't know how to open the door suddenly. The next second, the zombies in the car bitten on the security guard's neck. The scream sounded. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and put down the telescope. Then I continued to play the game. This kind of thing will only be more and more next. It is not unusual in the end of the world. It was just that when I was at the end, it was a problem to see a living person. The night came quickly. Lin Qin played a whole day, his eyes were sour. The zombies outside have affected the 20 villa areas. But these have nothing to do with him. Lin Qin closed the large iron door of the yard to prevent any accidents. At the same time, don't forget to look at the online remarks. Entering the earth, after finishing, the zombies really appear, and it will not be the same as the Doomsday novels. Cuttlefish has no legs. Nowadays, there are zombies in the community. I dare not go out at all. It is scary. I am the first time I have encountered such a situation. The more you work hard, the more you go to sleep at home, but we still have to believe in the government in this situation. I was full today, I feel difficult, and the government may not be determined. There were only a few in the morning. At this moment, all the people's hospitals fell, and there were a lot of zombies from there. Bridge in front of the door, still wait, this is not allowed, staying at home must be safer than going out. Little Black Dragon, I think too. Want gift pack, go to the news Weibo, go and go. Lin Qin watched the comments below Weibo, and the trend of curiosity passed. At this time, the latest top Weibo was the news that the masses had dodged and went straight out. The government will act as soon as possible, asking the general public to stay at home and wait for rescue. After turning over the comment, Lin Qin looked at the highest likes. They all expressed their trust in the country. Major news networks are reprinted simultaneously. But related topics, zombies, doomsday remarks have flooded. In addition to normal interest, believe in the country. Looking down, Lin Qin found some other voices. For example, the source of home food, what to do with daily necessities, and when can it return to normal. UU reading book www.ukanshu.net. After all, everything happened too fast. There are no measures to cope with. Lin Qin looked at them at will. For this kind of emergency, it can be said that some people watched the show and some people were heartbroken. However, Lin Qin also saw a few unexpected news. Someone asked T flu virus. Xiaoguotsai, I do not know if you found it. Several people I know T flu virus have become zombies. Isn't this time related to this? Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and opened his comment area. There are only 2 responses. They all let him relax the impossible. After thinking about it, Lin Qin replied. Parrot squid, it is not impossible, but the country should soon find the source. Maybe it is the reason for the T flu virus. After replying to the news, Lin Qin continued to look at it at will. But just today, major companies seem to receive any instructions, and they have released home news one after another. Relevant departments are also intense intervention. The people on the street were empty for a while, except for the wandering zombies outside. It looks like an empty city. The crowds walked around on weekdays, and the car roaring all kinds of noisy sounds disappeared. Lin Qin 8 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme, and at the same time open Mango TV, watching the latest variety shows. The first day was normal. Families that do not cook will have a little inventory. New situations have gradually occurred until the 4th day. The chat in each group gradually changed the situation of food. Lin Qin looked at his group news, many neighbors living in the same residential area before. Relief in the group. Looking at this scene, Lin Qin said nothing except shaking his head. Now the kindness, it won't be long before it will become the sister-in-law who kills them. Food will only get more and more short. Zombies will only be more and more. When it comes to the desperate situation, no one will obey the law. For example, now, the group is in it. There are 20 households in the villa area where Lin Qin lives. They are remote and dare not go out. However, there are rich people. I never put overnight dishes at home, and even buy enough for 3 or 4 days in one breath. They eat fresh. How can you persist for so many days if you do not switch food early? Tang Xiaotian, brother, did you eat it in your family? I spend a little money, and there is no way to have children at home. Wan Xianya, if so, can you give me a little bit? Articles of Association, little brother, I buy your food twice the price and sell it to me. Lin Zhang, I am the owner of the Yuan Phone Group, and the food is still for me. You have helped me now. After the incident has passed, I will give you a monthly salary of 50,000 and come to our company to work. Nympho the group seemed to find a hint of hope, and everyone stared at Lin Qin instantly. Lin Qin carefully recalled it. He only had 4 days in this group, and he didn't bring everything. Have never taken things in front of anyone? Especially this Lin Zhang. He was very excited before the end of the end. But in the future, there will be no Yuan Phone Group, any boss. Money is a piece of waste paper. See more and more news. Some people even started to add friends. Lin Qin bit the beef jerky and then turned his head. Lin Qin, I'm really embarrassed. I just moved over, and there were still many things that didn't finish it. Lin Qin, I am really worried about each other these days. Who do you have left instant noodle soup, vegetable soup or something? Just give me a sip. As soon as the news was released, no one in the group spoke. It seems to ignore Lin Qin directly. A person who does not take advantage of value is not worthy of them. Lin Qin also got a brief purity. Closing the chat interface in the group, Lin Qin received Zhang Jian's WeChat. Zhang Jian, you food, I have dismantled a few packs of pads. Zhang Jian, I see and get out now. The food at home is finished, and your goods are still there. Lin Qin, eat it, it is also bought by you anyway. Lin Qin, but remind you that your food is hidden, you can't expose it, and don't give the virgin to others and sell it to others. Once he exposes his food, he will only be remembered by countless people, and then needless to say. But Lin Qin still knew what brothers who grew up together. I will definitely listen to what I say. After the order, Lin Qin continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in his room. Playing games on weekdays, eating and eating. Occasionally go to the gym in the basement, and enjoy the visual feast in the audiovisual room. The outside has long been upside down. But Lin Qin was not affected by the end. On the seventh day, the country finally had movement. Major news has been published in the same report. A lot of heated discussions on the internet. Couples, unfortunately, notified everyone. Studies through national biochemicals, disease control, and other departments have shown that the zombies incidents in major cities have evolved from T-flu virus. We detected the existence of the T virus during all blood sample testing. And the extraction test of blood samples of unintentional people has not found the existence of the T virus. In the end, they are common. All zombie people have T viruses in their bodies, but they do not infect humans. There is no such virus in the body. With a heavy mood, we decided to announce the news. T virus, zombie virus. In the end, remind the people that the visuals of the zombies weaken, but the sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and the response to fresh blood is great. If you are injured and bleeding, do it. It is unavoidable to attract zombies. It is known that the closed space can reduce the sensitivity of zombies. Please remember to take countermeasures. The listening of the current known zombies is also extremely sensitive, and the specific degree of refinement is unclear, but it is known that there are obvious sounds such as birds, subtle collision, and conversation. Dogs, comprehensively, the sensitivity of the zombies to the sound is not small, and the sound of people who can't hear people can still be heard very clearly. The attention of zombies. Secondly, the zombies' actions were relatively slow and stiff in the early days, but their strength was still twice as much as ordinary people. Once it was confronted with him, it was difficult to break free. When the zombies locked the target, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read /phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net them the attack speed will be greatly improved. Therefore, try to avoid fighting with the zombies as much as possible. At present, the research results have not yet been perfect. Zombies are likely to have other uncontrollable phenomena, but the heads are their fatal weakness. It can kill them completely. Under the necessary circumstances, stay at home as much as possible, don't make a sound, don't go out. Once you are bitten by zombies, you will be infected. Visual wounds, infection sources, etc. Infection is phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often /phoneme possible for 10 seconds to 24 hours. In the end, I regret notifying everyone that it has not yet developed related drugs that can be developed, but the team is still trying to develop solution. In addition, the people don't have to panic, and the country is moving urgently to make the fastest rescue plan. Please rest assured that the masses are at ease. At present, various departments are closely cooperating, planning defense construction and personnel resettlement issues. 3 days later, the ground force will rescue the lighter area. After 7 days, the helicopter airborne rescue and the ground forces will be carried out simultaneously for the infected moderate region. 15 days later, some serious areas will be patrolled by helicopter to patrol at high altitude. Search, ask the residents to go to the top of the building, so that the helicopter search forces can mark your location for airborne rescue. Reminder, at present, a large number of personnel are lacking, the number of searches for daily search, the scope of search is maximized, and the restrictions in some areas will adopt airdrop supplies to extend the rescue time. During this period, we will conduct material delivery in batches. The list of airdrop supplies for the first time is that drinking water, biscuits, bread, and other living foods. Due to the problem of consumption of boxing and transportation, the first batch of delivery time will be on start 10 days later. Below, the infection of each district will be issued, and the people of all provinces and cities are requested to conduct the corresponding preservation and viewing according to their location, so as not to miss the specific levels of various regions, the distribution of materials, and rescue time. Another, the emergency radio frequency is notified as follows: National Radio Unified Emergency Rescue Communication Frequency UV section, U section, 433. 000 MHz, 433. 500 MHz, 438. 500 MHz. List of emergency broadcast frequency of provinces and cities nationwide: BJ City FM 103. 9. TJ City FM 106. 8. SH City FM 105. 7. AHFM 90. 8. Nanjing FM 103. 3. Fictional does not believe, please keep in mind the frequency of emergency communication according to your own province and cities. Under Lin Qin looked at the news and felt little. The measures taken by the state are very fast, and even the post-recruitment of the post-inter-grid of power after the interoperability is made in advance. However, the difficulty in time of rescue became the biggest problem. In addition, the first batch of rescue also started from the lightest area 3 days later, then medium, and then to the hardest hit area. Lin Qin's area is in the suburbs, but the division of the city is indeed within the scope of the hardest hit area. Therefore, the rescue has not yet arrived. This has become a purgatory on Earth. Without food, in the face of the panic caused by zombies, more and more people decided to take risks. In order to survive, it is more for the rescue date. Lin Qin retired from the news and then began to prepare. Tonight, it is not a typing night. The night had just come, and Lin Qin found that a family next door went out to find food. He sneaked through the road in the community and hid from the roadside from time to time. To ensure safety, you will continue to move forward. This person is very cautious. Lin Qinrao drank coffee interestingly, and kept switching the monitoring equipment to follow each other. Until he saw him stopped in front of another villa, he rolled in a sharp movement. Lin Qin put down the coffee. For more than 10 minutes before and after, the person who had just stepped into the villa and walked out with a bag of food. He checked around and then returned to his villa carefully. The other end in the villa area happened. It's just that the other party has no such good luck. After a few steps out, the zombies wandering outside were biting his shoulders fiercely. Ah! The screams sounded over the entire villa area, attracting a lot of zombies. From the monitoring, the zombies hidden in the dark rushed over to smell the sounds. Bite the people on the ground. Bite him alive. This scene is unusual for Lin Qin. But for the other two women in the villa, it is simply a visual impact. They covered their mouths tightly and dared not make a sound behind the door. Watching his father was eaten a little bit by the zombies. Looking at this scene, Lin Qin lowered his head. Seems a little hungry. Forget it, see what to eat tonic for dinner. How about boiled meat slices? The taste of these two is spicy and interesting, not bad, just two. After walking out of the basement, Lin Qin looked at the layout on the first floor and found the kitchen. The two dishes were heated in the pot, and Lin Qin ate the fragrant white rice. Compared with the outside, Lin Qin's days can be said to be quite comfortable. He didn't turn on the sound of the TV. Mixed with the screams sounded from time to time in the monitor. After eating and drinking, Lin Qin intends to go back to the bedroom to lie down and brush the video, sleep early. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, it is difficult to fall asleep outside. Before going to bed, Lin Qin lay on the bed and opened the chat page with Zhang Jian. The guy started at 5 o'clock and sent a lot of information to himself intermittently. 1707. How are you doing? 1720. Still alive? 1725. Oh, see the news back to me, otherwise I think you are car. 1726. Brother? Brother? Brother! Intersection 1801. You won't really become a zombie. Nympho, there are a lot of news later. Probably thinking that he was fierce, Zhang Jian began to feel sensational. Nonsense. Lin Qin didn't look at his nonsense one by one. Move your fingers to reply. Still alive. Zhang Jian, like keeping his mobile phone, immediately replied. Zhang Huan, great, I thought you are karma. Zhang Huan, Lin Qin, you don't know what I have experienced today. To be honest, I'm a little scared now. Zhang Huan, today I saw the people next door were killed, it was other residents in the building. Zhang Jian, he had shared his food to the neighbors in the group, but today, I saw that their family was killed with my own eyes. Zhang Huan, are you knowing in front of my eyes? Zhang Jian, the family of 4 were thrown from the window to the downstairs. Fortunately, I was not found in time, but this matter was still too shocking to me. Zhang Jian, there are zombies eating people outside, and neighbors in the community are full of uncertainty. Zhang Huan, you said can you wait until the rescue? Lin Xin could obviously feel his fear from Zhang Jian's words. The panic brought by the zombies, the fear of the neighbors. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. No matter who it is, in this environment, it will be afraid. Lin Xin can only comfort. The anti-theft door is locked. You can wait until the rescue. Zhang Jian in the last life waited for the rescue, and the trajectory of this life should not change much. Zhang Huan, but the kind person next door is dead. In the following words, Zhang Jian did not continue to say. But Lin Xin knew what he meant. For now, such things are indeed a bit impact. But the later, the more such things will not be less. And at the back, there must be zombies to guard against. Lin Xin was silent and said, "Is your air conditioner kept on?" Zhang Jian nodded, and then found that Lin Xin could not see it, and then said, "Yeah, the weather outside was hot, and I didn't open the air conditioner's home into a sauna room." "But what do you say? What are the tricks?" Or without waiting for Zhang Jian to finish, Lin Xin's expression was slightly interrupted. "Zhang Jian, that murderer should see you." The two were weird for a while. Zhang Jian said slowly, "Lin Xin, don't scare me." "Lin Xin, I didn't scare you." After thinking about it, Lin Xin said again, "So, have any weapons at home? Swords, sticks, axe, and the like." "Zhang Jian, there are, but these things you want to kill me." "Zhang Huan, don't stop, I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law, you let me kill me, this is too difficult." "Zhang Huan, it's almost the same." "Lin Xin, that's okay, just be the same as killing zombies." "Zhang Huan, no, it's still forgive. Don't look at me. I usually talk very well, but in fact, I am just talking. I am afraid that I have not shown it with the zombies, so it is resolved by it, let alone, the other party is still an individual." Lin Xin, Zhang Jian, if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, you have to take this step. I don't let you now, I mean you have to start to adapt. Now it is completely different from before, do you understand? Lin Xin, if that murderer came to you, would you wait for him to be killed? Zhang Shen, Lin Xin, don't sleep too much at night, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme the doors and windows, and find a weapon that takes advantage of your hand. Two people talked for a while, and finally flattered the panic in Zhang Jian's heart. At the same time, Lin Xin ordered him to fill up the water at home, and the electricity was full of electricity. In the early morning of tomorrow, the tap water plant will explode, and all the tap water will stop. The day after tomorrow, power will be completely disconnected. The signal of the network and base stations has always been there, but it is weak and strong, and it is worse than before. Most of the areas that are completely disconnected from the internet are also those where they are not very good. Of course, afterwards, the network will be completely broken. Zhang Jian did not refute, an honest and obedient arrangement. There are still many foods for Lin Xin to open the store, enough to eat Zhang Jian alone until the rescue. After dealing with Zhang Jian's affairs, Lin Xin turned off his mobile phone to sleep. At 5 a.m., with a huge explosion sound, everyone was awake from sleep. The fire in the distance was flourishing, and the heavy black smoke permeated the half of the sky. Many people look at the distance confused. Only Lin Xin, after waking up, turned over and fell asleep immediately. At this time, some people found that the water was cut off in the house one after another. The news in various groups spread more and more. Even more and more outrageous. It wasn't until the news of the explosion of the water plant came out that this outrageous public opinion gradually dissipated. But panic is shrouded in everyone's body all the time. Lin Xin got up and brushed his teeth to wash his face. I don't know if it's my illusion. Overnight, the zombies in the community seem to have become more. For example, there are 3 zombies under his downstairs. There are 5 to 6 scattered zombies wandering in the distance. With a little careful discrimination, Lin Xin found that 2 of them knew it. One of the closest zombies is the earliest security at the door, wearing security uniforms. Another watching his expensive shirtsuit has become tattered, presumably the owner who bite people that day. These 2 rushed to themselves. Appreciated the ugly face of zombies. Lin Qin had no waves in his heart. Brush your teeth and wash your face. Lin Qin came to the kitchen on the first floor. Put the eggs in the pot and cook it. At the same time, put 2 fresh meat bags and a sauerkraut bag in the steamer, and a cup of soy milk became hot. Later, Lin Qin wore slippers and came to the dining table in the living room. You only need to wait for the water for about 10 minutes to eat. Time was not too long. Lin Qin brushed the video of his mobile phone boringly. After a few days, the videos posted on the major social platforms are all related to the doomsday of various zombies. Various videos of various zombies by human beings drive more tense emotions. If this was placed in the past, this video of inciting people's emotions had long been processed by the shelves, and one could not be released. Now, there is no time to take care of this. Lin Qin brushed a few videos successively. I met an acquaintance. His fucking company, his boss Wan Qianya. The woman in the video was panicked, and a slightly dark room could only see a rough outline. She took the camera to the zombies wandering outside the house. And the man who was biting in the zombie group echoed in his ears, the horror of the picture, and then followed the camera to the window. It's terrible, there are zombies downstairs. I stayed at home for so many days, and the food had been eaten for a long time. If I couldn't go out, I could only starve to death. I don't want to die, and I don't want to be killed by the zombies. Does anyone help me nearby? Let me do anything, as long as I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Below the video has triggered a lot of resonance, of course, some men with yellow cavity. For example, farmers and snakes, don't be afraid, come here with your brother protects you. Huang Tongji, beauty sticks, my brother is strong. Brother Chang is not strong, beauty looks very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the distance. Do you want to come to my brother and warm it? Lin Qin looked at each other, and his eyes fell below. Only 500 meters away from you. 500 meters, this distance should not be the same community as yourself. What Lin Qin thought of the first time was Wan Qianya who flashed ahead in the group. Should it not so coincidental? He clicked in the homepage and found that there were a lot of short videos on the homepage. Wow! Unexpectedly, if you look at a person who is high, he even plays such a video? Basically, each video has 1,000 likes. There are not many, but there are a lot of messages below. All kinds of licking screens and so on. And Wan Qianya's reply is also very fascinating. Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin came with interest, and began to look at Wan Qianya's past video one by one. As far as these contents, if they were known by the company before, they must not set off a great wave. I have to say that Wan Qianya's video is very standard. Her body is very hot and uneven. The deliberately created atmosphere in the video, the twisting body is very strong with the serious face on weekdays. Indeed. Lin Qin couldn't help thinking that if Wan Qianya showed such a scene in front of herself. A proud beauty boss turned his head to the hot and enthusiasm under his body. Lin Qin's heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Can't think about it. He clicked on a private chat page and even received an automatic reply. Automatic response, demon is not demon, I want to know my preferences more, add my VX to watch small videos. Lin Qin, the space for this remark is too great. It was just impossible to calm down the restlessness, and the heart was poured into my heart again. Lin Qin popped off the video directly. Calm, what can a woman do in the doomsday? It will only affect the speed of your knife. The aroma of the steamed buns in the room, Lin Qin got up and walked over. The food in the pot came out of the pan. While eating bun soy milk, Lin Qin wore Bluetooth headset on his ears while looking at a variety show. Attempt to press the fire that he was hooked. Outside the house, the roar of the zombies continued. Compared with the harmony of Lin Qin's side, the other side of the villa area is not very good. The property and security guard hid in a 2-story house in the villa area. This is where they usually go to work. The location is empty, except for office computers, there is basically nothing. The food is the last meal in the morning, leaving only the last bottle of mineral water. The explosion of the tap water factory seems to be precious. You must find a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. But first solve the things in front of you. In the hall, several people hurriedly handled the broken water cups on the ground, and some people nervously looked at the zombies outside from the window. Hurry up, the zombie is here. Yang Shui's nervous voice commanded everyone. Even the glass fragments on the ground did not dare to organize, and everyone hurriedly avoided it. Outside the house, the zombies gathered in front of the door on the first floor. Bang hit the door. The 4 people hiding on the second floor were tight and dare not make a noise. This state lasted more than 10 minutes, until the zombies downstairs gradually became attracted by the sound of screaming in the distance. Several talents were relaxed. Looking at each other, no one dares to go down to check the specific situation. Yang Gao looked at Lu Duqing, who had broken the water cup, and looked like he had nothing to do with himself. You caught trouble, you go down and watch. Lu Duqing said with a moment, I go. Strong, Lu Duqing came to the first floor nervously. The glass on the window was broken long ago, and the anti-theft window hung on it. Even the only door broke a few holes on it. If you attract a wave of zombies, you can't resist here. Fortunately, the zombies were just attracted by the outside voice and did not continue to attack here. But it is difficult to guarantee that it will not return. Carefully return to the second floor. In the face of a few pairs of eyes, Lu Duqing said nervously, the anti-theft window and the door on the first floor will not support it for a long time. We must find a safer place as soon as possible. Blame you, you will not get a water cup. If you really attract the zombies, we will have to finish. Yan Gao, who was wearing a property uniform, looked at Lu Duqing in security clothes with anger. Lu Duqing apologized, I'm sorry, I slipped my hands for a while, and I didn't deliberately, and didn't the zombies not come in? Yang Gao was angry, and his voice could not help but raise a lot. Isn't this? You have to make the zombies all over and let everyone be killed to be willing. Lu Duqing is not willing to show weakness. What do you speak? Yu Zhang Chongming, who had never spoken for a long time, interrupted. Okay, don't the sound is not big enough. Come on, you have to quarrel and quarrel, don't get involved in others. Although the two were angry, they closed their mouths, and no one said anything. Yang Shui reminded by Yang Shui aside. Okay, let's think about what to do next. Everyone has seen the situation of the zombies outside, and we haven't eaten it here. Maybe we can go to the house of other owners to borrow for a while, and the rescue behind it will come and talk about it. Lu Duqing is not as calm like Yang Gao, but just fuck a less fluent Mandarin. At this time, not considering which owner can take us, but how can we leave here safely and find a place where there is food and is safe? Everyone's sight was at Lu Duqing. Lu Duqing said good, they now need a safe and food place. But looking at the entire villa area, who is not a lack of food? What's more, looking for a safe place, the situation of the zombies just appeared in front of everyone. For a while, everyone was silent. The possibility of going out is greatly reduced. But staying here, I will only wait for death. Yang Shui thought about it for a long time and suddenly thought of Lin Qin. That, the tenant who was completed in 7 days. Maybe, we can find someone. Isn't there a new tenant who has been moved over a few days ago? And I have seen his yard from a distance, and it should be very safe. Determining ideas, the 3 properties in the villa area crazy-eyed Lin Qin. Yang Shui property, at Mr. Lin, when you were decorated here, I saw that the door of your wall was thickly modified. Now the outside situation is so serious. You can see if it is convenient for us to take us in your house and wait for your house to wait in your house. What about the arrival of rescue? Yang Shui property, the current situation is relatively special, and there are more zombies outside every day. Yesterday, one of the owners of our community always broke into a few zombies in the house, and the family was gone. In your house, we saw that the yard was higher and thicker. In contrast, the safety factor was higher, so that everyone could still wait for the rescue. Zhang Chongming, we are trapped in the property office, which is quite phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you. Yang Gao, at brothers, it is not easy for everyone to get in the face of the disaster. It is not a big deal to go to your house for a few days. As for the news in the group continues. Although other owners do not know what the specific situation is, the property says so is definitely safe. 1 and 2 are attached. UU reading book www.ukanshu.net want to gather in Lin Qin's home. But dozens of it, in the case of long screen swinging. Lin Qin was indifferent, and he didn't even have a reply. Yang Shui looked at the empty screen and couldn't help but get in thought. Before the end of the day, Lin Qin's tenant came suddenly. Although the liquidity of renting a house itself is great, it is normal. But the problem was that Lin Qin's house was transformed on the courtyard wall. All decoration applications need to be approved by the consent of the property. Although the specific details are unclear, the materials drawn every day come in and out of the gate, and she has seen it several times before. It was just weird at first. After all, the aesthetics of rich people are strange, and they may not like such low courtyard walls. It was originally to be rectified. After all, the courtyard walls in the villa area are all unified standards. As a result, she hadn't found the door to communicate forced disassembly, and a zombie happened. But now, don't be too safe. Lin Qin's house can be said to be the safest place here. However, Lin Qin did not reply to such a bombardment. Several properties and security guards began to doubt whether Lin Qin was still alive. Everyone couldn't do it. Can't help thinking. Seeing more and more zombies outside, they must go to a more secure place. But is it really safe to go to Lin Qin? What about the food after being safe? For a person who has just moved in, food should have gone long. Maybe it has long been reduced to the food in the zombie mouth. Yang Shui slammed her thigh. No matter what the owner's current situation is now, it is our first choice. Lu Daqing couldn't help but pour cold water, and said coolly, "Do you see him back to you? So many news, normal people should return it. Maybe it has been killed by zombies. We did not slip here to the zombies." Everyone, Lin Qin's variety show, looked at it. Just then, the mobile phone began to shock crazy. From time to time, the vibration of the vibration affected the viewing experience, and it was not an important information at a glance at it. Lin Qin directly turned on the mobile phone free model. The variety show this time is quite funny, but it is a pity that it has begun before the end. It seems that there will be no next issue. After eating breakfast, Lin Qin slowly turned on the phone. With the shutdown mode, the news of WeChat instantly popped up dozens of pieces. Take a rough look, the property is simply whimsical. At this time, who will open the door to let outsiders enter their own home? Lin Qin turned his eyes. But, unexpectedly, Wan Qianya talked herself in private. It seems that she also accidentally appeared in this community. 910. Wan Qianya, Lin Qin? How will you be here? The property says that your home is safe and false? We are all old colleagues, it is better to pick me up. 9:30. My mobile phone is almost out of power, you reply to me, so we also have a companion. What about people? Reply to the message. Lin Qin. The news has been sent for a while. Lin Qin's mind immediately appeared in Wan Qianya's small account. The seriousness of work on the same time and usually was two extreme styles. Lin Qin coughed and refused. No matter how good a woman is, it is not possible to take risks. The zombies outside were jealous. It is impossible for him to pick her out. Lin Qin, Director Wan? You come to me too wronged you. I think you still stay at home and find a way to save yourself more reliable. Of course, you can also find a way to kill zombies. After the reply, Lin Qin didn't care about her. It won't be long, more and more people will go out to find food. Wan Qianya is no exception. She can only go out if she wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. At that time, even your own house will not be too safe. He has to start the outside grid to prevent someone from entering their yard from the wall. After all, through the property, everyone in the whole villa area knows that they are safe. Lin Qin didn't want to be remembered at all times. After starting the outside grid, Lin Qin stood on the window on the second floor of his home. The streets were overwhelming, and the streets that had not been taken care of for a long time were messy. The walking machine was walking on the road without expression. The birds standing at the treetops screamed, but there were many ugly zombies underneath. Next to the lawn not far away, the flesh and blood of the zombies biting the flesh and blood of the zombies attracted a lot of flies. Occasionally, some birds can be seen to eat minced meat on the ground. A hot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blows, and various rotten smells rush into Lin Qin's nose. A little unpleasant. Lin Qin seemed to not smell these tastes, and continued to observe the situation across the road. Opposite the villa area is also a high-end community, but just looking at it, I can't see it. After all, households dare not make too much sound now. Lin Qin is no exception. There are rugs on the floor of the room, and walking will not make a lot of sound. Although his house was modified, it was only a 7-day simple version. If you want to completely not be afraid of the zombies outside, you have to spend a month and a half of long-term projects. Watching TV games on weekdays, Lin Qin will only go to the basement. The basement has sound insulation, which can be isolated from all sounds. After confirming that there were no abnormalities around, Lin Qin took out some fruits and ice cola from the storage space. The weather is hot and the fruit ice cream is equipped with the standard summer. Lin Qin turned off the air conditioner on the ground and came to the basement to open a huge LCD TV. The audio and video room was transformed by itself. The big TV originally moved in the living room was moved to the audio and video room. The front wall was a movie curtain and LCD TV. Do not delay. Take some fruits from your own storage space. After rinse, Lin Qin just sat down and watched the TV. With a rapid shock, Wan Xianya directly played a video request. Lin Qin slowly bite a bite of apples, and then connected to the video request. The picture opened immediately. Wan Xianya's figure appeared in front of Lin Qin. Regardless of what happened to Lin Qin's side, he cracked a lot. Lin Qin, you finally pick it up. How many do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in? The woman in the picture has no exquisite makeup, and a panic on her face looks at the closed door from time to time. Lin Qin crooked his head, are you going to find me? Otherwise? It's not safe outside now. I see that you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme far from me. If not far away, I will move directly to your house, so there are two companions. What you said before, I am all worried as you are. I don't pick so much now, you are more at ease next to me. You reading books www.ukanshu.net. By the way, there are still food in your family. I have finished eating at home. After a day of hunger, I am ready to come now. Lin Qin, I have seen those who have thick skin and have never seen such thick. Even if he really wants to save people, it will not be her. Would you like to open your curtains and see the zombies outside? Do you think you can come here safely? Even if you are here, why should I take you? The relationship before the two is not good. You know, the nickname of Wan Xianya's old witch is not in vain. Lin Qin had a dog blood that she scolded before. Besides, even if he really wants a woman, it will never be Wan Xianya. After all, who would want to find a big age? Of course, if this was placed in the past, the older woman was still very popular. But this is not the case now. As for food, he has a lot. He is eating apples now. Lin Qin took a sip of apples, and swallowed it under the shock eyes of Wan Xianya. Wan Xianya is ecstatic, yes, an apple eats it, I'm ready to go to find you in the past before talking. Lin Qin slammed the video. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qin began to meditate. He has been depressed these days. There is neither end-day tension nor to strengthen training on yourself. It's like compensation for the previous life. But after so long, it is time to exercise. After all, it will not be so safe, and the difference between this body is still very different from him. It is necessary to restore the skills of the last life as soon as possible. Lin Qin finished apple. Then patted his hands. Go to fitness equipment and start exercise. The intensity of the first exercise is not great, and it is over long. When I got the mobile phone, Lin Qin found that Wan Xianya bombarded a lot of video messages and telephones. Presumably the scolding should be very ruthless. However, Lin Qin didn't care and deleted her directly. As soon as I finished everything, the monitoring suddenly issued an alert. Lin Qin walked subconsciously and mobilized the monitoring to check it. I saw the two people on the periphery of the courtyard wall. The two people who touched the grid fell to the ground were divided into zombies. From sporadic pictures, you can also see the uniforms in the property. Lin Qin frowned and then mobilized each monitoring to check the specific situation. More than 10 minutes ago, Yang Shui and others set off from the property office. While the zombies were attracted by the outside movement, they turned out of the rear window, and they were still careful along the way. At first, I did not meet the zombies. But when they walked halfway, they dared not go out in the green belt. Just at the flower bed intersection ahead, the three zombies were eating a corpse very much. The bloody smell in the air and the impact of the picture made the four people dare not make a sound. But even so, Yang Shui's physiological reaction still appeared. She endured the vomiting in the bottom of her heart, but still made a sound. Amazing the attention of the zombies. 4 people were chased by zombies in the villa area. But it also shocked zombies in other places. For a while, they besieged directly in the middle. The 4 were anxious, holding the weapons in their hands and fighting with the zombies. Yang Shui was pushed by Yang Gao to the corpse, and was instantly surrounded by the zombies. Zhang Chongming on the side wanted to push Lu Daqing to the corpse, but he was not as lucky as Yang Gao. Stealing chickens did not erode, and Lu Daqing pushed into the corpse by Lu Daqing. The remaining 2 people fled in a hurry in the corpse group. All the way to Lin Qin's courtyard wall. I thought I saw hope, but who knew that the outside of Lin Qin's courtyard opened the grid? As soon as I climbed up, this touch was directly fainted by electricity. The zombies who came to eat were ready. In the monitoring picture, dozens of zombies roared and kept eating. The splattered blood sprayed directly on the corner of Lin Qin, which was terrifying. Turn off the monitoring, Lin Qin scratched his hair. Fortunately, the grid opened in advance, otherwise it would really make outsiders slip in. He is really difficult to hit 2 people now. But the quality of the body has to be strengthened. Adapt to the zombies outside as soon as possible. The sky gradually darkened, and Lin Qin returned to the room to take out the food in the storage space. The food is all kinds of fried dishes that I have eaten 7 days before, and you can eat it when you are hot. However, Lin Qin didn't want to taste too much, attracting the attention of the people around the people, and eating the temperature was just right. With rice, Lin Qin was full. The night fell as scheduled. Lin Qin stood in front of the window on the 3rd floor and opened the iron window on the window to see from the distance. The streets are depressed, and there are several dim street lights in the distance, and a few less obvious light sources on the curtains are still alive. There is no other. Lin Qin closed the iron window, completely isolated from the outside, and then turned on the TV. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin slept directly on the sofa. The collection of continuous vibration failed to wake up Lin Qin. Wan Xianya stayed in her own villa room, and no one was connected to the call of dozens of times. WeChat has been hacked, and I don't know if Lin Qin deliberately forgot it, and the mobile phone number can still be opened normally. The bedroom has been turned messy, and there is no food everywhere. Now she is almost mad by hunger. Looking at the dark night outside the window, the zombies occasionally walked away, and gradually gave birth to bold ideas. Wan Xianya put on sports shoes and quietly came to the door. She stuck to the door and listened to the movement outside, and then quietly opened the door and walked out. The black paint in the yard is still on the streetlights outside the villa area. It's not too dark. She looked around, and then opened the door of the yard and walked out slowly. A hot air blows, with a bad smell. Under the dim light, I didn't see the zombies at the door. Wan Xianya began to move. Although I do know the location of Lin Qin, the property in the group is not to say, and the newly moved. This villa area is so big. Whoever decoration actually knows early in the morning. She remembered that there was a household near the east gate and near the side. Along the edge of greening, Wan Xianya was extra careful. Turning along the intersection, I am going to go forward. With a pair of hands, she covered her mouth directly and dragged her into the grass next to her. Screaming stuck in the throat. Entering it is a girl, and Wan Xianya can only press down the cry in the throat. Wan Xianya trembled and asked. The other party immediately covered her mouth and motioned. At the other end of the intersection, the three zombies walked around. They are mechanically mechanical, and the skin on their bodies rot. Reading www.ukanshu. Net is full of disgusting liquid everywhere. Wan Xianya breathed nervously, her eyes widened. Liang Tian didn't dare to loosen his hand, but could only try not to make a sound. When the zombies walked in front of them, Liang Tian released his hand. I didn't say anything, and walked directly in the opposite direction. Wan Xianya followed the other party carefully. Watching the other person skilled into the courtyard wall, Wan Xianya gritted her teeth, climbing for a long time and turned in. You don't think too much, I'm just afraid you delay me. Liang Tian was skilled in the villa's room and looked for it. Finally found 2 packs of unpacking biscuits. She ate directly. On the side, Wan Xianya swallowed and stared at Liang Tian. Liang Tian continued to find, but found a version of yogurt in the refrigerator, 2 packs of sandwiches. She lost a pack of sandwich to Wan Xianya. At the same time, the tone was not very good. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, you have to rely on yourself. This bag of sandwiches is given to you, but don't follow me tomorrow. Someone, Wan Xianya ate crazy. She hasn't eaten anything for 2 days, and she has long been hungry. As for not following her tomorrow, Wan Xianya naturally agreed. She was originally intended to go to Linqin. Trying, Wan Xianya asked. Where are you going to go tomorrow? Liang Tian drank yogurt and said directly, it is not a way to wait here. You have to find a way to go to the street to eat and drink. Otherwise, you will starve to death before the rescue. As a woman, I advise you to find a way out earlier. Wan Xianya didn't say anything. The 2 people were calm this night. Early the next morning. Run each. There are many zombies in the community, but most of the zombies wander around. Wan Xianya is not easy to leave. After a few steps out, I met a zombie. She was panicked and avoided, but she saw 2 men appearing on the road ahead. They are holding a machete. Around the 2 zombies solved. It was time not to take care of the 2 men, and Wan Xianya ran in a panic to ask for help. This time I was not so lucky and no one helped her. Just splitting, the man's knife directly pushed into Wan Xianya's abdomen, and he directly wiped Wan Xianya's neck in a knife. Don't be soft-hearted, now it's not when you are pitying incense. Is there something useful to turn over her? Nympho the sun was right outside the house. Lin Xin was lying on the balcony on the top floor, holding the Beretta 87 pistol in his hand. In the front of the restless zombies in the distance, a beauty rushed barefoot. The messy long hair covered her face, and Lin Xin couldn't see what she looked like. But from her hot body, it can be seen that the absolute beauty level. Intersection this white and tender skin, slender thighs, front to back, and the charming eyes that have been covered a breeze blows. The messy long hair was blown to both ends of the face. Lin Xin, vomit, he took back his reveries. Is this a beauty? On the eyes of the 2 black caves, the blood left along the cheeks was still bright red. There is a piece of meat on the left cheek. The most important thing is that from the face to the neck, the blue and black lines are particularly obvious. I don't know if it was the reason for the newly dyed. There are not many traces on the surface of the corpse of the zombies. Is it fresh? That face was a bit disgusting. Long hair covering the face, but it can't be distinguished. He thought it was because of injuries on his legs, and he ran away. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a zombie. Bye has such a good figure. When Lin Xin was still feeling, the corpse group was restless and changed the direction of the original travel. Further and further. He didn't plan to shoot, but just watched the zombies suddenly gather and approached from time to time. Who knew that the zombie was attracted to the halfway, and the zombies were attracted? The gun in his hand was gone. Lin Qin stayed again for a while, and after confirming that there was no abnormality, he returned to the house. Continue to a boring day. At the same time, Zhang Jian sent a message. 10:06. Zhang Jian, Lin Qin, you are right. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. The grandson pushed the door in the middle of the night and wanted to turn into my house. Fortunately, I guarded it, otherwise it would be possible to be killed by him in the middle of the night. But Lin Qin, I hurt him. Lin Qin frowned. Lin Qin, what do you mean? Zhang Jian, yesterday's movement of our fighting was not small, and attracted the zombies downstairs to the corridor. At that time, the situation was very complicated, and the door opened again. I smashed the bench on his back, smashed him, and hid in myself. The bedroom inside. He was bitten by zombies in the living room. I was so scared at the time. On the one hand, he wanted to kill me. I kept him outside because of self-protection. I didn't dare to go out for his call for help. But the problem is not this now. It is important that there is a zombie in the living room, and the food is placed in the living room. I am hungry now and dare not go out. Lin Qin is speechless. Don't be afraid, just a zombie, you can only be hungry without salting. Zhang Huan, I'm afraid Lin Qin, afraider. You are still a man. Zhang Huan, is it a brother, so it's so bad to say. Lin Qin, the weakness of the zombie is the head. Don't think about the kitchen knife in your home. See if there is any other sharp things, just hammer his head. As a brother, you can't let go of that heart. Zhang Huan, well, I look for a weapon that has any weapons. I wish me all the way. Oh, it is a horse to succeed. Lin Qin, the dialogue between the two ended. Lin Qin accepted the phone and then came to the living room on the first floor. The refrigerator in the living room is extremely large, and a lot of food is placed in it. Lin Qin looked around, then closed the refrigerator to open the ice cream in the freezer. The ice cream is a big bucket, and Lin Qin dug to eat enough for a long time. However, Lin Qin was absent-minded and didn't know how Zhang Jian's handling was. Is it okay? At this time, Zhang Jian looked around in the bedroom. He couldn't get the kitchen knife, but the weapon in the room was only the lights and benches left with the floor lamp. Is he going to smash the zombies with this thing? He was heavy and clumsy, and when he raised the zombies, he rushed over. No, you have to change it. Such as hammer, baseball stick. It is estimated that there is only a hammer to solve the zombie's head well. But the toolbox is not in his bedroom. Zhang Jian couldn't help but find it crazy in the bedroom. Eventually, a hammer was found at the gap above the wardrobe. This is an unexpected joy. He clearly remembers the hammer in the toolbox. But it is not important where the hammer was before. UU reading www.ukanshu.net at this time, he took the hammer with his hands and was full of confidence. I opened the door of the bedroom. The living room was very messy, and there were traces when zombies came in everywhere. Naturally, the most eye-catching is the middle of the living room, the big blood of the big beach. There are some terrible minced meat between blood. The bloodstains are intermittently led to the outside corridor. I don't know if there are zombies on the corridor outside. He had to solve the zombie as soon as possible and then close the door. In case the zombies gathered in the corridor, his life could not eat. The zombie in the living room was very nostalgic for his house. As soon as the door opened, it was like the owner treated the stranger who broke into. He roared out and came up. Zhang Jian couldn't help but be a little nervous, but he clenched the hammer in his hand subconsciously. The moment the zombie approached, he waved his head and waved it. The action of zombies is not agile, but in the early days, it is a little dull. Zhang Jian also knocked the zombie to the ground with a hammer. Then he smashed his head. Until the head blossomed, a bad smell struck, and then gasped and stopped. Looking back, he quickly came to the door of the living room and closed the door. Dare not look at the corridor outside. leaned behind the door carefully listening to the movement on the corridor. When there was no other voice for a long time, I was relieved. Surrounded by quietness, Zhang Jian looked at the zombies in the living room, and looked at the bloodstains stained with his feet. The heart is still pounding. After a while, smelling the smell in the air, watching all kinds of body in the head of the zombie, Zhang Jian began to surge in his stomach. I couldn't help but ran to the bathroom and spit it with the toilet for a while. When it was almost vomiting, Zhang Jian came out and planned to start cleaning the living room. But seeing the situation in the living room, I couldn't help but have a nausea again. It's so dirty. Holding the physiological reaction, he wrapped up the living room while retching. At this time, Lin Qin, who was exercised, turned on the phone. What to do when the major groups are talking about food exhausted? Many people are proposed to go out to find food. However, many people are jealous of zombies wandering outside. Over time, I quarreled in the group. Until a person posted a picture. Yanger ran fast, I didn't eat it at home, how did you solve it? Primary 4, I don't know, it is bad Tivani, I plan to go out. Yanger ran quickly, are you not afraid of the zombies outside? You go out. There are too many zombies downstairs, I dare not go out. Titty ya afraid, what's the use of what is the use, if you don't go out, don't die. Tivani, can you really plan to wait for rescue? Yanger runs quickly, the rescue must not be waiting, but there are so many zombies downstairs, how do you overcome it? Bye-bye. Fortunately, the current zombie operation is still slow. It is not a big problem that it is not caught up with the basic problem. Little white shark, you are still discussing it, I am already outside. Little white shark, let me show you my record. I finally don't worry about eating and drinking, I can wait for rescue. Little white shark, picture, Tidney, yes, you eat a lot, it looks like it is in the supermarket? Yanger runs quickly, strong, I am going. Little white shark, yes, there is basically no one in the shop along the street, and you want to get it casually. But there are indeed a lot of zombies, so avoid encountering zombies. Little white shark, also, I also saw other people. In the photo. On the silent street, 2 people hid the edge of the corner and crawl the wall carefully. I can't see too much information from the photos. But the barren streets, some blur zombies can still see people hiding in the distance. It seems that someone couldn't help going out. However, it is okay to look at the zombies outside from the photos. It is estimated that more and more people will go out to find materials next. Thinking about it this way, a few drinks came from outside the house. Lin Qin hugged the ice cream and tilted his head to look at the picture in the monitoring. There were 3 men standing on the tree-lined trail in the villa area. At this time, they held the knife, stick, and the axe waited to the 2 zombies chasing, twisting hard. Zombies have great strength, but their weapons have advantages and are much more flexible than zombies. But even so, still sweating. One of the zombies kept opening his mouth, rushing to a middle-aged man with a larger abdomen. The man with a baseball stick beside rushing up was a stick. Successfully transformed the head of the zombie in one direction. The other zombies followed their steps, stretched out their hands to grab the arm of one of the men. However, another man holding a kitchen knife kicked his abdomen and waved the kitchen knife in his hand randomly. Brother, hurry up, the zombies behind are chased. Obligation, these zombies are really powerful. The third child, hurry up. Rest assured, let's come. Come. This zombie is not very useful to fight other places, just to hit the head. In the picture, the 3 people easily solved one of the zombies. The other was cut off a leg directly, revealing various disgusting liquids. Several people hurriedly pace, and they did not care about the follow-up situation of the zombies with a leg. However, the movement of the 3 of them was not small, attracting a lot of zombies to chase. In this way, there were a lot of zombies who ran out of the door. For a while in the villa, it was much empty. It seems that they can't stay, and they can only go out to find food. However, Lin Qin did not expect that this villa area could really kill a few good guys. The movement of the zombies comes quickly. It didn't take long for noise. Lin Qin's sight was viewed back and forth in each installed monitoring, but no other abnormalities were found. However, the location of the garbage room and the villa was still dangling in place. Lin Qin carefully distinguished, and his sight moved away from the monitoring. Then I went to the third floor. Standing on the third floor, Lin Qin's sight can be seen farther. The most important thing is that you can better see the situation on the streets in the distance. The zombies followed the three people who had just been out, and eventually disappeared into Lin Qin's sight. The streets gradually attributed to calmness. There are no zombies in the villa areas. Very quiet. However, even if there is no zombie in the monitoring, it is not safe to guarantee that the trail must be safe. Lin Qin still kept his heart. However, at present, most zombies are already on the road outside, and there will be much more secure than outside. Lin Qin randomly found a baseball stick and went out. Of course, Yu reading books www.ukanshu.net baseball sticks are just to practice themselves. If life is threatened, the final use is pistol. He is not stupid. The door of the yard was relatively heavy, and Lin Qin pushed directly, and there was no loud noise. According to the position of memory, Lin Qin approached the garbage room step by step. The location of the garbage room is relatively remote, and there are basically no residents over there. The smell of garbage eclipse on weekdays is not very heavy. Lin Qin was bent on the trail. Finally came to the front of the garbage room. Looking left and right, Lin Qin first approached the green cluster near the trail. The skin of the zombies is not so good looking. But the clothes are still clean and intact. People are high, and their bodies look a little burly. The zombies stood in front of the trash can, shaking their bodies shaking. From time to time, the mouth opened from time to time, fighting up and down, and constantly bite the air. It doesn't look easy to deal with. Lin Qin looked at the hockey stick he took out of the house. Silently replaced with a fire axe. The people of this zombie are tall and big, and the baseball stick goes down, and it is estimated that it is directly folded. It's better to be a fire axe. Lin Qin made an idea of weighing the fire axe in his hand. Just you. Anyway, you are practicing your hands. Lin Qin coughed softly, a zombie who was still in a daze. He came to find the sound. Holding the fire axe in his hand, Lin Qin was waiting for the zombies in front of him. The zombies were closer, and struggled to rush over. Lin Qin had been prepared for a long time, one sideways, and a dog fell to the ground by a dog eating shit. Zombies do not feel pain because of this, lying on the ground and react instantly. Looking at Lin Qin in an extremely weird posture. I saw that he twisted his neck stiffly, squeaked, and successfully turned his neck to the direction. The limbs were weird to support their bodies and fluttered to Lin Qin. Lin Qin is no strange. This skill is like a special skill of zombies. Too much seen in previous lives. Lin Qin held a fire axe and waved axe against the zombies who rushed over. Fortunately, the fire axe is extremely easy to use. Lin Qin cut twice in a row before cutting one arm of the zombie. Even so, the actions of zombies were not affected by any. Lin Qin frowned slightly, and then quickly stepped back and opened the distance. As the zombies approached gradually, they lifted the fire axe again. This time, Lin Qin used exhaustion of strength. Black. Lin Qin seemed to hear the sound of bones. But he did not stop and waved the fire axe again. 2 times. The brain collapsed. The zombies were still struggling to stop. From the gaps of the bones, a lot of disgusting things flowed out, and it looked sticky and the bad smell permeated. Lin Qin's eyelids were not driven and pulled out the fire axe. As the first zombie, Lin Qin felt that his body's reaction ability was worse than before. Even the strength seems a bit enough. To deal with the simplest zombies, they need to wave it twice before it is effective. This is just to deal with one. It seems that you still need to strengthen exercise and restore your previous skills and strength as soon as possible. If it happened to be so opportunities today, I would like to try it. I can't have a clear positioning for myself. Look at your hands and fire axe. In the future, there are more places to cope with zombies. As a person over, it should develop in an all-round way. Intersection. Lin Xin looked around, and his movement did not attract the zombies. It is extremely quiet here, but it is better to go back early after solving the zombies. He didn't want to take a look with the zombie troops before he recovered his strength. Even if he had a gun, he was not afraid. However, once it is used, there are more people nearby. At that time, it is not only to prevent zombies, but also to prevent other survivors. Trouble, headache. Lin Xin put the liquid contaminated on the fire axe on the garbage room baffle twice, and looked much cleaner than just now. But there are still disgusting liquid residues. Looking around, Lin Xin went straight to the green clumps on a trail. He remembers that there is an artificial river over there. It can be cleaned. While walking, Lin Xin observed all around to prevent some zombies who were not found in the corner and suddenly attacked. However, it was not only Lin Xin alone that the decrease in the number of zombies was attracted. In the villa not far from the garbage room, several strong men were lying in the bedroom and resting. They enjoyed the joy of body and mind, lying on the soft big bed and sleeping. A man's body was lying in the corner, and blood permeated the entire living room. The hostess of the house was naked and stared at the ceiling above her head, and she was dead. Nanwei was tied his hands and feet, and his mouth was wrapped in a tape and could not make any sound. I could only watch that the mother was insulted to death, and her father was killed. She sobbed and didn't dare to make too much sound. When the group of break in, she woke up, and she was her. She couldn't sit still, and had to find a way to save herself. The zombies outside were suddenly restless, and all of them left here and went towards the center of the villa. There must be something that attracts them. If you want to leave here, it is the best time now. She struggled again, but the laces tied to hands and feet were very strong. She could only take off her shoes and jumps in front of the door to ensure that a few people in the bedroom were still asleep. Then move forward little by little. Before the steps, she tried to lower her voice and jumped into the next step. The whole process was extremely panicked. Success came to the first floor, and she entered the kitchen and took a fruit knife. His laces kept behind him. Due to the obstruction of the sight, even if the palm was cut, Nanwei didn't care. The hands tied behind him were successfully cut away by the knife. Nanwei did not dare to delay the slightest, and immediately cut the shoelaces tied to his feet. But she was still discovered. The deep-waking strong man wanted to take a while in advance when he was asleep when he fell asleep. Therefore, the bedroom door is cleared in differentiation, so that most of the sounds can be across, so that he can complete it smoothly. It was found that people were gone. Sleeping in his head was instantly sober. I came to the first floor along the way, and I found that people had ran to the kitchen. He bent down and unbuttoned the emptiness of the ropes on his feet while Nanwei. A step rushed to the past and directly grabbed Nanwei's hair. Nanwei had pain, and quietly hid the fruit knife into the long sleeves, struggling, but couldn't hold the other party at all. Want to run? The voice of the strong man was a bit hoarse, and UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net with a beard on his face. But looking at Nanwei's eyes is particularly aggressive. The person I fancy in Lu Dazhuang never flew over, and you did the same. Lu Dazhuang grabbed Nanwei's scalp, dragging her all the way to the sofa in the living room regardless of her painful voice. He only needs one hand to completely imprison Nanwei's hands on top of his head. Bullying. The other hand torn off the clothes of Nanwei's body. Nanwei is not his opponent at all. Ah! She screamed, and at the same time resist Lu Dazhuang. But most of them have nothing to do. The strength of the two is not a magnitude of the magnitude. In the struggle, Nanwei's nails scarred a long scar on Lu Dazhuang's face. But no one cares about this at this time. The moment Lu Dazhuang screamed at Nanwei, he immediately covered her mouth. Looking at the outside. Fortunately, the zombies did not surge, and Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but feel relieved. Snapped. A slap, Nanwei's face swelled. Nanwei curled up, covering his face, looking at each other. Lu Dazhuang looked at Nanwei, reached out and touched his wound, and then said fiercely, Lao Tzu asked you to serve me, that's for your face, you are still online. Fortunately, the zombies were not attracted. Snapped. It's another slap. Nanya's mouth flowed out of blood, but she still didn't say a word, but just looked at him fiercely. This is not the case. Lu Dajwan grabbed Nan Wei's hair and hit the coffee table in front of the sofa hard. Fuck, what look, I let you see, I let you see. Such a movement has long attracted the attention upstairs. Several people came down and found that there was no abnormality and relieved. Strong, a little movement, do you want to kill everyone? Also, don't be so rough, the return person is killed, where can I find the second one in a short time? Lu Dajwan let go of his hand and spit his mouth spit. Well, stinky bitch. Rest assured, I have a scalp, I can't die. The zombies outside did not move, and Lu Dajwan reassured a lot. Then looked at Nan Wei, bullying again. The other two men in the back can't help but speak. That is, it's fun to play in it, play a few of my brother, and my brother must enjoy it. Lu Dezhuang heard his words, waved his hand, dragging Nan Wei's hair and said, okay, this goes. Women screaming is indeed more troublesome. In case of attracting zombies, it will be lost. In the bedroom, sound insulation is much better than the living room. Get up, go to the bedroom, sloppy. This woman, just have to fight, you see, how obedient now. So obedient early, it can avoid the suffering of flesh. Nan Wei got up honestly and lowered his head. The messy long hair was covered, and his eyes exuding hatred. Lu Dezhuan looked at Nan Wei's honest look, and couldn't help but brag with his companions. Nan Wei looked up sharply, and the fruit knife, which had been hidden on his body, slammed directly into Lu Dezhuan's abdomen. After a hit, Nan Wei did not stop. While everyone did not respond, he pulled out the fruit knife and kicked on Lu Dezhuan. Turning around and ran outside the house. Lu Dezhuan covered the bloody abdomen and screamed. After entering the kitchen, they heard the two people who came out and saw this scene. One person chased Nan Wei and ran out, and the other came to Lu Dezhuan. Nan Wei ran out, picked up the stones in the yard, and threw the man behind him. However, the man was fast, and her clothes were caught by the other party. Nan Wei bent down and rotated, and he turned back to the man's crotch, under the painful eyes of the other person. Simply opened the door of the yard and rushed out. There are no zombies around. But now she wounds everywhere, the bloody smell is out, and the zombies will soon come. She must first clean up the wound, and then find a safe place for a short hiding. Of course, this villa area must not stay. Who knows if those people will check here in the future. When I met again, I couldn't eat it. Nan Wei went all the way to the garbage room. There should be some discarded paper towel fabrics in the garbage room. You can use it. Wash the blood wounds on your body first. But the man behind him chased out. Nan Wei was forced to run forward. She looked at the man who was chasing behind him. Take a deep breath and get into the green busy side. At this time, no one can believe it. However, there is a person hidden in the green belt. It was initially judged from the shape, and it was a bit thin. The degree of threat to her is 0. Nan Wei immediately shot the dagger in the man's throat, don't say. Lin Qin couldn't think of it, he just came to wash the axe and could meet people. It was directly threatened. But the sight is slightly 8. Lin Qin found that there were a lot of wounds on the other party. Broken clothes, wounds on the corner of the mouth, and bilateral cheek swelling. It seems to have something to do with the man outside. From the gap between the weeds, a man walks on the trail faintly. Belly, the most important thing is to hold a large machete in your hand. After picking his eyebrows, Lin Qin didn't move. If you deal with Nan Wei, don't say a lot, it should be okay. But the man outside is somewhat troublesome. If he gets up, maybe both people will become the goal of each other. The psychology of wanting to resist, silently collected. Judging from the strength she held, it should be a little effort. How can you suffer such serious injuries? The man walked along the trail for a while, and he looked around and did not find Nan Wei's figure. Then turned and left. After people left, Nan Wei's heart was put down. But the fruit knife who arrived on Lin Qin's neck didn't dare to relax. Do you have medicine at home? Lin Qin didn't speak. Nanwei's eyes narrowed, and the knife mouth pushed forward a bit. Lin Qin had to speak. No. Nanwei took a deep breath, and his cheeks hurt faintly. But the more painful is the soles of the feet. She ran out of barefoot. In the green weeds on both sides of the trail, she was not just soil. There are other fine stones, branches, etc. Nan Weiqiang endured the pain and signaled Lin Qin to turn over. Lin Qin was quietly taken out of the pistol in the storage space. Once Nanwei has the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blowing the grass, Lin Qin didn't speak and still faced Nanwei. Nanwei stood up and looked at the tree-lined trail outside. Slowly stepped back and left here. Lin Qin turned back. Take out the clean axe and put it in your storage space again. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. Lin Qin didn't take it seriously. After cleaning up, Lin Qin came out of the green busy. However, just after 2 steps, the scream of a woman sounded. Nanwei bit the man's arm hard, and then saw Lin Qin. His eyes turned slightly. Nanwei rushed to Lin Qin. As soon as Lin Qin looked back, he saw the woman just ran next to her. No matter if you will attract the zombies, he said directly, brother, you finally come back, this man wants to kill me. After speaking, she said to the angry man over there, my elder brother is back, with the ability, you kill the 2 of us together. Otherwise, we will report. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at the man from the opposite side, and his voice explained in a hurry. No, I have nothing to do with her, we don't know it at all. However, the other party did not listen to Lin Qin at all, fucking a big machete, and sneered. Regardless of whether you have to die. What threat can a thin man and a woman be a woman? When Nanwei sought his finger at Lin Qin, he retreated step by step. Lin Qin had a headache. He just came out to practice his hand and could spread such things. At this moment, a man came again on the side of the trail, holding the machete in his hand. To Wang Wendao, what do you do with them? Fast speed, the woman stays alive, the male kills. Da Zhuang still hurts in the room. No. The 2 had no nonsense and went directly towards Lin Qin and Nanwei. Lin Qin gang wanted to threaten the woman around him, who knew that people had long been away from himself. He was used. Push on the cusp. The other 2 men. There is no chance of victory at all. Lin Qin immediately took out his pistol and aimed at the 2 people who were pressing step by step. Wang Wei and Chen who saw each other and looked at each other. I didn't believe that the gun in Lin Qin's hand was true. 2 people sneered directly. However, Lin Qin did not hesitate at all and aimed directly at the shot. Bang! The bullet hit Wang Wei's leg. He fell to the ground with pain, covering his injured legs, and did not dare to act with Chen Hu. Lin Qin tilted his head, his eyes lightly. The huge sound sounded over the villa area. A lot of nearby zombies were shocked. This place is not safe now. Chen Hu immediately put down the machete in his hand and begged for mercy. Good man forgives, our brother is not aimed at you, but the lady just cut our brothers just before we chased it out. And she just said that you are her brother, then we will get up to you. But you can rest assured, we know that you are not now, please see what we have done nothing, forgive us. Lin Qin dumped some painful arms. When the gun was used in the earliest time, it was still when shooting the club. His recoil himself is still familiar with it. It was the last time it was used, but it was separated. It's a bit uncomfortable. Lin Qin shook his arms and fired 2 shots in a row. These 2 people cannot stay. Robbery in the room, although it is common for burning and plunder. Lin Qin has experienced a lot and can see through the doorway behind. It is not difficult to guess what the girl just said. The girl estimated that the family was killed, and she escaped by themselves. The 2 brothers are obviously not good. However, if you have a pistol, weighing the pros and cons will only be a small and low gesture. If he didn't get out of his gun, he would definitely be himself. The roar of the nearby zombies gradual. After Lin Qin resolved, he turned around and walked on the trail, planning to return to the house. However, the movement of the zombies is too great. This time, the kung fu was directly attracted. Nanwei ran to the door of the villa area to the outside world, but saw that the zombies on the street became more and more, and rushed to hear crazy. The door that went out was unreasonable. She can only return to the original road. But he saw Lin Qin's one shot and solved two men. Suddenly, I was stingy, and stood on the side of the road and didn't dare to act lightly. The distance between us two was just 2 steps at the fork. Lin Qin's muzzle aimed at herself, and Nanwei did not dare to score another point. The voice of the zombies behind him is getting closer and closer. Nanwei raised his hand and surrendered. But the roar of the zombies is getting closer and closer. This goes on, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme died under the mouth of the zombie or under the bullet. Nanwei's eyes stared at Lin Qin's muzzle tightly. As long as he stretched the trigger, he immediately acted. Lin Qin was holding a gun, aimed at Nanwei, and slowly pulled the trigger. At the same time, Nanwei also moved. She turned her body and wanted to step forward to grab the gun in Lin Qin's hand. A face is fierce. A loud noise. A zombie behind Nanwei fell to the ground. There are a lot of zombies who come in behind her. Lin Qin has no free control of this woman. At the moment she rushed over, she kicked her abdomen and pulled the distance between the two. But even so, the distance between the zombies is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, but the distance between the 3 or 4. Lin Qin fired a few shots one after another, hitting the zombies in the front. This distance is almost a headshot. Seeing that there are more and more zombies, the bullets are finished. While Lin Qin turned quickly and left, he changed into a new magazine. The garbage room is more than the west gate of the villa area. This place can come in the earliest zombies. The zombies on the east gate are probably the same. He must be unable to avoid the gathering of zombies when he goes back. But if he is fast enough, at least he will not meet the zombie troops. The rare zombie, the thing that the gun can solve, is not a big deal. In a moment, Lin Qin disappeared into Nanwei's sight. This man didn't kill himself. Nanwei returned to God, and he also followed up. At present, there is no zombie in this direction. She has a wound on her body, and the bloody smell will cause the zombie riots and aim at herself. There seems to be no safe place. The man just had a gun just now, it should be a police officer or the like? After all, in such a legal society in China, those who can get guns will not be ordinary people. Sprinkled his feet, Nanwei ran madly. In her opinion, Lin Qin has absolute strength. If you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, why not sacrifice? What's more, he is also a kind of benevolent in disguise. Reported the revenge of parents and did not kill themselves. At this time, a large number of zombies poured into the road ahead. If you want to go back, you must pass through the corpse. Lin Qin hid on the edge of the wall and was a little annoyed. Maybe he should just turn into the trash. Suddenly, a stone smashed his head from top to bottom. Lin Qin looked up and saw the woman just now. Yu reading books www.ukanshu. Net squatting on the wall and watching himself. Do you want to wait for the zombies? Lin Qin condensed. Will you climb the wall? Hurry up. There are too many zombies, but there are no places to hide. After Nanwei finished speaking, he jumped down and entered the yard. She had to go in quickly to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and clean up the blood pollution on her body. Lin Qin hesitated. The distance between the villa is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and now there are zombies on each trail. This is not 2 or 3 or 5. It is dozens of. It won't be long before it will be discovered by zombies. Lin Qin looked up at the infantry that was not too high. It was also contaminated with Nanwei's blood. It's even more troublesome. For residual blood, zombies will only come directly. Lin Qin did not hesitate, turned directly over, and then took out the dew water near the blood. The taste of flower dew is very flustered, which can cover the bloody taste. At least it can destroy the sensitivity of the zombies to the bloody smell. Turning down from the courtyard wall, Lin Qin did not forget to sprinkle more. Until the whole bottle was sprinkled, Lin Qin walked into the room. Fortunately, there were no other survivors in the room. As soon as Nanwei walked in, he immediately rushed into the bathroom to release water. But the water stopped. She could only find a clean towel, wiped the blood on her body one by one. There was a sound outside the house, and she came to the door with a fruit knife vigilantly. As the door pushed away, the hand holding the fruit knife stabbed directly. A strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine/phoneme hit. Lin Qin subconsciously stretched out his hand, looking at Nanwei. It was found that it was Lin Qin, and Nanwei relaxed his vigilance. Sorry, I thought it was a zombie. The roar of the zombies outside the house permeated, and Lin Qin didn't say much, loosened Nanwei's hand. Then walked in and observed all around. Nanwei also put down the fruit knife in his hand. He returned to the living room and continued to work unfinished. When the blood was almost wiped, Nanwei continued to find. Generally speaking, the families of this large villa will always prepare the medicine box, and there will be some family spare medicines. If there are iodine anti-inflammatory drugs, it is best. Her static phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme are not small. Almost all the drawer cabinet doors were turned upstairs and downstairs. However, for Lin Qin, Nanwei still brought some vigilance. After Lin Qin confirmed that there was no dangerous hazard in the villa, he couldn't help reminding, "Are you afraid of the zombies?" "Don't worry, my voice will not attract zombies." Nanwei lowered his voice. Although she was looking for fast, it was definitely just a slight noise. At most, it is just the sound of each drawer cabinet door. And she didn't push it very hard. Finally, Nanwei found a medicine box. She sat in the living room and first cleaned the wound with iodophor. Lin Qin looked back and looked at another person in the house. Two people collided. Nanwei's heart was stunned and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. Can we get together with each other, right? Before your answer, I want to explain what I just did. Just now they were helpless to come out. They broke into my house and killed all my parents. I finally ran out and was caught again. And retreat. Being out of my expectation, you are strong. But I don't use you intentionally. You helped me solve the enemy, I helped you get rid of the zombies. How can you count it? Lin Qin sneered, "Do you think I am a good person?" He walked forward, Nanwei was tight and stared at him. Lin Qin just came directly to the edge of the stairs and listened to the sound outside. Dang dang sounded. Nanwei was also scared by this sudden voice. She immediately raised the things in the medicine box into her pocket. At the same time, he followed Lin Qin's body and went to the stairs to look upstairs. Lin Qin took out his pistol and stared at upstairs vigilantly. At the same time, he asked, "When you were just looking for the medicine box, did you go in upstairs?" Nanwei nodded, "I went in, but there were 2 rooms upstairs, the other did not go, and the door was locked." Lin Qin went upstairs, and Nanwei followed him. The second floor is very clean, and there is almost nothing messy. There are 2 rooms in total, one door opens and the other is closed. It is normal to have a bad odor in the air. After all, there are a lot of zombies outside. Dynamic is coming from the bedroom with a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme door. Lin Qin signaled Nanwei to open the door. "Can't open it, the door is locked." Boom! With Nanwei's voice falling, the door seemed to be hit hard by something, and it even made a collision. Nanwei looked at this door vigilantly. There will be no zombies in it. Move back. Lin Qin was a little calm, thinking slightly, and retreated back. There are many situations like this kind of zombies in the room like this. It's not a rare thing. Judging from the static, the number is not large, and there should be one. The zombies inside should be irritable when they heard their movements. However, the zombie is not small. This kind of wooden door scattered a few times. Really? Once, A second time in it. The zombies roared this time. Slightly irritable. The door quickly broke a hole. There was no pain in the zombies, and continued to hit. The hole on the door was getting bigger and bigger, and suddenly a head came out of the hole, opening his mouth towards the two people, doing a bite movement. Nanwei wanted to vomit subconsciously. Lin Qin was cut off on the neck of the zombie. At this moment, Nanwei had no time to take care of Lin Qin's knife from. Just looking at the bones of the zombies rolled down to their feet, their faces were disgusted. It looks like it is not safe here, Lin Qin said seriously. Standing by the window on the second floor, you can see that all the zombies outside are in front of the door, keeping the iron fence door constantly. Nanwei nodded and turned downstairs. The owner of this house is a woman. When she just turned to find the shoe cabinet, she saw a lot of high heels. Find a pair of sports shoes that are pretty. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme 2, and Nanwei took the bow and arrow hanging on the wall in the corner. Lin Qin opened the back door directly. The small yard here leads to another direction. Most zombies gathered in the main entrance. The door of the back door is relatively small, and there is only a small path behind the trail. Bamboo on both sides. Lin Qin directly chose the direction of his house to leave, regardless of Nanwei behind him. Two people shuttled on the path of the bamboo forest, and UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net barely along the way. However, when I met a few doors, I could see that the ground in the yard was full of bloodstains, and it didn't look safe. Lin Qin continued to go forward, but Nanwei reached out to pull Lin Qin and hid in the bamboo forest aside. On the road ahead, the two zombies wandered leisurely. They were wearing a property uniform and still holding the rootwood in their hands. Lin Qin browed his eyebrows, and suddenly thought of the properties he saw on the monitoring before. Isn't these two people who died under the mouth of the zombie? Nanwei did not dare to speak, and Lin Qin did not act lightly. Once a sound is made, it will attract the zombies on the other side. You have to flee again and have to lose. Squatting for a while, Nanwei quietly looked for an angle. Later, he aimed at the zombies ahead of the villa. The arrow was inserted into the head of the zombie and killed it with one hit. Nanwei took out the second arrow and aimed at the other. It is also fast and fierce. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. How did she just feel a little familiar with her archery posture? It seems to be the champion that had been hiding before. Nanwei signaled Lin Qin to follow and quickly left here. Walking to the corpse of the zombie, Nanwei tied the two arrows of his head. She now has only 5 arrows on her body, but it is gone. However, Nanwei used the arrow to pick up the clothes on the zombies. You know, these zombies are all in front of them. Maybe it is a bit useful. It's just a pity that there is nothing clean on the body. It was quietly around, and the roar of the zombies in the distance gradually lowered. At the end of the trail, connecting the big road, walking on the road, the probability of encountering zombies is much larger than the trail. The pace of two people can't help speeding up. At this moment, a dragged blood was winding to the corner on the bluestone slab in front. There are also traces of scratching the soil between the gaps between the blue stone. Judging from bloodstains, this blood is still fresh. But today the villa area did not hear a scream. This bamboo forest is relatively remote, and the sides of the trail do not know if they cannot be exposed to the sun, and the soil is also humid. Therefore, the scratching trace above is particularly obvious. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows, and there was a probability that it was because of the zombie. As for why I didn't hear the screams, it was difficult to judge. But because of this, both of them have improved their vigilance. At the end of the blood, Lin Qin did not find any abnormalities. The blood stains seemed to be broken, and I didn't know. Although the two were puzzled, they didn't say much. Success came to the avenue. Lin Qin looked at the front door avenue of the side villa, and there were many zombies over there. There are 7 or 80. Fortunately, the zombies gathered there and did not notice them. Lin Qin ran wildly and disappeared at this fork. However, I missed this intersection, and on the other road, there were several zombies scattered. These as if they were not attracted by the movement over there, but they were just aimlessly scattered on the side of the road. If you want to go, you must go here. Almost 2 intersections can go back. This position is actually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his house, but the problem is that there are a lot of villa zombies behind the intersection. If it is shot, it will gather in a short time. Nanwei followed behind and aimed at the bow. The quasi-head of the 4 arrows is extremely high. After a while, the zombies on the road were resolved. Nanwei hooked his lips and raised his bow and arrow in his hand. Neither of them spoke. Since someone solves the problem, Lin Qin goes forward. Nanwei followed, and the two came to the fork. There were no zombies on the left and right, and Nanwei said, "Okay, it's here, my name is Nanwei, what are you called? Maybe you will meet in the future." Lin Qin stopped and looked at her with a tilted head. To be honest, he actually didn't want to talk to her. But the problem is that the zombie situation along the way is also a last resort. I didn't want a question along the way, so I would have a good situation. There is no way to separate. However, this Nanwei seems not a completely useless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase slash phoneme. At least that set of arrows, he felt that the skill was not small. Lin Qin silently clenched the weapon in his hand. This Nanwei is still better. When you are planning to move, you will hear the self-introduction over there. Lin Qin Yu. Nanwei? How can this name be a bit familiar? When he was avoiding the zombies in the garbage room in the last life, it seemed that a person named Nanwei rescued himself. However, at the time, she had her own small team, and he failed to see her face in a depressed. He heard that the younger brother called her Nanwei and sister Nanwei. But whether it was this person, Lin Qin couldn't judge. But he still let go of her idea. No, you may not be able to meet in the future. Nanwei didn't want to talk too much about the relationship, after all, the two uses were real. Even if she is a cause. Fortunately, the other party thought so. Why not do it? His expression was faint, obviously he didn't want to talk about it. Nanwei shook his head with a smile, but pulled the wounds on both sides of the cheeks, and grinned with a painful teeth. Okay, follow you. But I'm really not a bad person. The conversation between the two people did not waste too long at all, and there was no 1 minute before and after. In the Kung Fu, you still don't forget to check the surroundings. Ensure enough safety. Lin Qin just smiled and said nothing. The two looked at each other, and the sound of a few car engines suddenly sounded on the street outside. Such a movement can directly attract nearby zombies. Nanwei's face changed sharply and couldn't help scolding. Which was stupid, didn't watch the news, dared to drive the street. Lin Qin didn't speak, of course, his thoughts were the same as Nanwei. The zombies behind him yelled again, a loud noise. Nanwei looked around, and then forcibly pulled Lin Qin's sleeves. Drag him the edge of the nearest villa next to him. Pushing his little channel, hurry up and climb. Lin Qin pulled the corner of his eyes, and then climbed up. Behind him, the distance of 200 meters is his own villa. But the zombies in the latter row are imminent. It takes 2 or 3 minutes to run over in the past, and the zombie finds him, but it only takes more than a minute, which is obviously too late. Lin Qin can only climb into the nearest yard first. Nanwei followed behind. No one was saying on the corner of the two people. The zombies came in a hurry and hurried. It soon disappeared here. Lin Qin turned back. Who knew that the curtains in front of the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa were suddenly opened? A girl looked at them in the yard in horror. Lin Qin knew her. Of course, it is limited to understanding. Last time he saw the little girl's father died in the mouth of the zombies, she hid in the yard and dared not make a sound. A sudden appeared in front of him, Lin Qin stunned for a moment. It seems that the little girl is quite tenacious and has been hiding at home to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme now. Nanwei naturally saw it. However, the little girl hadn't spoken yet. A pair of big hands covered her mouth directly and dragged her inside. Nanwei stunned and immediately ran up. Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net banged the door open. After a while, there was a collision sound in the house. Lin Xin glanced at the situation outside and confirmed that the zombie had bin attracted by the roar of the car outside. Then slowly entered the room to check the situation. In the room, a man who seemed to be thin has been scratched by Nanwei to cut his throat and fell to the ground. The girl in the room looked at Nanwei and Lin Xin vigilantly. Lin Xin is not an enthusiastic intestine, but feels that Nanwei is like this and will only suffer. But he didn't say much. After all, if you eat this kind of thing, you will know a few more times. Lin Xin's last life is actually very enthusiastic, but I have witnessed too much and almost die. Lin Xin will not have this kind of kindness. Lin Xin's eyes saw that there was no problem, and he stepped back slowly. At present, the zombies are attracted by the outside car, which is a good time to go back. He can have enough time to return to his house. Just thinking that there were a few sounds of vehicles hitting the outside. Lin Xin frowned, and the steps under his feet could not help but get a lot. The distance of 200 meters was not far away, and Lin Xin ran all the way. Going back to open the door, it is less than 2 minutes. He locked the door from the inside and entered the room. Boom! The huge explosion sounded. Even with the ground a little shock. Lin Xin was half bowed, holding his head with both hands. No matter how safe you are, you can't help bombarding. The explosion came too suddenly. Lin Xin also protects himself subconsciously. When the explosion of Yuing disappeared, Lin Xin climbed up to the 3rd floor. Standing on the window on the 3rd floor, looking at the specific situation outside. A car exploded on the street not far away. The sound of cars I heard before should be this car. But not far from these two explosions, there are 2 cars. Judging from the traces of the tire brake on the street, you should want to rush out of the encirclement and drive away from here. But unfortunately, a large number of zombies gathered, and easily cut off the car. The other 2 looked bad. A shop hitting the roadside, half of the car was depressed in the front of the car. The other car was on the bottom of the car, and it had been overturned by the zombies. Lin Xin can clearly see the people in the car climbing back to the back seat in an attempt to avoid the zombies on the car. It is still unsuitable. On the top of the car, the windshield was broken, and the zombies drilled in with a honeycomb, and they couldn't escape. The other car is relatively lucky. When the car was intercepted into the roadside, the people in the car opened the door and rolled out. Along the way, rolling towards the streets of the distance. Behind him, he dragged a lot of zombies with his mouth. Eventually disappeared in Lin Xin's sight. 2 rollover cars, green smoke. It seems that there is a possibility of explosion again at any time. The more the zombies gathered, and the glass of the car broke into the door. The gasoline poured up, and the green smoke rose, mixed with the screams of the man in the car. Lin Xin's eyes found that the gasoline flowed out of the 2 cars gathered, and the fire was quickly linking the car next door. Lin Xin put down the telescope in his hand and quickly closed the iron of the window. This car needs to explode twice. Maybe there will be another rolling car next to it. It really didn't take long. The sound of explosion came outside the house. The deafness of the ears and the sound of airwaves. Lin Xin waited for a moment and then opened the iron skin out. The explosion of the car bombed many zombies, and the roadside was blown out a small pit. All objects on the street are damaged under the impact of the explosion. The fire was flourishing, and the heavy black smoke rose over the street. Lin Xin paused and looked at the zombie corpses that lacked his arms and legs because of the explosion. In particular, there were a few slices of minced meat, which hit the anti-theft window of Lin Xin with the airwaves and caught it. The advantage of living on the street is that the surrounding situation can be observed at any time. The disadvantage is this situation in front of you. However, such an explosion sounded, and other survivors in this area noticed. Many people look at the direction of black smoke rising away secretly to guess the specific situation. Lin Xin's position is on the street, and he is clearly clear. But the villa area is not only Lin Xin's house. People who are still alive are standing on the top of their own building. Just then, Lin Qin noticed Nanwei next door. Nanwei froze for a moment, and then nodded and didn't say much. It's not time to say hello. Even if the car on the street exploded, there are still many zombies. The explosion of the two cars died a lot, but also attracted a lot. Lin Qin couldn't think of it. Such a remote place was to avoid the area where the corpse concentration was avoided, but the explosion attracted more zombies because of the too silly lack of attempts to drive away. This is okay. The originally remote position directly became the concentration camp of zombies. Lin Qin looked for a while and returned to the room. Lie on the sofa and rest. Today is a good monitoring and found that there is only one zombie. He originally wanted to exercise his skills, but he did not expect to encounter such an emergency. Fortunately, the result is good. It is now that there are many zombies outside again, and it is still difficult to go out in a short time. Exercises plan can only be pinned in the gym of the basement. Let's exercise your body first. Lin Qin thought like this, stalling on the sofa, closed his eyes closed. These days have been the least secure time in the past few days. He needs to keep his mental strength at all times. Next door is now living in Nanwei and that little girl. It can be regarded as an acquaintance. The threat is not strong. There should be a lot of survivors of this villa. Still need to be guarded at all times. Soon, night fell. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the roadside rely on solar street lights to light up on time, while some street lights that need to be power supply have no reaction. Lin Qin reached out and opened the curtains and looked outside. In the dark night, the lights of a family did not light up. Also, on the first day of power off, there will be no power in the community, and naturally there will be no lights. But occasionally a few flickering lights. It should be just a candlelight problem. However, the shading curtains were pulled up, but they didn't look out. And the roads on the road, some sections on the tree-lined trail are still on the street lights that rely on solar light sources. The city will not fall into a complete darkness. However, at night, the frequency of zombie activities was not as high as during the day, and it looked sharply decreasing. There is no noisy sound in the day. It was just a chance to hear the zombies' slight roar. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin looked down, and then found a sneaky figure at the roots of the wall of the street corner, turning over the small supermarket along the street opposite the street. Lin Qin observed it, and then pulled the curtain back to the room. Lin Qin did not turn on the lamp in the villa. The flashlight light source of the mobile phone lights up in the villa. From the third floor, I came to the basement. After closing the hidden gate of the basement, Lin Qin opened the light source of the basement. In the yard's solar power generation board, Lin Qin is a device that concentrated on the basement. In addition to the use of these equipment, daily life is enough for Lin Qin to use it alone. After turning off the flashlight function of the mobile phone, Lin Qin walked all the way to the sofa and sat down. Here is the bed that you have placed before, home and other supplies for your own rest. It can be said that it is an independent room. Even in the morning, Lin Qin was fine. Once the water was completely stopped, the lights on the ground in the villa could not be turned on. The only place to sleep is the basement. Take out a family barrel from the storage space, and at the same time, you do not forget to copy a portion and put it into the storage space. Lin Qin just sat on the sofa like this and turned on the phone. On the phone, Zhang Jian just sent a message. Lin Qin took a chicken leg, took a bite and opened it. Zhang Huan, your kid is not there? It's God, you say that the power outage is really stopped. Fortunately, the energy at home is charged. Zhang Jian, by the way, most of the people in the building ran out today. The zombies in the community seemed okay, but I didn't know how it was outside. I heard that you did not dare to go out. Zhang Huan, how are you? How are you recently, have you eaten it? Lin Qin bit his chicken leg and replied to the word. I don't worry, you must eat it. And the current situation is very uncontrollable. When the rescue comes back, you should follow the rescue to go to the refuge. The food he left could not support it for long. It is better to wait until the rescue is to follow the rescue personnel to go to the shelter. Don't worry, I will stay in the room honestly recently, right, you have to be careful there. After the two people hurriedly talked, they were busy. Lin Chin turned on the TV in front of him and watched the downloaded content before the TV. While drinking the ice cola in the family's bucket, he ate the chicken leg wings inside. The night arrived as scheduled. Surrounding the quietness. There is no noise in the past. After eating, Lin Chin had piled up all the bones in the whole family. Take the tissue on the side to wipe your fingers, and then go back to the TV. The extreme challenge is placed on the TV. Compared with the early seasons, the next few seasons are a bit boring. But it is okay to take a look at a joy to pass the time. After watching for a while, Lin Chin closed the TV back to bed and slept. After a day of tiredness, I should take a good rest. More things to do tomorrow. Lin Chin was sleeping well that night. Early the next morning, Lin Chin woke up hazy. Belling and yawning, daily washing is finished. Lin Chin opened the electric pot and boiled a meal of dumplings. After eating and drinking, click on the system to view the supplies in the storage space. He copied a lot of materials, and he was thrown directly into the space before, and it was messy. Right now, Lin Chin looked at it. Things are all one. For the past few days, a copy of Lin Chin will copy it. But in this case, there will always be a time to forget. After all, his memory is also bad. After thinking about it, Lin Chin still planned to regulate it. There are hundreds of things in the storage space, and there are hundreds of pieces of replication one by one. He first took out some important foods and water. 1 copy into 2. 2 copy into 4. 4 copy into 8. In order to push. Such a replication speed is actually fast. After all, it can be copied 7 times and there can be 128 copies. The point is that there are many types and miscellaneous. After the food and water are replicated, it consumes almost an hour. Lin Chin also copied some daily necessities, which took almost an hour. As for the seeds of grains, Lin Chin is not planning to copy. The existing quantity Lin Chin will not touch the time. When the copy is almost the same, the time has reached noon. Lin Chin touched his belly, but he was not very hungry. He was full of meals in the morning. I simply walked into the refrigerator and hugged the previous refrigerated watermelon, one divided into 2. Sitting in the living room separated from the basement, Lin Chin ate watermelon, and suddenly the alarm shook. Lin Chin immediately looked at the monitoring display. By the wall outside the house, the two men sneakily hid around the edge of the Lin Chin villa fence and looked around. From time to time, look up at the high wall and the front door. From the perspective of monitoring, they are not clean. Some tattered clothes plus bloodstains, and they also held lethal weapons in their hands. It looks like a person who is inaccessible. They looked around, and carefully crouched the wall after Lin Chin's transformation. A short distance between the greening of the flower bed and the wall can also hide his body. I didn't see it. The man walking at the forefront moved forward twice, and then stretched out his hand to drag Lin Chin's door tentatively. The door is not moving, and it is obviously locked. He groped all the way up, and looked inward at the small hole in the door of the iron gate. The place in the front yard is very small, and the big yard is basically behind. But even so, the yard is still empty and nothing. However, the house inside, the windows on the first to third floor were nailed to the anti-theft window. Especially in the anti-theft window, there seems to be iron leather windows? This is obviously prepared in advance. No matter what the situation is. Anyway, this family is really as weird as the property said. He squatted down slowly and turned back to his accompanying. This household is really weird, but I did not expect to be cheap. The zombies were before they raised. Isn't it weird to decorate like Lin Chin? People who don't know if they think they are specially used to install boxes. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he raised his head again to look up. The fence is raised. The brick is also a normal brick, but it is another layer of wire like net. Wrap into a circle, there is also a pouring thorns on it. Grid. This stuff does not look like it is suddenly here, but it seems to prevent someone from suddenly climbing the wall. And at this height, it is not easy to climb alone. Fortunately, they are two people. Just when Wang Yang looked at the height, the man behind him pushed his companion. You reading a book www.ukanshu. Net what are you randomly, this wall can be climbed, don't ink, hurry up. Wang Yang turned back, I know, this did not think of what the property group said before, but I didn't expect it to be really. Do you say that this person will predict in advance? But during the day, it's not safe, shouldn't we night? Li Chen skimmed his mouth, do you think it must be safe at night? Not to mention that we are all here, you can't waste it. And what do you care about his house, this is just right, it must be safe, anyway, Lin Xin is alone. At that time, you are responsible for holding him down. I am responsible for him. Wang Yang nodded, what you said makes sense, let's talk about it, should the power grid above should be fine? The grid was laid on the wall, and Wang Yang was a little uncertain. Li Chen laughed and scolded, this is the next day, where is the electricity, hurry up, I will entrust you. Wang Yang knew back. Right. Now the power is disconnected, and even the power grid cannot be connected. The two looked around, and then began to take the ladder to hold Wang Yang. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin couldn't help taking a deep breath. His house is well known in the community due to the problems of the property before. It is estimated that it has long been stared at. If it wasn't for the two cars yesterday, the zombies in the villa would not be wandering on the streets outside. These two people will not appear directly outside Lin Xin's villa. Lin Xin dug a spoonful of watermelon, which was cool and delicious. As for the two people outside, Lin Xin didn't care about their life. Snap, there are any heavy objects falling from the wall and falling on the edge of the corner. Lin Xin swallowed a watermelon and looked up at monitoring. Two people climbed up the wall and twitched directly to the ground because of electric shock. As for life and death, Lin Xin didn't know. However, the zombies near the villa area did not see a few. Most of them wander on the street. These two people don't know if they are lucky or unfortunate, they can only say that they have taken away shit. At least the corpse still maintains the original appearance. Lin Xin glanced at the monitoring on the other side. Zombies are doing nothing on the street and walking around. After one night, the swing of zombies was extremely large. Basically, I had gone to another street. Roughly speaking, the streets in front of the villa have only about a dozen zombies. Several survivors who went out to find food were chased by zombies and ran around. From the monitoring, the screams that came from time to time can be seen. It also gradually disappeared within the scope of Lin Xin's monitoring. Also, you are starving to find food to choose from starving. They only choose to go out to find food. Lin Xin lowered his head and dug a watermelon again. Seeing the security pavilion at the gate of the community, a man appeared. Not far behind him, there were two men and a woman. The man waved his hand, and the people in the rear also ran to the back of the security pavilion quickly, watching the wandering of several zombies in the distance nervously. Lao Chen, what should I do? The supermarket is opposite. If you want to solve the zombies over there in the past. These zombies did not know what mentality it was, and they were surrounded by supermarkets. They want to be unsafe in the past. After all, there are no more lethal weapons in their hands. Although the kitchen knife looks pretty good is also a relatively common weapon, it is for zombies. They need to be in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme contact. Once they are approaching, they are not that they can control it. Therefore, don't underestimate the number of zombies, but it is extremely lethal. Chen Jin squatted behind the security pavilion for thinking, and then said, push her out. Who? Wang Yao stunned and did not respond for a while. Chen Jin turned back, and looked at the only woman in the team. Women's hands are tied, but there is no good place up and down. On the face, scars are everywhere on the exposed arms. Even the clothes on your body were broken. The black tape is stuck on the mouth, and if you want to speak, you can't make any sound. Hearing Qinjin's words, she shook her head to resist, but helplessly could only be dragged in front of Qinjin. Qinjin glanced at the woman with his head, and then took out his dagger and arrived at her jaw. Run forward from here, don't look back. The woman shook her head to resist, but Qinjin didn't care. The dagger was slightly strong, and a slight wound was drawn directly on her neck. The woman was in pain, and she looked at Qinjin with tears, and dared not resist. Seeing this, Qinjin sneered directly. If you don't go, I will kill you now. Go, maybe you can still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. This is also your only chance. Indeed. If she is fast enough and smart enough, she can get rid of the zombies chased behind her. Maybe there is really a chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and get rid of this group of people now, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme well. She nodded, only obedient. The rope on the wrist was unlocked, and Qinjin stared at her. There is no way, a woman stands tremblingly. Under their eyes, rushed out. The zombies wandering at the door of the supermarket instantly were irritable. One or two competes for a woman. Without a moment, the zombies were all attracted by girls. The zombies on the street have all disappeared. Several people waited for a while to make sure that there was no zombie, and immediately rushed out. Go straight to the supermarket. The door of the supermarket is transparent tempered glass, and the door is locked. But at this time, several people couldn't take care of these, and directly hit the glass and rushed into the supermarket. In the past few days, they did not eat the food in the supermarket. This kind of movement has attracted many people along the street. After a while, many people came out. One by one like robbers. Get the food and water in the supermarket. Someone held a knife, someone held the bench, broke the doors and windows of others, slipped in and stuffed one after another. Those who can pretend to be full. For a time, the street was extremely chaotic. The zombies that disappeared on the street gradually returned. The sound here is too loud. After a while, some people discovered the zombie figure. Smart people returned to their room directly, and some greedy people only wanted to get more supplies. With such a hole, some people fought against the zombies with their weapons. On the street, the screams sounded. The zombie is extremely powerful, and some people underestimate the lethality of the zombies. Bite directly by the zombies and bite. Some killed it directly on the spot. Some people died, and some people turned into zombies. The tense atmosphere on the street swept again. Some people who have not snatched food have stared at people who grabbed food. When everyone was escaping and avoided, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme books www.ukanshu.net took advantage of the fire. But people, facing danger. The instinct to survive will still solve the zombies or those who threaten themselves. Lin Qin looked at the chaotic street and lamented while eating watermelon. Fortunately, you don't have to look for food everywhere like these people. However, in the monitoring, Lin Qin found an acquaintance. Nanwei and the little girl in the villa next door. They entered a supermarket, and both were carrying a school bag. The stuff came out. Nanwei is still attentive. Dropped the little girl's hand along the way, avoiding it in the chaotic crowd. But the two women were carrying two big bags of things, and they were soon stared at. Lin Qin was interested to mobilize the monitoring and view Nanwei's travel phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme. This woman is still vigilant, and she has long noticed the two men who followed behind. To the house without returning to the villa area directly. Instead, the girl was pulling a little bit farther. If people discover their lives, the group may be the same as the bad guys who broke into her house. Nanwei first pulled the girl to walk on the road quickly, among the chaotic crowds, and the zombies on the face of the police were wearing police clothes. Nanwei's eyes were bright. The zombies were also wearing bulletproof jackets, and the waist was tied with a police belt exclusively, and there was a pistol. This is simply a weapon from God to the door. Of course, it is not only Nanwei who is not alone on this police zombie. After all, there are many good things on the police. A bulletproof coat alone, the role of a critical moment is definitely not small. What's more, a pistol that is unique to its waist. Nanwei explained the other party and said specifically what Lin Qin could not hear. You can only see two people walk separately from the monitor. But looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, this forest garden ran back to the villa area directly. It is just that the crowd has the addition of zombies. The chaotic crowd hit each other. The older woman next door pushed her directly to the nearest zombie in order to avoid the zombies. But a stumbling, Lin Garden was hit directly on the ground. The long nail scraped the arm of the forest garden. But she had no time to take care of, and hurriedly got up from the ground and left here. Behind their team seeing the materials gathered on Lin Yuan Garden, immediately changed the goal and followed her to the villa area. And Nanwei. The zombies in front of them rushed towards the crowd, biting around the man's neck, and tearing off a large piece of flesh. The chaotic crowds were screaming and fled, mixed with various zombies. In the distance, a big man also quickly walked towards the zombie police. Nanwei took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to pull out the dagger on his leg, and directly faced with the zombies. She needed to solve the zombie before the Great Han came. The knife pointed at the eyes of the zombies, and stabbed in and twisted. At the same time, removed the gun on the waist of the zombie. A switch, Nanwei pulled the firebolic bolt of the gun, and the back of the zombie was a shot. After solving the zombies, Nanwei, who got the weapon, turned around. Dahan had already come in front of him, and the kitchen knife in his hand cut directly at Nanwei. Nanwei retreated, and pulled down the insurance bolt at the Dahan's direct headshot. And at this time, in front of Lin Qin's door, there was a hurry. Lin Yuan stood trembling in front of Lin Qin's door and shouted, "Brother, you save me. Elder brother." She shouted one after another. The tension and fear of your face. Sister Nanwei said that she asked her to find her brother next door. But is my brother at home? She already shouted so loudly, why did the door still open? The footsteps behind them became louder, and two men appeared in a while. Lin Yuan hugged the two parcels in his arms and looked at the two people behind him nervously. I warn you, don't mess around. Both men have a big machete in their hands and burley in their hands. Isn't it easy to deal with a 19-year-old girl? He stepped forward quickly, ignoring the fruit knife in Lin Yuan's hand, and dragging a package with one person, pulling hard. Lin Yuan couldn't twist two adult men at all. After each of the slightly low, the one who was slightly lowered took away a package and left here. The men with a slightly higher point have been abolished. He was taken away a school bag, and the remaining in his arms, Lin Yuan was deadly. This thing was hard to find with Sister Nanwei. If these two packages are not available, they will not be able to survive the next. Will die. Among them, the slightly taller men kicked the abdomen of the forest garden, scolding in their mouths. Damn, my young strength is quite strong. Is it what you should take in this bag? Lin Yuan was kicked and fell backwards. The stomach turns into the sea. She was a little dizzy for a few days. Can't care about the zombies in the villa area, she climbed forward again and grabbed the strap of her school bag. Sister Nanwei may not come back, but she must stay. The man twisted his brows and became angry. The machete in his hand waved directly to Lin Yuan Garden. Damn, the zombies behind her have entered the villa area, and the woman dragged it down. He is about to be the words of the zombies. However, Lin Yuan Garden is one step faster than him. The dagger in his hand was inserted directly on the man's thigh, and at the same time, he opened his mouth and bit it fiercely. The taste of flesh and blood is particularly wonderful in the mouth. Lin Yuan is a bit greedy. The man had painful, and the swing swarm directly cut the back of the forest garden and shoulders. But the power is much smaller. In the panic, seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, the man kicked Lin Yuan into the corpse, and then dragged his backpack and ran in another direction. Cold-faced coldness. Lin Yuan was wounded, and the zombies rushed directly to her, opened the blood of the blood. She wanted to run, but her pain and her body's reaction prompted her to look at the corpse group. It's over, I'm going to die. Boom, a few guns sounded, and the zombies from her fell one by one. A figure then appeared. He was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun in his hand. After solving the zombies, the breathing of Lynn Garden's screen was loosened. The body seemed to be able to control it suddenly, paralyzing on the ground. The police glanced at her and found that the wound on her body was not small. It is definitely impossible to take her away. Such a wound is a living target. Moreover, there is no medicine and no cure. Hesitating again and again, he found the whole body in Lin Yuan Garden. There is nothing valuable to confirm, so I left here. Lin Yuan raised his hand and fell down again. She was so painful. She turned around and looked at Lin Qin's door climbing. Yu reading books www.ukanshu.net fainted. In the monitoring, there was no movement outside, and Lin Qin came out slowly. It's not his heart. It is now the end, and he loves the wounds on Lin Yuan Garden. And this wound is not the other wound. Maybe she didn't notice herself. What's more, they are neither familiar, nor have they received the help of others. So far, the position of the corner is still lying on the corpse. As soon as the big iron gate opened, Lin Yuan appeared in front of Lin Qin's eyes. The wound on her body has no medicine, it is easy to attract zombies and infection. Lin Qin didn't look at it, and went directly to the outside. There are not many zombies in the villa, most of which are still on the chaotic streets. But after such a noisy living people on the streets are getting a lot less. Only zombies left around. Lin Qin looked around, and then dragged the two corpses hidden between the flower bed and the gaps in the corner. Hidden in the corner of the corner, even if it is a zombie, it is difficult to find the food. Especially now this kind of high-temperature weather will smell bad in a few days. Lin Qin had smelled the smell of corpse, mixed with the rotten smell of zombies. Even if he was used to it, he didn't want his house to be filled with this unpleasant taste around him. Dragged the body to the door, Lin Qin returned to the room. In front of the door, Lin Qin's trousers were dragged by Lin Yuan. Lin Qin moved his legs and feet, but Lin Yuan was too tight. Can't get it at all. He paused and looked at the forest garden at his feet. You can't save this situation. He has medicine, but does not treat cutting injuries, nor does he treat zombie virus. The wound on the shoulder has exposed the bones. Even if she was not caught by the zombies, this wound was not he could cure. The most fatal is the wound on her ankle. It was the scratch of zombies. In the chaotic crowd outside, the zombies from the fall of Lin Yuan Garden, although they avoided rushing. But another zombie grabbed her ankle. I only thought of leaving Lin Garden without noticing at all. But Lin Qin found it from the monitoring long ago. Lin Yuan pointed his abdomen and gradually let go of his hand. Lin Qin returned to the villa directly and said nothing. Like Lin Yuan, he had seen too much before, but he didn't know why, he was still a little uncomfortable. Lin Qin turned around and turned on the phone. In the WeChat message list, the latest liaison is Zhang Jian. Lin Qin took the initiative to send a message. Lin Qin, how is it recently? Is it okay? After a while, Zhang Jian sent a message. Zhang Jian, pretty good, nourish every day. Lin Qin, moisturizing? This adjective seems to be a bit ambitious. Can't go out to hide at home, why not moisturize? Lin Qin was a little puzzled. Zhang Jian continued to send a message. Zhang Jian, I forgot to tell you that I saved a woman in our building. Now we are living together, and the days are quite beautiful. Lin Qin raised an eyebrow, female? Zhang Jian, yes, the woman was scared by the zombies, and no one opened the door, so I saved her. Zhang Jian, I am not bored for 2 days. Lin Qin took the corner of his mouth. It is not difficult to guess, it is a few meanings. Lin Qin turned his body and was interested. Lin Qin, how are people look beautiful? Lin Qin, you are willing to start, it is estimated that it is pretty good? Zhang Jian, that's not necessary. Let me show you what it looks like. The key is that I fits the two. Zhang Jian, by the way, the same is true, in case you encounter beautiful eyebrows, take the initiative. I don't have time to contact women when I do technology, so I have to have time now, right? Zhang Jian, don't puzzle the style. The little sister outside grabs a lot, and you need to be comfortable with your warm chest. Zhang Huan, emoticon, Lin Qin, Zhang Huan, okay, look at my horse, it's not bad. After a while, Lin Qin received a photo from Zhang Jian. The girl's appearance is very beautiful and hot. The most important thing is that compared with a few days ago, Zhang Jian's status is much better. Lin Qin smiled, hurriedly finished the topic, and closed the phone. Lying at home, watching the ceiling above his head, fell into thought. Maybe he can also try to enjoy life? After all, material and weapon safety house. He has all. Several women seem to be too much, right? Could it be the same as before? A nervous life, lonely and hopeless, very depressed. Is this life again? Just thinking about it, Lin Qin felt a little suffocating. No. He is not the same as before. He has this capital. But even so, Lin Qin poured a pot of cold water. Lin Qin, don't blame me without reminding you, be careful to fire your upper body someday. After all, there are many cases that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the wolf into the room. Zhang Jian doesn't matter. When can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, you may not necessarily enjoy it in time and make a day to earn more days. Zhang Huan, don't make it so anxious, just look at it. Zhang Huan, if the final result still transforms into a zombie, is it better to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme happily now? Anyway, the results are the same. Lin Qin sighed. While he just wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, he can enjoy life. The screams outside continued, and various mixed sounds were hustle and bustle outside. But most of them are zombies. People living here are not as many as people in the urban area. After laying for a while, Lin Qin got up and came to the kitchen. Sweet and sour pork ribs and braised chicken were eaten in the store before. When Lin Qin copied the dishes were hot, and when they were taken out, they still retained the taste of just out of the pan. But when he came to the kitchen, Lin Qin took a can in the refrigerator. A bite of rice is satisfied. You know, the screens outside. But no one can sit here with peace of mind like him, eating so much delicious. After eating, Lin Qin took a rest for a while. The monitoring continues. On the entire street, there is no trace of other survivors. The corpse on the street is mixed. Lin Qin waited until 3 p.m. and confirmed that there was no zombie on the street, and got up to clean up. It is said that there is nothing to get. I just put a school bag with a look. With a good backpack, Lin Qin got up. Today, he won't go elsewhere, he is going to the 2 doors of the villa. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the original big iron door. Slowly clear the zombies in the entire villa area. In this way, at least the villa area is safe. In monitoring, there are empty everywhere. The zombies were missing. Lin Qin went out with his school bag. The 3 corpses at the door were no longer traced at this time, but looked at the bloodstains on the ground. It is not difficult to guess what happened. Lin Qin intends to go to the closest door. UU Reading Book www.ukanshu.net. There was a gathering place when the zombies broke out this morning. Facing the door. There should be a lot of zombies. However, this piece, there are 2 communities in total, no matter how many zombies, there should not be too much. Opposite the road is a Lanshan Lake Park. Before the end, it should be loved by the rich in this villa area. But now, it has become the best venue for hiding zombies. As long as it is not alarmed and does not make too much sound, there will be no big problems. Be careful along the way. Lin Qin came near the gate. Going forward, he didn't dare to approach too much. The position of the security pavilion was standing with 3 zombies. Looking at the degree of rotten face, it should be the product left over when the zombies broke out when they snatched the supplies. It has not been completely rotten, and the epidermis is still normal human skin. It was just a trace of the bite of the zombies on it. Lin Qin opened his storage space and looked around in it. If you want to not alarm the zombies, the guns he copied in the shooting hall must not work. After all, the gunfire was huge, and he just wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. I can't make such a great movement. The storage space is actually quite comprehensive, and then take out the bow and arrow in the storage space. Bow and arrow taba can be purchased, but they are professional shooting bows and arrows. At first, I found that you can buy a few different styles directly. But the original arrows are equipped with special arrows. There is no lethality at all. If you want to use it to deal with the zombies, the arrows must be changed. Lin Qin turned around. Before he had bought a few separate arrows on a certain Tauta. What willow leaves, triangles, armor breaking. These can be installed on a professional practice arrow. And it will not make any sound. Lin Qin only needs to aim at the zombies in the distance. Reinstallation of the arrow, Lin Qin began to learn Nanwei's bow. Practice the arrow flying out. But his accurate head is not as good as Nanwei. I didn't fly to the zombie at all. Lin Qin pulled up the second bow and arrow again. With a bang, he flew directly to the wandering security pavilion of the zombies. With a sound, it fell again. A few zombies were shocked, but it returned to normal again. Lin Jintan paused. A little annoyed. Nanwei didn't seem to be so difficult to use bows and arrows before? Why do you get to yourself? The quasi-head is just like this. Lin Qin leaned his mouth, then moved forward, and pulled the bow and arrow again. This time, he learned the previous two experiences. Pull the bowstring back, and adjust the angle of the arrow at the same time. This time, he must be. Although I haven't played it, I have played an Angry Bird, said the parabola. However, this time the bow and arrow sight were aimed at. But zombies are not entering the house, they have been moving. Obviously, this exercise arrow is still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid slash phoneme. Lin Qin sighed, but at present, he felt the feel of the bow and arrow. He adjusted his posture and continued to aim. For the fourth time, Lin Qin succeeded. The arrows were inserted into the eyeballs of the zombies steadily and penetrated the brain. It can be said that it was killed in one shot. Lin Qin aimed at the second zombie. The second zombie was walking around. Even if a companion died, it seemed to have not found it, and continued to swim. Lin Qin Luo aimed at the direction of the zombie's movement. Finally, take a look. The second zombie was shot. But the zombies did not die directly. Lin Qin's arrow just hit his abdomen. Put it out. A lot of flesh came out. Lin Qin paused, silently took out one, and continued to aim. Just practice it. However, at present, the frequency of using bows and arrows in the future is much higher than pistols. After all, this stuff is quiet and silent, a good weapon to assassinate. 3 zombies. Lin Qin wasted 10 practice arrows before and after. Fortunately, the result is good. The 3 zombies wandering in the security pavilion were resolved by Lin Qin. I squatted in place for a while, and Lin Qin got up and walked over. In the middle of the gate of the villa area, the ups and downs of the left and right railings cannot be used for a long time. When Lin Qin walked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, he found out. The zombies wandered because of the edge of the security pavilion, lying on the body of a zombie. From the perspective of the traces of flesh and blood by the whole body, the 3 zombies who had just wandered now were greedy, and they stayed to eat the corpse. There are also blood stabs on their mouths. It should be a state of free swimming around. Lin Qin looked at the street outside. The streets are sloppy, extremely depressed, and did not attract other zombies because of their own movements. Looking at the strange zombies with 2 eyes, Lin Qin walked directly to the outermost door to pull out the door that can be pushed out throughout the year. The big iron door is very high and strong. Lin Qin's movement kept fast. The big iron gate that had not been opened all year round made a harsh sound because of his movements, but Lin Qin did not stop, but accelerated the speed in his hand. The zombies in Lanshan Lake Park heard that the sound began to be restless. On the occasion, Lin Qin finally buckled the door together. The iron chain tied up, Lin Qin looked at the zombies rushing over, shook the big iron gate, seemed a little mania. Lin Qin looked at it. The zombies outside are wearing various clothes, and there are many other equipment on their bodies. For example, some zombies carry backpacks, Cortex food crossbody bags, and some with hats. Some of them are big names, the keys of a luxury car on the waist, and the box of the dealer. There should be a lot of food in it. But this should not be eaten for a long time. The sharp nails grabbed the iron gate to make a weird sound. Don't say that if there are no food, you can kill these zombies first, and you can get a lot of materials from their bodies. At least, look roughly. In these zombies, those who just changed today, there are many useful backpacks behind them. But they are the only two supermarkets robbed of various materials here. But his primary task is not to grab these zombies. Make sure that the zombies will not flatten the big iron door. Lin Qin turned into the villa again. He now needs to hurry up to the entrance and exit of another direction and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. To ensure that a zombie will not flow into the entire villa area. In this way, the zombies in the villa area were empty and set out a relatively safe position. As for everyone else in the villa area, whether you can go out or not, it will not matter whether it is Lin Qin. Of course, it is not difficult to climb the gates of the surrounding walls in the villa area. Not too high. The villa area is not small. Reading www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin will take a while from east to west. On the tree-lined trails in the entire villa area, there are basically traces of zombies in every place. Lin Qin Guangming walked on the road, and several scattered zombies he met were directly practiced. He is still unable to control the accuracy of his bow and arrow. But he firmly believes that as long as he practices diligently, it is just a matter of time. After all, he did not have so many weapons. It is already good to protect yourself. Of course, he failed to persist when he had a lot of weapons. Lin Qin slowly approached the resolved zombies. The male zombie has a lady's backpack. I don't know if the last chasing is a female survivor. As for how Lin Qin hangs up, I don't know. I am very interested, is there anything good in it? Holding to practice the arrow, Lin Qin jumped the zombie's oblique bag. The hug chain is opened, revealing the 2 red Mao inside, and other pocket money, and a pack of paper towels and a bus card. In addition, no other. Lin Jintun paused. If this is in the past, he will pick up these 2 red Mao. And now, even if you pick it up, it is useless. Lin Qin walked directly from the zombie. Continue to the gate of the west. Today's weather is very hot, and the sun above the head is extremely hot. After walking for such a small time, Lin Qin was already a little uncomfortable. Walking on the trail under the shade, it will be better. But there was a swaying sound of weeds in their ears. Lin Jinsun lived, listening to the direction of the sound. Eventually locked behind the green belt on the side of the cement pavement. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows, and the things hidden behind finally showed their true colors. It's alone. She was hiding behind the green. Greening is a bit like a plant built into a ball-like plant on the road, which is quite large. There are a lot of side by side. The girl hiding in it was perfectly blocked her body. If it wasn't for the shaking too much, Lin Qin would not find her. Looking left and right, quiet and quiet. There is no survivor or a zombie. I thought it should be scared by some of the zombies who just wandered there. Otherwise, you will not hide in such a place. You see what a little girl looks like, a little girl, and they are shaking into a sieve. Even if you squat, you can see that the girl's body is petite. From time to time in the air, the perfume atmosphere comes from time to time, and Zhang Jian has a woman in her arms. Wen Xiang is neat. Lin Qin's hormones burst into an instant. Can't help but feel pity. Beauty, no zombies, hurry home. However, girls ignore Lin Qin at all. still shaking. Lin Xin was ignored and was a little embarrassed. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand on the shoulders of the beautiful woman in an attempt to appease each other. The other party did not resist, and Lin Xin couldn't help but be happy. When she was squatting down and soothing, the beauty turned her head suddenly. A lot of flesh and blood around the mouth, grabbing a piece of meat that was torn off without knowing where to tear from both hands. The taste of eating is delicious. Lin Xin held his breath sharply, but felt the bad stink. Seeing Lin Xin, she even looked at her eyes and wanted to rush over. Lin Xin twisted his cheeks and hit the face of the beauty zombie. Except for that mouth, everything else is intact. Lin Xin even felt that the scrubbing was still a beautiful eyebrow zombie. Can be used. After a circle, the zombies remained motionless, as if the hungry wolf fluttered. Press Lin Xin directly on the ground. Lin Xin, surprisingly. The strength of zombies is not small. Even if it's just a girl. Lin Xin was overwhelmed by her for a while. It opened its mouth, and the sound of the bite was particularly loud. Lin Xin is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and he can even see the fragmented meat stuffed in the gaps of the teeth. The nauseous sticky liquid at the corner of the mouth is about to drip. It seems that the next time you have to bring a goggles in advance. You should know that if you eat this kind of thing or splash in your eyes, there will be some problems. Lin Xin stretched out his pedal on the abdomen of the zombie, and then kicked hard. The zombie was successfully kicked out by Lin Xin. After all, zombies are only strong, and their weight is still the same. Lin Xin was able to fly it. Thanks to her petite figure, she was not high. If it is a big fat man with hundreds of pounds, it is really weak. Lin Xin finally got up from the ground. The first reaction was to push the bow and arrow that fell on the side of the body twice. In the zombie, Lin Xin took out the fire axe and chopped the zombie. Until the zombie couldn't afford to fall straight, Lin Xin exhaled. The zombies were deadlier, and the red blood was mixed up with the wounds on the brain. A good face appeared in front of Lin Xin. It's just covered with black lines. It's really not that he is puzzled, but you see, what are he encountered? Lin Xin sighed. After solving this zombie, I met what to hide in the grass on the road and look at the normal humans. Lin Xin planned to ask. Is he or not, and he would think that Zhang Jian's approach could also be herself. The next journey was very smooth, and the zombies I met were not so dense. Basically, 2 or 3 are scattered, which is easy to solve and can practice. In addition, it has almost killed a dozen zombies. But it is a lot of practice arrows. There is no harm. Anyway, he can copy infinitely, and the storage space is stacked everywhere. Soon, Lin Xin came to the garbage station. This is where he had killed the first zombie before. It was also where he knew Nan Wei's first woman. However, over time, the zombie body lying on the ground has completely rotted into a pool of rotten water, exuding an unpleasant smell. Fly buzzing. Lin Xin deliberately rapped away, so as to avoid these flies defiled themselves. The bodies of the 2 men who had shot and killed before were no longer trapped. But Lin Xin was not surprised. It took not long to go through the garbage room. Lin Xin found that the door of the villa yard opened a gap. The door handle under the gate was also lying on a man's body. Blood stains have spread, and it has long been unable to return to heaven. It seems quite peaceful when I die. However, there are no signs of fighting on the ground, nor showing signs of zombies. It's a bit strange to die. It is estimated that it is starved to death? Lin Xin glanced twice and continued to rush. The door on the west is not like the east gate. He is closer to other communities. People here are actually more than those near Lanshan Lake Gate. After all, there is a small park in the walk. Yu reads a book www.ukanshu.net. There are 2 supermarkets selling products. In the morning, the movements in the morning are so large. In fact, the Simon should be more chaotic and greater. However, in addition to the unique houses in the villa area, the location is large, and the others are not comparable to the community. After all, there are many stores around the community. If you really want to fight for food, there is the earliest batch over there. Lin Qin walked slowly, the more he was closer to Shiman. After all, there are more communities in the gate. But the surroundings are very quiet, all kinds of things are stacked on the road, and there are scattered newspapers swaying with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Lin Qin stood beside the door and looked out. The gate of major shops on the roadside was destroyed, and the only gate was scattered with various plastic bags, and they were stepped on. Don't look at it in the past, it has been snatched out. However, the street depression is a good time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the door. It is much easier than he imagined. Anyway, there are still a few zombies in Dongmen, and there is nothing to be empty here. Lin Qin shook his head, and then he would find the door. The door here is different from the Dongmen. The east gate is a large iron gate pushing and pulling from left to right. And here is the door of the court style. Iron, it looks very textured. Lin Qin looked around, and then walked around the edge of the gate to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the big iron door. This gate will not be closed all year round, and it will be a little loud at first. Squeak. Lin Qin just moved a little, and there was a lot of sound. But it is much bigger than he expected. He looked at the connection at the door side. A little rusty has been born above. Without waiting for Lin Qin's movement, the other side of the streets had a motion of movement. Lin Qin had a meal and then watched it. But he didn't see anything. Looking at the streets outside, several zombies were attracted to the sound. I don't know which corner I ran out of the horn. However, he didn't find himself, and Lin Qin didn't care. If you continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the door, the sound of the sound will inevitably attract them. Lin Qin had to give up. Forget it, it seems that this door cannot be turned on today. Lin Qin turned around and planned to return to the villa at the garbage station for a while. After all, the weather was hot outside, and he had been sweating for a while. If you stand under the sun and wait for the corpse group to dissipate, it will be hot. Lin Jintan paused and got up and returned. The villa not far from the garbage station was opened in the yard, and Lin Qin across the body. As he thought, the door of the house was opened. It does not take the power at all. But the room was somewhat dirty. It seemed to be ransacked. However, the room is a little better than the outside, covering the hot sun and not so sunny. But the air is still very hot. As soon as Lin Qin was about to sit down and rest, he heard the fine sound from the yard behind him. Looking around, Lin Qin hid in the kitchen subconsciously and squatted down. The sound of footsteps graduated, and the people outside the house closed the door in the yard, and then entered the villa. The long shadow was stretched by the sun outside the house and mapped it on the tiles in front of the kitchen hidden in Lin Qin. Then, footsteps are getting closer and closer. And he has been hovering at the door. Lin Qin was not sure whether it was a zombie or a man. Although he did not smell the bad smell, he could not mean that it was not a zombie. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme up attack was the best choice. Lin Qin clenched the fire axe and intends to give it a blow. Suddenly, the uncertainty at the door moved. The figure on the ground is getting closer and closer. Even his footsteps rushed towards Lin Qin's kitchen. Not good, it's a zombie. Lin Qin immediately got up and waved the fire axe in his hand. The other party looked at Lin Qin, scared to hold his breath, closed his eyes and waved the steel pipe in his hand randomly. Lin Qin couldn't, and could only pull the distance back to avoid being beaten by her. After a while, Xiao Xue found that the person in front of her did not attack her. She squeezed her eyes and looked carefully. Lin Qin's handsome face appeared in the field of vision. While relieved, she was surprised. "Mr. Lin, it's you." Lin Qin was surprised. He looked at his face and froze. Isn't this the female agent who introduced him the house? Discovering an acquaintance, Xiao Shuepant looked around. After discovering that there was no abnormality, he apologized. She said softly, "I'm sorry, I thought you were. I didn't scare you just now. I looked at the door of the yard outside, and I came in directly." Here is quiet again. I thought there would be zombies, so she didn't say anything later, but the two were almost unhappy. However, Lin Qin looked at Xiaoxue's chest subconsciously. He still remembers the day of the intermediary company. Xiaoxue, who is generally thick in casual clothes, looks more ordinary, covering all her perfect figure. However, short-sleeved trousers sneakers are the most likely to escape in the last days. It is this clothes that wrap all her figure. Comparison with the day, a pity. Lin Qin took back his thoughts and silently collected the fire axe back. Two people came to the living room. The sofa was chaotic. Xiaoxue sat a little crashing, and he peeked at Lin Qin from time to time to look at the corpse outside. Lin Qin discovered her small movement and raised an eyebrow to explain, "Rest assured, the person outside was not killed by me. When I came, it was because the door was opened. I thought there was no one here, and I could collect some materials. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here. It is not surprising to appear here, but you, why are you here?" He remembers that the intermediary company is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it. It's a bit fantasy to meet. Lin Qin's explanation made Xia sating breath, and she reached out and pulled the messy hair. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the neighborhood opposite. The position here is relatively biased, and the buses will go here in 2 roads. The rent will be much cheaper. I just internship. I just rent a house without so many money. It was too chaotic for a few days, and I saw that many people were killed by my companions. It's terrible. I have never seen such a situation. If you can't hold it anymore, I won't come out to find it. And the supermarket basically ransacked. I found nothing, and I met zombies. I ran here all the way. Lin Qin didn't speak. She could see that she was scared and panicked. One face was white. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. He grabbed Lin Qin's big hand and looked eager. By the way, you can run away. The zombies outside are probably coming here, but don't be involved in me. I can't run anymore. You reading www.ukanshu.net. You hurry up, it must be unsafe here. Not safe? It's not that he bragged. He was originally in order to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the big iron gate of Shiman and separate the entire villa into a relatively safe and controllable range. Leaving now is definitely not good. Moreover, he has a lot of weapons, and he doesn't have to be too afraid of the zombies. Of course, at present, he is not afraid of zombies that are scarce. After all, there are guns in hand. But in general, it is not necessary to be able to shoot without guns. The sound of gunfire attracts zombies is too troublesome. Don't be afraid, I protect you. Lin Qin patted her shoulder, but was doubtful by Xiaoxue. But zombie Xiaoxue wants to remind Lin Qin's zombies a lot. How do he protect himself? But when I saw the fire axe placed next to the sofa, I swallowed it to my mouth. The fire axe is stronger than her steel pipe, and she is still a man. Power in other aspects must be much stronger than a woman. She has seen other beautiful girls in the building. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme voluntarily to depend on a powerful man, some are even forced. Whatever it is not good. Some of them are naturally because of this. But the bigger reason is because the powerful men in the building are very old and ugly. She has no other places to go. Lin Qin is also considered to know. Boom! The thought was chaotic, and there was an explosion outside the house. Xiaoxue scared the whole person to Lin Qin's arms. So scary. Her voice was very nice, there was a little lowly sound. At this moment, he was buried directly in Lin Qin's arms. Lin Qin was like a sudden opening of protection. I immediately went back to the backhand building. Don't be afraid, I protect you. The explosion of Yu Yun quickly dispersed, and Xiaoxue retreated from Lin Qin's arms. Shy. Lin Qin swallowed his mouth, a little uncomfortable. He got up and walked upstairs. The field of vision on the 3rd floor is wide and forget to be farther. The explosion downstairs can be seen clearly. I saw a strong black smoke in a barbecue shop along the street. I don't know what the inside exploded. However, after the black smoke spread, Lin Qin saw several zombies wandering around the shop. Xiao Shui also came over, glanced at the outside of the house, and stood beside Lin Qin nervously. Oh my god, how could it explode? Good shops will not explode, unless the gas explosion inside or something has encountered something. But there is no sophisticated at present. Just because of the explosion, the death of the zombies on the street, the disability. There are 3 or 4 together. As for the zombies chasing in Xiaoshua's mouth, Lin Qin did not see it. However, this is not counted. The explosion here is like a chain reaction. A few streets in the distance also exploded. From a distance, there are at least 5 places in the city of the city. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows, a little puzzled. I don't know what the situation is. However, as soon as such an explosion, the zombies will not flood here. Lin Qin took a look at the follow-up situation of the street and confirmed that he did not increase the zombies and walked out. Xiao Shui held Lin Qin's hand nervously and stood by the door and dared not go out. When Lin Qin looked back, she saw her open eyes, and looked at herself pitifully. Don't, it's not safe outside. Lin Qin's expression was serious, but the masculinity in his heart was bursting. Don't be afraid, I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. Just stay here. Lin Qin sent her back to the living room, thinking about taking out a bag of instant noodles from his pocket, and his face was embarrassed. I don't have a lot of food here. If you don't mind, you eat it for a small and a half seal. You, just wait for the rescue in this room. The kitchen is eaten in this house. For 2 days, the rescue team comes. Speaking, Lin Qin pulled Xiaoshua's hand and went out alone. The door of the villa area made a harsh sound, but this time Lin Qin closed smoothly. He buckled the door and returned in a direction. As for Xiaoshui. Anyway, this house was found by others. With the villa, Lin Qin is now hot. Now, he just wants to go back to his home, blow cold air conditioners, and rest comfortably. Xiaoshua squatted next to the gate of the yard. Once Lin Qin's figure appeared, she immediately rushed up. This man is now his only life-saving straw. But Lin Qin may never go back. After thinking about it, Xiaoshua squatted at the door and stared nervously at the direction of the door. After the gate of the community came in, there were a total of 3 roads in different directions. As long as she stared at it at all times, she could find out where Lin Qin went. Sure enough, Lin Qin chose another direction. She followed up. Keep not far away. There are still 2 days before the rescue starts. If she goes well in the past 2 days, she can leave with the rescue team. But what if it is not smooth? Things are always double-sided, and she is not unable to see people who want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. When the weather was hot, Lin Qin reached out and wiped the sweat beads from his forehead. Think about going back and take a bath first. Xiao Shui also followed him and did not speak. Looking at Lin Qin's hot, she quickly stepped forward to hand over the clean paper towels. The main thing along the way is a companion. Lin Qin couldn't help but stop and looked back at her. Xiao Shui immediately looked at Lin Qin innocently without talking. Lin Qin went forward, and she followed. Lin Qin stopped, and she also stopped. The 2 doors of the villa area have been closed. Now the zombies outside can't get in, and the zombies inside can't get out. It can be said that it is close to fight dogs. Lin Qin had thought about going back to lie down and rest, and slowly cleaning up the zombies. But now he has changed his mind. The direction of the way, Lin Qin went north where he had never been to. The pattern of each house in the villa area is the same, the difference is that the location is different. Lin Qin walked all the way forward, and the surroundings were particularly quiet. Even the birds were not screaming. On the edge of the green belt, several rotten corpses exudes a bad smell. Flies flying around. Xiao Shui was scared, but still chose to keep up with Lin Qin. I do not know if I noticed what I had, and I took some restlessness to hold Lin Qin's sleeves. Lin Qin's footsteps were slightly paused, and he had no time to take care of Xiao Shui's move. He heard some unusual voices. Lin Xin squatted down and stretched out his hands to the greening. Out again, there is a bow and arrow in your hand. Did you hear something? Xiao Xue looked at the sudden bow and arrow in Lin Xin's hands in surprise, and whispered inquiries at the same time. Lin Xin didn't answer, but gave her a look at her side. In an instant, Xiao Xue closed her mouth and no longer said much. Lin Xin stepped forward and carefully identified the source of the surrounding sound. Later, there were 5 zombies in the yard of the villa next to him. Living neatly, it seems that it will be opened with tea. Lin Xin took out the bow and arrow aiming, solved the zombies inside, and turned directly into the yard. The 5 zombies in the yard are pretty decent. However, the door is closed, and there is no trace of the entry of zombies. There were no bite or injury all over the body, and it looked a little weird. However, the T virus is infected, and even the final result does not go out, it will evolve into zombies. This family looks obviously the result of the virus outbreak. Lin Xin reached out and squeezed his nose, and did not plan to go in. Xiao Xue on the side looked at it and looked at Lin Xin and said nothing. Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net so far, he must have the reason for him. Do not collect whether there are useful materials, there should be any other problems. Well, it must be like this. 2 people turned around in the North District and killed almost a dozen zombies. Xiao Xue has always followed Lin Xin. Don't ask. Like a fart, there is no complaint. Lin Xin couldn't help admiring such high-temperature weather. Walking back to the villa, Lin Xin couldn't help but look back at the woman behind him. You don't have to follow me all the time. You can know it for 2 days. You just persist in the room for 2 days. Xiao Xue lowered her head and had no cavity. She naturally knew that rescue was only 2 days. But the question is that it is unknown whether it can be alive in the past 2 days. Otherwise, there will be no so many people who go out and collect materials. In other words, rescue is just an opportunity to survive, but not everyone can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme to rescue. Especially now, the battery life of mobile phones has become a great problem. For the various rescue information released by the state, it cannot be received on time and exactly. She has no radio, and the only mobile phone has no electricity in the morning. It can be said that it is completely broken with the outside world. The only thing that knows is the date of rescue released in the early days, and the Gamba waits. Lin Xin just took 2 steps forward, and Xiao Xue kept up again. I just stay for 2 days, and we can leave together when the rescue comes. Don't you go to the rescue base with me? Lin Xian lived without speaking. He has never been to this rescue base, but he has heard of it. It seems that the result is not very good, however. The specific Lin Xin didn't know what it looked like or what the subsequent results were. He belongs to the one who missed the troops, and found that hiding in the garbage station can hide the taste of his body well and avoid the attack of the zombies. But there is indeed a foundation base in the future. As for whether there are any conditions after joining, Lin Xin can't know. After thinking about it, Lin Xin didn't speak, but just moved forward. 2 days are actually fast. Coupled with the things in his room, except for the solar power board in the yard, everything else is normal. And solar power generation boards are still in the backyard. As long as you don't go to the backyard, you can't see it. As for the window of the backyard, Lin Jintan paused. If he doesn't, he can carry these things on the top of the building. But it's okay. And for 2 days, the subsequent specific situation has nothing to do with him. Xiao Xue's eyes saw hope, and immediately hugged Lin Xin's arm. Mr. Lin, I am a weak woman, and I can't threaten you. In this way, as long as you take me, let me deal with me in the past 2 days, as long as you want me to give. The opponent has a bow and arrow in his hands, and the accurate head is very good. Following him is definitely safe. If you just see an acquaintance before, you want to keep up with peace of mind to avoid these 2 days and wait until the rescue. So now, this is not the case. This is definitely a capable big man. Even if they follow the rescue staff to the temporary base, they can follow him for a long time. Xiao Shue quickly followed, and kept coquettish. Lin Qin couldn't help but let go. Forget it, come with me. Xiao Shue was ecstatic. Follow Lin Qin to his villa. Looking at the height wall, the heavy iron gate and the anti-theft windows like prison cover the whole villa. Xiao Shue took a breath. This Lin Qin opened the door and looked at Xiao Shue. Hesitating, Xiao Shue still walked in. It was dead outside, and it was dead. Shouldn't the previous situation of this customer be the case? Take a deep breath, she walked in, watching Lin Qin closing the heavy iron door. Opening the door of the villa along the way, followed. Except that the outside looks a little uncomfortable, the layout inside is exactly the same as the villa. Moreover, it is not very crowded. Xiao Shue was cramped, but at the moment of entering the door, the cold air in the house overflowed, and the dryness of the sun was swept away. Xiao Shue's eyes were slightly bright, and then walked in quickly, looking around. It's air conditioning. Isn't it the power out of power? How can he still have electricity and air conditioner? After Lin Qin closed the door, he took off his shirt directly. After walking outside, the clothes were soaked by sweat. Sticky and uncomfortable. Xiao Shue beating her heart, watching this scene a little shy. Dared to look at Lin Qin. Is it so fast? Although I did say that everything can be done, of course, it also includes some aspects. But now it is a bit too fast, she is not ready. Just when Xiao Shue was tangled, Lin Qin strode towards the bathroom. Closing the door, Lin Qin directly removed the storage space, and the bucket filled with hot water was taken out and poured into the bathtub. Hot water was released from the bathroom shower before, and the temperature was rated at 50 degrees. Cold water is ordinary cold water. Nowadays, shower is definitely not used, after all, the current tap water is all broken. It can only be bathing in the most primitive way. Fortunately, I bought 2 large buckets before I had a lot of water. Lin Qin only needs to take out the 2 buckets of barrels to fill the entire bathtub. But Lin Qin was only used in half. After all, it will overflow too much. Lying off your clothes in the bathtub, let alone how comfortable it is. Lin Qin also cleaned his hair, by the way. It didn't take long for it to come out in a refreshing manner, only a bath towel on his body. There was a movement from behind, and Xiao Shue turned around. I saw Lin Qin's naked upper body, and the water droplets on her hair slid down the collarbone. Then flowed in a towel wrapped in the lower body. Xiao Shue couldn't help swallowing, watching. Although Lin Qin said that her body was not very good, she was a bit thin. But he has abdominal muscles. Intersection, especially somehow, Lin Qin who took a shower had a very special charm. Xiao Shue lowered her head immediately. Lin Qin was unknown, so she just wiped her wet hair holding her dry towel. Seeing Xiao Shue's movement, he thought she wanted to wash. While rubbing his hair, Lin Qin said, "If you want to wash it for a while. After washing, come upstairs to find me. The water in the bathtub should be put in a while, and the water can be dried." And that bucket of hot water, Lin Qin used only half. There are also half buckets of hot and half buckets of cold water. He doesn't like the hot water of the dead. After Lin Qin finished speaking, he went directly to the bedroom upstairs and lay down. In addition to the basement, the entire villa is not worthwhile to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net. Not to mention something like food, it is naturally in Lin Qin's storage space. He will not place such important things in the house at will. Xiao Shue nodded, and it was not until Lin Qin's figure disappeared into the sight that he relaxed a lot. Back in the bedroom, Lin Qin opened the monitoring on the phone. Through monitoring, you can clearly see Xiao Shue's every move. At first, it was still cramped. After confirming that Lin Qin did not move, he got up and went to the bathroom. There are also monitoring in the bathroom. Lin Qin can see her every move. I saw that after opening the shower to confirm that there was no water inside, she reached out and touched the bucket next to her. The water flow in the bathtub is almost the same. Xiaoxue looked at the hot water in the bucket, and then looked at the things in the bathroom. The things in the bathroom are rare. There is also a stacked bath towel on the towel rack, which is wrapped in a plastic bag. It should be new. Xiaoxue looked down and looked around, and then seal the towel. Then take off the clothes on his body. Lin Xin touched his nose and forgot to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme it for a while. Looking at Xiaoxue, who was only left with underwear, he bent his waist and faded his bottom pants. Lin Xin returned to God, and silently closed the monitoring. At present, the behavior is normal. There is no excessive move. Maybe he is really suspicious? Lin Xin stuffed his phone under the pillow and waited a little boring. I just closed my eyes and rest for a while. But the picture just echoed in his mind, and his body was unbearable. When he was irritable, Lin Xin forced himself to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes. But I can't fall asleep at all. Buzzing, the vibration of the phone sounded. Lin Xin opened his eyes sharply and took out the mobile phone under the pillow. Zhang Jian's news came into view. Zhang Jian, after finishing, my sister can't contact this morning, what should I do, will it happen? This kind of thing itself cannot be controlled. Lin Xin sighed and comforted. Lin Xin, don't worry, maybe it's just out of power. Lin Xin, and when did you have a sister? I do not know how. Zhang Huan, you have never asked me, and I have never said it. She has always been in her hometown and just graduated this year. Zhang Yi, I tell you that my sister is beautiful, and I am worried about whether there will be any problems in my hometown. Lin Xin, well, you are worried about your worry, you are not in the same place. Zhang Huan, this is different. Before you reminded me of the phone, the electric treasure was full of power, and I told my sister, this is not possible to get out of power so quickly. Suddenly it can't be contacted. It must be something. Zhang Jian, and she told me that she didn't eat at home last night. She wanted to go out to find materials. Zhang Jian, but we are not very familiar with the neighbors at home, and there are no supermarkets nearby. My hometown is different from the city, and she is a girl. Lin Xin, then you are anxious now. This is hundreds of kilometers away, there is no way. Even if something really happens, it is impossible to fly over. Zhang Huan, I know, but I am worried, and now the only thing I can talk to me is you. I can't contact her now. I feel panicked. And several of the corporate technology departments have become zombies. Lin Xin, don't think about it, maybe just go out to find food, and don't have time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the information. Zhang Jian, there is a little sense of what I say. I will wait. In case of collecting supplies, my frequent contact may hurt her. Lin Xin, that's it, don't worry. Lin Xin, it's your kid. There is a sister who hides without saying. Why, I'm afraid that I will harm your sister. Zhang Jian, don't mention, I am such a sister, of course, carefully protecting it. Zhang Huan, I have a photo for you. After a while, Lin Xin received the photo sent by Zhang Jian. The girl in the photo is a bit familiar. It is for a while and half a while. But it really looks good. Lin Xin nodded and replied, yes, it is really beautiful. It looks like a good girl. No wonder your kid has been hiding. Zhang Jian, well, I knew that I took her over, and I was anxious now. Lin Xin, it's okay, when you are in contact with her, maybe you may contact it. Zhang Huan, it makes sense, I know. Zhang Huan, what do you have recently? My charging treasure has been used up, and it is estimated that it will be completely out of power for a long time. After that, it is estimated that we can't contact it. Fortunately, the rescue will come in 2 days. Don't forget it at that time, maybe we can meet at the rescue base. Lin Xin, I know, let's talk about it. Zhang Huan, don't say anymore, I have to save electricity, and talk about it next time. The topic of the two people ended in a hurry. Lin Xin put his mobile phone on his side, and then looked back at the ceiling on his head and recalled the photo. The more you look, the more familiar. Don't say that Xiaoyu, the agent Xiaoyu, is really a bit like his real estate agent. But one in my hometown is just coincidence. Holding his head, Lin Qin's thoughts closed his eyes. The sun outside the house was just right, and occasionally a bird's cry came. I don't know, after a long time, Lin Qin only felt a smell of perfume. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoxue standing in front of him wrapped in a bath towel. A face was getting closer and pushed him to bed. The weak and bone hand stroked Lin Qin's chest, slowly unbuttoning down his only bath towel. The woman's eyes turned around, and under Lin Qin's gaze, the bath towel was unlocked. Lin Qin stayed. When he reacted, he had pressed Xiaoxue to the remaining and touched her leg. However, when the two people went further, the door behind him was pushed away. Friend Zhang Jian stood at the door and looked at them unbelievably, accusing Lin Qin. Lin Qin opened his eyes sharply, and his heart touched his heart. Fortunately, it's just a dream. After half an hour. After taking a shower, Xiaoxue walked out with a bath towel, and glanced around carefully. Her clothes were dirty, and the half bucket of water was rubbed twice when taking a bath. There is also a bath towel on the towel stand, which can only be temporarily wrapped on her body. After all, Lin Qin's meaning is so obvious. Washing and putting on it, it is a bit more in one way. Wrapped in a bath towel and passed through the living room, she walked along the stairs. I just saw Lin Qin go upstairs, but did not know where his room was, so he could only find them one by one. Lin Qin just woke up, and he was still a little confused. I heard a few sounds from outside. He looked at the door side by side. From the gap between the door, it can be seen that someone was walking around. There is still a person in the family that Lin Qin knows that she doesn't know what she is doing. Xiaoxue pushed away the other two empty rooms and did not find Lin Qin. Turning around, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net. She saw that the door behind her was not turned off, and walked straight. Opened the door and faced Lin Qin directly. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, and her nervous hand pinched one corner. Lin Qin looked at each other and reunited with the dream. Of excitement, Lin Qin said, "What are you doing? Is it to test his self-control?" Xiaoxue lowered her head and whispered, "Don't you say waiting for me upstairs?" Lin Qin, he said that, but didn't say what he wanted. Xiaoxue got courage and raised her head. Going quickly to Lin Qin's side, raising his legs and pressed on the bed, holding Lin Qin with both hands. "You won't want to drive me away. I said, just stay for 2 days. As long as you take me in the past 2 days, even if you want to treat me, these are not important than alive." She stared at Lin Qin's lips and bent over and kissed directly. Sitting across his leg. A separate bath towel. Lin Qin was scared by her boldness, but then turned around and pressed her, showing the charm of men. Damn, Lao Tzu is a bloody man. There is no reason to send it to the door. Reaching out the towel on her body, Lin Qin possessed. The temperature in the bedroom rises rapidly. But sounds. The progress of the two was interrupted. Lin Qin didn't know what was going on outside. The sound of this sound seemed to be hitting the door. Get up to lift your pants. Lin Qin quickly walked to the window and looked down. In the courtyard, a large fist stone appeared in front of the eyes, but looking at the entire trail, there was no figure. What's the situation? Lin Qin was confused. Then opened the monitoring and view. In the monitoring picture, there are only signs of stone flying, and people are not shot. It seems to be the dead end of monitoring? Lin Qin carefully studied the direction of the stone flying and locked on the streets of no one on the street. On both sides of the street, there is no personal. Lin Qin looked down and could not help but improve his vigilance. It seems that someone is trying. And it is likely to be staring at his villa. Also, the appearance of the villa is really obvious. It is very different from the other surrounding uniform villas. Even from the outside, it just adds more anti-theft windows. But it looks safer than other single-family villas. You know, there are not many anti-theft nets now. For the zombies, with the reinforcement of this layer of anti-theft net, you don't have to worry about breaking the tempered glass easily. In the next few days, I have to deal with it carefully. With a heavy mood, Lin Qin closed the window and returned to the bedroom. The woman on the bed was naked and wrapped in Lin Qin's bedding. Seeing that he came back, Xiao Shui lowered his head shyly, but he held the quilt's hand tightly, and his trembling eyes blinked. Obviously very nervous. Lin Qin looked at this scene and patted his head a little annoyed. He was really impulsive just now. And now, there is no mood anymore. You take a good rest for a while, I'll go next door. When the words fell, Lin Qinshan closed the door of the room. Xiao Shui in the room looked at it. I have been staring at the door of the room. For a long time, the door of the room was not pushed away. Slowly loosen the heart. Xiao Shui got up, locked the door of the room and returned to the bed. It gradually fell asleep. The night arrived as scheduled. Lin Qin's bedroom is chaotic. In the darkness, the gurgling sound of the belly was particularly obvious. Lin Qin touched the dark, turned on the lights in the bedroom, and then went downstairs. I ate only half a watermelon at noon, and my stomach was hungry long ago. At this moment, there was another woman. Lin Qin could only take a roast duck out of the cooked food before. The other dishes are sauerkraut fish, red meat, and a family barrel. The scent of the meal came, and when Xiao Shui went downstairs, I saw Lin Qin a little awkward. But thinking that it should not be driven away and settled again. The lights inside the villa are bright, and Xiao Shui is very knowledgeable and did not ask why there is electricity. It wasn't until he saw the food on the dining table of Lin Qin's living room, and Xiao Shui stunned. She looked at Lin Qin unbelievable and looked at the food on the table. Later, I thought I was dazzling, and stabbed my face. Until the pain on her face came, Xiao Shui couldn't help hissing. Pain, not dreaming. Lin Qin heard her muttered and turned back, yes, eat it. Xiao Shui, who was hungry for a long time, was not polite. He immediately passed and began to eat madly. It's good to say how good it is. Lin Qin was sitting opposite her and ate slowly. After all, he eats these foods phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. The most important thing is to save cooking. While eating, Xiao Shui said, oh my god, I have been hungry for a few days, how can you have so many eating? When I came in, I didn't see what you accumulated. Damn, it's so delicious, starved to death. A few pieces of duck legs were KFC, and Xiao Shui's cheeks were stuffed. When I was full of almost 7 minutes, I slowly stopped eating. She looked at the opposite Lin Qin and smiled stupidly. Well, I haven't been scared by me. I'm not so hungry. How long have you been hungry? Lin Qin didn't have much expression, after all, he was so hungry before. But I still asked a few more words. Xiao Shui bit his chicken leg, drank a cup of mineral water, and looked up, 3 days. I did and eat for 3 days. Ordinary people should have been floating long ago, and their eyes were stunned. But after thinking about it, when Lin Qin met her, it was still full of anger. It should be a small amount of food pads. Xiao Shui was full, mainly because she dared not eat too much in these days. The only thing in the house is just a little bit, she dares to eat a few points every day. Just as losing weight, it can last longer. But these days, she still didn't hold it, she could only go out to find food. Lin Qin nodded, nothing to say. Xiao Shui was almost 8 to look at Lin Qin. Formally, my name is Zhang Shui, what about you? I only know the surname Lin, I never know your specific name. Surname Zhang? Lin Qin took a bite of fish and looked up at the other party. This surname is Zhang Jian. And looks no, absolutely impossible. If Zhang Jian's sister is here, how could Zhang Jian not know? Also 1 by 1 in my hometown. I must think more about it. Lin Qin took a bite of fish and did not lift his head. Lin Qin. Zhang Shui nodded and then said, I see you have electricity here, can I charge my phone? My mobile phone was out of power last night, and I couldn't contact my family. UU reading book www.ukanshu.net. I want to charge and report to him. Lin Qin doesn't matter about this kind of thing. Anyway, the power of solar power generation board is enough. There is no need for mobile phone charging. Dinner is basically not long. After eating, Lin Qin asked her to choose which one to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Zhang Shui did not push off. After the charging was charged, she immediately opened the video. In a strange environment, the voice of the man came in the video. What is your situation? How can you keep in touch with? Do you know how much I am worried about you? Didn't you embarrass you next door? What about the situation at home? When did you say to start rescue? The moment the video opened, the other party crackled. Zhang Shui watched the other person smiling, and his tone was coquettish. No, I went out to find the material and turned off the phone, for fear that there was a sound suddenly attracted zombies. Rest assured, brother, it's okay. The sound in the video sounded again. Then, you don't always worry about me. I knew the current situation. At first you said that I would agree to the internship here. Otherwise, I would not separate the two places now. Speaking of this, Zhang Shui has no sincerity. And there was no abnormalities on the other side of the video. Lin Qin went upstairs to find that the bedroom next door was turned on, and there was a gap in the door. The conversation inside is particularly obvious. The sound in the video is familiar. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows and walked over. Pushing open the door, Zhang Shui wore a suspender pajama with a single leg on the bed. There is still a mobile phone in your hand. The movement behind her, Zhang Shui looked at her head. I saw Lin Qin come over. She subconsciously covered her mobile phone screen and clicked on the mute buttons of the microphone to not let her talk to the other side. What's the matter? Lin Qin shook her head, just looked at her. Who are you just calling? This sound is so familiar, it won't be so coincidentally. Ah. My brother, what's wrong? Zhang Shui was unknown, and he was a little hesitant to speak. At the same time, I think about whether I have any questions. Lin Qin took a breath, and saw the voice of the other party from the mobile phone covered by Zhang Shui. Who are you? How can you be in my sister's room? Zhang Shui closed the microphone, but she did not turn off the volume key to turn off the sound. The conversation here is indeed not passed on, but the voice there can be passed over. As soon as she covered it, the other party saw Lin Qin's corner, but she hadn't spoken. After waiting for a while, I found that the voice of my sister's side was broken, and I couldn't help but anxious. The quality of this sound sounded, and Zhang Shui bowed his head to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the video. But Lin Jin lived. This sound. Wait a minute, shouldn't your brother call Zhang Jian? Zhang Shui's eyes widened. How do you know? You know my brother. Lin Qin, sin. Have to. Lin Qin sighed, and then pulled out his mobile phone to open up the video. Zhang Jian was still wondering how a man suddenly appeared in his sister's room. Will it be in danger or something? The whole person is anxious. Lin Qin's phone call suddenly came. Although he had no mood, he still connected. Lin Qin scratched his head and watched Zhang Jian in the video a little helpless. Is the accident? How do you call me video? Your sister is here. What? Zhang Jian's voice could not help but increase a lot. Full of his face. Lin Qin sighed, saying, the specific is that your sister explained to you by himself. I also hit it by mistake and met today. Lin Qin glanced at Zhang Shui, who had finished his face. Pass the phone over. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin and looked at the collection again. When he hesitate, he dare not pick up. But Zhang Jian's response in the video was quite fast. At this time, he had returned to God and whispered, scolding over there. I know, when I had to come here, I didn't let me make trouble at first. I said that I didn't put one fart in the back. As I didn't happen, I dared to run back with me secretly. Here. Zhang Shui, what are you pretending to die? Give me a phone call. Did you hear? Zhang Shui sighed and eventually took the phone. I never thought that her first customer turned out to be her brother's friend. Really, turning the boat in the gap. Elder brother. Zhang Shui in the video was not very happy and a little scared. Zhang Jian looked at her, so he didn't hit it. But I stunned again. Say, how long have you been here? Zhang Shuexin said virtually, it's almost a month. Zhang Qian, he took a deep breath, and he said again, what do you do? Real estate agents. Zhang Qian, he was out of breath. In the next picture, Lin Qin retreated. But vaguely can still hear the scolding of splitting his head and face in the room. Lin Qin gave their siblings 2 rooms. Back to his room, Lin Qin was sitting on the bed and trapped. He gave his sister's sister what a bad thing about this. I knew that one Qianya or Nanwei, which one is not very good. Any adult, everyone understands. It's really a loss. Lin Qin was still annoyed, and it didn't take a long time to knock outside the door. Zhang Shui sent Lin Qin's mobile phone over and said nothing, and retreated directly. Lin Qin took the mobile phone and was just on his head when she was scolded. After a while, Lin Qin received a large paragraph of text from Zhang Jian. Zhang Huan, my sister told me that today is rescued by you. Fortunately, I was more assured when I met you. If others, I dare not think about whether they would meet anything. Zhang Huan, I have never agreed to come here before. At that time, I was still renting it together. I was not very convenient to think about it, so I didn't think about it. I came to the internship. She is a stubborn personality, alas, but fortunately I met you. Zhang Jian, during this time, I will trouble you to help me take care of her. If there is nothing obedient, if there is anything, you will give me a fierce beat. What is it? You can be regarded as her half of his brother. Lin Qin, don't. His half of his brother did bad things. Don't trust yourself. Listening to Zhang Jian's words, his inexplicable trust made Lin Qin touch his nose. I really don't know how to answer. Zhang Jian sent a lot of explanation over there. Among them, there was his mobile phone without electricity to break the connection to Lin Qin to take care of Lin Qin. Lin Qin could only sigh, hesitated in the third, and thought of the sentence before returning. Lin Qin, I will take care of her, you can rest assured. 2 people talked for almost 10 minutes, and UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme books www.ukanshu. Net stopped the conversation. Lin Qin was lying on the big bed, watching the chandeliers on his head in a daze for a while. Later, he sighed directly. This night was very quiet, and the 2 were lying in different rooms and stunned. It was not until the middle of the night that it was asleep. Early the next day, Lin Qin's mobile alarm clock rang on time. View. Lin Qin opened her sleepy eyes, reaching out to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the alarm clock. Turn around and continue to sleep. I slept too late last night, and the alarm sounded too early. I don't know how long I slept. Lin Qin smelled the rice fragrance of the meal and opened his eyes slowly. Who cooks early in the morning? It's so fragrant. He got up, rubbed a little dizzy head, opened the door and walked out. The dining table in the living room. Put a pot of rice porridge just cooked, and there are 2 different kinds of pickles in the plate on the table. The remaining messy wolf yesterday had been cleaned by Zhang Shui, all of which were put in the trash. The sound of the collision of the tableware in the kitchen, Zhang Shui held the bowl and looked at Lin Qin's figure a little unexpected. Wake up, just right, I made some white rice porridge. I didn't find anything to eat in your kitchen, so I saw half a bag of rice installed below, and a few bottles of meals in the cabinet, so I just got it. Eat quickly, while it's hot. Zhang Shui took the spoon and gave out the rice porridge. The rice fragrance was scattered, and Lin Qin took a spoon and blowing it twice. He had really put half a bag of rice in order to make a look at the kitchen, but for so long, he has never opened a fire. It is the most chaotic period for this period of time to eat and drink. If you cook, the aroma of the meal will be heard by some people who have been heard and find it all the way. There are some unnecessary trouble. Lin Qin couldn't think of, Zhang Shui would take the initiative to cook. When cooking at this time, it is simply looking for death. Do everything, eat it. Rice porridge is light and there is no special taste. It tastes pretty good. This is still copied in the supermarket. In order to pretend, Lin Qin just took out 2 or 3 types at will, placed in the wardrobe on the kitchen. But eat the same for breakfast. Compared with Lin Qin's random, Zhang Shui is a bit cramped. As well as the emptiness of eating a meal, peeking at Lin Qin from time to time. Lin Qin is pretending not to know. When I was full, I put down the chopsticks and went to the sofa in the living room to sit down. Lin Qin leaned on the sofa and turned on his mobile phone. The mobile phone is connected to the monitoring. Through the mobile phone, Lin Qin can also switch the situation of each surveillance to view each area. Yesterday he closed the door, and other survivors in the villa area should have discovered it. In addition, Zhang Shui made meals in the morning. The rice fragrance is scattered. How much will attract attention? He had to stare at all times to make sure that there was no exception. The monitoring is normal, and there is no phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and grass around the house. There is no one in the intersections. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows and confused. These people should not. There must be others in the villa area. The taste of this rice fragrance must be drifted out. Slightly thought, Lin Qin turned off his phone and turned upstairs. As well as Zhang Shui sat in front of the dining table and watched him hurried upstairs. But the atmosphere was a little awkward. I don't know if my brother has a relationship with him. But Zhang Shui is more relaxed. The person who knows the first brother will definitely not do what he is, and personal safety is also absolutely safe. Zhang Shui shrugged her shoulders, and then she put the chopsticks in the chopsticks. At this time, the villa area was opposite to the villa area. A team of people looked around nervously. Wang Yu squatted on the side of the man, seemed to have some dog legs. Brother, that woman, I saw him running to the opposite side yesterday, and also eyebrows with a man. It should have been a long time ago. The called man is called Hu Shang. The relationship with Wang Yu is a shared roommate. However, people are high, and Wang Yu, a weak chicken, dare not provoke at will. Hu Shang watched without a zombie on the street, and hummed coldly. Just right, just go to the opposite side to search for something useful. This rich area can't get in, now it's okay, just go in, go. The 2 doors are very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, and they are separated by a 2-way lane. Easily came to the opposite side. However, the gate of the villa area was turned off. Hu Shang reached out and touched the door, and then said, go forward and climb up. The rich people in the villa area are a little bit. The wall is not high. If you want to climb up, it is easy. The 2 did not have much effort, and turned over. The villa area is extremely quiet. The weather today is not very good, and I always feel a little gloomy. Hu Shang and Wang Yu did not dare to make too much sound. After all, no one knows which corner of the zombie is hiding. The rotten smell in the air was very unpleasant, and the pace of the 2 could not help but speed up. When passing by the garbage station, the 2 people saw the door of a family. Seeing this scene, the 2 people were a little welcoming. The corpse in the yard is still there, exuding odor. The flies lingering around the corpse did not disperse. Hu Shang fanned the air around his nose, and it seemed that this could be isolated from the odor. Looking at each other, Hu Shang pointed to Wang Yu, you. Go in. If there is a zombie in the courtyard, one person must go in to explore the road. Wang Yu's meaning appeared on his face, but Hu Shang's eyes stared, and his legs could not help but soften. This man is a powerful lord. When he killed others in the building, he didn't blink. He covered his nose and nose on his neck, and then carefully acted across the corpse. A hot air blew from the half-opening door, and Wang Yu was panic. Fortunately, it was relatively quiet inside and did not see any zombies. At the same time, his dog's legs laughed. Brother, no zombies. Hu Shang's look was loosened. After looking at the corpse on the ground, the diameter collapsed. The room was not as good as it seemed like it was searched by people over the box. Even the corpse at the door is not difficult to guess, it is estimated that it is also under the men of other survivors. However, there is a pack of instant noodles that have not been eaten on the coffee table in the living room. Hu Shang walked over, blowing the bite place, and the rest stuffed directly into his mouth and ate it. This instant noodles did not know if the corpse outside was not finished, or forgot to take away. Anyway, there is not so much attention for supplies. Two people patrolled in the living room like this. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net Hu Shang suddenly said. Go to the next family. It is all over this way. It is estimated that nothing is. The two came out of the house again and continued to walk along the cement road in front of the villa. The villa is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, and you only need to take a small meeting to reach the next family. Hu Shang ate instant noodles and couldn't help feeling the environment around him. The land of rich people is really spacious, and even the greening on the roadside is very good. Of course, if there is no rotten odor in the air. Hu Jin couldn't help taking a deep breath and frown slightly. Wait, how can the odor in this air be mixed with a rice fragrance? Did he smell it wrong? Hu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath again, smelling everywhere. No, there is indeed a rice fragrance. No, now there are water and electricity everywhere. But where does the rice fragrance come? It shouldn't. Is it possible that he hasn't eaten for a long time and has an illusion? Hu Shang stopped, reached out and patted Wang Yu in front. Do you smell the aroma of rice? Wang Yutong lived and sniffed around. There is indeed a meal in the air. Yes, there is a rice fragrance, but where it came from? The two looked at each other. Start smelling the taste everywhere. It seems to come from earlier. The two went along the aroma. After a while, I saw the previous villa that looked incompatible with the surroundings. The heights of the courtyard wall are covered with iron cutting windows on the entire building. At first glance, Hu Shang was greedy. I can't think there is such a house here. It is the best place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in the perfect defense. It's a pity that tomorrow is the rescue day. If he finds that there is this house here early, maybe you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here early, and you don't have to worry about it like there. Brother, here, from the inside. Hu Shang, who had returned to God, listened to Wang Yu's words and nodded. However, this villa looks obviously not the residence of ordinary people, and it seems that it is not easy to mess with. After all, the zombies broke out suddenly, and no one predicted in advance. The decoration around this villa is normal house decoration, only this building is not. Has a problem. He looked around, and then said, forget it, go back first. I will start rescue tomorrow. At this time, it is still a bit stable, don't have an exterior branch. Hu Shang thinks more long. For this, delaying tomorrow's rescue is obviously uncomfortable. It is by no means that ordinary people can be renovated like this. After thinking about it, Hu Shang still planned to return to peace and wait. Wang Yu was unknown, but he didn't say much. When he obeyed Hu Shang, he was ready to be obedient. Otherwise, it is impossible to be alive. The two people smelled me siang in the air, and they were still unhappy. But I left here. Through monitoring, Lin Qin naturally found two people. But they just looked at the periphery and left here. This surprised Lin Qin. But thinking about it is normal. After all, this time is still steadily waiting for rescue. Lin Qin couldn't help but switch the page and open Weibo to check. Due to the power-off problem, most of the news on Weibo was not too new, and basically stayed a few days ago. Only a few people posted information, but they did not respond. After Lin Qin glanced, he retreated. If the state publishes relevant information, it should not be released here. After all, there are few people who can receive messages. Lin Qin looked at it, and after finding useful information, he closed the page. The air conditioner inside the house is cool and gray outside the house. It seems that there will be a heavy rain for a long time. I don't know if it will affect rescue tomorrow. Lin Qin thought for a moment, and Zhang Jian's words sounded in his head. Protect his sister and give it to himself. The stress is really a bit large in such a two-sentence words. But think about it, will the rescue tomorrow let her go, or not? Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. Her own intention is to go, but the rescue base is not as good as imagined. Lin Qin got up and climbed all the way to the third floor. There is only one room on the third floor, and the other room has been opened, and the vision is wide. The location in the living room was very large, and Lin Qin hung the weaving frame purchased on Taobao on the wall. Later, the people stood in the distance and took a bow to aim. He practiced a lot of bows and arrows, and there was no suitable location at home. So he can only do a humble facility exercise by himself. The two people who had breakfast had no intersection. On the one hand, the identity of the two sides has happened, and on the other hand, Lin Qin has not been free. After Zhang Shui heard the movement upstairs, he followed him slowly. I saw Lin Qin pull the bow and arrow, and practice the weaving frame hanging on the wall with the roots. After licking his mouth, Zhang Shui clenched his hands nervously. Well, if you feel uncomfortable, just do nothing between us. I won't tell my brother phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. What's more, the matter of that day was indeed an accident. I actually ran out of the family. It is the same for others. Moreover, you look very powerful, so don't look too much. Speaking, Zhang Shui was a bit incoherent. In the end, she didn't know what she said. Lin Qin shot the last practice arrow in his shot and couldn't help looking back. Do you see what you are talking about? Don't worry, it's nothing to me. I'm just in touch, don't bother me if you have nothing. By the way, there are food in the refrigerator, you can get it. After Lin Qin finished speaking, he walked into the woven basket by the wall, and pulled back the practice arrows one by one. Repeat practice. When Zhang Shui saw Lin Qin's speech, it seemed that there was nothing. I went to the refrigerator on the first floor with doubt. There are some yogurt milk ice cola in the refrigerator. And there are ice cream in the freezer. No, why didn't she see these things in the morning? With doubt, Zhang Shui happily took out an ice cream and ate it. One afternoon, she sat next to the stairs on the third floor and looked at Lin Qin's practice. At night, the thunder outside the house was masterpiece. The rainstorm comes fiercely. Zhang Shui turned on the light and watched Lin Qin walking down from the third floor, and immediately walked over. The rain outside is a lot, and it will not affect the rescue tomorrow. Lin Qin looked at her with her face, but she looked like she looked at her face. Ukanshu. Net couldn't help laughing. Stretched out his hand directly in her head. You are thinking about what you think all day long, it's normal heavy rain. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly. Then came to the search living room and turned on the TV. If you can't control, watch more TV. Zhang Shui's lips, brother, what TV can you watch now, and can the TV be released? Zhang Shui said on this, but still turned on the TV. TV continues to play the variety show that Lin Qin hasn't finished watching before. Zhang Shui stunned, how is it possible? Does Lin Qin open the refrigerator? He doesn't return his head. Even if you want to see some shame, he has it. CD? Zhang Shui's sight fell on the DVD machine, and the machine was lit with blue light. Zhang Shui, well, she was ignorant. In what age, there are still people who buy DVD machines. If you remember correctly, this stuff is what he did when he was a child. But the variety show on TV soon attracted her attention. Zhang Shui also had no time to take care of this issue. Watching the TV, saying, I watched the food in the refrigerator. Let's drink some yogurt milk and dinner? By the way, I didn't do the rice, I thought I was going to leave tomorrow, I didn't rectify it. Need not. Lin Qin didn't say much, just went to the second floor. When I came down, I held 3 boxes of self-heated small hot pot in my hand. Zhang Shui looked at this scene, and her mouth grew involuntarily. You get magic? When she cooks in the morning, she couldn't find sound. In the afternoon, Lin Qin told himself that he had other snacks in the refrigerator and took it. In the past, she found small cream and yogurt bread in the refrigerator. The most important thing is that there are ice cream in the freezer. These in the morning she had already found it, as if suddenly it changed. Now, there are 3 more self-heated small hot pot. Zhang Shui couldn't help but shocked again. It's just a dream. Magic. Lin Qin smiled, almost. His food is very much, and there are more places in the future. The two people burned the pot of hot water, and the spicy hot pot quickly exuded the fragrance. Zhang Shui sucked fiercely. Oh my god, it's too satisfying. Compared with her embarrassment a few days ago, don't be too happy. Zhang Shui eats the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals team to tomato / phoneme burdock pot, and the burdock inside is disgusted on weekdays. After all, it is not a good meat. But now, a piece of beef belly is comfortable. Oh my god, after we went to the rescue base and met my brother, I would let my brother work well. By the way, listen to my brother, you are two, why haven't I seen you? Two people chatted with one without one. The atmosphere is very harmonious. I ate casually for dinner. I don't know if it will be the date of rescue tomorrow. After meals, Zhang Shui returned to her bedroom, and the whole person was slightly anxious. However, Lin Qin didn't take it seriously. Whether the rescue of tomorrow can be carried out normally. And the large troops must be entered early, and the follow-up is the airborne of various helicopters. Lin Qin went to the basement while she didn't pay attention. The monitoring equipment in the basement has been online for a long time. Lin Qin took a closer look at the situation of each intersection to ensure that the villa is surrounded by safe. I waited for about half an hour, everything was quiet. It was already the middle of the night when I returned to my room. The thunder outside the house was gradually smaller, and heavy rain stopped. However, at 5 in the morning, the sound of the outside. Lin Qin woke up from the dream. The first time I climbed the top of the building on the 3rd floor and looked up. A helicopter came from a distance to the position of Lin Qin flew to the center, but San. The sky is dark, except for the outline and black identification point of the aircraft. I can't see anything else. Watching the plane scattered, the roar was getting farther and farther. Lin Qin knew that the rescue had begun. The zombies hidden in the dark are surging again because of the huge roar. Gathering from all directions, followed by the helicopter to chase. Knowing that the helicopter disappeared in Lin Qin's sight, Zhang Shui's voice came behind him. They are here. It should be, but this movement is so great, I am curious how they want to rescue. Looking at the sky that had no plane, Lin Qin said slowly. He had watched anime about zombies before, but the rescue inside could not be said to be simply rescue. They first solve some zombies and then dredge urgently. By the way, the most important thing seems to have not taken rescue measures. In the end, everyone's sleep is very shallow, and such a movement has long awakened a lot of people. At the 8 o'clock, the sky was completely cold, and everyone was waiting for the rescue. But over time, the time came to 12 noon, and the movement of rescue was delayed. Zhang Shui was neatly worn, sitting at home and sitting hard. Lin Qin is much easier than her. After all, he did not want to go to the shelter from the beginning. Looking at Lin Qin, who was still busy practicing, Zhang Shui couldn't help leaning over. Holding Lin Qin's hand, isn't there something unexpected? She waited all morning, and there was no movement outside. It's hard to be at ease. Lin Qin pulled his bow and arrow, and his eyes did not give her one. Then you turn on the radio and turn over the major news networks to see if there are any notices. The news network must not be available. After all, people who can see are very limited. Where is the radio? Zhang Shui was a little aggressive. In my bedroom, on the bedside table on the right. Lin Qin made up another sentence. Zhang Shuisheng rushed to Lin Qin's bedroom. She lay on Lin Qin's bed and fiddled directly. The radio channel was announced before Weibo. Just find the frequency adjustment of the corresponding area, but the time of the radio is not a TV that can be replayed. After waiting for a while, there was no response. It seems that there is no latest progress. Waiting until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was finally movement on the streets in the distance. Even far away, Lin Qin can still hear the sound of firearms fighting. Zhang Shui is unknown, but it can also guess. The fighting was very hot, and they had a short distance from the center of the street. The sound of gunfire sounds is not obvious. but the explosion sounded from time to time was particularly obvious. After waiting for one morning, there was a movement. Compared with Lin Qin's calmness, Zhang Shui looked nervously into the distance. Lin Qin couldn't help reminding, you reading a book www.ukanshu.net. Even if you look at it, you can't see a flower. The zombies in the central area are the most. Even if they drop the high altitude, the equipment is complete, and if they want to come out of the middle, they will spend a lot of effort. There are so many corpses. If you can finish it casually, how can you wait until now to start rescue? What's more, this rescue is not so smooth. Otherwise, I lived in the safe zone of the refuge. Zhang Shui heard that she was still a little anxious. The zombies outside started wandering around early in the morning because of the helicopter. Look from the window to the streets outside. Zombies are full of streets. Even if they are so remotely, there are so many zombies, let alone the location of the street. In the residential area over there, the business district is the most concentrated, and the personnel should be the most. Fortunately, Lin Qin went to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door of the villa yesterday. In the villa area, there are only scattered parts in the villa area, not many. The zombies on the street did not want to enter the villa area. It should be easy for rescue, right? Why haven't you moved? All in the distance. After watching for a while, Zhang Shui couldn't help but sigh. Lin Qin's eyes couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Shui turned back. What are you laughing? Lin Qin didn't speak. This rescue task will also change the strategy. What I can do now is to quickly practice my arrows. Before I get the gun muffler, I can use the silent things like bow and arrow to kill the zombies. After all, the sound of his guns now has a huge sound, but it will surprise all the nearby zombies and other survivors. Lin Qin continued to aim at the weaving basket. The exercises in the past 2 days have a bit effective. What is the quasi-header of the arrow? Just a little. The distance is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. He can't pull the distance farther. The accurate head is limited to the distance of the indoor living room. Hearing Zhang Shui's words, Lin Qin returned to God, nothing. He now needs to expand the scope of his shooting, and has been practicing in the living room, obviously not very good. With a bow and arrow, Lin Qin opened the sliding door on the balcony and walked over. Standing on the balcony, Lin Qin can see the road at the door of the villa. Several zombies wandered. In fact, the most secure way to practice your accurate head is to kill the zombies. Are the zombies outside the aircraft restless? Aren't they the ready-made teaching theme? Take the modified practice arrow and pull the bow to aim. The arrow directly penetrates the belly of the zombie. Lin Qin looked at the state of the same zombie, and now he can aim at aiming. That is, the aiming part is a problem. The head is too small and still moves. This difficulty is not a star. Zhang Shui followed Lin Qin's body and watched his bows pull the zombies who walked down. Can't help but clap his hands and applaud. Sure. Zombies are a state of walking, not completely quiet. This is different from the day before yesterday. Lin Qin could hit. Zhang Shui couldn't help but widened. However, she claimed that she praised the zombies below. The street zombies across the wall heard Zhang Shui's movement and instantly aimed at the 3 people standing on the 3rd floor. But the peripheral wall of the villa area blocked them outside. Even so, the zombies are still densely gathered here. A few of those who wandered in the villa area also came to gather. At the gate of the yard, the zombies slammed the iron door. Standing on the 3rd floor, you can also see the zombies on the road at the door are also on the way to gather. The fat is in the fire. Zhang Shuemon looked at Lin Qin apologize. Lin Qin was not angry, and the zombies gathered downstairs could just exercise the quasi-head of the arrow. After thinking about it, Lin Qin gave her her hand. Try. Zhang Shui looked up at Lin Qin and hesitated whether to take his bow and arrow. She can't. Going out all the way, there are only steel pipes on your body. Lin Qin is a bow and arrow for remote attacks. Isn't he afraid of taking it by himself? Lin Xin is really not afraid, he has a lot of this. At present, they are two people. As one of them, Zhang Shui must also have a certain ability to survive. For example, he himself. There are no weapons. All of them are common in kitchen. Even if you sleep in the garbage dump, the final result is still not dead? So, want to survive. You must be able to master a certain ability. This archery is also the key to surviving. At least when you meet zombies, even if you are far apart. As long as they can solve them within the range of shooting. And, since it is together, then it is time to bear the responsibility of the team. Lin Xin looked at her. From now on, you have to be proficient in this bow and arrow at the fastest speed. In the future, this bow and arrow will be your weapon. I saw the zombies at the gate of the yard, killed them all, went out, and searched me all the martial arts capital on them. Zhang Shui lifted his bow and looked at Lin Xin's embarrassment. But I can't. Can't you learn? Will you draw a cat and tiger? Haven't watched the TV? Straighten your arm, aim at the bow and arrow. Could it be that you plan to mix like this in the future? Expect others, not. Lin Xin didn't say much. After the end, he returned to the living room. Storage space was taken out of the new one, and Lin Xin turned back again. Pull the bow and aim at the zombies on the street. Zhang Shui looked at the zombies in front of the yard and looked at Lin Xin again. At this time, he pulled the bow and hit a zombie's head again. Learning Lin Xin's appearance, she raised her bow and arrow, pulled the bow aim. But the bow and arrow were a bit heavy, and she was a little strenuous. First, the arrow fell directly in the yard and did not fly out at all. Zhang Shui did not believe in evil and continued to operate repeatedly. But most of them are futile. However, she still learned about Lin Xin's look at the angle and aimed at her strength, and finally solved a zombie. Lin Xin, a zombie on the street surrounding walls, almost resolved half of it. The zombie at the door of the yard resolved one. Lin Xin didn't hurry to urge her. After all, the accurate head is not good. Just practice. Zombies gather densely. Bow and arrows have no sound. The zombies below the first time they spoke, and it was very fast to solve it. The time to practice is only 50 minutes. And Zhang Shui's sighed. There are also a lot of gathering. Lin Xin was a little speechless. You straighten your arms and open your bow. This time, Zhang Shui succeeded to solve another one. Lin Xin was tired and returned to the living room on the third floor and sat down. Take out a bottle of mineral water and blow the cold air conditioner. Lin Xin lifts Erlang's leg to rest, watching Zhang Shui continue to aim. After the heavy rain yesterday, the air was a little bit cooler than a few days ago. But still sultry. After standing for a while, Zhang Shui's face appeared a lot of sweat. But she is still practicing. Lin Xin did not disturb her enthusiasm. Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net. After half an hour, the zombies downstairs were all resolved. Zhang Shui took a bow and arrow and stood on the balcony for a long time. Lin Xin noticed that he was not right and couldn't help asking. What are you doing? No, there are someone at the door. Lin Xin got up and stood on the balcony down. The courtyard's big iron gate zombies were resolved. There is a little farther away. On the body of the zombie, the residual arrows are obviously not Lin Xin. On the zombie pile, a woman slapped his door in a wound. Not far behind her, followed a few zombies. Zhang Shui watched the scene, and immediately said, "This woman at the door." Before Zhang Shui's words finished, Lin Xin went downstairs. She was unknown, but also ran downstairs with Lin Xin's body. Opened the door of the iron. The woman at the door was paralyzed directly. Lin Xin quickly closed the door and looked at the woman on the ground. If the zombies are bitten, it is better to throw it out. Are you caught by zombies? Nanwei looked up and wanted to scold back, but too much bleeding, and he had no strength. No, not a zombie. I met two men, and saw the bow and arrows on my body chasing me all the way. After hearing the words, Lin Xin was relieved. Not the best. He got up and watched Nanwei's blood stains, and he knew about it. Nanwei climbed up from the ground, looking around and saw the door standing beside Linqin, standing with a strange girl. What about small fish? Who? Linqin frowned. That's the girl on the opposite side. Last time I asked her to come to you. Dead, he was caught by the zombies, and it also turned into a zombie. Linqin didn't hurt or itchy. Nanwei was a little wrong, and then lost. So what, let me go in, I want to deal with the wound on my body. Speaking, Nanwei walked in directly. Come to the living room. Nanwei took off the backpack behind him and took out a bottle of alcohol and gauze from it. Dry the blood on the wound on the body. Then pour alcohol and wash. Forcing the pain, she took out the few iodine cotton balls and wiped it gently. Zhang Shui stood in the corner and looked at the two people who were familiar with. After all, she doesn't know. Outside the house, the zombies chased and continued to hit the big iron door. Nanwei was almost handled by the wound. Looking at Linqin said, "Can you stay here for a while and wait for the rescue to come and leave? There are too many zombies outside, and they blamed the helicopter early in the morning. This street is very troublesome, and you can't get friends. I guess I have to wait a day or two." Zhang Shui heard the words on the side, and immediately took a step a little anxious. Why do you say that? Is the situation in it bad? Nanwei glanced at her and then looked at Linqin said, moreover, not just bad, the zombies over there are piles. I saw a team who couldn't resist the attack of the zombies. The whole army was overwhelmed. Of course, don't think too badly, the rescuers must be more than a team of people. We just need to wait with peace of mind. Zhang Shui couldn't sit still. When she got up, she would return upstairs, and Linqin screamed directly. What are you going to do? I called my brother and contacted him. If the situation is so bad, my brother will definitely be worse. A person who never cooks must have not eaten it long ago, just waiting for rescue. The rescue is postponed now, I am worried that he would have any accidents. Zhang Jian's location is a lush area in the city center. At most, they are the edge of a partition, belonging to the suburbs. This is the case in the suburbs. Isn't it more difficult for the moderate dangerous area of the central area? If you can't wait for the rescue, the two of them must not be able to gather in the temporary shelter. Zhang Shui couldn't help but start to be nervous. When Nanwei saw this, he was puzzled for a moment, and he could not help but say, Little sister, don't worry too much, as long as your brother doesn't run out of the mess, it will definitely be fine. Linqin rubbed his head and had a headache. Forget it, go with her. Your brother's mobile phone should have the last point. Zhang Shui heard the words and turned directly to the building. Nanwei sat on the bench in front of the table and looked at Linqin. There are only two of them left in the living room. Linqin sat on the sofa and looked at her and said, You have gone inside these days? Don't mention it, obscure. When it comes to this Nanwei, he will not be angry. It's so good, how could she go inside? Not because she was going out a few days ago by the people who were chased by the poor, she had to disrupt the plan, and she had to encounter a zombie. Linqin slightly thought, what is the situation inside, talk about it. Speaking of which is exactly, Nanwei sat in a good body, to be honest, the situation may not be optimistic. We still think of this zombie too simple. The virus is lurking in the body, and everyone may be infected. And even if the country really comes to rescue the difficulty, it is not a star. To be precise, as long as carbon-based creatures are afraid of guns and grenades, but they still can't hold them a lot in great strength. And recent zombies, I always feel that action is much faster than before. I don't know if you feel this. Nanwei looked at Linqin, his expression was very cautious. For example, today, I always feel that the speed of the zombie is too fast compared to before. She rushed anxiously, but the zombies behind her followed closely, not pulling too far away. But for Linqin, this is a long-known thing. However, the time of zombie mutation seems to be early. He remembers that the news of zombie mutation was when the rescue was over and the airdrop supplies. Now, rescue is just the beginning. The idea of going back to his mind, Lin Xin said again, "Do you want to go to the base too?" Nan Wei laughed lightly. Which one who is still alive does not want to go? After all, there are large troops, compatriots, some people protect, and there are people who are going to be. Most importantly, there is food. You have to know that people are living animals. If you really want yourself to be alone in the end, then you have to have weapons and strength. You are alone, but those who wander outside can hold a group. Dozens of people will not be able to deal with it. Otherwise, those survivors wandering out will take you into the belly and eat your bones. Just think about it, it's a bit scared. There is nothing else, just go. Two people talked and started talking. Lin Xin was sitting on the sofa. At first he was thinking about remote, and he was more comfortable to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a big villa. UU reading book www.ukanshu.net. He is not short of food, and he does not need to enter the shelter. But now, this idea is a bit shaken. As Nan Wei said, he has only one person. A shot of bang. There was a gunfire on the distant streets. Lin Xin speculated that the rescue personnel had a fight with the zombies. Occasionally, the explosion of the bomb can sound. Nan Wei had no response to this. Don't worry, it should be a rescue person. They intend to save people in batches. There are so many communities in the building, it is estimated that it is difficult. Lin Xin looked back and did not answer. The three people waited in the room, and the gunshot of the center was still continuing. It's just a lot less than the daytime. It is still sounding from time to time. At dinner, everyone was hungry. Nan Wei even took out the food searched in his backpack and shared it. I can only have instant noodles here, don't you mind? Speaking, she sent the 3 packs of instant noodles in her hand. Nan Wei opened the packaging bag with a light car and stabbed it directly. Seeing this, Lin Xin said, "Wait a minute, eat something else." Nan Wei is unknown. After a while, I saw Lin Xin walking down with 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Zhang Shui got up directly and burned a pot of boiling water. Seeing this, it is difficult to maintain the surprise and sigh, "Yes, there are such good goods." No, right. Where do you come from? How can you burn the water? Lin Xin poured the hot water in, and didn't raise his head. You won't just discover it, but the air conditioner has been blowing. Didn't you think it was cooler than the outside? After this reminder, Nan Wei noticed this situation. She couldn't speak in surprise, and moved her lips to ask, but she swallowed again. Forget it, don't know this kind of thing. She gave her thumbs down at Lin Xin, and she said nothing. Self-heating small hot pot is fast. As the outside sky gradually darkened, Lin Xin turned on the light in the room. 3 people sat around the table, eating and eating. The aroma of hot pot is overflowing. But Nan Wei was satisfied. Just when the 3 were still talking cheerfully, the 3 guns suddenly came from outside the house. This gunfire is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. Unlike the slight noise before. The 3 people looked at each other, and then looked at the dark painting outside. Zhang Shui was sitting nervously next to Lin Xin, reaching out and holding his sleeves, and whispered. This gun is so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. Will someone come over? Nan Wei put down the chopsticks and frowned at Lin Xin. It's really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. Listening to the sound is outside our villa area. With a gun, it means that this person nearby is dangerous. And for them, this is even greater. The taste of the hot pot is not small, and the lamp of the villa is still on. It is undoubtedly the most unique in all communities in the dark. Especially the temptation of food, this makes them more vigilant. Someone smelled the taste and looked at the lights? Lin Xin didn't speak, but just opened the monitoring silently. There was nothing in the monitoring, and it should not be what happened in the villa area. As for the road around the villa, nor. In the monitoring screen, the zombies surrounded by the surrounding roads were farther away, and their own monitoring did not pass. He got up and soothing. Don't worry, I'll go out and see. Nanwei immediately got up, then I'll be with you. Zhang Xueli stood up, I'm with you too. The two of you still stay at home honestly, especially Nanwei. The bloody smell of the wound on your body can cause zombie restlessness. Still stay and wait for me to come back. Xiuxue, go to get a little clean water and gauze and let Nanwei deal with the wound. After the explanation, Lin Qin opened the big iron door and looked out. At night, there was a dim villa area, but there were several solar crystal street lights on the roadside. There is a trace of light. Lin Qin walked out. Watching the dark night outside, slowly walked into the darkness. The zombies in the villa have long been passively static to attract the gate, shaking the door constantly. But at this time, the villa was absolutely safe. After all, the zombies ran to the west gate. Lin Qin looked around, and there was no movement in the villa. Lin Qin walked to the Shiman and looked at the zombies gathered in front of the door from a distance, without action. There is a lamp at the intersection in the distance, which barely can see the situation on the street. But his position here is not very good. Except for the door, you can see a little street outside, all around the villas. Obstructing the specific situation on the street, nothing can be seen. Lin Qin looked down, but did not solve these zombies. Some zombies gathered at the door, at least people on the streets will not easily come in. But they have guns, and this zombie should not be a threat to them. However, Lin Qin can't control these. In case those people really come to themselves, zombies will delay at least some time. At this moment, another gunfire came. The sound this time is more closely. It's like sweeping. Lin Qingang planned to open his legs and find a place with a good vision. I saw that the zombies gathered in Shiman fell one by one. The dense guns hit the zombies across the door. After a while, Lin Qin saw a man with dark paint turned into the villa, falling heavily on the door. He staggered, couldn't care about the zombies chased behind him, and rushed to the darkness of the villa. Lin Qin watched a large number of zombies chasing his zombies outside, and it was roughly estimated that there had to be 20 or 30. The number of this is still the other side to solve the future quantity. There should be a lot of chasing him. But just a person, there is no threat. The posture of just escaping does not look normal, it should be injured. Seeing this situation, Lin Qin returned to the villa. The villa area is intricate, and it can only discredit progress without light. Lin Qin has a flashlight, and all the surrounding roads are very clear. It was safe along the way, and when I saw that I was going home, Lin Qin lived in his footsteps. Behind him, there seemed to be something to follow. Lin Qin turned back sharply, and the gun in his hand was about to hit, and he saw a small figure holding his head quickly, trying to twist his neck. Lin Qin's body responded to the brain, and he blocked the opponent's blow. Seeing that it could not be revealed, the other party rushed directly. Lin Qin didn't inspect and fell directly to the ground, and the two rolled directly into the grass next to him. Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net. But the other party responded very quickly. Before Lin Qin reacted, he immediately suppressed him on the ground and imprisoned. The movement of taking out the pistol was fast, when he was aiming at Lin Qin's head. The flashlight rolled down in the grass, the bones shone to them, exuding a weak light. It's human. Living people. His heart was Panasonic instantly, and he lifted Lin Qin's head to ensure that it was normal human. Then I rest assured that I was paralyzed on the side, and exhausted my strength. Hurry up. The flashlight rolled to the grass beside the body, and the light was not too bright. But Lin Qin saw the other party clearly. Special police? A black combat suit is exactly the same as what he saw on TV. Wearing a helmet and showing the badge of the police on the left arm. There was a gun on his body, a grenade was tied to the waist, and on his elbow, there was a very small flat display screen. The knee pads on his elbows and knees have been stained with a lot of blood. This is a rescue staff. Now, there are no one except them. Through the mask, Lin Qin still felt the bloody smell pungent. He looked at each other and saw him gradually closed his eyes and let go. He immediately squatted down and approached, reaching out and patted his face. Hey, wake up. However, if the other party lost too much blood, he could not hear Lin Qin's voice at all. At this moment, a few noisy sounds came from the walkie-talkie, and then gradually turned into a clear call. Number 6, is there? Where are you? Number 6, Nympho number 1, I can't support it here, ask for support. Number 4 request support. 2 team, number 7 requested support. The call of the walkie-talkie teammates is still continuing, and the words of requesting support came from various areas. This conversation should be the general commander of the latter. The man in front of him should be number 6. Lin Qin looked at each other. Pick up the flashlight on the ground and check the wounds on his body carefully to ensure that it is not the bite or injury of the zombies. In this way, he can also help to save one. However, how could there be no scar chasing with such a lot of zombies? Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. The bite on the elbow is particularly obvious, and there is already a trend of mutation. No savior. At this moment, the tablet on the other's elbows lit up a weak light. Lin Qin made a curious way. On the tablet, it is a position signal diagram. It shows the evacuation phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme. The number of zombies is too large, and most of the people who come are unable to resist. Things are more serious than they think. The team was also scattered everywhere by zombies. Regardless of whether it is still alive, the evacuation phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme on the tablet is the last guarantee of these special police. Lin Qin looked at the man's gun, and the 95 assault rifle need not say more. Police guns must be much better than those who play in shooting clubs. Moreover, no matter what, it is not cheaper to be cheaper. Useful, all of them. I'm sorry brothers, you can't waste these equipment. Lin Qin's solemn apology, then immediately stepped forward. He first picked up the man's rifle and opened the magazine to see a few bullets inside. There are 5 rounds, which is better than the gun. Install the magazine back. Lin Qin put it directly into his storage space. It was another groping on the man again, and he picked up the only one grenade in his waist. In this stuff, Lin Qin did not dare to move and stuffed it directly into the space. The tablet on the elbow picked it down. The helmet and the night vision instrument picked it down. The bulletproof coat and combat clothes was removed. This combat boots do you want to pick up? Lin Qin looked at the shoes on his feet and hesitated for a moment. Then stop. He has a lot of shoes, which is ordinary, and there should be no big difference. What's more, the shoe code is estimated to be different. Even if the clothes are, it is enough to cut down their bulletproof clothes. Touching it carefully in the man's arms, Lin Qin ensured that nothing was missed. He put on men's clothes and organized neatly. Then shook his head inside, picked up the flashlight on the ground. Lin Qin successfully returned to his villa. The 2 women looked forward to the room. Seeing him back, they rushed up. The clothes on Lin Qin were stained with blood, and the 2 women couldn't help worrying. What happened, went out, and there was a lot of blood on his body. Zheng Shui looked at Lin Qin said, "How is it? It's okay." Nanwei was a little behind, "What's wrong outside?" Lin Qin looked at the 2 of them and looked down at the dirty clothes on his body. "I'm okay, it's all others." Zhang Shui's eyes widened, this is someone else? You killed. Lin Qin couldn't help laughing, "What do you think? He would kill people well, but not anyone killed. What's more, they are rescued." Silently took out the previous small tablet. The rescue should be pushed back. Zhang Shui came over unknown, "What do you mean? Why did you push it back? Are those guns outside, artillery shells, are you still ringing?" Nanwei looked at Zhang Shui, and couldn't help but walk over and comforted it twice. "Don't worry, listen see what he said." Lin Qin took the intercom from the special police, and there was a small tablet. The 2 women looked at this scene unknown, and did not understand what Lin Qin meant. At this moment, some radio waves came from time to time in the intercom, as well as dialogue. "Retreat and retreat ZZ get retreat. ZZ number 4, go quickly. Get retreat. ZZ everyone rush to ZZ evacuate and evacuate ZZ. The radio waves are intermittent, but they can still clearly hear the sound inside coming. Zhang Shuai was shocked. Can't help but whispered. How can this be? Nanwei responded flat, and there was a walkie-talkie on the table, a tablet. There is also a planning map similar to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. She looked at Lin Qin and couldn't help but speak. Where did you come from this thing? What is this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme? I found these things on a special policeman, they were retreating. It seems that the way of rescue must be changed. This evacuation point is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme to us. If you want to go, you can go and see. By the way, it is estimated that there will be new news tomorrow. Yu reads a book www.ukanshu.net. Open the radio and you can hear the latest news in time. Nanwei nodded. Okay, I know. Zhang Shuai had returned to God at this time, and when she remembered what her brother said, she immediately calmed down. Just stand upstairs and take the radio down. Lin Qin glanced at her, and then continued, this is their evacuation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. The endpoint is the evacuation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. It should be the library and stadium in this area. Nanwei sat on the other side of the table and looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme on the tablet. The specific situation cannot be concluded so early. Let's wait to see if there is any latest news tomorrow. Lin Qin nodded. At present, it can only be that. Xiao Shuai, you take Nanwei to sleep in another room upstairs. I sleep downstairs today and keep the radio. However, Xiao Shuai looked at Lin Qin. I stay with you. In case you fall asleep and miss the information, we are very passive. Nanwei also said in a timely manner. The location of this living room is large, and you can just find a place to sleep for one night. Summer, don't worry about cold. Lin Qin looked at them and didn't say much. It is true that one more person is better. These two people are willing to have an extra part of Lincoln and naturally accept it. Lin Qin went upstairs, and when he came down, he held 3 mats, 3 blankets, and 3 pillows in his hand. He distributed these things, and at the same time, he said, put a mat in your body, everyone will just one night. Lin Qin was closed all the lamps upstairs. Standing at least in the distance. The lamp of the villa will not be too obvious. As for the first floor, Lin Qin closed the iron window, pulled heavy curtains, and couldn't even transparent a light. The main light was turned off, and Lin Qin was placed in the corner. The light is dim and can't sleep. Lin Qin first guarded, and then Xiaoxue, Nanwei. However, Lin Qin did not intend to have Nanwei shows last night. Arrange her with Xiaoxue. Time passed quickly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio sounded intermittently. Lin Qin woke up from his sleep, and the 2 women were still asleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin stayed, but after a long time, he was sleepy, and he narrowed for a while. Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows, reached out and patted his face. At this moment, the radio sounded again. Lin Qin was sober and walked over. The current in the radio is clear, but it is gone after a few seconds. Then there was a noise. This channel is the National Disaster Relief Emergency Contact Channel, and then this rescue progress will be notified. Repeat, this channel is the National Disaster Rescue Emergency Contact Channel, and will be reported to this rescue progress. Citizen friends, unfortunately notified everyone, the degree of difficulty in this rescue is far exceeding what they want, and many police officers have been sacrificed in the actual rescue process. After our careful consideration, we will divide the withdrawal place in various regions. Please listen carefully to the citizens. Next, the location of each district will be announced. Repeat, next will be announced in each district withdrawal place. Please listen carefully to the citizens and confirm the location of their evacuation point. BJ, DC District Gymnasium Road A, number 10 Yajiayuan Road, Shaoyang District Nanjing, number 222 Jiangdong Middle Road, Janya District, number 58 Longyuan West Road, Gula District, Shanghai, number 118, Jiading Xinxing Road, number 1 Qingpu Stadium Road for Cities Stadium. Note, the location is fake, don't bring it into reality, just look at it in a new area. The radio and the radio channel continues, and there is a posture of all cities. Lin Xin listened for a long time and found that it was exactly the same as the retreat on the tablet yesterday. It seems that there is a relatively safe place over there, which is a simple and temporary isolation place. It is estimated that there is also the force of the army over there. Citizens themselves will be much easier to search and rescue more than large-scale teams separately. You can retain most police officers' human weapons. Lin Xin reached out and pushed the two people who were still asleep, and then stopped when they woke up. The three listened to the broadcast together. This is the end of this notice. The current situation will be reported to the current situation of the zombies. After a new round of research on experts and reports on the reporting of rescue troops in various districts, the following notices are currently notified. First, the other senses of the zombies still maintain the original appearance and have not changed much. The only change is that the zombies have improved in terms of speed. Second, the recent response, zombies can climb, plus speed and strength, ordinary glass, wooden door, conventional door, no blocking effect on it. Third, after research, the sensuality of zombies of thunderstorms has obviously weakened, the sense of smell is damaged, and the auditory hearing is affected by the sound of heavy rain thunder. It will reduce the auditory smell of zombies. You need to be vigilant when you go out. Tomorrow we'll carry out air investment tasks in various regions in advance. Please be sure to pay attention to the situation of airdrops. This airdrop material is now on the following report. This airdrop will be airdropped weapons, knives, axe, compass, maps and other objects to ensure that the weapons can prevent the body of the zombies and help you reach the designated evacuation point. The airdrops of food and weapons will be put on the same time, and the red food materials and yellow weapons are marked at the same time. I heard this news, obviously Zhang Shui and Nanwei were even more happy. If you have a space, it means that there are foods and drinking. What's more, there are weapons. However, although it is a knife, it is definitely not an ordinary kitchen knife. You know, there are no weapons now. It is impossible to give you an airdrop gun ammunition. They are not enough for themselves, and maybe it is still a long-term battle, and ammunition is bound to be precious. There is other weapons to place, which means that more people have weapons. Zhang Xuan himself was that he was still holding a fruit knife when he came out. This stuff deal with the zombies, and the head cannot be stabbed, and it is even more impossible to wipe the neck. At most, it is a courageous thing. And Nanwei, her earliest weapon is a kitchen knife, let alone say more. As for Lin Xin, there were not so many preparations in the last life. It didn't take long for him to lose the signal for a long time, let alone the news in the broadest broadcast. In this regard, Lin Xin's response was relatively calm. For the launch of weapons and food, UU reading www.ukanshu.net has not had much wave for Lin Xin. After all, he has all the weapons for eating and drinking. The only disadvantage is the problem of the house. But his house must have no problems in the early days. Remind again, repeat the notification on time at 8 p.m. every day in the next 7 days. Please ask the citizens to ensure their own safety while going to the temporary evacuation point. At the end of the broadcast, Zhang Shui and Nanwei looked particularly happy. The two had already ran to the tablet on the table at this time. The location of the withdrawal above was still there, and the two looked at the line. Zhang Shui was also fantasizing that they successfully got the supplies and went to the evacuation point to meet with their brother. Looking back at Lin Xin over there laughed, Lin Xin, I know where this evacuation location is, we have several branches in our company, and we also have the house around this place. I have seen 2 people near the nearby here, just what I am familiar with. After we get the supplies, I will do a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme plan. Zhang Shui was thinking about merging with the large army. For this news, it was undoubtedly excited. Nanwei was also a little happy and looked back at Lin Xin. But he found that compared to the excitement of the two of them, Lin Xin didn't seem so happy. What's wrong? Nanwei carefully recalled the information just broadcast. The speed of zombies has become stronger. After a little seriously, the road to the school will not be too smooth. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaoxue aside, couldn't help opening. Xiaoxue, I'm afraid we have to think about it this time. What do you miss? Xiaoxue looked up, unknown. In the broadcast, there was another news that the zombies were mutated. Their speed has become faster. If we are going to the stadium, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme of the SCO is not short, the zombie speed becomes faster, we want to run to hide, the difficulty is much bigger. This problem is very serious. We do and have weapons now, and there are many zombies outside. Even if there are guns, we cannot rush out of the siege without sufficient reserve bullets. For example, last night, the special police officer Lin Qin went out. Of course, except for those people, other special policemen and their weapons were good, but not you see, the country has changed the rescue plan. This shows that the outside situation is more serious than we think. The possibility of blinding out is that all three of us will later, Nan Wei did not say clearly. But in fact, she is already clear enough. Zhang Shui's enthusiasm seemed to be poured by a pot of cold water. Thoroughly. She looked at Lin Qin and found his serious face. Indeed, they have no powerful weapons. The bow and arrow are given by Lin Qin. This thing, dealing with those zombies, there are always time to play all the food, and it cannot help them get out of it. Is there so many rescue troops outside? Do you have any injuries? The emergency recall is not without. This shows that the three people with no chickens in their hands cannot go to the retreat. Zhang Shui was so angry. What should I do? We can't always wait here to wait. It is not a way. No matter, we can only confirm one point now. We must get the weapon materials of the airdrop, otherwise we will only starve to death in death here. Zhang Shui took a deep breath and slowly talked about their current situation. Nan Weidang lived, and thought about it for a while, don't talk about it or not to evacuate, Xiaoxue really has no wrong point. Even if we don't go, this supplies still need to be taken. In the future, the three of us must go together to go together. The materials are indeed clearly considered. Watching the two people came back and forth, Lin Qin thought of his ability, as well as things in the storage space. There is no gun in the airdrop, he won't go. There are a lot of things in the space, but you can go to make up. And at that time, there is no more than one person staring at an airdrop point. At that time, it was bloody. What's more, these two women do not really be able to resist so many eyes staring at the past. I don't know where to be resolved by others. The strength of the two of them, no, the strength of the three of them is actually not good. Lin Qin sighed. The point is here. Nanwei and Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin's sudden sigh, and looked unknown. When Lin Qin returned to God, the two women looked at him in doubt. Lin Qin was frightened and condensed. What do you look at me like this? What a sigh of sigh. Zhang Shui asked. Lin Qin let his mouth, just as our three-legged cat's kung fu, the two of you still want to get air input to deal with the zombies, that is not just a mouse encountered the cat, find death. Nanwei was discouraged and helpless. But we don't go, so don't we have food and weapons? The shop and supermarket outside have been snatched for a long time, let alone eat it, but there are no rotten vegetable leaves. Could it be that we can still eat the air and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the northwest? Lin Qin took the corner of his mouth. Then silently went upstairs. There was a house on the third floor that he had never opened, and even Zhang Shui never went in. After going upstairs, Lin Qin collected all the original big bed wardrobe and other objects into the space. In the empty bedroom, Lin Qin moved out of various foods in the storage space one by one, filling all the entire room. Only a very small gap in and out. But on the bedroom on the third floor, Zhang Shui also stood on the balcony of the room before practicing arrows to kill the zombies. Suddenly these materials were out, would it be wrong? But I opened it once last time. Even if Zhang Shui felt puzzled, what could happen? After being prepared, Lin Qin went to the second floor. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, one in Nanwei, one Zhang Shui, and Lin Qin is full. Others used to storage are in small compartments on the top of the building. Lin Qin looked at the small dark door above. The attic was not large, and there were only half a small room. In winter, it is cold and hot in winter, and sometimes it may be leaked. It is still not appropriate to store things such as foods that are easy to deteriorate. You can place some care products and the like. If an air conditioner is turned on the third floor, hit the air conditioning, or placed a new vertical air conditioner. Such hot weather, storage materials should not be too difficult. When deciding his mind, Lin Qin got on the attic. The loft is low, and Lin Qin's big man alone has already resisted the wall. But it is quite clean. Before Lin Qin moved, it was cleaned very cleanly by the intermediary company. Now it can be regarded as cheap him. Lin Qin continued to carry things. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net full of stuffing here. Half an hour later, Lin Qin sweatedly downstairs. Nanwei and Zhang Shui sat on the sofa in the living room nervously, looking at the stairs from time to time, and some were restless. The two of them didn't say much about it just now? Seeing moves from upstairs, Lin Qin's figure gradually appeared in front of him. The two women looked directly. Lin Qin stood on the stairs and looked at them. You two follow me. Nanwei and Zhang Shui looked at each other. The two stood up and walked up the stairs. Zhang Shui walked and said, What do you want us to go up? Lin Qin walked ahead. When you come up, you know what's the situation. The two of you are not worried. Along the way, Lin Qin took them to the door of a room. Pushing open the door of the second bedroom, all the materials inside were exposed. Nanwei and Zhang Shui's eyes widened. What are you all? Isn't it food? What do you think is it? Go in and see. Lin Qin asked without answering. Nanwei and Zhang Shui walked in directly, opened the box, and exposed the inside. Oh my god, there will be no food here. Zhang Shui took a deep breath. Nanwei was also surprised, but she was much better than Zhang Shui's response. Did you tell us these things like this? Are you afraid we secretly take it away? The shock of covering her heart, Nanwei was a little dull. Lin Qin glanced at them and couldn't help laughing. We are now a grasshopper on the rope. I dare not guarantee what to guarantee you, but in me, everyone is blessed to enjoy it. Of course, if I discovered, since I can take you, I have the ability to solve you. Nanwei couldn't help but shivered. Forget it, blame me, it's not funny at all. But even if we have a house of food, but these things can't support it for a long time, it will still finish it. For us, if you can't go to the evacuation point, the more food at home, the better. Nanwei's consideration is not unreasonable, and Lin Qin did not deny her words. But he can't tell her now that he has a systematic in food that can't be eaten. Lin Qin, his core card, will not show up. Don't think so much first, let's exercise well during this time. By the way, I remember you seem to be fighting skills before? Teach us too? Regardless of Nanwei's fighting skills, there is nothing strong. He has experienced it once, most of which are more than ordinary people for survival and reaction ability. But Zhang Shui is not. A complete ordinary college student who is a first-time society. Nanwei did not hide his private person, and nodded immediately. Yes, but I just have some fur, and you don't have too much hope. Fine. There are not few foods in this house. It's enough to eat for a while. The most urgent problem is solved, and the next step is about exercise. Lin Qin looked at Zhang Shui and called her over. In the future, follow Nanwei to learn fighting skills, and when everyone is going to be a teacher, we will go out together. By the way, then we still have to go out to hunt the zombies. After all, the less zombies will help us in the future. Nanwei, the wounds on you will have a good injury these days. The space of the living room is quite large. I am changing the place we're training. After speaking, Lin Qin let them go down. I looked at the empty living room alone and started planning. The treadmill in the basement is still there, but it is unlikely to move up. The treadmill is not small. After studying, Lin Qin decided to change the living room to two practice space. One is used to exercise strength, one is used to exercise reactions. As for the woven basket hanging on the wall before, Lin Xin decided to move to the living room on the second floor first. Otherwise, you can only climb to the small terrace on the roof. But the temperature outside is not low now, and the big sun has been sweating before it has been practiced for a while. The exercise power is nothing more than dumbbells. For the reaction ability, Lin Xin decided to install a sandbag. Every time he punch it, and avoid the ejection of the sandbag. If it is not a matter of material, you can still beat the stakes. But unfortunately, nothing. You can only practice an ordinary sandbag. As for the treadmill, Lin Xin was placed directly near the staircase entrance. It will not be hindered here, nor will they be hit by the sandbags that are shaking back and forth. Anyway, in the space of 100 or 200 flats, except for the bedroom is still very large, it is enough to place these. When deciding his mind, Lin Xin began to get busy. 2 women downstairs, with food. The anxiety in the heart is also at ease. The house is a villa after all. It is not a big problem to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in 3 people. Zhang Shui looked at Nan Wei, and she was particularly relaxed. I'm going to do breakfast, what do you want to eat? Nan Wei laughed, what's there? 2 people talked while walking. Zhang Shui shook his head, it's not clear, wait for us to go to the refrigerator to see, I remember that I saw it was quite full before. The 2 people's laughter gradually drifted away. Lin Xin is also in nervous transformation. If you want to engage in sandbags, you must have a ceiling, but Lin Xin has no drilling machine. It can only be retired, and the second transformation is simple. The whole process is actually the process of handling. It is not difficult except for sandbags. When Lin Xin was almost done, the scent of buns downstairs passed out. After patting his hands, Lin Xin went downstairs. I saw 2 plates of buns and 3 cups of soy milk on the dining table in the living room. There is also a plate of fritters, roughly estimated, and there are 5 or 6 roots. These things were stuffed into the refrigerator when he had nothing to do in the middle of the night. But okay. Otherwise, you may have to eat rice porridge today. You know, the scent of rice is not small. It's so hot that the soy milk fritters are hot, and the taste is not particularly large. Go to wash your hands and eat quickly. Nan Wei held the chopsticks, and Zhang Shui looked up at Lin Xin Road. Lin Xin wanted to pull the chair and sat down, so he had to get up and wash it. Eat breakfast quickly and full. There is basically nothing after a meal, and 3 people do their own things. When the digestion was almost the same as noodles, the 3 people went upstairs and exercised each other. But where did this treadmill come from? Nan Wei and Zhang Shui looked at each other, but the 2 people said nothing. During the exercise, the time was actually passing quickly. The 2 did not disturb each other, and they had already been sweating. Nan Wei did not participate in exercise due to the wound problem on her body. Lunch is now 3 people, and Nan Wei and Zhang Shui will cook again. A lot of food and drinking in the bedroom upstairs. Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net the most important thing is that Lin Xin's refrigerator is very large and very large. The dishes inside should deal with the 3 of them and 2 dishes a day, which is still wrong. Even if it is 5 dishes a day, Lin Xin can actually be supplied. But always cover people's eyes. But in order not to let the taste spread, the 3 did not eat too much dish. After all, there are so many foods in total. One day in the morning and evening. They have to save money. After lunch, Lin Xin checked the surveillance as usual. Make sure that there is no abnormality around, sleep noon. After all, I didn't sleep well last night. Zhang Shui went back to make up after lunch. After they woke up, Lin Xin had already exercised upstairs. In the evening, Lin Xin also went downstairs to take a bath first to prepare ingredients. Tonight, he intends to eat well and prepare to eat hot pot. This is also the first assembly of their team. What kind of base? Beef balls, fat beef, and fat sheep, all the whole plate. Lin Xin then put the induction cooker in the middle of the table. Essence drag the plug-in board and plug in. The fragrance of the scent of hot pot, Zhang Shui sweaty under the guidance of Nan Wei. Can't help but stop. Sister Nanwei, do you have the taste of smelling hot pot? Nanwei took a deep breath and moved his eyes. It seems really. Two people looked for taste and walked down on the third floor. I saw Lin Qin in the living room was sitting in front of the dining table. There are all kinds of hot pot ingredients on the table. In the middle of the table, there is a spicy hot pot bottom. On the table not far from this dining table, there are also a lot of seasoning, parsley to be beef sauce and so on. This hot pot, not much to say, is definitely the taste of hot pot restaurants. Lin Qin had previously ran a hot pot restaurant to copy the seasoning dishes, small ingredients, fruits, and ice cream. You know, this hot pot restaurant, but my favorite hot pot restaurant. It's a pity. After the beginning of the end, his member card also had a coupon worth 158 dragon meat. Blood loss. Anyway, it takes 99 to apply for a member card. Eat a book back. But these are also very good. Absolutely enough to eat. Zhang Shui looked at the table full of food and was unbelievable. Oh my god, Lin Qin, where do you come from? You are simply the treasure box of a dream. Nanwei was also very happy to watch the table. Unexpectedly, you can eat a hot pot. Okay, so hurry up and wash your hands to eat and eat. The two nodded. Zhang Shui ran directly over and washed. Rinse quickly and spend much time. Zhang Shui came out for almost 10 minutes. The meat in the pot got 2 plates of fat beef, and it was cooked for a long time. Nanwei sat over after washing her hands, waiting for Zhang Shui to come. Wow, there are so many spices here, oh, everything. Nanwei looked at the seasonings on the table behind. There are even neat watermelons and oranges. It's exactly the same as the hot pot restaurants. However, Nanwei was not Zhang Shui, not so confused. But she didn't break. If you eat and drink, it must be good. Zhang Shui quickly came out, sitting beside him immediately, watching Lin Qin, who looked delicious at the table. What day today is so delicious? Lin Qin's beer and juice. While opening the lid and said, this meal is not eaten in vain. Huh? What about it? Zhang Shui is unknown, and the seasoning table behind him will call out a bowl of dipping with those who prepare minced garlic, coriander and so on. Back to the dining table, Lin Qin also poured a drink at this time. Do you drink fruit juice or beer? Nanwei, beer bar, Xiaoxue, what do you want to drink? Zhang Shui, you all drink beer, I will come a little too. Are you hurt? Be sure to drink beer? Lin Qin asked for an eyebrow. Nanwei hooked his lips, rest assured, of course, it does not affect. Lin Qin did not matter if he answered. There are a lot of beer. Lin Qin was distributed, 1 can. After everyone sat down, Lin Qin said, come on, this meal today is the first time for us to eat chopsticks. Group meal? What do you mean? Nanwei stretched the chopsticks to pinch a fat beef full of chopsticks, dipped in the sauce. It's the birth of our team. Lin Qin agreed with Nanwei's words and looked at Zhang Shuedao. Yes, to celebrate the birth of the team. The 3 of us are now a team. Lin Qin said the scene. Nanwei nodded in Zhang Shui, and did not refute. The 3 people were harmonious and raised to drink. The bottom of the pot is a bit spicy, but fortunately, the 3 people are not spicy. After shabu beef, lamb, fish fillets, shrimp slippery, boneless duck claws, beef balls and so on. The hot pot of the 3 people also eats very well. However, because of joy, Zhang Shui and Nanwei accidentally drank. By the time the dinner was not over, the 2 women shook their heads drunk, and their words were unclear. Lin Qin was also very sober, and he could only send 2 people back to the room. Zhang Shui was soft and watched Nanwei crying and laughing. Sister Nanwei, my brother, I can't see it anymore. Oh, Nanwei is a little better, but it doesn't look very good. The hazy eyes narrowed into a line, the cheeks were crimson, and they would like to vomit. Holding a beer can with 1 hand, and 1 finger at Zhang Shui to comfort. Oh, what are you afraid of? This is not us, even if you can't contact your brother anymore, but there are 2 people with Lin Qin. Rest assured, I won't let you be homeless. After a while wait, I will send you to the withdrawal point with Lin Qin, okay? Even if he was drunk, Zhang Shui looked surprised and smiled with his eyebrows. Stretching his hands and leaning forward, the two were next to each other. Zhang Shui said happily, "Really, Sister Nanwei? But that Lin-La's Lin Qin, I don't necessarily send me. Oh, what to do? Can I not go?" Woohoo! Zhang Shui was still crying, but she didn't know what she was talking about at all. Lin Qin was full of disgust. "For this wine, don't be shameful in the future." Nanwei reached out and patted her shoulder for comfort. But Zhang Shui was still crying, and he heard Lin Qin's big head. At this sound, even if he had a sound insulation bubble pad, he was afraid that the zombies outside were coming by this movement. He got up, reading www.ukanshu.net raised Zhang Shui from the chair. But she is not lightweight, especially the drunk body without any strength, all rely on Lin Qin's strength. Lin Qin said to Nanwei, "I'll send her back to sleep first." Nanwei held his elbow on the desktop and rubbed his head with both hands. Hearing Lin Qin's voice, she didn't lift her head, but just raised her hand and waved. Zhang Shui was not very honest. Lin Qin was supported at the beginning, and she was not honest at all, her legs were shaking. Walking down and fell down. Lin Qin couldn't, she could only hug her up and climbed up the stairs and returned to the room. Now the weather is hot, and there is nothing in the room. It still looks empty. There is only a thin blanket on the bed. Lin Qin directly threw people on the bed, watching Zhang Shui drunk in the bed blindly, and finally found a comfortable position and lay down to sleep. Lin Qin looked at the scene at the corner of it, and there was a sound from outside, and Nanwei was still awake. I had climbed up myself. Lin Qin closed the door of the room and walked out, and Nanwei fell forward. Lin Qin's subconscious response supported forward, and he was full. Nanwei stood firmly and pushed Lin Qin. "Thank you, it's okay, I can go by myself." "Drink too much, you have to sleep for a while." After that, Nanwei returned to his room and closed the door. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly, then returned, and continued to eat hot pot. There are still many foods in the hot pot. After these things are cooked, they are fishing out of the big soup bowls. Other foods that have not finished the surroundings are looking back. Turn off the key to turning off the induction cooker. Lin Qin went directly to the basement. During this time, Lin Qin never came to the basement. Fortunately, the basement was renovated, and the entrance was more hidden. No one discovered this time. Lin Qin glanced at the time on the phone, and then opened the hidden door and walked in. The basement was dark, and Lin Qin found the switch for a while. When the light was on, Lin Qin went down the stairs. The screen of the computer is still on, exuding weak light. Inside is the monitoring of all corners of the villa area. Through the computer's magnifying screen, you can clearly see every corner. Lin Qin's full bowl of meat was eaten on the coffee table in front of him, while watching the surveillance content around him. The hot pot they eat tonight tastes heavy. After eating for almost 2 hours, this taste should be far away. Whether there are still people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this villa area, look at this time tonight. If you want to completely safely clean up the zombies in the villa area, Lin Qin must know the situation here. In the corner of the monitoring, 2 households lit a candlelight. After watching it a few times, the only 2 households who can see from the appearance. The 2 households have little threat. If they do not take the initiative to find trouble, Lin Qin will not take the initiative to provoke them. One night's calm and calm. Lin Qin stared at the meat that was taken out of the hot pot while watching the monitor. After eating, it is time to be quiet at night. Lin Qin returned upstairs and packed the meatballs that were not eaten on the table and put it back to the frozen room. These things can be eaten again tomorrow. On the bottom of the hot pot, Lin Qin fell into the green belt outside, and then buried with soil. The taste will not spread too fast. After handling, Lin Qin returned to his bedroom. For Bat and Basha lying on it and fell asleep. This is the case today, let's talk about tomorrow. On the line, Lin Qin gradually fell asleep. On the first day, I slept directly until the day. The 3 people in the room were familiar with them, and no one had to wake up. Today's weather is very clear, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and sunny. There is no other exposure. but today it will be more lively outside. After all, the airdrop is materials in weapons. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, you must not miss it. There will be many people outside today. But even so, the 3 people in the early morning were still asleep. It is important not to realize that today's situation is very important. The buzzing of the helicopter outside the house, plus a high-altitude aircraft over. Lin Qin was awake from his sleep, rubbing some headache. After sitting from the bed, Lin Qin heard the sound of helicopter outside. As the plane flew farther and farther, the roar became farther and farther. Lin Qin got out of bed and went directly to the only bedroom on the 3rd floor. Standing on the balcony out. The sky is blue, the sky is clear. You can clearly see a lot of white points floating down. As they are getting closer and the colors are getting more and more obvious. Is this airdrop? For alcohol, Lin Qin's response was a bit dull. But just a moment, he recalled it back. Oh roar. It really is. I almost forgot that a large area of airdrop supplies began today. The movement outside was not small, and the 2 women in the room gradually woke up. The 2 people rubbed their painful heads and listened to the sound outside. Zhang Shui, what are you doing? The sound is so loud. Nanwei, don't complain, it is estimated to be an airdrop. Zhang Shui's original confused head passed through Nanwei, and he immediately sobered a lot. She pushed away her door and opened the sliding door that entered the balcony. I stretched my head and looked out. Through the anti-theft window, the blue sky Zhangxue outside can still see clearly. The densely packed materials on it reflected clearly. Wow, Nanwei, you can look at it, a lot of supplies. Nanwei walked in with his head, and the 2 women looked out across the anti-theft window. So many supplies, do we really not pick up? Let's see what Lin Qin said, I may have to count when I get injured. Nanwei shrugged his shoulders and returned to the bedroom. Zhang Shui standing on the balcony could only be died. Lin Qin, who was standing on the 3rd floor, naturally heard the conversation between the 2 of them. It's not impossible to go out. They can use the rushing zombies outside for practical exercises. Or take them to see how others grab the materials. But the problem is that today's zombies are the most mixed with people. Due to the problem of airdrops, many other survivors will definitely go out and grab the supplies in the air investment. Walking from the 3rd floor. Lin Qin's heart is serious. 1 large barrel of clean water in the bathroom, as well as half a barrel. The 2 women have been washed clean. Perked up with Lin Qin. Wake up? Nanwei greeted enthusiastically. Lin Qin nodded, opened the bathroom and walked in. Brush your teeth and wash your face. After cleaning up, Lin Qin took out the bread from the refrigerator. 3 people were sitting in front of the dining table, and no one had spoken by www.ukanshu.net. The rapid decline in airdrops outside, and many have already fallen in various positions. Some even fell on the roof and drank water. Lin Qin looked at them and thought about it. Just eat it today, let's wait to go out. What to do? Nanwei asked. Lin Qin took a bite of bread and said directly, don't you want to go out to pick up airdrops? It is impossible to pick up, but we can go out to find a place to practice. We all need practical experience. Just right, a large number of airdrops outside will attract a lot of survivors to pick up equipment and supplies, which can attract the attention of most zombies. A few parts are not too threatened to us. Just take this opportunity to practice our practical experience. After Lin Qin said, Zhang Shui and Nanwei were a little surprised. You know, Lin Qin didn't want them to go before. Suddenly loosen now, it's not right. Won't you have any other plans? Suddenly you change your decision before. It looks like a conspiracy. Nanwei didn't believe it. Zhang Shui didn't believe it. But practicing them really need it. After all, the last practical exercise has not been faced with the zombies for a long time. Lin Qin drank milk, our team's strength is still too weak. If it is really stared at in the later period, we don't have much ability to protect themselves. Xiaoxue, your bow and arrows are still poor, you should exercise as soon as possible. As for Nanwei, I found it last time with your bow and arrow, very accurate, practiced? Nanwei was suddenly named and took a bite of the bread. Well, I have practiced before, it is a player of the shooting team, but then I did not continue. My parents cultivated me from the bottom. I have also practiced a bit of three-legged cats, you know this too. But in the matter of bow and arrow, I can help you, give you pointers. But that is, I may not go out with you, the wound on my arm, this zombie can't smell the taste. Lin Qin looked at the gauze entangled in her body. In fact, the worst injury she suffered was on her arm, followed by scratches on the calf. But these days have been scabbing. The biggest wound has not been fully so thoroughly on the arm. But no harm. I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme oil essence, flower dew, which one do you want? Nanwei? Intersection, what's the meaning? The smell of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme and oil and flowers is large, which can cover the bloody smell on the body and destroy the sense of smell of zombies. Principles, in fact, it is a bit similar to the smell of stinking of the garbage station. After entering, you can only smell the smell, and you can't smell other tastes. In short, it is to cover your bloody smell. How do you know? Nanwei was surprised. In terms of case, it is impossible for him to know so much. However, Lin Qin just smiled mysteriously. His sleeping garbage was not asleep in vain. Since it can be solved, I will go out with you. The three people eat breakfast quickly. Everyone returned to their room and packed them out at will, and walked out of the backpack. The two women are obviously more excited than Lin Qin. Standing in the living room, Lin Qin handed the bow and arrow with the bags full of arrows to two people, and solemnly reminded. After going out, you have to listen to my command, otherwise I won't save you. Lin Qin was very serious, and Zhang Shui couldn't help but panic and nodded in a hurry. Not to mention Nanwei. She is more experienced than Zhang Shui. But before departure, you need to prepare. Lin Qin took the mask and distributed it. These viruses are parasitic in the human body. The symptoms of fever are only initial. In order to avoid being infected with the zombies, the mask must be worn well. After speaking, Lin Qin took out the eye mask again. Eye masks are transparent, which can be understood as protective eyes used in swimming diving. This thing must be worn well, and it can play a key role when necessary. In case the zombie flutter, the mucus drip, at least it will not enter your eyes, otherwise I will solve you before you confirm that the infection virus becomes a zombie. No matter how hot, you can't open it. After distributing, Lin Qin stopped. With a mask and glasses, it should be a lot safer, but the hand, as long as there is no wound in your hand, disinfection in time, the probability of infection should not be high. You know, wearing gloves is inconvenient. And it is so hot outside, it is the limit to wear a mask and glasses. It's not convenient to bring a glove. And it's hot. Rest assured, I don't want to become those ugly zombies, and it hurts to be bitten. Zhang Shui said, with a disgusting expression. Nanwei nodded and wore the glasses and masks. Looking at everyone is ready. Lin Qin took the school bag back and then opened the door of the room. Three people went out. Passed through the trail in front of the villa. There were not many zombies in the villa, and it was resolved by the person who broke in last night. At present, in the villa area, there should be only the zombies that person mutated. So the three people went out smoothly. Facing the road in front of the villa door of Lanshan Lake, there are a lot of fallen leaves. Fortunately, there is no zombie figure. Lin Qin walked in front of them and turned to another road. It has come at noon. There are few people in the villa area. Different air made smoke floats in the sky in the distance. At this time, there are not many people in all sizes or other positions that can hide. It's so quiet that the zombies are not here. They are relatively remote here, and they still need to find a place with a higher geographical location in order to practice well. It's just that Lin Qin is unfamiliar. He is not familiar with here. When Lin Qin was still considering it seriously, he suddenly thought that Zhang Shui was not an intermediary. She said yesterday that she had seen the house nearby before. And she always lives here. So should we be very fingering for the situation nearby? Lin Qin stopped. Look at Zhang Shui next to him. When Zhang Shui detecting Lin Qin's sight, she froze. What's wrong? You should be more familiar with this place. There are not many people, the geographical location is higher, or we can climb up. At least you can't be blocked by the zombies on the road and sit on the road. Zhang Shui was asked for a while, but I thought about it, there seemed to be there. There is a remote position, but it is different from our side. The denseness of the house over there is relatively low, and the highest is the 3-story small ocean building. Then, Yu reads a small house www.ukanshu.net, a small alley. That is, the commonly known as the village in the city. But that place is not as bad as you think. It looks pretty bright and beautiful outside. The surrounding night market small commodity street is quite complete. It can no longer go inside. It may be a bit average. It's a bit antique? In fact, the building of the house is relatively old, still a long time ago, all look not good. Lin Qin lowered his eyes and then asked, Far? Zhang Shui shook her head, not far, just at the 2 intersections in front. There are a lot of empty people over there, it is a shopping mall, but there are few people here, and the investment promotion is not good, so it is vacant, and there are only a few. Lin Qin nodded and continued to go. He knows. I haven't seen such a geographical opening of the mall before. As long as there is a place, there is no problem. There are a lot of dead branches on the road, and a hot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blows a lot. However, the long-term desolation, coupled with the zombies' invasion, looks more and more endless. On the side of the road, there are traces of smashing meat everywhere in the street shops. 3 people wore a traffic light and saw 5 stacked bodies. The crow stood on the edge of the carrion and ate carrion. When they saw someone coming, they flashed their wings and hovered. A proper empty city sense. Zhang Shui beating her heart. Pull Lin Qin's sleeves tightly. Nanwei held the bow and arrow tightly and looked around, and could not help whispering. How long is this place, it becomes like this? Sister Nanwei, isn't you going out before? Zhang Shui didn't run too much. She only knew that those people in the community burned and grabbed, and ran out of hardships, just ran opposite the road. Except for those zombies, she has seen it, but this is the first time she came out in her sense. Nanwei's voice was lighter, looking at the surrounding situation, and at the same time replied Zhang Shui. The same, it's even worse. Lin Qin's ears moved slightly, and suddenly said, Hush, don't talk. There's noise. 3 people are alert instantly. Under Lin Qin's leadership, he ran to the green belt on the roadside squatting down. Just when I hit a good figure, I saw a figure not far away. Then, the second, the third. The time for these people to cross the road is not together, there is a order before and after. In the previous mall, a yellow and red airdrop box was hung on the 2nd floor platform in front of the mall. The smoke logo on the airdrop box is gone. These people should also be for the past for the empty investment box. Nanwei looked at the corner of the front and couldn't help but whispered. Unexpectedly, there are air pockets on our side, still too. Zhang Shui, I don't feel good, there should be a lot of people over there. Lin Qin, are you going? Zhang Shui, a bit retreating. Nanwei, do you change a place? Zhang Shui, agree. Lin Qin, is this scared? Didn't you still shout to the evacuation point yesterday? It's much worse than the evacuation point than it is now. Zhang Shui, then I will take back my words yesterday. The question is what to do now. Someone must be staring near those 2 airdrop boxes. Don't worry first, wait. Lin Qin sat directly on the ground and waited at ease. Fortunately, the narrow road behind this green belt is a motor lane. The dense trees on the roadside will help them get cold for free, and it will not be too sunny. Sit a while, just rest. Lin Qin took his own telescope and turned on the distance towards the oblique direction. From the surroundings of the airdrop, Lin Qin moved from left to right and saw some people who probed the brain. There are really a lot of people staring. It is estimated that after these people wait and see, they will run over without a threat. However, this position is not true, and you can see it for 2 steps to see it completely. After thinking about it, Lin Qin squatted and moved forward a few steps, looking up from time to see whether he could see the situation there. Zhang Shui and Nan Wei looked at Lin Qin's movement. Although they were puzzled, they also learned to move forward. Almost a short period of time, Lin Qin stopped. Looking up at the telescope to look at the distance, the situation changes there. Well, he retracted those words he just. What are these people cautious? Obviously watching the fire from the shore and watching the lively. On the other side of the airdrop box, it is not possible to get off at this time. I looked at it roughly, and there were more than 10 or 20 people. The scene is extremely chaotic. Next to the airdrop, a lot of corpses were lying. Someone ran away, and someone grabbed back halfway. Just like this. Those who grabbed the supplies did not dare to stay, and those who did not grab the supplies just wanted to take it back. The person who got the weapon began to wield and grab the others. Well, the good news is to meet the airdrop. The bad news is that it is gone. The people who just saw the onlookers who dared not come forward were seeing the situation in the distance, and did not dare to come forward to find death. Just plan to wait until the end of it, and then go to see the specific situation. In case you can pick up. Many people hold this mind. Lin Qin is not interested in supplies. But the movement over there is so big that the zombies should not be less. Taking advantage of these people's attention there, the 3 of them quickly entered the opposite of the mall and climbed up. Opposite that mall, he remembered that when Zhang Shui introduced before, it seemed to be a small creative industrial park. The place is not big. Lin Qin made his mind and was overwhelmed. Opposite the shopping mall store is the industrial park? I remember when you introduced it to me before, it seems that there is an industrial park nearby. Zhang Shui nodded. Yes, it is an industrial park, but it is very small and not big. There are 3 buildings inside, along the roadside. Oh yes, the mall I told you before. In fact, it was because of this creative industrial park. After all, there were many people who went to work here, and they were remote. Deer opened here, and there are few others. Lin Qin didn't listen. It's not big anyway. Lin Qin said, Go to this industrial park. Your 2 weapons are taken, and you need to use it back. Lin Qin looked at there, and confirmed that these people would not pay attention to it, and they stood up generously. Their speed is fast. Although Nanwei and Zhang Shui look less reliable, they are still a bit useful at this time. After a while, they came to the industrial park in Zhangzhuiku. It is not actually the industrial park. It is 3 tall buildings along the roadside. This building is not very good. Lin Qin took a look. Climbing dozens of layers from below, let alone whether it will be exhausted, there should be a lot of zombies in it. After all, when the zombie broke out, it was when working to work. However, this is also inaccurate. The sound outside the past few days was not small, and most zombies should not be inside the building. Standing downstairs, Yu reading books www.ukanshu. Net Zhang Shuedao, what are you looking at? Not here. Do you dare to enter this building? Well, just in front. Did you see the 2-story shop on the opposite side of it? Behind the 2nd floor shop is the community. These shops surround the community. But the 2nd floor is just right. It's best to go up. Okay, go. Lin Qin took a deep breath, and the figures of the 3 were sneaky. Even if the people over there are discovered, they will not be remembered. They only want to share a share. Lin Qin looked at the distance. Under the blessing of the telescope, at the end of the road in the distance, several scattered zombies appeared. In other alleys in the distance, zombies also came. As for the zombies in other positions, Lin Qin is currently unclear. Before these zombies arrived, the 3 of them had to climb to the top of the 2-story shop as soon as possible. The 3 were quite smooth, and no one stopped them. When I was about to climb the stairs in the community, the zombies rushed out of the room on the 1st floor, stopped the road. Lin Qin was quickly accurate, grabbing the shoulder of Zhang Shui in front of the front. Zhang Shui was startled, but still did not make much sound. Nanwei stood in the narrow staircase and stopped the bow and arrow in his hand. Attempts to leave the distance between the zombies and Zhang Zuolinken. But the zombies were huge, and the teeth were yellow and black. With a snap, the bow and arrow broke directly. Lin Qin gave Zhang Shui to Nanwei, and he directly took the zombie back to the door where he ran out. Then he quickly pulled out an axe, cutting his head for a while. The dirty blood in the zombie's head splashed on the white wall in the corridor. A bad smell spread throughout the space. Nanwei held Zhang Shui's shoulders, and the two looked at Lin Qin nervously. When Lin Qin resolved the zombie back, the two looked at him nervously. "It's okay." Lin Qin raised his hand and wiped the blood splattered on the glasses, and shook his head. "It's okay, be careful, it's not necessarily safe here." After Lin Qin wiped it clean, he saw that Nanwei's bow and arrow had been broken. It must not be used. He moved the backpack behind him and took a small axe out of the inside. "The axe is just as big as I just took out. Holding a small axe is not the same." Watching Lin Qin hand over, Nanwei reached out and took it. She has no weapons now. The only bows and arrows were also cut into two pieces by the zombies. The little axe, for her, still takes advantage of it. After Lin Qin resolved the zombie, he pulled Nanwei's body away, walked behind, and closed the big iron gate. On the iron gate is the access control of this residential house. However, after the electricity was broken, these access controls had no effect. However, it is quite solid to resist the zombies outside can still resist one or two. Lin Qin found the hemp rope first to ensure that it is stronger. But the access control is generally not opened. After all, for the outside zombies, they are rushing forward. The door of this access control was pushed open again, and when he rushed forward, the door would be deducted. As for the hemp rope, Lin Qin is afraid of. So I just prepared. After solving this zombie, Lin Qin handled the door again, and then took two women upstairs. Although Zhang Shui was scared, he also knew that he could not make a sound at this time, so as not to be besieged by zombies. She was afraid of good, but she was not really stupid. Three people walked along the stairs all the way. The white wall is still normal, and it is still white, and some wall skin falls in the corner. As for the scratching and blood stains. But even so, you can't relax your vigilance. Otherwise, just like when he came in, a zombie suddenly came out. Fortunately, there were not many accidents in the back. Lin Qin climbed to the second floor and stood at the entrance of the stairs and looked at the window above. The windows are closed and can only push away half a fan. Lin Qin couldn't help it, took off the school bag behind him, found a pass in it, and then took out the big pliers. Below the window, there is an iron film support. As long as you cut this, you can push the window completely out. Nanwei and Zhang Shui looked up and down the stairs nervously. Like the left and right protection method. Fortunately, there was no abnormality. Lin Qin also successfully opened. He stretched his head and looked out to ensure that the platform was safe. Then looked at Zhang Xuedao. Xiaoxue, your body is the most petite. You pass first, I drag you. Zhang Shui blinked, as well as look at the window and look at Lin Qin and Nanwei. Also, she is the smallest. If she asked her to hold Nanwei and Lin Qin, her little body was really not good. Nodded, Zhang Shui approached the window. Lin Qin raised her lightly, and Nanwei also came over to help. Zhang Shui grabbed the edge of the window sill, and went out to stand up with the help of the two people behind him. The windows are not very large, opening on Lin Qin's chest. You have to support it to go out. After Zhang Shui went out, Nanwei was also carried on his shoulders by Lin Qin. But Nanwei's weight is particularly obvious. As soon as he raised, Lin Qin widened. Nanwei, how heavy are you? It's time to lose weight. Nanwei, who was carried, flushed his cheeks and couldn't help but whispered, I didn't eat much. Zhang Shui over there stretched out Nanwei's hand and dragged her over, and couldn't help laughing. Lin Qin, don't say that, Sister Nanwei is tall and weighs normal. If she is the same as me, it will not be thin and weak. Soon, Nanwei passed smoothly. Lin Qin looked back, and there was no place where he couldn't step on. It seemed that he could only hold the window with his feet up with his bare hands. When I was a kid, I did not climb less, but I did not expect to be used here. Lin Qin went through the upper body smoothly. The two women dragged one left and right, and successfully stood firmly. After patting his hands, Lin Qin turned back and closed the window. The platform on the second floor is not very clean. The cement is black and there are some weeds from the gap. The most important thing is that there are some dirty things from high-level parabolic. But there are places where you have. The three found a plain place to squat down. Lin Qin looked at the telescope and found that the zombies were coming. Several people who snatched materials in the distance are still busy. However, snatching must have risks, but a few people died. Looking at it from a distance, there are a few people watching a few people. But it is normal. You reading books www.ukanshu.net. This is dead. It's so big that the movement is so big, maybe even if you look at it. Several people were very conscious of current affairs, but the airdrop box continued to fight. From the beginning of the 10 people at the beginning, there are only 5 people left on the top. I don't know if I successfully run away and escaped the interception, or it has been resolved on the spot. However, Lin Qin's goal is not the supplies in their hands. With a telescope, he can clearly see the situation there. Several people who rushed directly through the mall rushed to the fight, and for a while, they dodged around. Lin Qin smiled. These people are too grinding. After taking the east-west tube so much, just run. It's still grinding. After watching Lin Qin, he then gave the telescope to Nanwei. You two are here, I'll go out. Nanwei's bow and arrows were gone, and she could only take out the storage space to her. But the problem is that he cannot always take it out in front of them. Especially the bow and arrow backpack cannot be put. 2 people nodded and continued to observe the situation outside. Lin Qin gave his bow and arrow to Nanwei, and then left himself. Once born, too cooked. Lin Qin is already proficient in things like turning the window. He first opened the door of others in the room on the second floor and went in to search. 2 women in the family had nothing to change their washing clothes. Lin Qin just looked at the pattern in the house and searched the closet. He took other people's clothes and stuffed it directly into the school bag. He has a lot of school bags. After full, Lin Qin left. There was also a bow and arrow. After Lin Qin returned, the 2 women looked at his school bag confused. Where are you going? Search for something so full. It's not bad, I searched you some clothes for you. Zhang Shui took Lin Qin's school bag and looked at the clothes full of clothes in the backpack. The bow and arrow behind him saw it. Lin Qin noticed her gaze and couldn't help laughing. How about, good luck? Packing properly, Lin Qin began to be near the edge of the second floor. He held his sleeves and looked at the zombies downstairs. Okay, come over. Now, everyone has a bow and arrow to practice the accurate head. After the bows and arrows have been practiced, we usually practice the reaction ability at home. Of course, this is something. Xiaoxue, your technology is the most bad, Nanwei will guide you next to it. Lin Qin ordered one by one. The zombies downstairs look 20 or 30. This number is actually not enough for the 3 of them to practice. But if Xiaoxue can be alone, there will be more than a measure. Forget it, let her practice first. Nanwei stepped forward and adjusted Zhang Shui's less accurate bowing posture. With Nanwei's help, Zhang Shui's progress was rapid. The scorching sun was shining, and the 3 were sweaty. Lin Qin raised his hand to wipe the sweat beads on his forehead and looked at the airdrop box in front. On the road in the distance, the zombies smelled the bloody smell. Many people died over there, and the blood on the ground was scattered in the air. More and more zombies come together. However, the goal is several fresh corpses over the airdrop box. The zombies were looking for the taste and aimed at these corpses madly. Then more and more gathered. Each corpse forms a circular encirclement. Gradually, more and more. From a distance, the zombie's body, the sound of eating, was dense. Lin Qin only felt numb. But there are a lot of looking at the number. So many, enough to practice. Nanwei is still guiding. Lin Xin also started aiming at the bow and arrow. The three of them are currently in Nanwei's arrows, followed by him, and then Xiaoxue. If you can get the muffler, you can practice what break. Holding a gun directly, he killed. It is not because there is no muffler, whether it is a pistol, those in the shooting hall, or the assault rifle just got yesterday. None of the muffler. Isn't these arrows practicing now just to solve these zombies silently? Obviously there are guns, but it cannot be used directly. In the opinion of Lin Xin at this moment, practicing bow and arrows was a bit wasteful. The gun can't always be a furnishings. Yes, it is not the time to practice the bow and arrow. Still find a way to get the muffler. But where is the muffler and where can I get it? Police station? No, the police station may not have it. And after so long, other surviving survivors must have been there. So where is there? Lin Xin pulled the bows and arrows aiming at the zombies in the distance. His eyes were godless, but his brain was constantly thinking about the problem of the muffler. With guns, they can actually do more. Lin Xin returned to God and found that in the zombies crowded together in the distance, two zombies wearing special police clothes appeared. They were still hung on their bodies. Lin Xin's eyes stared straight, and he couldn't help but let go of the bow and arrow in his hand. Take out the telescope and look at it. Two black special policemen, the special policemen, were fighting for food among a bunch of zombies, and desperately squeezed them inside. But there are too many zombies. As new zombies, they are still children stages. Under the experienced old zombies, they couldn't squeeze in. Lin Xin looked at the telescope at the waist of the two zombies. It seemed that the waist seemed to be hanging on the waist. The weapon is still there. Surprisingly rushed into Lin Xin's brain. Before Lin Xin opened, Nanwei came over and patted his shoulder. Lin Xin, opposite, someone. When Lin Xin turned around in surprise, he heard Nanwei's words. He missed his head and was unknown. I saw Nanwei reaching out and pointed at the second floor in the front mall. Looking intently, there were a few people standing on the second floor. Looking at them, but because the glass reflective of the mall in gray, the naked eyes are a vague villain, which cannot be seen at all. Lin Xin looked back at a glance. Don't be afraid, they care about them. Even if we are aiming, we don't have to worry. To appease Nanwei, Lin Xin continued near the airdrop. Now, his focus is on two special police in the group of zombies. No one can stop him from getting the equipment on the special police. Even if it is opposite, it doesn't work. In this way, Xiaoxue, the two of you responded here, I want to go opposite. What are you going to the opposite side? Haven't you seen any other survivors gathered there? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Xin nervously. I don't quite understand what he used to do. Especially the number of zombies underneath. Yu reads www.ukanshu.net, but they are eating now. But those corpses could not support long. These zombies will soon be eaten. At this time, Lin Xin may be discovered by the corpse group and became their goals. Nanwei did not agree. Inside the mall on the second floor opposite, it is not certain whether these survivors are good or malicious. But it is certain that Lin Xin's channel, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the corpse group itself, is already dangerous. Lin Xin had no choice but to say, seeing the two zombies in black clothes in the corpse group, what did he have on him? Nanwei Zhang Shui was confused. Reaching for the telescope that Lin Xin came over. Black zombies' guns. The two women looked at Lin Xin with a look at the two women. They all know what guns mean. But Lin Xin's focus is different from the two of them. Gun, he has. His focus was that he didn't know if there was a muffler on this zombie. No matter if you have it, you have to get it. He believes that whether it is the military or the police's muffler must be equipped. Why didn't the one yesterday not? It must be lost. After all, the strength of the zombies is not small. If it happens, it may be lost if it happens. However, the most direct possibility is that the number of muffles is limited, and some people are not allocated. No matter which one is, in short, there is always one. As long as one is obtained, for Lin Xin, it is equivalent to solving all problems. Nanwei and Zhang Shui knew the importance of guns, but the question was that it was not clear whether the people in the opposite side also followed the equipment on the zombies. In case the goal is the same, you must prepare early. But if it wasn't, would the other party feel that the other party would be threatened and threatened and threatened? In other words, the other party is not malicious. It was simply being surrounded by zombies. No matter which one is a blocking zombie, other survivors. Nanwei condensed his eyebrows and did not agree. It seems that these zombies don't seem to be in danger, but they still can't take it lightly. We can wait for them to eat and disperse before passing. These two have not squeezed in so far. After the other zombies have been full, they will definitely leave them. We can take measures by then. Zhang Shui, I think she makes sense. For us, the biggest threat is those on the second floor opposite. Lin Xin couldn't help but look at other zombies who were still eating there. These two are indeed the best, and when the zombies inside are full, they don't know if they are full. But Nanwei said it really makes sense, and he knows. Mainly, he was worried that the longer he dragged the time, there was a change. Lin Xin looked at the situation over there, and finally nodded. After all, he still knows the principle of being anxious to eat hot tofu. The three people didn't practice at this time. I found a shade and sat down and waited for the corpse to eat. And at this time, several survivors on the second floor of the mall kept waving their arms to ask for help at Lin Xin, but they had no response. Seeing that I couldn't see a few figures over there, one of the women could not help but lose. What to do? They don't seem to come to save us. The woman who speaks is young Nicole, a manager of this mall. In addition to her, there is also an older grandfather. A man who looks burly, a couple and brother and sister. They were rescued by the special policeman who rescued yesterday as a temporary asylum. Originally, there were rare personnel, and it was still safe to have special police officers. But yesterday, the special police went out to search for other survivors, and has not returned so far. The supplies in the air investment outside fell here again. Suddenly, it turned out to be a gathering place for many survivors, and the zombies were also attracted. They dare not go out at all. Save a little effort, girl, this is a zombie outside, no one dares to run around. We are still waiting for the special policeman to come back here. The person who speaks is the only grandfather here. He was sitting on the long sofa in the clothing store, and he was still holding a stick in his hand. Here, the only single big man Lu Chong saw this, and his tone rushed. Looking at young Niche's poor attitude. Don't waste your kung fu, you have harmed everyone. Do you know whether the person from the opposite side is good or bad? It's not just you here. Also, uncle, this special policeman hasn't returned for so long, maybe it's gone. If you want to see, you can only rely on yourself now. Can you leave if you don't go? I will leave if I don't leave. Speaking, he was about to take the machete left by the special police officer. Most of the zombies outside are not far from the gate of the square downstairs. Waiting for two special police officers who do not know if they are dead or alive, it is not reliable to set themselves or dangerous situations. Young Nicole was stunned, and she couldn't do anything except angry. After all, the other party's force value does not look small. The special police are not there is no need to argue with people. Otherwise, it is yourself who is injured in the end. But Grandpa was said to look up unexpectedly to the other party. Lady, your behavior is not moral. You leave alone, but this thing is the only body defense weapon in our bunch of people. What do you mean by taking away? Grandpa's words touched several other young people. After all, the only weapon was given to him because of his ability. However, he did not expect that he had to leave and took away his weapons. Lu Chong didn't want to have a lot of people with these useless people. There is nothing valuable on them. While the zombie's attention is not left here, it is right to leave. Holding the weapon in his hand, he put the blade around the old man's neck and said fiercely, "Shut up, old man. Don't take any time." For a while, a few people in the room did not dare to step forward. A pair of siblings who originally wanted to intervene in the couple, and immediately retreated, and did not see these in the corner alone. Now it is the best one. Seeing no one, Lu Chong ran out. If it weren't for this group of people, he would never go so decisive. Yang Nicole rushed over and closed the door, looking around. But the light outside is not very good, except for Yang Chang's backless back. Yang Nicole was very nervous, and after closing the door, she was still worried. Seeing the other people in the room saw no one who spoke. The grandfather couldn't help but sigh, "Do evil. Yang girl, go and see if the special police brother is back." Yang Nicole nodded and walked to the road below the window. Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net. The crowded zombies continued to eat. Many of them seemed to have left here that they had been full. The number is much less than just now. But there seems to be 2 zombies wearing special police clothes. Young Nicole was frightened and nervous. Strongly stable. No, I didn't see it. Yang Nicole's movements seemed a bit problematic, and the little couple sitting in the corner observed it. Step by step to young Nico's side, looking out. I didn't see any difference. When he was about to leave, Yu Guang saw that there seemed to be a problem with the zombies over there. Black Special Police Service. The 2 people looked at each other and collided with Wang Nico. Then I returned to my seat, sitting honestly without saying much. The girl looked up, but saw her boyfriend's eyes interesting. At this time, if you tell everyone that the special police are dead, then the temporary people who have been formed together will inevitably fall apart. Under the flooding of this anxiety, it is difficult to guarantee anything. At this time, I just want to protect my safety. Looking at several other people who do not know, they have different thoughts. They need to find a way to leave here. The people in the team are pregnant with ghosts. This silence was interrupted by the screams suddenly from the mall. Lu Chong, who had just rushed out. It was his voice. When the fear struck again, everyone squatted down and hid behind the many clothes shelves. The 2 little couples originally intended to leave here and interrupted it. Nympho. At this time, Lin Qin also heard screams. When he got up and looked around, he saw that the corpse was attracted under this voice. Among them, the 2 zombies were stared at by Lin Qin. What's the situation? The zombies were restless. Seeing that he was about to disappear in his sight, Lin Qin thought about it. In this way, you are waiting here, I passed, and if there will be a zombie chasing, you can help me cover it. No, you are not safe. Lin Qin just bowed his head and pulled out something from his school bag. Take out the intercom and adjust the new intercom channel. You have a good vision here, and inform me of the location of the zombies at any time. It is best to bring the headset, don't be on the waist. Ask for it. Lin Qin left here. Leave a lot of arrows here. The 2 people who were worried about did not think about Lin Qin's so many things. Just picked up the bow and arrow and prepared to cover at any time. At this time, Lin Qin spared a while. The zombies all ran to the mall. At present, the mall is definitely unsafe. He needs to know where the 2 zombies have gone. Do you not go in or not? The muffler is important, but the problem is that there is no life. Lin Qin was leaning on the door of the shop along the street and took out the 95 assault rifle from the storage space yesterday. He took out the magazine, filled the bullets inside, and copied the magazine filled with bullets at the same time. In this way, he can change the bomb in 1 second. The copy of the magazine Lin Qin was installed into the storage space. After finishing it, he installed the dismantled magazine. Hang the gun on his body. Take a deep breath. It is not safe to enter the mall. Even if he was reborn, he was still a vulgar. Unlike those who are only so powerful that they will only be in the mouth of Darth, they really see the zombies, and the first one who scares urine is him. After doing a good psychological construction, Lin Qinzheng planned to rush out, and when he saw the slight sound of the jar inside the room, Lin Qin, holding the gun, was alert instantly. Aimed at there. You know, this shop itself is open on the door. In the kitchen inside, if there is any zombie or something, it is not without this. Lin Qin was holding a gun and staring at it vigilantly. See a black figure out of the inside. Lin Qin was startled immediately, but saw the familiar badge. The special police naturally saw Lin Qin, and looked at him up and down to ensure that there was no threat. Ordinary citizen? Lin Qin nodded. The special police officer moved the muzzle from him, and reached out and touched the position of the head of the helmet. Number 1, found an ordinary citizen, found an ordinary citizen. Lin Qin couldn't hear what he said there. But after seeing the special police report, he looked at Lin Qin straight. I don't know what to say. The special police looked at Lin Qin, said directly, it's frightened, it's okay now. Wait for you, follow me, wait for the mall opposite to the opposite side. On the second floor, there were several ordinary people I saved yesterday. After 2 other players gathered, we left together and went to the evacuation point. The special police appeased Lin Qin, and then bypassed him and ran to the position where Lin Qin had just squatted and looked out. There is no abnormality on the street, and a wolf burrowed around the distance from the distance. It is not difficult to see what happened here. The special police frowned, holding a gun in his hand, and observing the outside carefully. Lin Qin leaned forward, and his eyes stared at the straps and muzzle on the special policeman, and then squatted behind the special police. He whispered, someone just screamed in the mall, and the zombies were attracted. It's not safe now. As Lin Qin said, he stared at the gun in the hands of the special police. This gun is better than the one he got yesterday. There is a muffler on it. Lin Qin's eyes were very greedy. But the special policeman observed it, looking back suddenly, looking at Lin Qin. Lin Qin was taken aback and hurriedly recovered his sight. What's wrong? The special policeman looked at him, and then looked at the gun on his back, with a serious expression. Where did you come from this gun? Lin Qin blinked, picked it up. Fortunately, the special police did not ask, and after getting the answer, he returned. How long have those zombies have been in? When asked, Lin Qin also recalled it. He noticed when he screamed. Subsequently allocated things, it seems that there is no waste of time. For more than 10 minutes? It's about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The special police did not say much, but just took out the telescope and the backpack and looked at the shopping mall opposite. The second floor of the mall is not high. Even if the glass outside is a bit reflective and gray, it can still be seen clearly. The survivors that were placed yesterday were at the corner of the second floor. Fortunately, the telescope can see a woman sitting by the glass. They hid, reading books www.ukanshu.net should be safe. Wang Hao thought for a moment, and then said, it's safe here. After I leave, you go to find a place to hide. Listening to Wang Hao's words, Lin Qin lived, you won't go in to save them? There are a lot of zombies inside. The zombies around the airdrop are almost 30 or 40. No, there are 50 or 60 zombies. However, the other party ignored him at all. Just after bowing his head and finishing the equipment, he said to him, we come here to search and rescue the survivors. They are taken in me and hid in it. I must bring them out. By the way, there are 3 people who searched and rescued. You go inside to hide with them and wait for me to come back. Lin Qin on the side, he looked back at the back door of the kitchen behind him. After this, there are still people? Lin Qin took a deep breath and saw Wang Hao bring him to the kitchen. Standing at the door, Lin Qin couldn't help looking at the situation inside. There was a meal port here, and there were some pots and pans to prepare vegetables. Walking in and passing through a door is the place where the kitchen cooks. The door of the room was pushed away, and Lin Qin saw 3 people hidden inside. 2 men, 1 woman. Dirty and unpleasant. Like sweat smell? But this is normal. The end of the day stopping power and power outage, and bathing and shampooing have become extravagant. Not even time to take care of yourself. Lin Qin looked at this small space. In contrast to the door, it is a slightly larger window. No wonder the special policeman came out of him. Thinking that it should be to take people into this window, soothe the 3 people, and continue to explore the way. Then I met myself. You stay with them here. Just You have a gun on your body, holding this gun to protect them. Remember, do not move the grass and shock the snake. Lin Qin was silent again. He just threw himself here? No, right. Isn't he afraid of what he did to these 3 people with weapons? Lin Qin, I took a gun. You are not afraid that I will all of them without waiting for Lin Qin to finish? Wang Hao laughed with a somewhat contempt. You shouldn't. Kill these people is not good for you, but waste your bullets. These people have nothing valuable on their bodies, neither food nor weapons. He dares to be sure that the players will not discard the guns for no reason, so there is only one possibility. It is normal to be taken away, but after becoming a zombie, the bullets in the gun must not be many. Whether it is a good person or a bad person. Without sufficient bullets, the only rounds left in the magazine look particularly precious. For a few people who have no value, bullets are much more expensive than them. Lin Qin, brother, you are too upright. A person in the past is a dessert for meals that come to the door. In fact, for those who have guns, there are not many zombies. The firefighting solution of the firearms is still fast. The problem is that the speed of zombies is faster than before, but not standing in place waiting for you. And once there is a sound, the zombies in other places will come. In fact, it is equivalent to a sea tactics. A person with limited supplies and limited ammunition. After playing, it is gone. So don't underestimate these zombies. Although he really makes sense, the problem is that he has a lot of bullets. I thought it was a bit different. However, Lin Qin did not intend to stay. If you stay, you can't touch the muffler. So if you think about it, it's better to keep up. I'll go with you. Someone can deal with these zombies together. There is always a response. Also, you see that they are afraid of me. Even if I stay, it is not good. Wang Hao looked at the direction of Lin Qin's fingers. The 3 people squatted in the corner and did not dare to see it. Hold a group together. Seeing this, he had to say, okay, you come with me. Lin Qin followed Wang Hao as he wished. Wang Hao checked the guns and ammunition, and observed the situation while walking. Follow me, listen to my command, don't reckless. Lin Qin nodded solemnly, his eyes still stared at the gun and Wang Hao from time to time. 2 people walked across the road and came to the square of the mall unimpeded. The square is not particularly wide. The special police brother is very fast. Lin Qin listened to his command and followed. The mall was particularly quiet at this time, and after the screaming of the scream a few times, it was gone. Wanna come, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme die or not. Anyway, the end is not very good. Wang Hao walked at the forefront, and the 2 came to a platform on the first floor of the mall. It was closer, and Lin Qin found that this mall is not the same as those malls that I usually see. It is composed of a number of separate buildings. In the middle, some flyover of the flyover elevator horizontally connected in the middle of the building. Lin Qin observed the 4 weeks, and then put his gaze ahead. There are many stone pillars surrounding them. Dozens of zombies wandering in front of them. The stone pillars in front of the right are large enough to block the 2 of them. But the problem is that it can only be blocked, and you have to rush in while the zombies do not pay attention. When you go, the 2 of them need to be cautious. These zombies cannot be alarmed. After successful entry and finding people, it is not too late after the evacuation. Lin Qin's sight looked at the corpse in front of him, looking for his goals. The probability of the gun in the hand of the special police is not impossible to touch, so most of the hope is still on the 2 zombies. Thinking about it this way, Lin Qin looked around. But in the zombies in front, the 2 were not aimed at. Wang Hao observed for a while and turned back to Lin Qin. Lin Qin watched it. To be honest, he couldn't understand. Looking at Lin Qin's appearance, Wang Hao was so angry. He observed the zombies, and then rushed out while the zombie was not noticed, hiding behind the stone pillar. Fortunately, the zombies did not find them. Wang Hao continued to observe and then scratched the gesture at Lin Qin. This time, Lin Qin understood. He looked at the zombies outside, waiting for Wang Hao's instructions at any time. Then fascinating the footsteps and hiding lightly next to him. The position of the stone pillars can cover the shape of the two people. Lin Xin also noticed that there was no sound when he came over. Wang Hao looked at the zombies outside and moved forward again from the back of the pillar. Lin Xin followed behind. Soon, the two came to the escalator. It is just a perfect cover to the zombies over there. After the escalator, they only need to reduce their voice and not be found by the zombies. Wang Hao walked at the forefront, and Lin Xin walked at the end. When they came to the stairs, the two people stuck to the wall and looked at the top of the stairs. There are scratching blood on the walls. The most important thing is that the most important thing for www.ukanshu.net is that there are traces of dragging on the stairs. Mending all the way upstairs. Wang Hao was solemn and couldn't help but clenched his gun. Lin Xin noticed a piece of clothes that dropped in a large blood. Black. It looks like the two special police zombies. Looking at the blood on the upstairs, the phase must go above. Lin Xin was thinking, looked up at the man in front of him, and then followed him. The two people are very slow, because I don't know what the above is. There are a lot of blood on the stairs, and large blockbusters look terrible. Even if they walked up, the traces of dragging on the floor on the second floor were even more obvious. There were even the sound of zombies roar. The two looked at each other and stretched out their heads. Seeing that dozens of zombies are constantly eating a corpse in the corridor. The 3 layers inside and the outer 3 layers are surrounded by the surroundings. The joy of eating, they were here, making a sound similar to satisfaction. Lin Xin looked at those zombies and looked for familiar goals. The two were found in the surging zombie group. Lin Xin was a little happy. After all, these two are better than the one opposite him. Wang Hao did not see his two comrades in the corpse group. Just watching many zombies gathered together and took back his head. The corridors where they gather with zombies are the opposite direction, but they will not meet. But they can't find them. These zombies can't find them. It is a tricky issue. Wang Hao watched Lin Xin, who had some thieves in his eyes on the opposite side, and made it difficult for a while. He had definitely no problem in the past. Taking advantage of the zombies to eat, they will not pay attention to the place. But opposite this is a friend of a friend. Can you keep up with the chain? But at this time, we have not taken care of so much. At the right time, Wang Hao took a step. He walked very slowly, and his footsteps were light. Lin Xin studied him with him. Although he wanted to rush over a barrel of shooting, he still didn't do so. Behind him, the humming sound of the zombies continued. Two people walked in the opposite direction of the zombies. From time to time, we looked back and observed the situation of the zombies. It's a pity that the corridor is very long, and they have gone very slowly, and they have not yet reached the target location. Lin Xin can only look back at his goal from time to time. Suddenly, some of the sounds from downstairs were the zombies below, and the zombies below collided into the easy cans on the ground. The sound scared Lin Xin and Wang Hao. The two bowed their knees subconsciously and looked back at the zombies behind them. The zombies were alarmed. Several trembling stood up and looked at the eyes of the two. They tilted their heads, like moving bones. Lin Xin couldn't help but bring the muzzle and aim at the opposite side. Found. More and more zombies crawl up from the ground, and the posture is very weird. Wang Hao noticed much, and ran. Lin Xin and ran. What do you do? Hurry up. The zombies followed behind, sprinkled with their feet and ran wild. The speed is extremely fast. Seeing that there was no way, Wang Hao grabbed Lin Xin behind him, and then fired. The rifle equipped with a muffler is not as powerful as not installed, but the effect is greater than that of not installed. Lin Xin looked at him, and was a little struggling inside. I still can't open it. People's guns are silent, and this movement will not disturb the other zombies around. At most, they will let them check around, and they will shake again without finding anything. Once you shoot yourself, the problem is big. However, the rifle can be released. These zombies in the corridor are very fast, but they are not as good as bullets. But the number of wins is mostly. Wang Hao whispered while shooting, don't shoot, go backwards. Lin Xin nodded, and did not forget to look at the two zombies who thought about it in the zombies. Watch while walking. Under Wang Hao's instructions, I saw a rolling gate with a gap of only about 30 centimeters. The gates left a little gap. As for hygiene and gaps, Lin Xin did not think about it at this time. Just in panic, Lin Xin found that it was stuck on the falling clothes model. However, at this time, there was no time to take the model of the clothes away, and it would make a sound that was completely pulled down. Lin Xin drilled directly from the gap, trying not to touch the iron skin. The rolling door is soft, and once it encounters, it will sound. Then the meaning of hiding in the blind area of the corner vision is gone. After Wang Hao put Lin cash in, he didn't know what he took out from his pocket. I also quickly disappeared at the gap under the corner from the corner. The two did not dare to move after entering. The zombies outside only saw two people disappearing at the corner, and Hulai ran over and ran forward. I don't know if they didn't smell their smell at all, or they were attracted by what Wang Hao just lost. I did not notice that the two were hidden under the rolling gate. Lin Xin held his breath almost through the gap. Wait until the corpse swatted, Wang Hao dared to move. Lin Xin followed. Those who hid here heard the movement outside, but no one dared to move. Everyone hides where they think they can hide their bodies and dare not make a sound. The light in the house was not bright, and Wang Hao walked in front of him. Come in. Lin Xin looked around and followed, and the light was not very bright. But there should be no big problems. A few of them listened to the familiar voice, and they all revealed from the dark. After the two, Lin Xin walked in. Looking at the familiar clothes, everyone came out one by one. Lin Xin looked at the old, weak and young were mixed in an instant. In fact, it is not all, one old grandfather, two teenagers, three women. In short, this team is really average. No force value. There are so many people, the survivor team? Look at the old grandpa, if you are chased by the zombies, you can't run. Look at the other two pairs, couples. Men's thin woman is weak. You should still run, but if you look at this, you can't help it at all. Lin Xin couldn't help sighing. The behavior of saving people is definitely good, but for the current situation, it is a bit tired. It is obviously difficult to rely on Wang Hao alone. But a general team is responsible for an area, at least there are 6 people? 10 people? In short, it is absolutely impossible to rely on a person. When the grandfather saw Wang Hao, he stepped forward with excitement. Oh, the special policeman, you finally came back. We are all worried about death. Yu reads www.ukanshu.net. I thought you were something wrong. Lin Xin looked around and found that among these people, only a team of men and women seemed to welcome him back as if he was the old grandfather. And another pair of men and women and another woman seemed to be unbelievable? Isn't the special police back normal? Why is there an incredible expression? It seems that Lin Xin looked at the sight, and the 3 people's expressions were unnaturally avoiding convergence. Under Lin Xin's eyes, they moved closer and opened. Yeah, you finally came back and worried us. The special police came back to prove that they were safe. No matter what, the 2 downstairs are downstairs, this is just the same. Yeah, we thought you didn't have any news for so long or come back. Whether something went wrong, worried about death. Young Nicole stood at the end of the team and was not so enthusiastic. But I still said along everyone. Just seeing the special police officer, the look on his face finally disappeared. Wang Hao stretched out his hand. Everyone's voice was much smaller. Watching him walking in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking downstairs. Several zombies were a little irritating around below. Seeing this, Wang Hao shouted with the walkie-talkie, "Number 4, where is your place now?" Wang Hao was still in contact with the team, and Lin Xin came in. Seeing Lin Xin in a house did not feel surprised, nor was he prepared. After all, Wang Hao came in. Lin Xin looked here. Female clothing stores have a lot of new clothes. The air is filled with the flavor of a new dress. There are trousers, skirts, shoes. However, the brand Lin Qin has seen it, and also, he can count the number of times when he visits the mall. When Lin Qin looked at the surrounding people, the people around him were also looking at him. Grandpa was more enthusiastic and thought that Lin Qin was scared, and enthusiastically stepped forward to solve it. Don't be afraid of the little brother. This is a special policeman who is here to save us. Now you are with us, don't worry. Lin Qin nodded a little perfunctory. Okay, got it. After a while, Wang Hao came back and kept the door vigilantly. Lin Qin also passed, staying on the other side. He looked at the special police officer, looked up and down, and asked, "Aren't you retreating?" "Yesterday," I said very clearly. There is also the radio broadcast this morning, and it also said, "The way of carpet rescue was cancelled and changed to the evacuation point." Wang Hao glanced at Lin Qin and whispered, "It's been withdrawn, but it has been dispersed. The first of the precedent teams that come first need to go to the withdrawal point by themselves. During this period, it is impossible for the people to not be saved when they meet the people." Wang Hao's gaze looked at Lin Qin, and finally fell on his chest. This gun is his teammate. Your gun has no muffler, and shooting will cause zombie riots. At that time, the situation will be difficult to control. Even if you have a muffler, you don't have any sound at all. There is still a little sound. Therefore, you must be cautious. Lin Qin lowered his head and looked at his gun. Suddenly nodded. I did not expect that there was such a saying that the muffler was. He used to play in the game. After the muffler was installed, he listened to a little sound, but it was not big, but he thought it was for the experience of the game player. After all, when others hit him, do not look at the system's prompts, and do not know the enemy's orientation in a short time. Unexpectedly, the same is true in real life. Fortunately, I met a real police officer. Otherwise, he really thought that there was no sound after installing it. But even so, the effect of the muffler is much larger than not to be installed. This muffler is still very necessary. Wang Hao looked at the gun in Lin Qin's hand, and some were mixed. Their firearms are uniform. Although they cannot judge who it is from the appearance, it is certain that they can have this gun type now that they are other teammates. When I met him, the situation, is it okay? The topic turned too fast, and Lin Qin stunned for a while. But soon reacted. In his mouth, he was the person Lin Qin met last night. Lin Qin thought back and said slowly, I was injured, and the wound infection on the arm has spread. It is considered too much blood loss. I want to be too tortured when I want to mutate. Lin Qin said calm. His villa area cannot be regarded as a very high-end villa area. It can only be said that it is a villa area that is better than ordinary communities. After all, there are a lot of houses here. Of course, those who can afford villas in such cities are definitely not ordinary people, ordinary villas. The surrounding fences are also the European-style iron fence, which is not very high or very short. It does not have much effect besides being more beautiful. On the contrary, such a wall is more conducive to others. If this is in the past, the surrounding grass and trees security and monitoring can also deter look, but now Lin Qin could only shook his head. At most, the zombies who can't climb the outside. Although this wall is quite average, the special policeman yesterday was extremely flexible. Under the injured body, you can also lie down. Lin Qin admired very much. In contrast, he was still too weak. But who makes him an ordinary person? Without shortcuts to go, you can only speed up yourself by speeding yourself up. Lin Qin also wanted to be emotional, and saw Wang Hao staring straight at himself. Lin Qin was at the bottom of his heart, and added 2 more words. When I met him, it was already wandering on the edge of mutation, and there was no way to save it. And the equipment was picked up. After all, in the current situation, I can't do it when I see the gun but take nothing. Wang Hao nodded and didn't ask anymore. The 2 people were very quiet, and the survivors behind were also quiet, but before Lin Hao returned, they seemed to be confident. Suddenly, there was a sound outside, and the 2 were alertly vigilant. There was a slight noise in the corridor, which was not very loud. But the roar of the zombies is obvious and farther and farther. the voice of teammates came from Wang Hao's intercom. On the second, I was surrounded by a few survivors, and it was downstairs in the mall of our survivor. Too much, I am afraid I can't go anymore. I have asked my survivors to go to you. You can take advantage of the other survivors in the mall now. The voice in the intercom was intermittent, and Lin Qin stood on the side of the way. But the change from Wang Haozhou's aura is not a good thing. Wait, I'll support you. As soon as Wang Hao's tone fell, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme a book from downstairs in www.ukanshu.net. For a time, the people in the room looked at the 4 weeks unknown. Fear, panic, all emotional intertwined. Wang Hao almost rushed to the floor to ceiling window. The zombies are dense, and there are 3 or 4. This is not count, the opposite office building has come over a lot. Seeing this, Wang Hao opened the rolling gate and walked out, and at the same time facing the humanity inside. Everyone follows me and go down the stairs from the other side. He looked at Lin Qin, you escort them with me, and then find a way to take them to the place where the 3 survivors are hiding waiting for us. After ordering, Lin Qin condensed. I only have time to say, don't life, know that there are no back there. Wang Hao carried the gun, and his tone was extremely firm. Then I can't watch his comrades in front of me. Our mission was originally a search and rescue survivor. You are crazy, what do you do if you die? Lin Qin was speechless. Isn't this a proper behavior? Who knew that Wang Hao said, there will be other special policemen to find you, and we have a teammate who is trapped beside them temporarily. Lin Qin tightened his lips without talking. It's crazy. He received a few women, which was purely listening to Zhang Jian's words. In order to play, he sent a boring time. They export their lives for a few others who do not get relatives. At this moment, Zhang Shua's voice came in the dialogue in his ear, and there was some noisy around. Lin Qin, we were surrounded by zombies, just downstairs in the mall. There was a special policeman here to help us, but I felt that I couldn't support it anymore. Come and help us. Lin Qin frowned and just wanted to speak. There was a scream from there, and the sound of the intercom was stopped. Lin Qin took a deep breath, but only felt that there was nothing to do with it. Everything was blocked together. The platform outside the second floor is actually safe. As long as you hide your body, don't make a sound. Zombies will not find them. But these 2 people came to the mall without permission. Also with a special police officer. Lin Qin couldn't help thinking of the voice in Wang Hao's walkie-talkie. Isn't it his teammate? One is the sister of a good brother, and the other is a person who has saved himself in the last life. Big head. Wang Hao's movement was fast, and all the survivors followed him neatly. Wang Hao walked in front of the road, and Lin Qin was broken. These survivors are in the middle. However, there are elderly people in the team, and naturally running is not too fast. However, Grandpa is strong, and he is not as slow as Lin Qin's imagination. But it is still much worse than the zombies. Fortunately, the team does not need to run wild now. The hidden back kitchen just now is separated by a road and walks over. It takes a few minutes. The direction of going downstairs was still walking along the stairs when the 2 people came, and they would pass through the corpses of many zombies. Most of the girls in the team are shocked and afraid. He followed Wang Hao's body all the way, and came to the stairs smoothly. Lin Qin was watching the zombies just now, and the 2 zombies wearing special police clothes were a little fascinating. Although the role of mufflers cannot completely eliminate sounds, it can also reduce the vast majority. This principle is probably the difference between fireworks and small goldfish. Originally attracted a few kilometers to dozens of meters. The role is still particularly obvious. Well, want to get it? The people in the team followed Wang Hao's body, following his pace. After Lin Qin was broken, no one would notice him at all. Even if you notice, no one will say anything. It will only keep up with the team. Glanced at the crowd, Lin Qin went directly to the position of the 2 zombies in the corridor. Turn their bodies and reveal the gun hanging around the waist. Then remove the muffler. Lin Qin was not interested in the bullets in the muzzle. The muffler Lin Xin was put on his own muzzle and returned to the end of the team again. After all, you still have to save people. Everyone and other tensions looked around, and no one cared about this small meeting that Lin Xin left. He escorted this all the way downstairs. Everyone was stuck in the wall and did not dare to make a sound. The zombies gathered there, and it seemed particularly safe here. Wang Hao let others suspend hid in place and wait. He looked out of his head and made sure that all the zombies were already on his teammates, so that he could leave these ordinary citizens to leave here. At this moment, Zhang Shui's voice came by Lin Xin's ear. Lin Xin, we were surrounded by zombies. You run quickly. Lin Xin listened to the voice in the walkie-talkie, and accidentally heard the sound of Zhang Shui's hurry to go. He looked at the people here, looked at Wang Hao back, and stood in front of him and instructed, you take them to go there, remember, don't shoot without shooting. After speaking, he continued to observe the outside, and then waved Lin Xin's gesture to leave. Lin Xin looked at the men, women, and children in this group, and walked forward with his lips. 2 special police officers, there are a lot of weapons and equipment. Should I be able to deal with it? He has passed for 5 minutes. Other survivors also cooperated, followed Lin Xin through the road, and came all the way to the shop. He met with the special police. Lin Xin reached out and knocked on the door of the kitchen inside, and said, the door inside is me. Lin Xin's voice is relatively unfamiliar, but it is not completely. Several people glanced at each other unknown. Knowing that they were hiding here, except for those 2 people had no others. Especially when there is a voice outside, it should not be a zombie. Someone trembled forward, opened the door slowly, showing a gap. Seeing Lin Xin's figure appeared, the door gap was pulled even larger. Standing behind Lin Xin, there were a lot of people in Wuyu. Lin Xin pushed the door directly and let the other survivors behind him walk in. Then he said nothing, and closed the door directly to the street. The location of the zombie is in the position of another corner. I can't see the specific situation there. That's why he can evacuate these people so smoothly. In addition, the zombies here were resolved a lot, and there were corpses everywhere. In a short time, zombies in this direction would not be wrapped. Lin Xin can also hear the roar of the zombies, and there is no human scream and fear of human screams. It should be reluctant to resist. Lin Xin did not dare to delay all the way. Holding a gun to the back of the zombie, looking at it roughly, it also had to be 100 or 200? Anyway, there are a lot, and the square here is dense. Fortunately, in front of the shopping mall, Yu reading www.ukanshu.net has a lot of guardrails, and the speed of zombies has slowed a lot. And Zhang Shui and Nanwei were also fortunate to cooperate with 2 special police officers. There were many vehicles stopped at both ends of the street. Lin Xin climbed to the roof and started aiming with a gun. A lot of zombies in the rear, coupled with the roar from the zombie group itself, can be well covered up with a slight gunshot of the muffler. The team over there is still trying to prevent the zombies from approaching. Zhang Shui and Nanwei controlled the bow and arrow. But without Lin Xin, the arrow is also decreasing sharply. The number of bullets carried by 2 special policemen is also limited. To deal with so many zombies, ammunition is also decreasing. Seeing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but take out 3 grenades from the storage space. He has watched this stuff on TV, and has not had actual operation. I don't know if the operation will be wrong. Pulling a grenade's insurance ring, Lin Xin was thrown directly into the zombie group. However, he didn't throw too far. It's just stuck at the end of the zombie group. One is because I don't know how to open it, and I don't know how many seconds of the explosion is. You have to be familiar with the test. After losing the grenade, Lin Xin jumped off the roadside cars. Miles to count in my heart. 1, 2, 3, 5. Black. The grenade exploded. The huge impact was scared that the 4 people over there slightly shrank their necks, and at the same time saw the explosion of the rear corpse. It should be Lin Xin. Zhang Shui's open-minded opening, and the 2 worked even harder. The rear of the corpse was killed by a grenade and killed a lot of zombies, and therefore attracted the attention of most zombies. In this way, the zombies were diverted out. Zhang Shui had a moment of breathing against the zombies. What's the situation? Wang Hao looked at the position of the explosion opposite unknown, at the end of the zombie. Zhang Shui's words, he didn't hear it at all. When everyone was nervous to solve the zombies, they still did not forget to look at the specific situation. Seeing a smooth explosion, Lin Qin began to attract other zombies who were attracted to the divert. Fast speed and a large span. If you can't keep up with this, you will be rounded. Lin Qin couldn't help hanging his gun behind him. Then squatting on the side of the road, no money, one by one lost all of the grenades from left to right. Let you taste the grenades of Grandpa. Ah ha ha, the sound of the explosion rang. The zombies were also bombed. From time to time, Lin Qinsher looked up to check the situation, and kept taking out more grenades from the storage space to adjust the direction. On the roadside, less than 50 grenades were piled up. Pulling the insurance ring constantly lost. The insurance ring at the foot has accumulated into a hill. And Zhang Shui Wang Hao over there was also numb. Wang Hao, which big guy, so many grenades. Zhang Xuananwei, are you sure it is Lin Qin? At this time, Lin Qin was constantly losing. The strength of each giggle is different. There are far and near. But there are a lot of victory. Before the zombies are approaching, most of them are resolved. There are only some scattered, broken arms and legs. The threat is not as good as before. Lin Qin looked up again and again, and found that there were some shrimp soldiers and crabs left. Without the zombies to cover the sight, Wang Hao also saw Lin Qin at this time. They approached Lin Qin all the way, and resolved several shrimp soldiers and crabs who were still struggling along the way to merge with Lin Qin. Zhang Shui saw Lin Qin, ran directly, and hugged him. I scared me, you're okay. Lin Qin's expression was not very good. When Zhang Shui rushed over, he reached out and put it on her face. The tone is very serious. Have I told you, don't run around, don't run, stay there and wait for me to come back. It's long, dare to run over with a bow and arrow. Your brother wants to know that you make you so tidy here, you can't finish it with me. After Zhang Shui, Lin Qin looked at Nanwei again. For Nanwei, he is a bit weak. I really owed her last life. This life has come back. Wang Hao was okay, even if he knew so many grenades came from his hand, he just stunned, but didn't ask much. Looking at Lin Qin Road, thank you so much. Fortunately, there is you, otherwise I really can't stand it. Lin Qin looked at them and shook his head. Don't think he thought too perfectly, because Zhang Shui was speechless. Wang Hao didn't say much about it. When he looked around, he said, this place can't be treated for a long time, so you have to leave quickly. Lin Wei, one car with 2 people in one car, take these people away. There are 6 people in the mall and 3 people in the shop. This is already 9 people. Also count as Lin Qin's 3 people with themselves. There are 14 people in total, and a car used to calculate it in 5 people in the past. For extra 4 means that each must be plugged in too. Can't care if you can escape, you can squeeze it. You can sit together as long as you can sit. Lin Wei nodded and walked directly to the roadside to select the vehicle. There are many cars parked on the roadside, and there are intact and not good. I can't waste much effort at all, but without the car key, it takes a lot of effort. But as a special police, there are still such skills. Wang Hao entered the shop and brought out other survivors hidden inside. When Lin Qin turned around, he shook his head, we won't go with you anymore. Wang Hao looked back and looked at Lin Qin, we are going to evacuate, and there are other troops there are safe. And sufficient food and water. When the country's refuge is built in the later period, we will conduct you uniformly transferred to the shelter, don't worry about the invasion of these zombies. You are not safe here. In Wang Hao's subjective impression, the number of zombies they met was too large. Ordinary people cannot survive at all. Even if you have a weapon of defense, you can say that the food is always finished. At that time, the city's depression is difficult to meet a living person. What's more, they can't guarantee whether to wait for the later period, whether they will use the hot weapon to clear the cities with a large area of the hot weapon. At that time, these ordinary citizens who have not gone to the evacuation point will be gone under the hot weapon. It is difficult to say. Of course, Wang Hao just thought so, and did not tell his thoughts. But this matter is likely to happen. Once there are more and more zombies and increasingly controllable, the country will take corresponding measures. But before that, the first purpose was to retain most people. Lin Qin didn't know what would happen in the future. In his life, he only survived the first 2 months. But so far, it must be safer at home. As for the evacuation point, let's take a look. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net but Xiaoxue, go with them. Follow them to evacuate points, maybe you will meet your brother later. Zhang Shui has always wanted to go to the evacuation point and be with her brother. At this time, I met 2 special police officers and went to the evacuation point. Compared to others, the special policemen think in Lin Qin very trustworthy. As for Zhang Jian, after his mobile phone was disappeared, he couldn't contact again. But Zhang Shui refused. No, I will stay with you too. Lin Qin looked at Nanwei next to him, and Nanwei hooked his lips, see what I do, of course I follow you. In this regard, Wang Hao can only regret it. Okay, if you need help, you can come to the withdrawal point by yourself, and we will always accept it. Lin Qin nodded with a smile, and Wang Hao couldn't, and could only leave here with his teammates with the survivors of the 2 cars. So far, driving is the best way. After all, there are too many people in the team. But the car they chose is very ordinary, if they meet zombies. It will be the same consequences as the car that was overturned last time. However, Lin Qin feels that they should abandon the car to leave before the rollover. But even so, Lin Qin still feels not safe. A little reminded. Wang Hao nodded and stated. Everyone parted ways. Lin Qin and Zhang Shui Nanwei stood by the road. On the right side, the zombies accumulated in the mountains burst. They looked at the taillights of the car gradually disappearing. With a breeze blowing, Lin Qin bent down and picked up an abandoned plastic bag. Put all the grenades on the feet. Go, take you to go shopping. You don't want to die. Just moved so much, do you dare to enter this mall? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin in shock. At this time, it is still tantamount to waiting for death. Lin Qin laughed, who said it here? Go. String forward, Lin Qin bypassed the corpse's body and walked in another direction. Even on the edge of the road, it kept a distance from the zombies. But the blood stains on the ground and the fried face of the zombies still appeared. For example, the broken meat, the black arms, the thighs of the bones, the eyes of the eyes. 3 people quickly left here. Walk along the other side of the road network. However, the streets are empty, except for the messy cars, bloodstains, corpses, etc. Others are still safe. When I was far away, there were several wild dogs that looked less right in front of them, and they were eating carrion on the roadside. Lin Qin squatted behind the abandoned car on the side of the road. Take out the telescope and observe it carefully. The wild dog's abdomen has been damaged and injured, and the intestines are hacking halfway outside. The other situation is not very good, half of the face is gone. Lin Qin is not a dog that has not been converted in the last day, which is more difficult to entangle than zombies. After thinking about it, he squatted behind the car and took out 2 rifles equipped with a muffler. Will it open? Nanwei shook her head, and Zhang Shui shook her head. Don't say that ordinary people will shoot, even see it on TV. If the toy gun is calculated, it has really touched it. After all, there are little nephews in the family. I am afraid that the toy guns will be the first to send the list during the new year. Lin Qin began to teach urgently. After saying that after an introduction, watching the 2 people was still a bit aggressive, he could not help but say. Actually, it should be quite like a toy gun, right? After all, there are simulation of toy guns, but the bullets inside are mostly small balls of rubber plastic. This recoil is a bit, pay attention when playing, there will be no big problems. By the way, avoid teammates, you can't target your teammates. For the first time, it is easy to be trapped by the recoil with a circle. Lin Qin couldn't help but remind him. Seeing the two people nodded, Lin Qin didn't say much. The wild dogs over there are meat rotten, there are only two, even if they move faster, they are difficult to entangle than zombies. They're 3 guns. No problem. Lin Qin aimed at the wild dog and took advantage of them to be more vigilant now. The bullet was shot and successfully hit the head. The wild dog fell down. Another mutant wild dog looked at it very vigilantly. Later, he grinned to make an attack. Seeing this, Lin Qin saw the past without hesitation. The wild dog actually avoided the bullets, and suddenly howling the sky was howling. Then, from behind him, there were many wild dogs gathered. This is the Wild Dog League. Lin Qin immediately fired, aiming at the scan, and shouted at the same time, "Fire, aim." Both women used rifles for the first time, and the recoil was not very suitable at first. These mutant wild dogs are very flexible, and the quasi is much less. Even Lin Qin, who was in 100 battles, was not very good. The speed of the wild dog is much greater than the zombies. Avoid a lot. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Lin Qin took out his own exclusive unique survival grenades. If you can't fight, you can't believe it. One by one, 3 people stepped back. Lin Qin was responsible for losing the bomb. The 2 women ran madly under Lin Qin's instructions. The bomb lost a lot, and the mutant wild dogs were also disrupted. Lin Qin and 2 people finally came to a safe place. Patched, Lin Qin looked at them. "I'm tired of me." Zhang Shui couldn't move long ago, panting with her waist. "Damn, what is that, dog?" Nanwei also panting, looking at the empty surroundings. It should be bitten by people who have been mutated into zombies. As long as they are alive or animals, these zombies will follow instinct to bite and eat. Obviously, those who were only bitten by zombies, and after running away, the body mutated and assimilated into a zombie. What do we do now? If we go back, there are 2 intersections, and we have to take about 300 meters. Zhang Shui panted, and also observed the surroundings. It's not a place to speak now. Lin Qinshi looked down and then came to the supermarket on the roadside. There are 2 floors in the supermarket, which is not very big, and you can look at it at a glance. Mainly, the shelves are all over the sky, nothing. Several shelves were still falling, and the horizontal fork was on another shelf. There are no traces of zombies. Immediately don't hesitate to push the door. Later, the gate was closed. The falling shelf was moved to the door of the transparent glass by Lin Qin, blocking the light outside. 3 people checked the situation in the supermarket to ensure enough safety. Then they found a place to sit down. Running all the way, my physical strength was almost consumed. It blocked the vision outside, and it would definitely not be found without static. Lin Qin took out 3 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, and 1 bottle was distributed. For so long, Yu reads www.ukanshu.net long ago. After gurgling, it was a lot more comfortable. After waiting for a while, the mutant wild dogs outside did not chase. The tense atmosphere eased. Lin Qin looked at the 2 of them. Don't always think about it in the future. There are a lot of things I met today. They could have stayed in the villa. But Lin Qin needs to find a muffler, and they need to be familiar with the weapon practice. After all, the surrounding zombies are basically gone. If you want to practice, you can only go out. It is always impossible to hide in the villa for a lifetime. Although it is not impossible, don't you find someone else? Will others come to you? The best way is to be strong enough to be qualified to lie in the villa to rest. No one would have encountered so many things today, it wouldn't be the case. Zhang Shui lowered her head and whispered. Lin Qin looked at her. It's not because you want to go out. Just the 2 special police officers, why don't you follow them? Didn't you always want to merge with your brother before? Zhang Shui looked up, a little bit lingering. Different, if you follow along, then I must follow the words without saying a word. They are very good, but my brother also said that it is safer to follow you in trust. Thinking that Zhang Jian had no doubts about himself before, and blindly confident, Lin Qin felt that it was really possible. He looked at Nanwei aside. What about you, what are you for? Nanwei shook the water bottle. Going to the evacuation point is indeed the best option, but the question is that who said that the evacuation point is safe? During this time, I think you are more reliable than them. As if thinking of something, Nanwei stopped talking and lowered his head. Moreover, I still have friends here, and when they find them, they are doing other plans. I can't leave them, ignore them. Outside, Lin Qin raised an eyebrow. And friends? Before Lin Qin asked further, Xiao Shui on the side couldn't wait to ask. Sister Nanwei, you still have friends with you? Why are you not together? Nanwei looked at Zhang Shui's inquiry and said easily, Hey, it's not a zombie. We are young and play well. I just came back the day before the zombie broke out. I had an appointment to play, but the next day I suddenly confused. My friends have been hiding in the hotel. Later, there was no food and water. Several men broke through my house and killed my parents. I was imprisoned and scolded, and I ran out of the time. At that time, I was thinking about living first, and I met Lin Qin. You know the later things. Speaking, Nanwei's eyes looked at Lin Qin. She was very immoral at the time. But in that case, she is actually wrong to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Later, I went out to find the materials and was stared at by a few men. I had to separate from that little girl, and then I went to the hotel where my friend hid before. But I found that they were gone, and now I don't know where people are going. But I think they must still be alive. I will find them sooner or later, and they will definitely come to me. Rather than turning around like a headless fly, it is better to return here. Came back. But to be honest, Lin Qin, you had a gun at that time. Why don't I kill me like this? He did not hesitate to kill the two men at the time. Until now, I didn't want to understand why I didn't even bring myself. Lin Qin moved his eyes, and then said, You don't believe it, don't say it. I can't say, because you have saved me in my last life, and return your life? Nanwei raised an eyebrow without asking much. Zhang Shui on the side wanted to know a lot. It sounds like a lot of things happened when he met? Say, I really want to know what you have happened. Children ask less, it's better to control yourself. Lin Qin sent it randomly. But Zhang Shui was obviously not very happy. However, I did not continue to ask, but just looked at Lin Qin and Nanwei. Just then, there was a sound from upstairs. Lin Qin stood up for the first time and motioned not to speak. This sound cannot be judged whether the mutant wild dogs come in or anything else. However, the probability of mutant wild dogs should not be high. 3 people stared at it with vigilance. The shelves blocked in front of the door and blocked the vast majority of light. The stairs leading to the second floor are very dim. Lin Qin first looked at the situation on the stairs. It's clean, it should not be a zombie. Following the stairs, Lin Qin stepped upstairs. The second floor is basically the same as the situation downstairs. It is empty and sticks to the bottom of the wall. There are several rows of shelves. The middle position is empty, and there is no view. As for the movement just sent out, Lin Qin saw that there was nothing here. Zhang Shui stood downstairs and looked at Lin Qin nervously. How about, what's the situation above? Yu reading books www.ukanshu. Net nothing. Lin Qin said, looked around again, and then turned away. Suddenly, there seemed to be something in the corner of the shelf. Lin Qin's step. Looking at the side, you can see that an empty kana can fall next to the shelves. I don't know if it was encountered or blown by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Rolled back and forth twice. The sound of the sound is exactly the same as what I just heard. Lin Qin couldn't help but walk in the direction of the shelf. However, behind the shelves, there is still nothing. There was a small window half open, and the breeze was blowing. Lin Qin returned downstairs and shook his head under the eyes of 2 people. Is it almost the same? We are going back. Almost, let's go. The team continues to move forward. After Lin Qin and others left. Outside the window on the second floor is a small platform for air conditioning. The girl turned back again along the window. Lin Qin and others walked carefully on the street, hoping to return to the villa smoothly. Nympho at this time, a team of people came to the surroundings of the villa area. The sound of gunfire sounded, and a lot of zombies alarmed. Lin Qin's surveillance detected the shaking of the human form and kept shaking on his mobile phone. Lin Qin couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to check the past. I saw the intersection in the northwest of the gate. There was a team of not small horses. They all held weapons and searched the roadside cars. Some are even picked up the clothes on the ground, these positions in the bag, and finding useful things. Seeing this scene, Lin Qin had a little sense of crisis. He is not at home. Although there is a grid outside, he just stops climbing the wall. In the event of a tool, you can easily break the door. But just so worried for a moment, Lin Qin saw the people in the monitoring suddenly seemed very excited. Robbing rushed to a direction. Lin Qin mobilized the monitoring position while walking. I saw 3 completely strange faces in the picture. 2 men, 1 woman. These people surround them after finding a new goal. Will you find that you were so conspicuous for a while and a half? Lin Qin Fong loosened a lot. The person of this team is the team he has met the most so far, and it is not difficult to see from their actions that this group is not those ordinary survivors. The power grid on the wall of your villa can be stopped, but there are so many people who will not have any other ways to enter. Of course, Lin Qin was not worried that he would be in. It was remembered by these people. You know, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of the thief. This time is enough for him to go back. The pace of leaving Lin Qin could not help but speed up, and the mobile phone was put in a pair of pants. The street outside was quiet, and the zombies were not seen around. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui didn't know the situation there. It was just that Lin Qin's pace was accelerating, and they could only keep up quickly, stay away from this right and wrong place. At this time, the team of searching for materials met with the team of several young people. Hulai surrounded them all. The only girl in the team hid behind the 2 boys, watching strange men around them. Yeah, brother Hua, there are beautiful women. The man named Hua came over with his shirtless, and there was a little girl hidden behind the 2 men at first sight. Laughing immediately. Well, really. Look at this little face, and the water spirit is very, very good. If you don't know which star is it? Zhang Huapeng walked all the way, pushing the 2 boys blocking in front of the girl, showing the woman behind her. The woman's little face was white, although she looked a little gray at this time, but she did not affect her beauty at all, but she still looked at him in fear. Zhang Huapeng reached out, pinched the girl's chin, and looked carefully. This little face, water spirit. The end of the day is so long, it is really rare to see such a face. The 2 men next to each other saw this, and one pulled the woman behind her and blocked her. One was standing in front of Zhang Huapeng to try to communicate. Brother, we are ordinary people, passing out to find supplies, and there are no valuable things on us. You have a lot of adults, let me go. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Huapeng smiled at him. When the man thought there was room for discussing, Zhang Huapeng kicked over. Seeing the situation behind him, the other 2 people ran away immediately and helped the companions who were kicked to the ground. Brother Hua, this woman seems to be a star. I look like the newly popular little flower recently. What is Wang Yuran? Yes, Wang Yuran. Brother Hua, how about this lady? How many brothers are all bachelor? Enjoy it? The spoke of the thief's eyebrows, looking at Wang Yuran's face. This is a star. I have only been on TV before, but I have never really been in contact. Now no one cares about this. It is pretty good if you can play with female stars. Zhang Huapeng raised his eyebrows, stepped forward quickly, and pulled Wang Yuran, who cared for his companion, and looked closely. Su Chang, who was kicked, saw the situation with the careless prince, and immediately got up, trying to pull Wang Yuran back. But surrounded by other people around him. Zhang Huapeng squeezed Wang Yuran's chin and looked back at the suggestions of his younger brother. Some surprises raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he has never played female stars. After all, I have watched it on TV in the past. That body is white and beautiful. This idea is good. I haven't enjoyed the stars before, this idea is good. After Lao Tzu is finished, the brothers also go refreshing, ha ha ha. Zhang Huapeng's words fell, and for a while, the brothers resonated. Everyone seems to think of a woman's feeling of lying under her. For a moment, I just felt the taste, and her eyes were particularly naked. Wang Yuran listened to the other party's public discussion on how to deal with himself, and was frightened to struggle. The two men standing on the side tried to break away from the surrounding people, trying to snatch Wang Yuran from Zhang Huapeng's hand. However, Zhang Huapeng's brother responded quickly. He simply pressed them all left and right, and could not break away. Zhang Huapeng dragged and pulled Wang Yuran. Wang Yuran resisted desperately and yelled. Seeing this, Zhang Huapeng frowned, blocking her mouth to me. It is troublesome to attract zombies. It was forced to pinch his chin, and Wang Yuran's mouth was stuffed with cloth strips, which is not counted. To prevent the cloth strip from falling, Yu reads www.ukanshu. Net was tied to her head with other cloth strips to prevent her from vomiting. Wang Yuran's eyes flushed, and he kept tears in fear, but he had no way to hold his left and right hands. I see a ant speak in my mouth, I can only whine. Zhang Huapeng looked around, and then selected a shop along the street. He held Wang Yanran and dragged her all the way. Although he didn't mind in the day of Guangtian, he was afraid that the zombies would suddenly come out and disturb his good things. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the prince who was pressed suddenly said sharply, Brother, don't do this, everyone is a difficult person, avoid zombies everywhere. My sister is not Wang Yuran. She is still in college this year. Wang Yuran is almost 30 years old. How could it be my sister, right? And you have no substantial use, right? Don't move her, the two of us take you to find a airdrop. There is a place in the airdrops that we are hidden in where we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. As long as you don't move her, we will take you to find it. You guess you should also be very short of food. Wang Zihao took the 4 weeks. There are a total of 10 individuals in this group of people, and it looks like a small group. It should be known before, and the possibility of temporary assembly team is not too high. But such a huge group is definitely the most urgent than weapons. Regardless, as long as it can be delayed for a while. Zhang Huapeng's movement stopped and looked back at Wang Zihao who was talking. Su Chang beside him hurriedly, yes, these things are hidden by us in the residence. Zhang Huapeng laughed, I believe you, you can believe you? The airdrops cannot be accurate missile just fell in your house. You know, as long as the airdrop appears, the people nearby are rushing to get it. Do you get you? Obviously, Zhang Huapeng is not very believed. Wang Zihao had no choice but to say, that Hua thinks I am lying to you? We are all in your hands, how can we lie to you? In case you discovered, then the three of us still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, besides, so many people, how dare you lie to you? Seeing this, Zhang Huapeng felt a little reasonable. With so many people, these three cannot be turned over. They really need food now, after all, there are so many people and they must survive. Otherwise, they can't come out to find supplies now. Even the zombies on the side of the road have to be turned over. Okay, transaction. If not, don't blame me if you are not polite. Say, where is it? Nympho Lin Xin had gone for more than 10 minutes, and the three came to the road fork in the side of Shimen and Dongmen. Go left, to go to the east gate, to be a little farther, to the right, walk to the west gate, it's closer, just a few steps. The group of people should not meet in the direction of the west gate near the north. But this is also inaccurate, it is quite troublesome to meet. After thinking about it, Lin Xin planned to go towards the east gate. Suddenly, a stone screwed a stone to accurately hit his shoes. The stone was not large, but Lin Xin's walking pace stopped and looked back. The eyes of the three looked at the other side. I saw a team of people coming here. The three people walking in front were rushed forward by people. There is still a word in the mouth. However, because the other party deliberately lowered the sound, it was unclear. But in the following words, Lin Qin heard it clearly. Brother Hua, there is someone in front. Wow, it's still two beauties. What is this luck today? Three beauties, it seems that our brothers are not shallow. The sound over there came over. Lin Qin looked around. He here has two women, there is one in the front. Isn't it just three beauties? Nanwei squinted his eyes, but only felt that the people in front were familiar. Zhang Shui glanced directly and said directly, "This guy looks bad, let's go quickly." At first glance, the three people in the team were caught by these people. As for what Zhang Shui caught by what was caught. But it is far away. Lin Qin nodded, and he thought so. This group of people is troublesome. It's a bit like the kind of gangsters. You can do anything to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. But I didn't expect that these people were still there for so long. Let's go. Zhang Shui and Lin Qin turned and walked directly, but Nanwei remained motionless. After a few steps, Lin Qin found something wrong, and looked back at Nanwei still stood in place and frowned. These two people really don't worry about it anywhere. I don't know which stage I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in my life. What are you doing? Don't hurry up. However, Lin Qin's words, Nanwei seemed to have no hearing, raised his steps and walked forward. Zhang Shui also turned back and saw Nanwei still walking towards it. Right forward and holding her. Sister Nanwei, what are you doing? Go forward as the sheep enter the tiger's mouth. This group looks very bad, let's go quickly. There are many other people. Of course, Nanwei knew that the other party did not seem to be good, but as the other party went closer and closer, Nanwei also saw the appearance of the person in the front of the team. Her friends. Nanwei said, "It's Siheo." Ah. The name that Nanwei suddenly popped out made Zhang Shui unknown. Nanwei said again, "The friends I mentioned with you today were caught by them, and the three were tied up in front of the team." This was a bit clear, and Zhang Shui and Lin Qin watched it together. At the forefront of the team, there are indeed three people. And this person, Lin Qin knows. At the beginning, when he monitored the reminder, the three unlucky eggs surrounded by these people were surrounded by these people. The three people walking in front were tied up. One of the women's situation is worse than those two men. There was something stuffed in my mouth, and I didn't know what it was. I even tied the cloth strip to prevent it from vomiting. The other party went closer and closer. Seeing that they stopped, they couldn't help but whistle. "Yeah, are the two beauties waiting for us? Nanzi, don't hurry up and pull people over. Our brother Hua has something to talk to these two beauties." The other party opened, and a few tall strong men immediately came over. "Look at this posture, it's aggressive." Lin Qin couldn't help but yawn, took a step forward, blocking Nanwei and Zhang Shui. "It's just calmly ordered. Xiaoshui, you pick up people in time with Nanwei. Don't waste time, go back quickly." The guy was still playing with a smile, but Lin Qin took the gun and stopped in place for a while. Gun. Hua Gu, he has a gun. At the same time, several people on the opposite side were fooled, watching the guns in Lin Qin's hands more excited. With a gun, they don't need to find materials everywhere like they are now. And don't be afraid of zombies. UU Reading Book www.ukanshu. Net the gun in Lin Qin's hand, coupled with the airdrop material just said, their team, the luck is just against the sky. Everyone was a bit afraid of Lin Qin, but it was more greedy. Even through such a distance that is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, Lin Qin can see it. Nanwei and Xiaoshui nodded. Lin Qin gave them guns, because the backpack problem was covered behind. But Lin Qin is not. His gun hung on his chest. After that, Lin Qin fired directly without hesitation. The rifle can be released or single, and a single shot. Lin Qin first solved the people who pressed Nanwei friends in front. Then when Nanwei and Xiaoshui stepped forward to pick up people, they continued to shoot the people behind. When his companion died, Lin Qin's crisp operation made a group of people frightened and hid around. Even the three people who were pressed ahead were no one cared about it. Steak, brother Hua, there are bullets in the gun, hiding quickly. What about those three people? I don't know, everyone hid, no one watched it. At this time, who will have the mood to control others? Lin Qin fired, and this group did not dare to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. Nan Wei stepped forward to pick up his friends, but it was very smooth. She made the things on Wang Yuran's mouth, stopped her shoulders, and comforted. Wang Yuran trembled, and his eyes cried hazy. Wei, okay, it's okay. After shooting Wang Rant's back, Nan Wei's head looked at the other two friends who were unlocked by Xiaoxue. Go, follow me. Everyone nodded. Nan Wei and Xiaoxue directly returned to the villa with these people. Lin Qin was pressing the gun at the end. 6 people hiding behind various obscurations did not dare to make the head. Who is the boss in the team? Lin Qin can't tell the moment. Zhang Huaping turned his eyes slippery, and couldn't help but cheerful. The little brothers are all their own family. We don't know that those people are your friends. Do you say that this is not a big water rush to the Dragon King Temple? I can't afford you, so I will give you all my net worth, so don't waste the bullet. Zhang Huapeng, hiding behind the trash can quickly. If he gives out his most precious things, bow his head, and talk about it first. Anyway, it is good to be a gun or a person. When he rolls back in the future, it is not too late to kill. But at the moment, you should admit your mistakes. The person who knows is Junjie. Moreover, it was a gun, and there were a few bullets inside. Zhang Huapeng looked. It must be useful. If there is no bullet, it is a bunch of scrap iron, and it will be gone. Yes, our Hua brother is the most righteous. We all give you all things, as long as you let us go. The younger brother hiding in another place also opened his mouth. However, Lin Qin noticed the word Hua. Do you say this is not a coincidence? Hua brother. The grace of last life was resentful. Not to mention that you will probably not let them go, and you will never let it go. He was forced to hide in the garbage dump of the dump, which was given by the group. Lin Qin directly aimed at the trash. The trash can is stainless steel, which cannot resist Lin Qin's continuous attack. The bullet penetrated directly, hit his shoulder, head, and directly became a sieve. This is not count. Lin Qin also shot. Many people were so frightened that they wanted to run away, but they died in place before taking 2 steps. Lin Qin is not a ruthless person, but this group has revenge with him. Naturally, it will not let go. He understood Zhang Huapeng's spleen. Today, he had offended him anyway, and he formed Liang Zi to hate with him. This person will always be stared at in the future. Instead, it is better to solve it earlier, and it is a lot of things. Lin Qin took the gun and did not look at these corpses. So long, the zombies will come from the bloody smell. On over there, Nan Wei climbed up from the wall of the villa area with several people, and led everyone to another villa not far away from Lin Qin Villa. This is the first residence after she parted ways with Lin Qin. Lin Qin's house is particularly special, and it is unreasonable to collect her friends. Moreover, Lin Qin's door has no keys. Zhang Shui followed Nan Wei into this villa all the way. When it was not themselves, Zhang Shui also stunned and wanted to ask Nan Wei. Nan Wei shook her head and interrupted her inquiry. Xiaoxue, you go to the door to answer Lin Qin, I'm afraid he can't find it. Good. When Zhang Shui saw this, he didn't say much. When I came to the door, I stared at the situation on the road all the way. Until Lin Qin's figure appeared in front of him. Zhang Shuehu waved his hands in chaos, trying to shout, but he was afraid of attracting the zombies and did not dare to yell. Lin Qin is the clearest situation in the situation of his own door. Seeing traces of no one used, he looked around. Open the intercom at the same time. Xiaoxue, where are you? At this time, Zhang Shui remembered that they also had a walkie-talkie, and hurriedly held the intercom. On the next door of you, Nan Wei said that it will be more convenient here. Okay, I get it. Lin Qin looked up at the other side, and Zhang Shui was squatting in front of the door, looking at it. Turning around, Lin Qin went straight to the past. Entering the villa, everyone in the room had sitting on the sofa. Nanwei soothed them to ask about the situation just now. Wang Zihao said indignantly, "We plan to come to your house to find you, and when they meet them halfway, they are caught." Those people recognized their words and wanted to defile her. "We can only say that the supplies in the air castes were hidden by us and let him take us to your villa. So I walked to the east gate. I didn't expect to see you." Su Chang's face was also traces of being beaten, and his abdomen was the most ruthless. "Yeah, we are worried about death during this time." Nanwei apologized. "I went to your hotel before looking for you, but you are not there. I will come back, okay, it's okay." Fortunately, they are all alive. The 4 people are from small to large playmates, and their feelings are deeply different from others. Wan Yuran was not afraid at this time. Looking at Nanwei said, "Uncle and aunt, why didn't you with you?" Speaking of this, Nanwei was silent. Several people realized that they were not right and immediately shifted the topic. "Wang Zihao, Nanwei, is hungry or not, it is also a coincidence. We came out to find you today. I accidentally found a few packs of instant noodles. I also said to leave a package for you. Woolen cloth." Wang Yuran immediately bowed his head and turned over his pocket on his body. Obviously, it has been lost. In this way, the few foods were lost, and Wang Yanran cried blame himself. Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net is fine, it's okay. When Lin Qin came in, there was a slight sound, which attracted their attention. The 3 strangers in the house looked at them together. Nanwei immediately got up and introduced, "I introduced it to you, this Lin Qin, he saved me and took me to the present." The 3 of them immediately got up, and the 2 boys even wanted to hold Lin Qin's hand. Just now, he saved them 3. Lin Qin waved his hand, "No need to use it, it's all a hand. Don't rush to thank me now. I need to check if you have any wounds on you. Xiao Xue, go to check this girl." Wang Zihao and Su Chang looked at Nanwei aside, a little unknown. Lin Qin said again, "Don't worry, if you have traces of being bitten by zombies, you will be infected. If not, nothing will be. Just routine inspections." Nanwei also attached to peace, "It is enough to be injured, and inspection is not a big deal." Lin Qin checked them. Except for some small abrasions on the 2 men, they are normal, there are no rot, and there are no other mutations, and they have been scabbing. As for girls, they did not check anything, they showed signs of being beaten vigorously. Especially on both sides of the cheeks, the blue-purple fingerishing is particularly obvious. And there are so many zombies outside, and the 3 people have no traces of being bitten by zombies, which can be regarded as a bit of ability. But it is necessary to be bitten. "Okay, it's okay," Lin Qin said, watching Nanwei waved. After nothing, everyone just sat down again. After all, Lin Qin is a strong man with a gun. Nanwei had a lot of words to say, and soon forgot Lin Qin and Zhang Shui. The 2 also knew interest and did not disturb them. Zhang Shui came over and looked at Lin Qin said, "Are we just staying here? Don't go back?" Lin Qin tilted his head, "Wait, don't worry." Zhang Shui was a little sad, "These people don't know what happened yet." Sister Nanwei phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme said, or waiting for her friends. "This is okay. Her friend has waited, is it going to leave us to the evacuation point?" Lin Qin is indifferent. At present, the most headache for him is the issue of the evacuation point. He has also thought about it seriously, or is planning to wait and see. Follow her. Lin Qin just found a place to sit down and looked at it for 4 weeks. "I have been here before. Although not familiar, I also know about the situation. Can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in these people's own villas. The storage room downstairs is too small, although it is vacant. The 2nd floor is full, and the 3rd floor is even more impossible. The supplies are filled. Of course, the bottom of the materials on the 3rd floor and the attic are ordinary carton boxes, and there are some puffed food snacks. There is not much weight at all. On the one hand, it is because they can cover people's eyes and get materials, at least not too strange. On the other hand, only Lin Qin has a key to enter. Nan Wei brought it here to make him feel a little pleased. Two people sat at the door and waited for not knowing how long. There was a noise behind him. When he tilted his head, he saw Nan Wei said that, "Can you give some food, they haven't eaten for a long time." Several people who finally found the instant noodles ate and filled the bag. The remaining pack was planned to find him, but it was lost. During this time, the food was given by Lin Qin. Lin Qin nodded and directly threw a school bag. There are food in the school bag, and the biscuit bread instant noodle mineral water should be available. Nan Wei said thanked and walked with a school bag. Several people ate instantly. Soon, I filled my stomach. Lin Qin came over and looked at them. "Where are you going to go in the future?" The three looked at Lin Qin and looked at Nan Wei again. Wang Zihao said, "We came to Nan Wei at first, and we must stay with Nan Wei in the future. However, Nan Wei, let's go to the evacuation point. There are so many cars on the roadside. As long as the evacuation point, we will be safe. By the way, do you go with us? Now it is messy outside, not just zombies, but also some ruthless people." Wang Zihao invited. Although he has a great probability that the gun in Lin Qin's hand can play a significant role along the way, but more, it is the safest to go to the evacuation point. It is by no means a bad thing to evacuate with them. Lin Qin was sitting aside without talking. Wang Zihao kept saying, "The situation outside is very chaotic. I have discussed with Su Chang and I have discussed it. It is the fastest way to go to the stadium. Say it is still safe. And there are many intact cars outside, which is enough for us to go to the elevation to the evacuation point smoothly. We have 6 people in total, and a car is just fine." Lin Qin didn't speak, but he couldn't help shaking his head. In this ordinary car, when you see the zombies, you can't run away. As long as the number is over, it is not overturned in minutes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to spend such a big kung fu to the car show to find a car everywhere. Wang Zihao's idea is naive. Besides, there are really few zombies on the elevated, but not at all. Dozens of them must be there. Speaking of this, I do not know if the special police drove the car. Nan Wei moved slightly and looked at Lin Qin aside. She stayed here to wait for her friends. Now friends have found her. Nan Wei looked at Lin Qin next to him for a while. Lin Qin noticed his eyes, and laughed at him lightly. "You are settled by yourself, we all respect you. But let's rest today. I went back with Xiu at first." Nan Wei got up and nodded, "Okay." Nan Wei signaled that her friends were sitting here and waiting for her to come back, and she followed Lin Qin out. When I came to the gate of the villa, Nan Wei gave his backpack to Lin Qin. The rifle was put in a school bag. You rest assured, they did not know. But the bow and arrow were very large. So Lin Qin took the gun. "Bow and arrows have been sent to you. He has a lot of guns, but it depends on the situation. If he is a special policeman, he is very willing. But Nan Wei, this gun is still collected." With Zhang Shui, Lin Qin returned to his villa. The air conditioner at the time of departure has been turned off. At this time, the room was very hot. Lin Qin turned on the air conditioner and spread directly on the sofa. Comfortable Zhang Shui was also lying on another sofa, and UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net go you lying on it. The posture with Lin Qin is actually very different. Looking at the ceiling above her head, Zhang Shui said to himself, "Sister Nan Wei planned to go with her friends?" Lin Qin didn't talk, but closed his eyes. It doesn't matter for Lin Qin who can't walk. But today's gains are very good. When I got the muffler, I just thought about it. At this time, the 3 people in the villa relaxed a lot after Lin Qin left. They were lying on the sofa in different postures and looked at Nan Wei's back. Who are those 2 people? Just now they are there, we dare not ask more. Su Chang's face was curious. The prince next to him answered, "Didn't Nan Wei say that all of them saved her?" Wang Yuran hit her lips and laughed. "Where is so many kindergarten now? I think the man, it must be looking at our Nanwei, otherwise why do you save Nanwei? Wang Zihao continued, that's not necessarily. Did you not see the little girl next to him? The eyes stared at the brother is not simple. Su Chang laughed, I stood here. The three people were still making trouble, and it seemed to restore the model and status of everyone in the past. Nanwei did not want to make trouble with them, but just said, you can choose a room to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and rest at random. This villa area is relatively safe. Regarding the evacuation point, we are doing detailed planning and discussion later. Seeing Nanwei's unhappy look, the three stopped making trouble and nodded their rooms. The living room was quiet at once, and Nanwei sighed. The sky was darkened quickly. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin woke up from his sleep, and the mobile phone under the pillow was constantly vibrating. For black paint, only the mobile phone screen exudes weak light. Lin Qin's eyes were hazy, click on the video to check. Seeing that around the villa area, many mutant wild dogs were gathered. Is it possible to find the taste in the day? That's so scary. Before Lin Qin reacted, he saw that there was more than this prompting the shaking of the human form. Lin Qin had to open all the reminders of monitoring and view them one by one. Seeing that in the darkness, a woman flushed the wall and fled here. The mutant wild dog was attracted by her. The motion of wild dogs is not small. The woman climbed across the wall and fell to the ground, watching them scared by the walls of the villa area, and moved back a little. Seeing the mutant wild dogs bouncing one by one, trying to cross this high wall. There are still a few stuck in my head, so I can't get in. Women were scared. Crazy from the ground a few times, I don't know if the legs are soft or slippery. Loving monitoring, Lin Qin was seeing what was the real rolling climbing. Looking at the monitoring number carefully, Lin Qin was impatient. This woman is quite a place. Coincidentally, the place where she turned over the wall was next to Lin Qin's villa. The mutant wild dogs are still jumping, and some constantly open their mouths to tear the railings. The railing of the villa should be iron, and it should not be bite so easily. When Lin Qin thought like this, Lin Qin found that more and more mutant wild dogs were holding iron railings. As long as the gap is a little larger, even if it is just a little bit, they can get in. Of course, the purpose of mutant wild dogs is not realized. The quality of this iron fence still didn't have to say. There are also a lot of variable wild dogs outside. According to this gathering method, it is likely to pile up the distance and jump in. He didn't know these wild dogs. But if it comes in, it means that it is not safe. Of course, he doesn't matter, but Nanwei has no defense measures in that villa. It is still the most primitive floor-to-ceiling window. Whether it is zombies in or mutant wild dogs, it will be broken a few times. Lin Qin got up and walked out. Wild dogs do not give up across the fence. When Lin Qin came, the woman ran into his arms in a panic. Lin Qin had to go forward again, and the woman pulled him. What are you doing? There are mutated wild dogs over there. If you rush into and bite you in the past, it's over. Lin Qin glanced at him and continued to move forward. Hey, don't you want to die? Lu Shasha looked at Lin Qin's unnatural look. Looking around, I looked at it. On the one hand, it is safe, and on the other hand, I find death. This man was really not saved. She looked at both sides and then ran in the direction of security. Lin Qin watched the zombie dog outside and shot directly with a gun. The mutant wild dogs outside quickly injured a large number of. After Lin Qin settled, he stepped forward to check the bite marks on the wall. Lu Shasha, who left, heard the slight sound from behind, and naturally saw the gun in Lin Qin's hand. After he resolved all the mutant wild dogs outside, the gun in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Lu Shasha couldn't help but widened. What is this? Is magic still mutated? For a while, she was panicked. But soon, she calmed down. It should not be mutated, otherwise how can it solve those ghosts outside? There should not be much threat to herself, otherwise she would never let go of herself when she hit him. Calm down. Now there is a gun in the opponent's hand, and the safety of this stuff can be greatly guaranteed. If she goes out now, win a wave of favors, the problem should not be big. The light was dim, and Lu Shasha saw the other party go to the fence. The opportunity is here. She rushed forward and pulled Lin Qin's hand to drag in the opposite direction. He said while running, "It's not safe there, it's better to hurry up." Lin Qin condensed his eyebrows, and this woman pulled his strength. She bumped straight in the villa, and at least she could not turn through the faint light by the road. Soon I found a villa with the door of the courtyard and walked in. She collapsed on the ground of the yard and said to Lin Qin, "I thought I was usually remote, no one, and there would be much less zombies. Who knows that there are so many dogs here? Still a zombie dog. Serious. Emma, I'm tired of me. I can't run anymore." Lin Qin, is this person talking? Through the dim light, Lin Qin didn't know what the other person looked like. She could only hear her mumble. Lin Qin stood silently. After speaking for a long time, she seemed to find that there were other people here. Looking at Lin Qin again, I'm sorry, I just hand she didn't know what she was confused. It's just a stupid one. You reading www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin didn't care, and saw her soberly at the moment, turned around and left. There are some dark on the trail, but there is a little light in the distance, so it is not all blind. Barely, you can still see clearly. The man in front of her seemed to wear pajamas. When he just pulled him, it seemed that there was a clean taste, that is, the smell of the laundry fluid washed the clothes after drying the clothes. She moved her eyes and followed him quietly. This man should be good. Lin Qin found the way back in the villa. The more you go, the more Lu Shasha thinks it is very familiar here. Didn't she leave from here that the mutant wild dogs just left? She squatted down and hid behind the green belt on the side of the road. Then the less obvious light saw that he opened the big iron door and walked in. Is this villa where he lives? Lu Shasha's gaze stared at the villa, and gradually showed surprised eyes. This house is different from other villas. There are anti-theft windows outside, and this gate is a rail iron gate. There are also power grids on the wall. Even if there are heavy curtains across. There was also a faint light coming. Thinking of the gun I saw at that time, and the ability to disappear out of thin air. Lu Shasha is thinking. Then returned to the villa just hid. She closed the door of the yard. Then roll out your keychain out of your own school bag. The keychain is the shape of an astronaut, and there is a place in the middle of the belly that can emit light. The buttons behind the astronauts, the light in the belly is a light purple sandwich with a touch of yellow. This light is obvious in the night. It will not be caught in a complete darkness. It is also a small flashlight. I was still inadvertently saw this keychain in the Chaowa store, and found that it was a small electric lamp. I bought it when I felt interesting. Unexpectedly, it would play a role at this time. She carried her backpack on her back, raised her hand to cover her eyes randomly behind her ears, holding the keychain and preparing to enter a completely strange villa. The door of the villa was closed. She did not blindly go in, but knocked on the door. After listening to the door for a while to make sure that there were no sounds and movement in the inside, she opened the door and walked in. However, the moment the door opened, a corpse fell down directly and pressed Lu Shasha's feet. She was startled, biting her mouth and jumped a laser dance. The corpse was directly knocked on the other side of the door. Without hearing the action, it was confirmed that the zombie was dead, and then it gradually calmed down. Lu Shasha covered her heart, took a deep breath several times, and held the astronauts in her hand to make up. The dead body looks pretty long. Rotten and pus, attracting a lot of flies. The room is full of odor everywhere. The laser dance danced, a lot of rotten flesh dropped. Lu Shasha resisted with the nausea in the bottom of her heart and retreated very disgustingly. Looking at the dirty things on the upper, I ended up and went in to find a clean tablecloth and wiped it. Then left the yard. There are many houses in the villa area. After thinking about it, she ran to the back of the villa where the man was just now. Pry the door one by one. Such a movement is not large, but if someone is in such a sound, it is enough for them to respond. Lu Shasha came to a new villa, and it was particularly clean. That was, all the furniture was covered with a layer of dust. It seems that this villa has been lived for a long time, and the owners of the villa are all overwhelmed. But just right, it is safe here. In the long-lasting houses, a lot of dust was suffered, and a lot of footprints were seen on the ground of the living room. It looks particularly messy. But the footprints are getting gone. Those who want to come in to collect materials also see the dustproof cloth here. No one lives naturally nothing. There is no need for collection. Looking at this scene, Lu Shasha was very satisfied. Closing the door of the room, she reached out and waved the dust in front of her, and went directly to the second floor. Standing on the balcony on the second floor, she can see the villa full of anti-theft windows. I don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in. Nympho, the night was quiet, and Nanwei couldn't sleep. There are enough rooms in the villa, and one person has a free room. But I didn't sleep in Lin Qin today, but Nanwei was a little uncomfortable. It's not because of being unsafe. The safety factor of the villa area is much more secure than the outside. She can't sleep over and over, just because the next situation is not controlled by herself. The decision right is in Lin Qin's hands. Wang Zihao found himself and wanted to go to the evacuation point. But on the way to the evacuation point, the variables are too large. Even Lin Qin may not be able to reach safely. She wants to leave her friends and follow Lin Qin. The chance of surviving is a high chance. But the question is how she can persuade Lin Qin to have a headache. Nympho Lin Qin got up early the next day. The sky is gray, with a trace of coolness. Lin Qin randomly moved his bones and then entered the room. Brush your teeth and wash your face, eat breakfast. There is no difference between everything. Except a bit boring. However, Nanwei was not there, and Lin Qin felt unexpectedly comfortable. Zhang Shui is herself, so there is no need to prepare, but Nanwei is different. Lin Qin was not sure how long she planned to stay. So don't light up so early. Breakfast is very casual. When Zhang Shui slowly got up, Lin Qin had prepared breakfast. Wow, what day is it today? Eat so well, and tea eggs. After Zhang Shuiyan washed his face, he saw the breakfast full of tables. Breakfast is actually nothing special. The problem is that tea eggs appear not scientific. Lin Qin did not matter, he took an egg and peeled with an egg. Hurry up, you can't do after you want to eat. Zhang Shuixin was great and ate happily. He ate breakfast quickly. Nanwei came to Lin Qin's villa door alone and knocked on the door. Looking at the corpses of the mutant wild dogs accumulated outside the fence next to the fence, I think about it. Zhang Shui took a sip of soy milk and raised her head. Who, is it Nanwei? Let me see. Zhang Shui rose up and ran out bravely. Seeing that it was Nanwei, she opened the door and asked her to come in. Nanwei did not hesitate to come in. It's just that Zhang Shui watched only Nanwei alone, a little doubtful. Sister Nanwei, what about you, friends? You reading book www.ukanshu.net. I came to Lin Qin about things today. They are still waiting for me over there. Zhang Shui nodded and didn't ask much. The rice in the room is much better than there. Early in the morning, several of them chewed bread, and they didn't dare to eat more. Lin Qin stood at the staircase entrance like waiting for her for a long time. Let's go, follow me. Nanwei nodded and followed upstairs. When the bedroom in the room was closed, Lin Qin sat on the sofa and looked at her. Think about it? Nanwei nodded, think about it. My friends will go to the withdrawal point by themselves, but before they go to the evacuation point, they will stay here for a while. In addition, they want to ask you one thing. Can you help them go to the evacuation point safely? Nanwei was a little nervous when he said this. The current situation is very complicated. No one will be a big grievance to take the danger of life to send others to evacuate. This request agreed unless a silly lack. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows, apparently felt that it was a bit outrageous. Here is he to send it? Why? Nanwei stuck his fingers nervously and looked up. I know this problem is more outrageous. They mainly think that you will be safer to have a gun. The more Nanwei has no confidence, and the voice is getting smaller and smaller. Forget it, I will tell them clearly with them. I don't want you to do it for you. But I have a request. I want to ask you, if I want them to be safe to the evacuation point, is there any safer way? That is, can you specify a solution with a relatively high probability of survival for them? In Nanwei's view, Lin Qin was able to decorate the house early like this, and even the weapons and food on his body were unmatched by ordinary people. It should be easier to go to the safety point. Even if it is just a safer travel plan, it should not be a problem. But Nanwei took Lin Qin too. He doesn't have such a big ability, and there is nothing to ensure absolute travel at all. Sorry, I can't help you. The stadium is half an hour to drive here. It sounds fast, but the actual operation is not as simple as we say. First of all, you don't know what you will encounter on the road, nor do you know the number of zombies distributed, whether driving will be enclosed by zombies, and a series of situations are uncontrollable. Nanwei, haven't you ever seen a car before being blocked by the zombies and finally turned the side? This matter should not need to say anything, right? Nanwei took a deep breath and only felt deeply weak. I didn't sleep one night yesterday, just thinking about these things. She only came up with 3 solutions. 1. Let Lin Qin go together. This plan was killed by himself at the time. Second, Lin Qin formulated a pretty safe solution. I was just killed. The third is to let Lin Qin agree with them to join the team. This problem is a more reliable problem. Joining the team means that there is no need to worry about food, but the probability of Lin Qin's consent should not be high. In comparison, they have to have their own value to stay in the team. But as long as Lin Qin did not directly deny, there was still a little hope. After hesitating for a long time, she said, then, can they join this team like me? Don't worry, I dare to guarantee that they are absolutely obedient. Nanwei vowed. Lin Qin took his mouth and thought about it. I don't have idlers here. They join, and they must go out to find materials. It is impossible to stay in the house. You must understand this. I'm not a charity. At most, you can allow you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme next door, but others can only be self-reliant. Living here is already Lin Qin's biggest concession. You know, in the entire villa area, Lin Qin intends to build a safe shelter that is absolutely isolated. He couldn't control the place, at least the whole villa area. But it is just a preliminary cleanup to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. The possibility of being unable to stop the surroundings or foreigners coming in. In the future, the villa area will also need to continue to build a higher defense. It is definitely a bit difficult to rely on himself, but it is not impossible to absorb other people. But the newcomer lies in the problem that it is difficult to manage and control. Lin Qin feels that he is not yet intended to accept new personnel to join. Mainly there are more men, and there are more disagreements. If they absolutely obey and obedient, they can also consider it. Nanwei nodded, I know. You can rest assured. What do you do in the future? We will never add chaos to you. You are the team that we are responsible for searching for materials, or you are looking at the door. Moreover, we will never bother you. Lin Qin, I haven't agreed yet. Nanwei, that's okay. You don't promise to actually expect it. If it is me, the probability will be the same. Lin Qin nodded. Express this. After thinking about him, what are your friends? What is your name? Ah. Nanwei was stunned for a while, and some stumbled. The girl is called Wang Yuran. If you pay attention to the entertainment industry, you should know it. The other two, the tall one is Su Chang, the shorter is Wang Zihao. Su Chang, Wang Zihao? When Lin Qinju thought about it, Nanwei looked up at him, with a tentative. You ask what they do? After returning to God, Lin Qinch waved his hand. No, just ask. Go back first, I'll think again. Nanwei nodded and had to go back first. At this time, Lin Qin was in trouble. in his impression. In fact, I don't know when these people can persist. In Nanwei's team, there seems to be no one named Wang Yuan. In his few memories, there was no at all. The other two men are familiar with the outline. But the difference is too big. The men who rescued him at the beginning were obviously very rough, Hu Li's image. And now the two people are simply small fresh meat. It seems that it is fate. But there is a little bit. If he wants to build safety, he does need several guards. It is best if it is an acquaintance. I just don't know if these people can obey. Nanwei left Lin Qin's room. When I came downstairs, Zhang Shui was still eating breakfast slowly. When she saw her down, she was even invited. Sister Nanwei, have you eaten breakfast? Eat something together? Nanwei just shook his head and looked back at the stairs behind him. Lin Qin seems to have a different relationship with Zhang Shui. I heard something about my brother before. You reading www.ukanshu.net. Maybe it would be better to find her for help? Thinking of this, Nanwei walked next to Zhang Shui and asked tentatively. Xiao Xue, is your relationship with Lin Qin very good? Should it be considered good? Zhang Shui nodded. What's wrong? Nanwei said, that's it. Can my friends join the team? It's not safe outside. I am currently going to settle here for a while, and I will have the opportunity to evacuate the point when I have the opportunity later. You see, can you say hello to Lin Qin? Zhang Shui's action was lingering. Sister Nanwei, I don't want to help this matter. I'm actually useless in this kind of thing, just don't dislike me. So, can he stay or he settled? Seeing that Zhang Shui had no decision, Nanwei couldn't help but lose some. Could it be that her friends still have to leave here? Although she did not have many days with Lin Qin. But it is very clear that in this surrounding, this villa area is the safest place. Lin Qin also intends to make the villa area a safe place. Then it is bound to be missing. She is not a whole chance now. Nanwei came in a hurry. Lin Qin didn't stay upstairs for a long time and walked down from the second floor. Zhang Shui was cleaning the plate, watching Lin Qin, who couldn't help asking, Sister Nanwei just left. Lin Qin, is there something wrong with Sister Nanwei? Sister Nanwei's friends are actually okay, I don't feel like a bad person. Lin Qin didn't respond to this, just looked at her. Have you contacted your brother these days? If not, you are worried about your brother. Zhang Shui was stunned for a while, and then whispered complaining. It's not my brother, you are his good brother, I can treat you as a brother. What, you won't let it go? Why dare not tell my brother when eating my tofu before, sting? Zhang Shui put the clean plate and put it hard, her face was unhappy. Lin Qin naturally heard her whisper. Suddenly, the embarrassment rushed into my heart again. I will cry if I continue. He didn't know her relationship with Zhang Jian, and she was so proactive. It's a man who will let it go. Lin Qin converged his thoughts and planned to formulate a detailed plan. The villa area is currently not completely independent. People outside, if they want to come in, they can be at any time. In the past few days, there are many people who come in. Even if the door is closed, the railing fence in the villa area is too low. Della Grid, you have to send someone to stare. If Zhang Zihao and Su Chang can serve as the guards, he feels that it is not as much as possible. In this way, the villa area is a small asylum that belongs to him. Thinking about it like this, it is not impossible. As a decision-making idea, Lin Qin shouted at Zhang Shui, Xiao Shui, pack it, let's go next door. Zhang Shui hurriedly wiped her hand, and then followed. At this time, the atmosphere in the villa was low. The news brought by Nanwei is not good. The three looked at each other and felt very heavy. Lin Qin did not agree with the idea of joining the team, which means that after a short trimming, they still have to go to the evacuation point. Those zombies on the road, other survivors who are not good at. It is possible to get their life at any time. This is a dangerous decision. But staying here for a long time, without a strong person, will die sooner or later. Needless to say, Lin Qin's strength, they already saw it yesterday. It would be better to follow him to join the team you didn't know. Especially in their teams, Wang Yuran grows too beautifully, and it will attract a lot of men who are in trouble. This matter, they are still serious, they will still count. Since the outbreak of the zombies, it was the first time they slept sweetly last night, so they don't have to be frightened. The roar of the zombies at night seems to be much smaller than before. Such peace, she doesn't want to break. Wang Yuran pursed his lips and whispered, "Nanwei, is there really no room for ease?" Then Nanwei lowered his head. Su Chang took a deep breath, "So, let me talk about it. A few of us will not do nothing. The food in the team can be responsible with Siheo. When Lin Xin came, the atmosphere was not good." Su Chang is still talking about what he can do and intends to convince himself. Hearing the movement, a few people were like the enemy. When I saw Lin Xin, I was relieved again. Nanwei pulled the bow and put it down for an instant, looked at Lin Xin, and looked at the door behind them, some surprised. How did you get in? You didn't lock in your door, how did you say it came in?" When he came with Zhang Shui, he wanted to knock on the door, but the door of the yard was not locked, but just covered it. But it's not just easy to come in. Seeing that people came, Su Chang got up very eye-catching. "How can we discuss how you agree with us? Actually, my brother knows your concerns. The current situation is already the case. It is not good to have a few more idlers, and you don't know if we are good or bad, and even more guarantees are fake. Without Nanwei, you will definitely not save us yesterday, we understand. But even if you understand, we want to fight for it. Nanwei also told us that this villa area has been cleaned up by you. When we came yesterday, the door was locked again. So we came in the wall, and the wall was very low, so we came in easily. But now that everyone can go through the wall, you want to clear all the zombies here and turn into an independent safety place, obviously unlikely. But we can give you as a gatekeeper, take care of everything in this community, or go out to collect materials. In short, we can do everything." Su Chang said it was quite sincere, but Lin Xin hadn't spoken yet, and Wang Yanran stood up. She stepped forward to hold Lin Xin and arranged him on the nearest sofa. "Brother Lin, we really want to join this team, and we will obey your arrangements well, really." Xiaoxue, who was standing aside, frowned and looked at Wang Yuran to help Lin Xin's hand. His face is not very good. Lin Xin sat in front of the sofa and thought about it seriously. "You can wait for enough materials or meet a special police officer, go to the evacuation point." Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net. But I need to make it clear. During this time, you must be self-reliant. And, according to what you said, help me see the door. I have cleaned up the zombies in the villa area, but during this time, I slipped in a lot of other survivors. What you need to do during this time is to see the door. At the same time, you can't let outsiders come in. Those who have already come and don't need to worry about it, I will find ways to solve them one by one. Of course, it is not impossible if you want to go out to find materials together. After I surround the villa area completely, these are not a problem." Wang Zihao Su Chang looked at each other and relieved it obviously. "Thank you so much, I really don't know what to say, but you can rest assured, we will definitely do something well. However, don't rush to thank you first. Don't think so happy first, I still have something to say, if you can accept it, it is not too late." Lin Xin thinks far away. There should be only 2 households in the villa area now, and the woman in the last night should be 3. However, the other 2 households are far away from themselves and closer to Shimen. If the villa is divided into 2 districts from the middle, this project is too large. He does not have so many manpower and material resources to build walls from the middle. But there is no doubt. If the fence around the villa, if he adds a grid, it should be a lot better. The villa was originally a power grid, and several places have been damaged and unavailable, so a new power grid that can be used is needed. However, if it is not difficult for him to have this grid, it is difficult to appear in things out of thin air. And now, can I go there? Lin Xin couldn't help but aim at the grid of other community fences. This kind of hardship, of course, someone can do it. Lin Xin did not hesitate to assign each other. I need to install the power grid on the wall around the villa now, and 2 generators are needed. No matter what the two of you use or where to go, as long as you can get it, the pliers you need in this process are still those messy, I can provide you with it. This question, think about it? Wang Zihao and Su Chang were also aggressive. Let them go to the power grid and generator? This stuff is not just available for ordinary people. Fortunately, the grid is that most communities are available, at least visible. Isn't this a generator? Isn't this difficult? In this big city, there are several generators. 2 people were in trouble. Isn't this reasonable to make trouble? Bite a bite, Su Chang said. Okay, I should be in this matter, but you have to remember what you said. When we come, we can be regarded as joining the team. The evacuation point. Before leaving, we will not have the 2 hearts, you can rest assured. However, as a friend of Nanwei, we still want to persuade you to go with us to evacuate. We must be inaccurate now, but I hope you can think early. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows and laughed. Of course, I will consider it carefully. In the future, everything is not allowed, even Lin Xin himself is unclear. But it should be considered seriously. Maybe it does not mean not. However, since it was confirmed that they had left them, Nanwei's heart also fell. Wang Yuan smiled, sitting next to Lin Xin. 2 people are next to each other. Zhang Shui couldn't help but raise his mouth. What is so happy to do? Lin Xin did not notice the abnormality. She looked at the person in a house and called Nanwei out. The 2 stood in the yard. Just listen to Lin Xin Road, the generators they found are placed in this villa. You use it yourself. On the other, I will find a way to study how to connect with the power grid. But you can remind them that the generator is best to find that kind of no noise. There is basically no sound in the basement. Nanwei nodded. The 2 of them will go out this afternoon, and I will go out to find materials with words. But you can take them, I still thank you very much. Nanwei looked at Lin Xin, and her eyes were grateful. In fact, people like him cannot accept their friends. She is a bit grateful. Lin Xin hooked his lips and then passed. Nanwei clenched his fingers nervously and looked at Lin Xin's bigger and bigger face. They were phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to the taste of the other person. It is a very light fragrance. Nanwei couldn't help but pounded his heart, and even looked forward to Lin Xin's next move and did not dare to look at him. In his mind, he couldn't help thinking of the friends who had fun yesterday and said that Lin Xin liked himself. The ears gradually became red. But Lin Xin just leaned on Nanwei's ear and whispered softly, actually, you don't need to thank me, you are all on your face. Lin Xin withdrew his body and looked at Nanwei's shameful ears. Some surprises, how did your ears red? Nanwei was even ashamed. He looked up at Lin Xin and lowered it. You know you still ask me. Nanwei's thoughts turned hundreds of times, and he couldn't think of a refutation. When she finished speaking, she realized what she said. That's all for now. Her cheeks were crimson and turned around. When Zhang Shui came out, she saw that Nanwei ran into the room a little bit, and did not even call her. She looked at Nanwei and looked at Lin Xin again. This what happened? Lin Xin laughed, but felt strange. For so long, I have never seen Nanwei's innocence. Facing Zhang Shui's inquiry, Lin Xin just shook his head. Nothing, go back. Mood, good. Today, Lin Xin did not intend to go out. Those zombie dogs I met in the middle of the night may be still hovering nearby. Lin Xin brought Zhang Shui back to the villa, but suddenly rushed out of a woman. Lin Xin made a closer look. Isn't this woman the one that was midnight yesterday? Oh my god, I waited for you for a long time, and finally came out. Lu Shasha looked at Lin Xin, and her face was full of happiness. Before waiting for Lin Xin to speak, she was like the bullet of the machine gun, and she output. Little brother, this house is yours? Sister, is good to see the house. Can you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live slash phoneme for a few days? You can rest assured that your sister will not phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live slash phoneme in vain. Just give my sister a place where you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Baozhong let you stay in the room every day and don't wanna go out. Having said that, Lu Shasha reached out and stroked Lin Qin's chest. The enchanting attitude, the eyes of the pretentious. Zhang Shui stepped forward and held Lu Shasha's triumph. Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net. Who, you don't know which one will come from. Your old woman, really hungry and thirsty, take off the street, there are many successives. Didn't you see that it was the Lord? Zhang Shui threw off the woman's hand fiercely. I wiped my hands very much. Women are not annoyed. Watching Zhang Shui's stinky girl smiled contempt. Little sister, you haven't experienced it yet, my sister me, but you are very experienced than you. It is better to wait for men, especially if I have no other requirements, just give me a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Yesterday, I was frightened. A bunch of zombie dogs, if it weren't for this little brother, I would die under the mouth of those beasts. Sister, just wanna thank you for life. For Lu Shasha, men are all creatures in the lower body. Sacrifice the other, and stay beside this man to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. If you still wander as before, death is a matter sooner or later. Seeing Lin Qin's ability last night, she felt that this man deserves his own bedding. It's nothing to be thicker. Zhang Shui's face was white, pushed Lin Qin hard, and then squeezed among the two people, pointing at Lu Shasha and scolded. I have seen shameless people who have never seen you so shameless. The more you say, the more excited the two are. Seeing that the two had pushed up, they became more and more scolded. Lin Qin shook his head, continued to go forward, and returned to the villa. Looking at Zhang Shui's posture, it is unlikely to lose money. Behind him, Nanwei heard the movement outside and stretched his neck to check. I saw Zhang Shui quarreled with a completely strange woman. However, as soon as Lin Qinshu met the door of the yard, he suddenly realized a thing. This woman also attracted a lot of mutant wild dogs last night. Although all the chasing were resolved by Lin Qin, there were more than that nearby. The two of her too, like the elementary school students who were afraid of attracting zombies. Still deliberately, want to harm Zhang Shui. Lin Qin couldn't help but frown, walked to Zhang Shui's next to Zhang Shui, and carried Zhang Shui, who was still in the quarrel, and walked on his shoulders. He shouted loudly at the same time. Nanwei, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the door, hurry up. Zhang Shui was frightened by Lin Qin's arbitrary move, grabbing his clothes in a panic. What happened? However, Lin Qin did not reply at all. Even Lu Shasha, who was still talking about. When she returned to God, she could only see Lin Qin and Zhang Shui back to her villa. Lu Shasha couldn't help but sigh. Today, there will be no tomorrow, anyway, come to Japan. I was not as intuitive as I saw in the middle of the night yesterday. The anti-theft window of the villa was just the tip of the iceberg. As phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme as possible, she can see that there is a layer of iron in the anti-theft window. Even the surrounding walls are much higher than the surrounding walls. It won't be long after, she is the hostess of this villa. At that time, this little Nizi still wanted to take a look with her. The sound of quarrels attracted a few zombies. Through the railing, they can only grow up in vain, and they can't get in at all. Lu Shasha was proud of a face, and did not take the things outside. In her opinion, she couldn't get in at midnight yesterday, and I couldn't get in today. With a cold hum, Lu Shasha planned to flow long and long. Such a villa was too unique in the end. I believe anyone can see that there is no one who wants to occupy it. In just 30 seconds, the more the zombies outside became more and more, and Lu Shasha did not realize the seriousness of the problem. After she reacted, a large number of zombies and mutant wild dogs gathered outside the wall and continued the unfinished move yesterday. But yesterday was the only wild dog, and they couldn't jump up. But there are more zombies today. The zombies were crowded in front of the front, and a ladder was formed. The mutant wild dogs stepped directly on the body of the zombie and rushed in one by one. Lu Shasha didn't even run 2 steps before, and was bitten by the mutant wild dog. The more the mutant wild dogs gathered, and Lu Shasha's limbs were torn. The painful pain made her very painful, but she was fainted quickly. The mutant wild dogs will not show mercy, and after a while, they will be completely eaten. Lin Xin and others were hiding in their own villas, and they saw that more and more zombie dogs came in suddenly, and their faces were serious. Zhang Shui was scared to make a sound. Lin Xin stood in front of the window on the 2nd floor and opened the corner of the window outward. I saw the mutant wild dogs that had a full stomach suddenly became bigger. After eating the corpses on the ground, they did not completely dissipate and patrolled the new territory in the villa area. Outside, more and more mutant wild dogs stepped on the zombies and entered the villa area. As soon as Lin Xin shouted, Nanwei closed the door of the outside yard, and the door of the villa closed tightly. Unlike Lin Xin, they dare not make a sound. The defense of this villa is not as high as Lin Xin. A little careless, these mutant wild dogs can tear them and break in. In particular, zombies have evolved. The wall outside, it won't last long under such a huge number of zombies. Wang Zihao turned his head carefully, reached out and patted Nanwei, who stared at him tightly, and wanted to ask. Nanwei immediately stopped his index finger on his lips and shook his head. Said that Wang Zihao should not make a sound. But it's too late. The mutant wild dogs outside heard the sound and came over. The wall of the villa yard is the kind of half-brick, half-cut iron vertical fence. The door is iron style, there is a gap. Fortunately, the gap is very small. But even so, these mutant wild dogs hit the door desperately, making a banging sound. Zhang Kai's teeth desperately bite the door. Their teeth were extremely sharp, and Nanwei saw that the hardcore under the door was bitten. It's over. At this time, Lin Xin naturally noticed this scene. Although the mutant zombie dog in the middle of the night was bitten, it didn't look so powerful now. All the mutant wild dogs that had just ate meat seemed to have become bigger. Before waiting for him to speak, Zhang Shui suddenly whispered in his ear. How do I feel those dogs have become bigger? The difference between seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Shui felt very shocked. Will the zombies eat something? Lin Xin froze. Zhang Shui also saw it. It proves that he was not dazzling. Combined with the report some time ago, zombies are enhanced. Then it is mutation. Is it evolved by eating survivors or their similar evolution? Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net when Lin Xin was still thinking about it, the door over there had been bitten by the mutant wild dog and rushed in directly from the gap. The floor-to-ceiling window does not have much resistance at all. The weapon of mutant wild dogs is comparable to zombies, and it is not small. A few times the impact broke the ground. The mutant wild dog poured into the yard. Zhang Shui watched this scene, and it was anxious. Sister Nanwei is over. What to do? Do we want to help them? When Zhang Shui turned back, he saw that Lin Xin was already carrying a gun at this time, and there was a plastic bag full of grenades on his arms. Seeing it, she lost a gun and gave her. Zhang Shui hurriedly took over, and couldn't be in a panic. Lin Xin was holding a gun, quickly went downstairs, and Zhang Shui followed behind. Aren't we going to save Sister Nanwei? What do we do now? Lin Xin hurriedly walked to the 1st floor and gave her the keys to her while walking. You go to the top of the building and shoot at those mutant wild dogs. Ah! Zhang Shui stunned, but then turned upstairs. During this time, Lin Xin taught her a lot. The quasi-headed head of archery also fired a gun yesterday, which is not difficult. But she was still a little scared. However, the situation over there, fear of nothing can be done. Hurrying upstairs. Lin Xin himself quickly closed the iron skin on the window on the 1st floor. After being completely closed, the 1st floor was already in the dark. Then he rushed to the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme all the iron skin, and then continue to the attic. The attic is only half. Opening the door is a small flat balcony leading to the roof. Zhang Shui had fired and killed a few mutant wild dogs. But most of the mutant wild dogs poured into the opposite villa, and they could not be exposed at all. There is no way, she can only try to intercept other mutant wild dogs that constantly pour into the villa. When Lin Xin came, she was trying to solve the mutant wild dogs that rushed to there. Standing next to it and looking down. Around his villa, there were many mutant wild dogs. However, Lin Xin's wall was reinforced. The original iron fence was demolished, the wall was built, and the steel bars were also. The wild dogs that resist these mutations are more than enough. Lin Xin brought a walkie-talkie, calmly, "Nanwei, I am going to throw a grenade now, you find a good place, it is best to leave that villa." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Shui next to him said, "Nanwei is on the top of the building." Lin Xin looked up and saw Nanwei and others ran to the top of the villa. The two sides stood on the top of the building and looked at each other. The two men dragged the door of the attic and did not dare to let go. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin took the ear covered in the shooting club before. This thing can isolate most of the sound, at least not bomb tinnitus by such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range explosion. He also wore Zhang Shui. Lin Xin directly threw the grenade into the mutant wild dog downstairs, and at the same time threw it into the zombies on the wall. After the explosion sounded, Lin Xin was ready early, and his voice didn't feel too loud. It seems that the 5 internal organs seemed to resonate with the explosion. I just felt buzzing and moved twice. Lin Xin did not count, and the action was like those automated machines. The grenade full of a plastic bag is full. At this time, the zombie corpse rushed into the villa area, the corpse of the mutant wild dogs accumulated into a hill. The wall was also exploded. Wherever you pass, there is only the situation of Nanwei's side. Like Lin Xin's magic, he brought a grenade with a plastic bag to Zhang Shui. If there is a zombie from this gap, you can open this ring and throw it down. The explosion is 5 seconds, do you understand? Zhang Shui nodded. Lin Xin was wearing a protective gear. He looked at the 4 weeks carefully all the way to the villa where Nanwei was. There were a lot of corpses in the yard, and the big iron door hung on the side. Lin Xin made a fighting posture and kicked the iron door to avoid the corpse and walked into the yard. The floor-to-ceiling windows in front of them were all broken, and the door was intact. There is a wolf burrowing in the living room. Lin Xin was holding a gun, stepped on the broken glass fragments, and made a squeak of a slight sound. From the kitchen, a mutant wild dog suddenly came out. Lin Xin immediately fired, and when the mutant wild dog rushed out, he made it a sieve. A bang fell to the ground. Such a movement attracted those mutant wild dogs stuck in the attic. They ran downstairs all the way. There was no small movement on the floor. Just listening to the sound, there are a lot of. Lin Xin bears the heat around him, and the cold sweat on his forehead was left without daring to wipe. He will listen carefully to the movement above, count the speed of seconds, and lose a grenade on the corridor. He hit at the wall of the corner of the stairs and only listened to the bang. The armrests of the solid wood of the staircase were fried, and the mutant wild dogs that were crazy crowded downstairs were also fried. Lin Xin stood out from the wall, raising the gun, and the mutant wild dogs that kept on the stairs shot. After a shuttle, Lin Xin's hand will immediately appear in a new folder, and the old one is directly unloaded to the new one. You can complete a second change in an instant. Continue to shoot mutant wild dogs. The power of the grenade is not small, and the stairs collapsed halfway. The reinforced concrete inside is exposed. The corpse of many mutant wild dogs is stacked on this turning flat layer and dropped directly from the bombed gap. The mutant wild dog corpses on the stairs pile up, and then the weight tilt fell again. Lin Xin just shot a shot and went upstairs. After the bullets were fought, Lin Xin quickly changed the magazine. Suddenly, the staircase entrance on the second floor, a magnificent murderous wild dog looked at Lin Xin, who was comparable to that of the Aragas strain, looked at Lin Xin. Lin Xin did not hesitate to shoot, but the mutant wild dogs flew over. Want to suppress Lin Xin under his body. But this is the stairs. Lin Xin rolled down the stairs directly. Muting wild dogs are not surprised. The two slipped directly into the living room. Lin Xin hit his head, and he also hung a lot of color. It's all about bumping the stairs. Fortunately, the protective gear was brought, and the blood left on the staircase's mutant wild dogs did not touch his eyes and mouth, but the clothes must be dirty. The bones of all my body hurt. It really hurts to be bitten by a mutant wild dog with such a large physique. But Lin Qin had no time to check himself. The mutant wild dog also quickly turned over and fell from upstairs. The impact on it was not great. Holding his head and rushing to Lin Qin. These are just a moment, you reading www. Ukanshu. Net Lin Qin across the rifle in front of him, resisting the two front paws of the mutant wild dog. But mutant wild dogs were still struggling, trying to bite Lin Qin. Its strength is not small, even a bit heavy. Just when Lin Qin was about to support, from the top of the stairs, he ran down a lot of mutant wild dogs again. Seeing that they were about to bite themselves, Lin Qin stretched out his legs against the belly of the mutant wild dog and kicked it away with exhaustion. Even when he got up, he fired directly on the ground. Kill a few mutant wild dogs that rushed in the front. Lin Qinshan sat up, and then stood up from the ground. With a bloody battle, Lin Qin went upstairs. There was an explosion sound outside. It seems that the zombies gathered again. You have to speed up. Layout went upstairs and solved several mutant wild dogs just on the third floor. Lin Qin came all the way to the top floor. The door of the attic has broken a lot of holes. If it wasn't for Lin Qin to come in time, it would be only a matter of time to break the door. Lin Qin resolved several mutant wild dogs around. From the cave on the door, I saw Nan Wei opposite. Nan Wei, it's me. The familiar voice sounded, and Nan Wei hurriedly patted Wang Zihao and Su Chang's shoulders, letting them open the door. Seeing Lin Qin, Nan Wei didn't mention how good he was in his heart. You finally came. Lin Qin checked a few people in the first time. Then stand on the edge of the top of the building and look down. Zhang Shui was still throwing a grenade, but still slipped in. This number of zombies and mutant wild dogs are not surprising for Lin Qin. Come with me. Lin Qin lost a gun to Nan Wei. The two were holding a gun and ran downstairs. Along the way, it is unobstructed. Lin Qin is responsible for solving the more flexible mutant wild dogs, and Nan Wei is responsible for solving those zombies. Zhang Shui, who was standing on the top of the building, was called back by Lin Qin with a walkie-talkie. The grenade was not lost, and the firepower was concentrated to help him cover. Everyone came to Lin Qin's door smoothly. Hiding in the yard and paralyzing directly on the ground. No, I can't run. Wang Zihao gasped and stood in the yard and looked at several other friends. Nan Wei looked at Lin Qin and listened to Lin Qin road, it's okay, the yard is also safe. As soon as this remark, everyone relieved. Safe. Several people sat directly on the ground. Outside the thick wall, you can also hear the roar of the zombies outside, the scratching sound of mutant wild dogs, and so on. From nervousness to relaxation, the three people were soft. Nan Wei panted and stood on one side with a gun. Watching Lin Qin looked up and down to make sure he was not injured. Just now, thank you really, are you okay? Is there any injury? Although she was not with Lin Qin when she came upstairs, the degree of corpses accumulated on the variable wild dogs on the stairs, it was not difficult to see how much Lin Qin was in the enemy. And the stairs that was paralyzed by the bombed. Everything explains how serious the situation is just now. The clothes on Lin Qin had dirty traces and were also arrested. Nan Wei was about to lie on Lin Qin's body nervous, and opened the scratch on the clothes to check it out. If it is not the grabbing of the mutant wild dogs, it is actually no harm. But in case Lin Qin's scratch is a mutant wild dog, it is broken. This problem is serious. However, Nan Wei didn't see anything on the scratch on the clothes. The heart was loosened. Fortunately, there is no broken skin. In addition, there are other scars. After all, how could it not be hurt at all from the stairs? It is estimated to be bruised on the knee. Fortunately, it's okay. Lin Qin held Nan Wei's hand and moved her away from her clothes. You scratch this hand, let Zhang Shui come and deal with the medicine box for yourself. Nan Wei nodded. Seeing Lin Qin in front of the three-person legs of the legs, do you check the whole body, is anyone injured? Wang Yuran lowered his head and then shook his head. Su Chang also touched his whole body and shook his head. Several of them because Nan Wei led the speed of withdrawal from upstairs. It was Zihao, and it seemed to fall down, but there should be no big deal. Wang Zihao carefully checked his whole body, and then shook his head. Lin Qin didn't say much, directly facing Zhang Xuedo on the top floor. Xiaoxue, let's come down first, the zombies outside and the mutant wild dogs are controlled first. By the way, take the medicine box too. After ordering, Lin Qin walked into the room. Nan Wei and others followed closely. Wan Yuran watched the villa for a week of anti-theft windows, and his heart was shocked. But even so, she didn't dare to speak randomly. Everything that is just experienced is more exciting than the days when they are wandering outside. Stunning was unscrupulous, and the brain could not respond to anything except shocked. The situation of the other two is the same. I just followed Lin Qin's instructions to enter the living room mechanically. Lin Qin glanced at the thick wall, and then closed the door of the villa. The door is also thicker. In the entire house, Lin Qin was transformed and the sound insulation cotton was transformed. After closing the door, the roar of the zombies outside was basically invisible. Otherwise, these gathered mutant wild dogs and zombies will automatically dissipate, and the villas will be much safer. 3 people sat in the living room and were a little blindfolded. Lin Qin closed the iron window and opened the lights in the room a lot. Zhang Shui rushed downstairs with the medicine box. Looking at several people in the living room, he was even more nervous about Lin Qin. She went downstairs in a panic and put the medicine box on the coffee table. Then rushed to Lin Qin, grabbed Lin Qin's hand, looked at it, and touched it all over and down. Both eyes glanced at his whole body. Are you okay? Are you injured? Why are you scratching? Why is your arm still green here? Let me see if there are injuries elsewhere. Lin Qin took a deep breath. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry, you can't die. Zhang Shui was anxious to cry. You know, except for Zhang Jian, she now has only Lin Qin. This is my only relative. What's wrong? You see what you look like, come and sit down, I'll give you medicine. Zhang Shui pulled Lin Qin on the sofa in the living room. Nan Wei stood on one side and wanted to intervene and couldn't get in at all. You can only hold things in the medicine box and hand it to your other 3 friends to deal with the abrasions that they are suffering from panic. Most of the wounds on Lin Qin's body were hit injuries, and iodine disinfected. As for the clothes on the body, Yu reading book www.ukanshu. Net it's all broken, and it's dirty and naturally lost. The zombies outside are still continuing, and mutant wild dogs are constantly scratching. Lin Qin's surveillance detected the movement, and he kept shaking in his pants pocket. He took out his mobile phone and opened the monitoring and checked the situation outside. It was found that the zombies outside and the mutant wild dog gradually spread out of the villa area from the initial gathering. But this is also good. It can also be regarded as indirectly to drive him away from other survivors in this villa area. Everyone was shocked, and for almost 10 minutes, it was gradually returning to God. Wang Zihao looked at his friends, and his mood was not too high. Eventually, I looked at Lin Qin. Excuse me, is there a room? I want to rest for a while. Lin Qin was a little puzzled, but didn't say much. Nan Wei said directly. Go to my room. On the 2nd floor. Wang Zihao nodded with a sullen spirit, and then looked at the stairs. Get up all the way upstairs. Lin Qin looked at his soul and looked at Nan Wei. Seeing Nan Wei, it is unclear, thinking about it. Su Chang, sitting on the sofa, stood up at this time and watched Lin Qin and Nan Wei. I want to rest too, sorry, I will walk with Zihao first. Nan Wei froze. Su Chang, what's wrong with you? Zhang Shui put down the tool in his hand and said, I will send them too. There is only one room on the 3rd floor, but there is a food inside. The room on the 2nd floor did not know the specifics. Zhang Shui followed the room that took them to Nan Wei. In this way, just go to the attic and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. Just in a hurry, the two doors leading to the attic and the two doors outside the roof were not related. There were many cartons full of materials. Suddenly newcomers at home, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not think of seeing so many materials. Let's keep your heart. Wang Yuran, who was empty on the sofa, finally returned to God at this time. Then saw Lin Xin sitting not far away, hiding directly into his arms. Ah, zombies and zombies. Lin Xin was scared by her sudden voting. Under Nanwei's gaze, both hands raised them consciously. Nanwei quickly stepped forward, caught Wang Yuran's hand that randomly patted, and said softly, "It's okay, it's okay. There is no zombie now. Look, we are all in the villa. I am Nanwei." Wang Yuran froze for a moment, then looked at Nanwei, and then he looked back in a few seconds, and rushed into Nanwei's arms. Nanwei hugged Wang Yuran, kept patting her back, comforting. Lin Xin put down his hand and raised his eyebrows and sighed. Just now he thought that this king was come to himself. Wenxiang Nephrite. It was a pity that this feeling did not last long, and it was pulled back by Nanwei. Nanwei was distressed by Wang Yu. They grew up together from childhood, but their words were said to be the last one who had not suffered. Today it should be scared. Nanwei held her and said to Lin Xin, "I will take her back to the room to rest first, and take them down to take a long way to discuss it." Lin Xin nodded. Soon, there was only Lin Xin in the living room. When there was no one, Lin Xin lowered his head and looked at the injuries on his belly clothes. This scar was caught by the mutant wild dog when he rolled down the stairs. But why is there no wound? Or is it not caught? Lin Xin didn't care about it for a moment. Maybe it was just when I rolled down and accidentally touched it. Never mind. Lin Xin got up, walked out of the refrigerator to take out a can of ice cola, and poured a large can of heat and dispelled a lot of enthusiasm. Outside, it's really hot. It has now reached the weather in June, and it will only become hotter in the future. Looking at this time, it takes a long time to heat up. Lin Xin turned on the air conditioner in the room and adjusted the comfortable temperature. Then lying on the sofa carefully. His ability is not great now. As for ordinary people, he is probably more replication. The replication ability has been copied almost in the early stage. During this time, there were more guns, muffler, grenades, and bullets. Other replication capabilities have not been practical. One is common supplies, and he has no common aircraft cannons. At this time, is it difficult to drive to the airport dozens of kilometers away to copy the plane? Even if he copies it, he will not fly a civil aviation aircraft. He couldn't get in touch with military helicopters. What's more, the tank cannon does not know where it is hidden. If you copy the ability, you can copy the liver. But the most important thing is that it is best to strengthen yourself. It is best to strengthen with one enemy and 10. Lin Xin is not the first time that he was kicked by zombies. Facing their strong, ordinary people really had to wait for death. If it weren't for himself, how could he be so lucky to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? He was not a god. How can I get stronger? Ah, it's difficult. Lin Xin was lying on the sofa and looked at the ceiling above his head, and his face was bitter. Even if there is insufficient ability, as long as there are enough weapons, the aircraft cannon armored vehicles are available. I'm afraid of any zombies. And places where aircraft cannon armored vehicles can be exposed to are currently only evacuated? Go to the evacuation point to steal equipment? It doesn't seem to be no? Come back after stealing, it seems that it is okay. Lin Xin sat up sharply from the sofa. Think about this possibility carefully. The storage space is specifically prepared for the end of the world. At least it will not be chased by the zombies easily. The distance from here to the evacuation point is 30 minutes, but it is not far away. But if you want to walk, the fastest distance is 3 hours at the same time. However, it is definitely impossible to go smoothly. Various situations have been added before and after, and it is estimated that it has to double the time. If you are chased by the zombies again, escape to avoid it. It is not a problem for a day or two. Lin Xin was slightly calculated, and lay back on the sofa very discouraged. The feasibility of this idea is only 50%. Nympho in the room, Su Chang looked at Wang Zihao, who was silent, and fell asleep on the bed of Nanwei's bed and fell asleep. Can't help but reach out and push his shoulder, don't pretend. Do you all have seen the zombies on the way to Nanwei? You are afraid of it? In his opinion, what I have seen and heard during this time is almost the same. Just see how much they have electricity, it is normal. But apparently this prince's reaction is a bit too much. You reading books www.ukanshu. Net fake too much. He thought that Wang Zihao just found an excuse to calm down the shock in the room. After all, whether the villa is outside or inside, it is simply a dense fortress. The most important thing is electricity. Who is this kid, so powerful? How did Nanwei know him, unreliable? A series of doubts came into the bottom of Su Chang's heart, and couldn't wait to find someone to talk about all their doubts. But the prince who was lying on the bed had no mood to listen to him at all. His hands covered his abdomen tightly, and he was trembling and dared not say much. Su Chang didn't get a response for a long time. When he looked back, he saw that Wang Zihao fell asleep. Speaking his mouth silent, Su Chang sat at the bed and said nothing. Nanwei turned the door handle and helped Wang Yuan in. Seeing that Wang Zihao had been in bed, he seemed to be sleeping. Su Chang immediately helped Wang Yuan immediately. Nanwei looked at them and closed the door gently. What happened? Su Chang didn't know, shook his head. It is estimated that it is scared. Nanwei sighed and could only say, there are few rooms in this villa, so you squeeze in my room first. I will come to you when I eat at noon. Su Chang said, Nanwei, what is the person downstairs, is it safe here? He has electricity here, and the wall outside is still thickened, even the power grid above. It doesn't look like an ordinary person. You look at this villa, which is like a fortress. Could he still predict that the zombie eruption is prepared early in advance? The rough layout of the villas is similar. If this villa is renovated early, it will definitely be ordered by the property to change, and you have discovered it. Window. Even so, these windows are also installed with anti-theft and such thick iron ceiling windows. The more Su Changyue felt that Lin Xin was very wrong. Such exterior walls are changed, and the property can be allowed to allow it, or he has changed his time. And this person has a gun, this is already thoughtful. His own villas have electricity and power grids. Why do we take risks to find these two things back? Now when the power is completely disconnected, Lin Xin has electricity here, and there must be a generator. Obviously, do they want them to go out? What kind of heart is this? Not only did there be guns, but even the grenades were thrown into the corpse group. Asked, the normal, ordinary people not only got the gun, but also a lot of grenades. Are you sure it is not a dangerous terrorist hiding here? Nanwei's eyebrows were condensed and didn't want to guess what the purpose of Lin Xin had a fortress-like villa today. You know, Lin Xin rescued her without saying, but also saved her friends. Take a deep breath, Nanwei tried to explain. Su Chang, I know that you are worried about these are normal suspicion, but the problem now is that he saved us. Even the food you eat yesterday was given by him. You tell me now, do you suspect that he is in his heart? Is there a problem with the villa modification? What does these have to do with you? What value does he have? Do you have a weapon? Do you have food? I think your prejudice can be collected first, because at present, he helped us, but we are questioning whether his purpose is simple. Su Chang wanted to explain it. Nanwei didn't want to listen, and directly reached out to stop Su Chang's rhythm that he wanted to continue. He asked you to find the power grid and the generator. It was intended to let us install it by ourselves to prevent outsiders from entering our villa. Do you think he wants to do it for himself? There are 3 rooms in this villa, and so many people cannot accommodate so many people. I originally wanted to install these 2 things in our villa to achieve the role of defense. No need to say so much. Okay, don't say this now, let's take a good rest first. Speaking, Nan Wei blunt the door of the room. As for Lin Qin's original intention, Nan Wei naturally didn't know what it was for. But saying this, Su Chang can dispel his concerns. Normally, Su Chang is more vigilant. Nan Wei didn't blame him. Su Chang ate a closed door, and said that he couldn't get up in his throat again. After Wang Yuran, who stood aside and saw Nan Wei left, he stood up and walked in front of him. I also think you are thinking too much, so you can see that you can save us today, not a bad person. Let's take a break. Wang Yuran looked at Wang Zihao lying on the bed, shook his head helplessly and gave up the bed. I hit the floor. There are new quilts and bamboo mats in the wardrobe, and she is lying on the ground and rest for a while. As for the Wang Zihao on the bed, he did not know if he was really scared. Su Chang watched both of them towards Lin Qin and could not help but have self-doubt. Is he really thinking too much? Lin Qin was lying downstairs, and the air conditioner in the room was very sufficient at this time. The time has arrived at 11 o'clock at this time, and it is time for lunch. Nan Wei and Zhang Shui were washing vegetables in the kitchen and cooking. There are a lot of 6 people's meals. Tomatoes, fried eggs, fried vegetables, potatoes, braised eggplant. Some vegetables in the refrigerator are basically eaten today. Su Chang was a little uncomfortable because he questioned Lin Qin in his heart. So the atmosphere on the entire dining table is relatively unpopular. Seeing this, Nan Wei directly took out the beer in the refrigerator. 1 person and 1 bottle. The atmosphere is much better than just. Su Chang drove a bottle of beer and walked directly to Lin Qin. He has good opinions on him, but Nan Wei is also telling the facts. Holding the beer bottle, Su Chang said frankly, "Thanks for you, we thank you a few." A bottle of beer handed over by Lin Qin moved his lips, "No." Su Chang looked at Lin Qin so straightforward, and the ashamed in his heart was a little bit more. "I did this bottle of beer, so I should be criminal, you casually." Speaking, Su Chang blew directly at the bottle. Lin Qin was not a careful person, and he didn't understand Su Chang's inexplicable sin. But they drank it, and Lin Qin naturally would not refute the face of each other. He picked up the beer, and UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net. There are still many zombies outside, I don't drink too much. After speaking, Lin Qin poured a cup directly and drank all the cups. When Su Chang saw this, he smiled back. Lunch is hot dishes, although they usually eat it before the zombies broke out. But so long as not full, it is already a mountain and sea flavor. Several people ate meals, and everyone dared not make too much noise, for fear of disturbing the zombies outside. Wang Yuran clamped a chopstick potato in Lin Qin's bowl and was attentive. It was Wang Zihao, very unusually stealthy, silent. After eating, he entered the bathroom and locked the door. The lights in the bathroom turned on, and a few people looked at him at a glance that he had diarrhea, and then looked back. Wang Zihao stood in the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He rolled his clothes and looked at the pus wound on his abdomen. The wound is already a bit dark, and the situation is not good. He looked at the bucket in the bathroom, then blocked the sewer of the pool, hurriedly poured the water in the pool, and began to clean his wound. Closer, you can smell the less obvious smell. Exactly the same as the zombie. Wiping the disgusting mucus on it, he took out the dagger that had been hidden on his body, and tightened his teeth and dug off the rotten meat. The rotten meat is actually not painful. What is more painful is where the carrion is connected to the good meat. There was a fine sweaty bead on his forehead. Wang Zihao still removed this piece of meat cruelly, and then rushed down the toilet. Although the location of the wound is not large, it should be a lot of pain. Blood water dripping along. He panting, and he sprinkled the anti-inflammatory medicine powder from the medicine box desperately on the wound. Dined in blood soaking. Quickly entangle gauze. He wrapped a lot of circles to make sure he would not drip. After doing this, he washed his hands with his hands and digging meat in the pool. Washed the blood water. Then pretended to be as good as anyone, went upstairs. Never let them discover. Su Chang saw Wang Ziheo's back, and shouted enthusiastically, "Ziheo, where are you going? You haven't finished eating." However, Wang Ziheo just hurried upstairs and locked himself inside. Lin Xin couldn't help but lean on his back behind him and looked at the direction of the bathroom. Su Chang was unknown, so he watched Nanwei, who couldn't understand the situation of Wang Ziheo. Lin Xin just thought about it, and then said seriously, "Xiaoxue, go to the bathroom to see." As soon as this was out, the people present were stunned. What does it mean? Zhang Shui did not doubt him, and immediately stood up and walked to the bathroom. The bathroom has traces of dragging my mop, and water stains in the pool. It is normal to wash a hand in the toilet. However, why does the bathroom have a smell? Could it be that the sewer is reversed? Zhang Shui looked at the left and right, inadvertently, and even saw the water ideas in the pool. There were throwing pan powder. Pink. She lowered her head and looked carefully. Then follow the water pipeline of the pool all the way down. Seeing that there were some traces on the mop. After lift the mop, Zhang Shui saw the traces of blood in the broken cloth strip. Wang Ziheo was injured? Seeing this, she quickly walked to Lin Xin, looked at Nanwei and others, and finally got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Lin Xin's ear. Blood in the bathroom. The sound is very small, but the table is so big and very quiet. Such a little voice naturally heard. Nanwei froze and couldn't help thinking about it. How can he not be injured? When will he be injured? Lin Xin got up and went upstairs directly. Nanwei and others did not eat anymore, and immediately followed. The door of the bedroom was locked from the inside and could not be opened at all. Nanwei patted the door and shouted, "Ziheo, Ziheo, you open the door." The prince in the room was startled. Is it possible that they found out that they were injured? Lin Xin reached out and dragged Nanwei over, and then knocked on the door. "Wang Ziheo, you haven't finished eating, you just want to ask you if you want to leave you for me. There will be 6 or 7 hours in the evening." I heard that it was just asking the question of staying meals. The prince in the room was relieved. "It's okay, don't leave me meals." There was a voice in it, and Lin Xin nodded clearly. Then looked at Su Chang and raised an eyebrow. Sometimes the men are so tacit, and Su Chang starts directly to the door. His person was already high and strong, and his strength was not small, and he opened the door a few times. The prince in the room was startled. Seeing everyone's unknown, so I was very panicked and dragged the clothes on their bodies. This is Zhang Shui opened the crowd, walked straight, and glanced up and down all over his body. Then he was going to drag his clothes. Wang Ziheo was startled, and the subconscious response was to hold his clothes. But Zhang Shui has always been like this, and he wants to open it tough. After the two, Zhang Shui was pushed directly by the Prince Hao, and Lin Xin took a step forward and took it successfully. Tear. Zhang Shui torn Wang Ziheo's clothes. On the thick gauze wrapped in the abdomen, a lot of blood was immersed. Both Nanwei and Su Changwang were shocked. When Lin Xin saw this, he stabilized Zhang Shui and said, "Your friends are injured, how to deal with your own decisions. Xiaoxue, follow me to throw garbage." Lin Xin went downstairs with Zhang Shui. The food on the table had not finished eating, but it was almost the same. Zhang Shuizhen was stupid to pack the chopsticks and was stopped by Lin Xin. "What are you doing? Pack, don't you say you want to fall off? You're so dumb." Zhang Shui, "But that's their own friends, can we let them deal with it ourselves?" "Why not? Can't you want to die with him? This is just the first step. There are many cruel things in the future. If they do not even deal with this matter, we don't need to be so unclear teammates. Although this is the case, the question is that they are so good, how can they abandon their friends like this? But okay, take this to clean the bathroom." Lin Xin took a bottle of 84 disinfectant and stuffed it in Zhang Shui's arms. After leaning his mouth, Zhang Shui could only take the disinfectant to clean the bathroom. Lin Xin did about half an hour on the sofa on the first floor. The people upstairs have not handled it well. When Lin Xin was a little impatient, a few screams suddenly came upstairs. Then, there was a chaotic noise, and finally it was calm. When Nanwei came down, his face was still frightened. Looking at Lin Qin aside, she just stunned and said nothing. Lin Qin didn't ask much. Time was fast, and the sky outside the house gradually darkened. And zombie mutant wild dogs, you reading books www.ukanshu. Net still wander around the villa. The room was still cleaned by the disinfectant, and no one spoke on this night. Early morning. Yesterday's low emotions had disappeared. Instead, everyone is highly interesting. Nanwei, early. Su Chang, early. Wang Yuran, early. Zhang Shui? Intersection Lin Qin, at the end. Zhang Shui walked at the end, watching the three people's face full of happiness, standing beside Lin Qin, and couldn't help feeling emotion. This person, it's really fast forgotten. Lin Qin laughed and walked first. What can I do if I don't forget? Always continue. Don't get ink, go down soon. You have to go out and continue to clear the zombies after eating. Ah, I have to clear it. Zhang Shui bitterly faced. Her arm was shot yesterday to this day. Back to continue. Oh my god, but also let people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Downstairs, Nanwei and others washed. Seeing Lin Qin down, Nanwei said, "What do you want to eat today?" "I think there are a few buns in the refrigerator. After eating this meal, I may go upstairs to get something else." "Well, finish eating in the refrigerator first, and take the rice noodle down. It's not enough, just come to me and add it." Nanwei nodded, walked towards the refrigerator, and took out the steamed buns in the frozen area. "Burn hot water, just steam the buns." Shui Nanwei, who was steamed buns, was not wasted. He grabbed a small rice and put it in hot water to cook a pot of rice soup. When the buns are steamed, the rice soup in the pot is almost the same, just cook for a while. Lin Qin brushed his teeth and washed his face, and the buns on the table were all brought up. Ni Tang was also brought up, one bowl of one person, just right. Hurry up. Buns are vegetable buns, and the taste is still pretty good. However, there are only 2 people. With Mi Tang, for Lin Qin and Su Chang, they still can't eat. Lin Qin looked at this scene and didn't say much. Nanwei felt that the supplies were so nervous now. Even if Lin Qin had a room full of materials, there was always a time to eat. It's better to save money. Breakfast ate quickly, Lin Qin sat in front of the dining table and looked at all humanity. "We won't mention yesterday's things, everything starts today. All of us will go out to kill the zombies later, and re-empty the villa. Su Chang and Wang Yuran have not experienced the experience of exercise or shooting, so you too, I will give you bow and arrow, follow Nanwei. Xiuxue, wait for me to stay here with me, make up the gap in the wall to prevent the zombies outside from coming in again." The words fell, and no one refuted. This was a bit surprised by Lin Qin. The other 2 people even gladly accepted Lin Qin's unbalanced arrangements. I ate breakfast quickly. Lin Qin gave them bow and arrow, as well as intercom, so as not to cause any accidents. Nanwei took them away. Lin Qin and Zhang Shui are still in the villa area. After one night, the zombies were not around Lin Qin's villa, and they didn't know where to run. Nanwei has enough time to take 2 people with a skilled bow and arrow. When everyone was gone, Zhang Shui looked at Lin Qin and said, "We have no bricks that fill the cave, how to fill it out?" "The walls around the villa are not small." Lin Qin just smiled. It is not a big deal for Lin Qin to fill the wall. But you must not use this original fence, which cannot play any effect on zombies. Zhang Shui sighed and returned to the room to prepare. There are also a lot of zombies outside, and she is better prepared. Even if it seems that the repair wall is a very simple matter, the raw materials are not simple. Lin Qin walked to the yard at this time, looked at his wall, and walked over. If the liver cannot be copied, if the dead object, the wall should be okay? All the neighborhoods nearby must not have their own walls. Lin Qin walked to the wall of the yard, then reached out and touched it, and began to try to copy. In the space of storage, a wall appeared in an instant. Lin Qin opened his eyes sharply and was a little happy. Endless. But the wall was too heavy, he couldn't move. Lin Qin looked at his door again. The door can be replicated. This iron steel bars are thick. Soon, Lin Qin got a copy of the door. Lin Qin took out the excavated iron tin, iron hoe and other objects from the storage space, and stood at the door and waited for Zhang Shui in the room. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see her movement. Okay, come out quickly. Zhang Shui hurriedly ran out, watching Lin Qin, who was holding a tool outside. How dare you dare to go out in the incomplete, and where can we find this filled disassembly? Okay, I have a way. Lin Qin laughed and threw his hoe to Zhang Shui. Let's go, dig a tunnel on the side of the wall first. Ah? Authentic? Lin Qin nodded. Well, do you sell a house? Do you know that you have to dig first before building a house? You dig deeper, it's almost one of you. This is too deep, just a hoe to dig. Hurry up, they all go to kill the zombies, and you want to go too. Lin Qin sighed. Zhang Shui immediately shook his head. No, I think it's good to dig the tunnel. The door of the yard opened, and the two came directly to the wall. The corpses of the zombies and mutant wild dogs that were killed yesterday were piled up. Before dug tunnels, they had to deal with these bodies. Zhang Shui was disgusted with a face, and she didn't dare to reach out to touch these things. Seeing this, Lin Qin passed through the bombarded wall and walked out. There were a lot of greening in the villa 1 week. Lin Qin first eradicated all of these greening, so as not to wait for a while. After shovel, Lin Qin directly mentioned a barrel of gasoline and poured on the corpse accumulated by the wall. A fire burned. Zhang Shui stood aside and looked at Lin Qin in stunned. What are you doing? These things can't touch it anyway, burn it cleanly. When it is finished, these things will be burnt, and it will be a lot cleaner at that time. You start digging the pit again. Zhang Shui nodded, watched Lin Qin find a place to sit down at will, and sat down. Two people are very comfortable. The fire burned very strong, crackling, the burnt smell mixed with gasoline flavor, which seemed to have a bit of fleshy flavor. Zhang Shui stared at the corpses swallowed by the fire. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net and the surface was blackened within a while. Mars crackling. While the body continued to burn, Lin Qin went to the east gate. The hemp rope on the east gate is only weathering and broken, and as long as someone carries a dagger, I really want to come in and cut it. Lin Qin intends to re-pull an interior wall where these walls are 4 meters. This will be more safer. This project is huge. And it is definitely unlikely to surround the whole villa. You can choose 2 or 3 houses nearby. This will not waste too much time. Lin Qin nodded and started planning. On the other side at this time, Nanwei and others wandered in the villa. Wang Yuran held the bow and arrow in his hand, and the posture of pulling the bow up and down, this stuff is even more at ease without guns. Looking at the gun in Nanwei, she stepped forward and began to complain. Nanwei, we have 3 people, and there are only 1 gun. I and Su Chang will not pull the archery. This stuff will not be used for us. He doesn't have a gun, and he is so dangerous to kill the zombies. Why not give it more? Now you have a gun, and the 2 of us can only rely on you. Nanwei looked at the 4 weeks vigilantly, and couldn't help answering Wang Yuran's complaints. Okay, Miss Wang Yuran, now is not the same as before. Your old lady's temper, Jiaodi's set of 1 set, is useless. I won't be able to learn, no one knows that it will suddenly become the current situation. No one will never meet again? Moreover, Su Chang did not say he wouldn't. Haven't you played it when you had archery before? It was no different from the previous one. Su Chang, who was standing aside, couldn't help laughing. You don't know if you don't know the problem. Wang Yuran's mouth rolled his eyes. Extremely speechless. What happened to my temper? I speak like this, my mouth is faster than my head. Haven't you seen me not to speak these days? I am afraid of offending people. Su Chang snorted. You are afraid of offending people? I think you are about to post people. Don't be too obvious to offer your diligence. Wang Yuran's rising and halved, it didn't matter. What can I do? don't be attentive in case of catching us away. Besides, anyway, I am also a big star, looks like a flower, maybe people won't catch us. Moreover, Lin Qin is not ugly. Wang Yuran didn't say this. Just glanced at Nan Wei next to him. Su Chang looked at the 4 weeks, and the bow and arrow in his hand also maintained an atmospheric posture at any time. Okay, don't complain, these zombies and mutant wild dogs don't know where to hide, be careful, pay more attention to 4 weeks. The 3 people also stopped fighting. Wang Yuran looked at the 4 weeks solemnly, and did not relax. The team seemed to be going on, and the black smoke in the distance rose, attracting Su Chang's eyes. When he turned around, he found that even individuals also noticed. Look not far. Ask if you know. Nan Wei took out the intercom. I saw the black smoke, what are you? I found the black smoke. After a while, Lin Qin's voice came over. It's okay, you continue, remember to tell me the situation. The call is in a hurry. Nan Wei and others also ushered in the first wave of crisis at this time. The reason for the gasoline on Lin Qin, after burning the fire, gradually faded. The zombies below are scorched, and there is no burning carbonization. Lin Qin found that he wanted to carbonize, and it took a while to continue burning. It's okay to think about it. Take out the iron directly, and after the fire is extinguished, all of them shovel on the road outside. This process took a lot of time. After Lin Qin was cleaned up, Zhang Shui started digging with a hoe. There are various roots of plants in the soil. When you go down, you see I ain't mention it too much, and the efficiency is too slow. Even so, Zhang Shui did not have any complaints. From the morning to noon everyone was still busy. Lin Qin joined the team of Zhang Shui's dug pit. The 2 of them took a long time and were not enough. Lin Qin's copy of the wall is very thick, and its thickness is at least 1 meter. The thickness of the door also has 50 centimeters. So if you want to block this gap, there is a very stable way to fence. At least the depth of this foundation is sufficient. Otherwise, if it is raining, the soil is wet, and the weight of this weight will not fall directly. But now, the length and width have reached, that is, insufficient depth. 2 people stood in before Zhang Shui's waist. This depth is about 1 meter. At least, dig a 130 centimeters or 150. If this is in the past, it must be dug into the dry soil layer, but now the length is not enough to retreat and be second. The 2 continued to wave their hoe, and the things they ate in the morning were consumed long ago, and they gurgled hungry. But the depth of the foundation is about to reach, and then persist. On the distant streets, several zombies wandered. The 2 people who struggled to dig a pit had no effort at all. When the zombies stood by the pit, the 2 talents reacted. Lin Qin waved a hoe in his hand hard, and a cracker cracked, and directly got in. Looking at the body of the zombie, Lin Qin couldn't help scolding. Zhang Shui lifted his hoe to look at the corpse at the bottom of the pit. What should I do? This corpse is not easy to lift up. This pit is not low. Don't lift it, go, let's go up. Good. The 2 climbed out of the pit, and they were panting beside the dugout of the soil piles. Lin Qin reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Xiao Xue, go back and make lunch and make it to me here. By the way, just be 2 of us, it is estimated that it will be back at night. Zhang Shui did not doubt him, and wiped the sweat on his forehead and returned to the villa. Lin Qin stepped on the small mounds dug out of the 2 of them and looked at the bottom of the pit. This depth should be okay. Even if it is windy and rainy, it should not fall. As for the corpse, such a heavy wall should be pressed down. Lin Qin adjusted the position and adjusted the large iron skin in the storage space and then took it out and fell into the dug deep pit. He can't take it directly at this stuff. Fortunately, you can adjust the position at will. After getting it, Lin Qin began to fiddle with the soil dumping around the surrounding area on the edge of the wall, and stepped on it a little. After buried, Yu reads www.ukanshu. Net. Lin Qin nodded with satisfaction. Sinan's fence is much higher than the original fence wall, and it is a real iron. It is no matter how powerful he is to dry him or a mutant wild dog, he can't push it. But blocking is gambling, but this wall is not perfect. After all, there is no support, and it is not possible to collapse. After thinking about it, Lin Qin took the iron rope to the iron fence at both ends. Then stop. After this, Lin Qin took these things in his hand and then placed in the yard. After Zhang Shui took a shower before and after, Lin Qin had returned. After a long time, no one wanted to cook. Lin Qin took out the copied sauerkraut fish and rice, and a bowl of people ate it. The sauerkraut fish is a large bowl, and the shops in the shopping mall are made, and the taste is very good. During this time, this kind of thing has been hidden, and Lin Qin simply does not matter as everyone eats. But now there is no others, and Lin Qin does not want to treat his stomach. To be honest, such behavior is a bit stingy. However, Lin Qin is not a stingy person. When Nanwei was cleaned up, at night, he would prepare a rich hot pot. There are all kinds of ingredients. Of course, the premise is to stay in peace. Wow, when do you have fish at home? There is sauerkraut. Zhang Shui looked at the food prepared on the table in surprise. Sometimes she really thinks that Lin Qin will become magic. The food is very tricky. Mainly things that I don't want to eat now. Lin Qin didn't say much, but pushed the rice over there. Pick up the chopsticks, and the two people eat it. After meals, continue to dig a pit. Zhang Shui took advantage of the gap in the meal to Lin Qin said, "This wall, where can we find something to come back to make up? It's not easy to find now. And even if it is found, things are not light. In the past, there were companies that were carried by carts and specially handled, and they could be assembled on the spot. If this was moved on the scene, would the two of them move?" Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and ate slowly. "Don't worry, go down and exercise. I will deal with the wall." Zhang Shui looked up. Although she didn't want to run to exercise, she felt that she was okay compared to a headache. I was happy to accept Lin Qin's arrangement. It was just that she didn't know that Lin Qin was all ready. In the afternoon, Lin Qin had nothing to do with it, leaving Nanwei's side. At this time, Nanwei and others were killing the villas in the villa. Their current positions are two extremes with Lin Qin. The number of zombies and mutant wild dogs is not small. I do not know if it is because of some living here. Most zombies and mutant wild dogs wander around here. Fortunately, they are all ordinary variants. It will be a bit difficult to deal with. The zombies solved along the way are not large, but the zombies are near here, one wave of waves. Wang Yuran and Su Chang were even more cramps in their hands. Nanwei looked at the villa courtyard next to the villa, and then took them to solve several zombies blocked in front of them and entered the yard. In the long uninhabited yard, many leaves have been accumulated. There are many flowers and plants in the courtyard of this villa. Although the weather was hot during this time, there were also rainfall a few days ago and did not completely die. The open-air solid wood coffee table is covered with a thick layer of gray. Nanwei looked at it for 4 weeks and confirmed that there were no other persons or the traces of the zombie activities, and compared the gestures for the other two. The three people looked at each other and then walked to the door of the villa. The door was locked, and Nanwei couldn't open it a few times. Since it can't be opened, the probability of someone or zombies in it should not be high. After all, the courtyard's table is full of dust. Nanwei directly gave up the idea of opening the door, looking for the coffee table in the corner. There are 2 small benches on the coffee table, dirty on it, and the 3 people didn't mind sitting on the buttocks. Outside, the roar of the zombies continued, and the gaps in the door of the yard can see the zombies not far away walking around. There were rotten odors everywhere in the air, but it covered the taste of them well. But at this time, the 3 people were already hungry. Nanwei took out toast bread and distributed. This thing is better to carry, and it is soft. In addition to the appearance of a slight sound, it will be fine. Remove the mask, and the 3 people ate quickly. Right now, I just want to take a good rest for a while and fill up my stomach. Wang Yuran ate 3 pieces, and couldn't help but look up at Su Chang and Nanwei next to him. The sight fell to the gun that moved to Nanwei's back, and then dangled and continued to eat toast. After a long time, she said, "Sister Nanwei, how many bullets you have?" Nanwei ate the toast film in his hands, and he didn't raise his head. Okay, what's wrong? Before departure, Lin Qin gave her a school bag, a lot of bullets in the school bag, and 2 grenades. The most important thing is that the food is quite sufficient. There are almost 6 packs of toast, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of water. And Su Chang and Wang Yuran's bow and arrows also have a lot of arrows. They did not store the arrow bag. Lin Qin directly mentioned 2 school bags, which contained a lot of inside. It is enough for them to use it. Nanwei didn't feel any problems about this. Wang Yuran continued, we have 3 guns, so go directly to go. She and Su Chang bow and arrows, and Jianlin Lin Qin gave much. It should be enough if you take the method to the evacuation point. Add the gun in Nanwei. Can't you get the evacuation point? As soon as this came out, the 3 of them were silent. Su Chang looked at Wang Yanran, usually you are quiet, but you don't expect it to be quite big. Wang Yuran raised his eyebrows and hooked his lips. Zaheo is gone, I don't want to lose you too. Since we have weapons in our hands, it's not better to go to a better place to leave here. She said seriously. Su Chang laughed at once. I still remember that when I questioned yesterday, you didn't say that. Why did you change your mind now? Wang Yuran, we have weapons in different pasts, we have weapons. Nanwei sighed in the words of the 2 people, speaking, I hope not to say this in the future. Also, decide to stay and do things well, otherwise I won't keep you. Nanwei smiled softly, but his eyes looked at the outside of the courtyard wall, monitoring between the gaps of the branches. Whether Lin Qin has monitoring her is not clear, but it is definitely not that simple. Give so many things this time, you reading www.ukanshu. Net asked them to come out to clean up the zombies, maybe it was a test. This opportunity is critical. Wang Yuran was a little stiff, and his eyes looked at Su Chang a little hesitant. Nanwei's words sounded like a reminder, but more like a warning. What is Lin Qin? But after Nanwei said. She also said nothing, eaten the toast in her hand. But there was no wishes, and there were several strange zombies on the trail outside. Nanwei instantly put the toast in his mouth and picked up the gun behind him. The eyes of the other 2 followed the past, and when they saw the road outside, there were 2 heads and 4 arms on the 2 mutant zombies. What a weird zombie. Su Chang and Wang Yuran naturally saw it. The injured bread is not fragrant. The 2 people moved their seats gently, trying to hide behind the coffee table and hide their shape. This will not be discovered by the strange zombie outside. Nanwei was carefully leaning by the wall, which was almost the same as the weird zombies outside. But dare not make a sound. What is this and why is this? At this time, Lin Qin and Zhang Shui had finished their meals. In Lin Qin's words, Zhang Shui went upstairs and started practicing archery. At this moment, I have just ate a full meal, and my physical exercise must be a little bit. Then you can only exercise your arms. But yesterday, his arms and shoulders were sore due to the problem of recoil. Continue to exercise now. That sour is fine. However, the bow and arrow are not the same as the gun, not such a large recoil. But for a long time to pull the bow and arrow aim, there are some exercise of arm strength. However, Zhang Shui only planned to take your time, not in a hurry. Because of the shoulders, it is too sore. The iron skin around the villa is still sealed by the window. For a while, Zhang Shui will not find the situation downstairs. Lin Qin sat in the living room like this and looked at the monitor with his mobile phone. Many monitoring can be switched one by one on the phone. Lin Qin wants to find Nanwei's position, it is not easy to find at all. The system is related to the prompt given by mobile detection, which also includes zombies. Even a flying bird, as long as it is captured by monitoring, will give the same prompt. Therefore, it is even unrealistic to find one by one in Lin Qin's various tips. Some monitoring can be prompted. When did you find it? Lin Qin thought for a while and looked up at Zhang Shui on the second floor. The sound of the training arrow inserted into the weaving basket came from the above. Lin Qin got up directly, walked to the bottom of the stairs, opened the hidden door, and then entered the basement. The basement is black and painted. Without turning on the lights, there are only those who exudes weak lights where computer monitoring. Turn on the lamp, Lin Qin walked down the stairs. There are many computers in the middle of the living room, gathering together to form a huge display. Each small display corresponds to monitoring in different places. Lin Qin quickly looked around on each display, and finally found them in the courtyard of a villa. However, the position is relatively tricky, and the corner of monitoring only reveals them. Lin Qin controlled the monitoring and was aimed at them. Through the gap between the branches and leaves, it is not very comprehensive. Outside the yard, there were several corpses of zombies. The food they ate in the yard rest. Lin Qin was lying on the chair behind him, his hand stretched, and an ice cream bucket appeared in his hand. In the cold belly, Lin Qin intends to continue to observe their actions. At this moment, Nanwei's movement was carefully vigilant, holding a gun and leaning forward by the wall. Lin Qin's surveillance is to all the best to the side of them. This time, Nanwei cannot be seen directly. But in this way, Lin Qin was also curious about what happened to make them alert. The position of the monitoring was adjusted again. I saw that on the trail, a zombie after a mutant reinforcement was wandering in the direction where Nanwei was. It is a strengthening zombie because the loss is different. What monster is this? Lin Qin had a leisurely movement, and directly adjusted the monitoring screen in the computer display screen. Eliminate alone. There is not much difference between the zombies, but it looks like this. Lin Qin first thought that the zombies in a certain anime merged with each other. There are 2 heads above the head and 4 hands behind them. Although it was rotten, the 4 arms looked quite flexible. I saw that he grabbed the zombie corpse on the ground and ate it directly. All 4 arms were hugged, the mouth thief was good, and it was crispy. Is this stuff, is the teeth so sharp? But think about the twice mutant zombies yesterday, it is not so difficult to understand. Zombies are constantly evolving, and the future situation may be more complicated. But this one in front of you does not know if they can deal with it. As soon as Lin Qin's thoughts rose, in the monitoring picture, a mutant zombie appeared again. A total of 2 mutant zombies. Good guy. Lin Qin was a little anxious. According to the level of mutation zombies now, although it is not fast, there will be more and more that will appear later. If they want to survive, they must improve their strength and weapons as soon as possible. In terms of strength, Lin Qin couldn't help looking down at himself. Well, at least better than at the beginning. But compared with the evolution of zombies, his speed of progress seems very small. If you can teach 1 or 2 by special police or soldiers, you should improve it. But now there is no such condition. Nanwei held his breath and did not dare to make too much sound. Back against the wall of the yard, she stared at the zombies outside. The next second, she raised the gun and aimed at the unknown zombies outside. But how can mutant zombies be so easy to deal with? The moment Nanwei fired, it heard the movement. Just avoided it. Nanwei was stunned and wanted to continue to shoot the 2 mutant zombies. However, zombies cannot give her a chance at all. The width of the gate was limited. Nanwei's shooting continued, but the body of the 2 mutant zombies could not be held too flexible. Run directly to the 2 sides of the door, Nanwei's vision blind spot. If she wants to see the position of the 2 zombies at this time, she must open the yard's iron door to go out. Nanwei could not open the door at all. When the 2 people hiding behind the coffee table saw that the situation was not good, they immediately got up and forcibly pulled back to the mutant zombie Nanwei. Nanwei, go quickly. This zombie is too different from those zombies we usually see. You can see what monsters are the 4 arms and 2 heads and 2 heads and 2 heads. Your guns can't hit them. This is the most important. Nanwei was pretended to be calm and said, my marksmanship is not accurate. If it is Lin Qin, it should be different. When are this all? What else did you say, Lin Qin? Can he fly over to save the people? Su Chang, hurry up, hit the door open. Behind them, there is only one villa. There is no place to hide at all places. Su Chang vigorously held the door of the door and hit it hard. But the door couldn't fight at all for a while, and Su Chang's sweat was urgent. The mutant zombie appeared again in front of the courtyard at this time. The four of them grabbed the iron door in front of them and shook hard. The squeak sound of the iron gate could not help but squeak. This made other nearby zombies and mutant wild dogs aware of it. Their strength was very strong, and the 8 hands on the door were shaking at the same time, and the big iron door was shook directly. Nanwei couldn't, and could only follow Wang Yuran Su Chang. Fortunately, at the end, the door opened. 3 people quickly entered the living room of the villa, walked through all the way, and came to the backyard. There was a small door in the backyard. The last time she and Lin Xin left here from the trail behind the backyard. The latter roads are relatively small and hidden, and they are planted everywhere. Although you can cover your own whereabouts well, there will be any more powerful roles hidden in the inconsistent. The zombies are not relying on the eyes to distinguish. Their hearing and smell system is very developed. In the middle of the trail, the bluestone surface was covered. If this is in the past, it is simply a walk after meals to eliminate diet and dating the holy place. They don't ask anything else now, let's leave here first. However, the mutant zombies were pursued, and they squeezed out desperately from the narrow door of the backyard. Fortunately, the door of the backyard is not large, and the zombies will not come first. All stuck on it. For a while, the zombies poured into this trail a much slower. But the 2 mutant zombies were particularly obvious in the corpse group. They also rushed over first. Nanwei and others couldn't get out at all. She aimed at the gun in her hand and shot directly. But the zombie's arm will protect his head and hit the body without any effect. Su Chang couldn't, and could only take out the bow and arrows given by Lin Xin to aim at the mutant zombies constantly moving. Damn, this is really going to die in this ghost place. Well, this dog is too smart than those who are more smart. What should I do? I can't stop it at all. The 2 of them were just bow and arrows, and they could easily solve those ordinary zombies. But for the zombies after this obvious strengthening of mutation, it is simply a chicken rib, and it cannot be used at all. But the surroundings are not just 2 mutant zombies, but also many ordinary zombies. These are basically Wang Yuran and Su Chang's responsibility. Nanwei only needs to deal with those 2 powerful ones. Nanwei just shot with a gun and kept aiming at shooting. Follow the movement of the zombies, left for a while. The heart is pounding, and the nervousness has no time to ignore my friends. Now, only she has a gun. The life and death of the entire team were pressed on her. Nanwei did not dare to relax. The bullet was gone, so he immediately changed the magazine. When the zombies disappeared, they wiped out and looked around and protected their friends behind them. Seeing that they would only die in this way, Nanwei was a huge pressure and simply shot one of them. Bullets stunned the arm in front of the head and penetrated the zombie's head. Even so, Nanwei was afraid that he would not die, and continued to aim. The arms were shocked, and she had no consciousness. Just panting, just thinking about killing him. Su Chang and others resolved other zombies around the surroundings, and when they turned around, they saw Nanwei solve one of them. But the other no firepower was suppressed, and it turned to Nanwei's side and fluttered. Su Chang shouted, "Nanwei, be careful of the left." The shouting made the hearts of the 3 people instantly mention their hearts. Nanwei was overwhelming, and another mutant zombie had already rushed over. Unavoidable. When this paw came down, Nanwei felt that he would break the appearance on the spot, and his mind was separated. However, a few less obvious gunfire sounded, and the mutant zombies in front of Nanwei were unexpectedly exploded. With a sound, he fell directly in front of Nanwei. Just 1 step away. Nanwei seemed to have lost his soul and forgot his reaction. Su Chang and Wang Yuran's archery movement kept moving, but behind the corpse of the mutant zombies, there were still many other zombies. Nanwei disappeared. They should first defend those zombies to avoid rushing up. There are the last 2 arrows in the backpack, but there are still many chasing behind. They must leave this place as soon as possible. Nanwei stunned for a moment, and then looked back at them. Lin Xin stood in place, and the gun in his hand was still aiming at several zombies closest to them. Seeing this, Su Chang couldn't help but feel relieved. Two people trot forward, holding Nanwei's arm and gathered in the direction of Lin Qin. Go back first, Xiaoxue will take you to you at home. Lin Qin glanced at them, and then continued to aim at the zombies behind them. How about you? Wang Yuran nodded and pulled Nanwei to withdraw. And Su Chang, looking at Lin Qin's way, what about you, can you deal with these zombies alone? Don't be stubborn if you can't deal with it. We are now a team. I can be with you, however. Before Su Chang's words were finished, Lin Qin interrupted. Mushing, hurry up, don't stay and drag me. Su Chang said in a moment. Indeed, they are too weaker than Lin Qin. Looking at Lin Qin's hard deal with the zombies, Su Chang finally left and followed Nanwei. The zombies fell. From the beginning, Lin Qin just wanted to see if they left in the monitoring, or continued here. I did not expect to see a mutant zombie. The situation of this zombie was a bit beyond his expectations. Who knew that Nanwei could no longer see Nanwei in the later monitoring, and Lin Qin realized the seriousness of the matter. Coupled with all the zombies in the villa area, all the zombies rushed to a direction. Lin Qin was followed by their tail. Fortunately, he realized that Nanwei had only one place to go after entering the villa, and then spared. However, the mutant zombies are terrible, but what is constant is the weakness. As long as you can hit aiming, no matter how strong it is not a problem. But the mutant zombies are not the two in front of them, and the number in the future increases a lot. It will only be more troublesome to deal with. But first solve the problem in front of you, you can prepare other things in the future. Lin Qin aimed at the head of the zombie and shot. On the Tao of the backyard, Yu reads www.ukanshu.net, and the corpses of zombies quickly gathered. It wasn't until the last two that Lin Qin had time to look at the mutant zombie. There are two mutant zombies. One is behind the corpse group, and one is next to Lin Qin. It is lying on the ground, the head blooms, and there are many bomb holes. As for the arms on the body, Lin Qin looked at the bamboo next to him, breaking a tattered clothes on the zombies. It is found that the arm is like growing. As for how to describe it, have you seen Qianqiu Guanyin? No, it should be said that the four-arm Guanyin. In short, the shape is very unique and strange. Never seen it. Exactly the same as that. Eating between zombies will continue to evolve, Lin Qin did not expect. The official announcement only said that the ability of zombies was a bit strengthened than the previous time, but never said that they would evolve. In addition to the normal growth of the four arms, Lin Qin did not find other different places. Lin Qin got up and lost the bamboo in his hand to leave. At this moment, a transparent crystal nucleus was looming in the rotten scalp of zombies. Lin Qin couldn't help tilting his head, holding a bamboo on the head of the zombie's head, and his rotten scalp and hair. The small hole in the sieve was revealed by Lin Qin. Plus a thing like glass beads. Transparent, not big. And a bit soft. The surface is like a layer of transparent film, with a small black dot in the middle. Lin Qin crouched curiously, and reached out and waved the unpleasant smell of her nose. What? Lin Qin frowned. The bamboo repeatedly fiddled, and it unexpectedly broke the surface of the surface, exposing the liquid inside. A little disgusting, there is no smell. I don't know if it is the original tumor in this zombie's head. But whose tumor is this color? Lin Qin frowned and threw the bamboo in his hand, and then left here. With a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, the entire bamboo forest began to sound. Lin Qin couldn't help shaking his body and speeded up the pace of leaving. This atmosphere is really terrible. On the way back, Lin Qin naturally encountered a zombie. But they are all ordinary zombies. It is very easy to deal with Lin Qin. Back to the villa, Nanwei and others were sitting anxiously on the bench of the living room, waiting for Lin Qin to come back. Seeing that he arrived safely, a person waited for a swarming. Zhang Shui was most worried. After seeing Lin Qin, he was relieved. It's okay. But I heard them say, what do the zombies mean? In their description, zombies have four arms. This is beyond her scope. Lin Qin entered the house and sat aside the same. I don't know, but it seems that they have evolved. When it comes to this, Su Chang and Wang Run are equally nervous. What about this? There must be more than two of them. Maybe we will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme encounter this situation today. We can't just sit like this and wait for death, right? Food is limited, and our weapons have been used up. In the future, weapons without defense to go out will face these zombies. Just thinking about it, Wang Yuran couldn't stand it. Su Chang was a little calm. Don't worry so much, our food should be able to support it for a while. Fortunately, the zombies after mutation are fortunately we found it early, otherwise it is the most terrible when finding materials when going out to find materials. As long as we find his weakness. But from the zombies we are currently met, we can generally distinguish a few levels. Lin Qin looked at Su Chang and was a little relieved. It's not stupid yet. Yes, no matter how the zombies have evolved, the weakness is in the head. As long as the head is aimed at the head, there will be no great threat. However, the zombies appear in a group. I believe everyone will come to the body. From the initial reaction rigid and slow, to the faster, to their mutant body changes, it can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Level 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Will it continue to rise in the future? This is unknown. Don't be too scared, take a rest in the past few days, don't run around in the villa. Looking at everyone's heart nodded, Lin Qin didn't say anything more. Because for him, mutant zombies are also unfamiliar. Although others in the team did not say much, they thought that life was hopeless and even had no hope. Zombies can still evolve, why can't they? The disparity of power and the lack of weapons are their most fatal weaknesses. Several people went upstairs and started to exercise. Only when it becomes stronger, can there be a line of vitality. Of course, Lin Qin didn't know what they thought. Just watching everyone suddenly strengthen the exercise, it was a little relieved. They finally realized that only the way to becoming stronger. But even if everyone started to exercise, such a low atmosphere continued until the evening. Lin Qin prepared a rich dinner. I even made a bowls of bullfrog bone soup shabu. After heating the hot pot, the whole villa was shrouded in the aroma. Several people sweating went downstairs with a sweaty manner. I saw a variety of ingredients at a table. Fat beef rolls, lamb rolls, slide slices, spicy beef slices, hare belly, and so on. I'm dazzling, or really? This is too rich. Can't believe it, I can still eat hot pot. Zheng Shui's reaction with Nanwei is okay. After all, the last time Lin Qin also ate a hot pot in order to celebrate the birth of the team. And this time, I don't know what it is for. The atmosphere of the team that has been lost for a day has returned a lot. Everyone was sitting in front of the dining table, but none of them moved their chopsticks. Waiting for Lin Qin quietly. After Lin Qin sat down, Su Chang opened his mouth. Why do we eat so well today? Wang Yuran on the side also doubted. Now the supermarket outside, it seems that there is no such fresh meat. What's more, it is even more impossible for those hot pot restaurants. How long is this power out? Are you sure I have no dream? Nanwei was sitting on one side, and the sore shoulders made her lift her arms a little hard. You also look at Lin Qin too, these are all true. Zheng Shui also chuckled, of course it is true, but these are not eaten in vain. Su Chang and Wang Yuran looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Qin. Su Chang said first, from today, you are my elder brother. Wang Yuran also said, Yu reads a book www.ukanshu. Net yes, the same is true. The atmosphere of the hot pot was very good, pulling the emotions of the downturn. But today's situation also makes other people realize the importance of stronger. Lin Qin himself is the same. After eating in the middle of the night, everyone was drunk. Su Chang touched the sofa in the living room and fell asleep. He was a big man, and no one could move him upstairs. Zheng Shui was even worse, and after drinking a little, she lay directly on the table. Wang Yuran is still sober, after all, it is a star, and the wine bureau is not the first time to drink alcohol. She helped Zhang Shui and shaken. Let's go back first, Nanwei will give it to you. Two people walked standing, relying on each other, and went upstairs. The three girls lived in a room. The previous room of Nanwei. She came out and gave Su Chang a sleep alone. Wang Yuran can only support one person. Nanwei, who was sitting on the seat, naturally could only be given to Lin Qin. Nanwei on the table was already drunk, and it was a bit big. The blurred eyes, the crimson behind the face. Lin Qin stepped forward, reaching out and patted her cheek. Nanwei opened his eyes with scattered eyes. I couldn't help but look at the table. Ah? Are they all back? Otherwise, hurry up and go to sleep. Oh, okay. Nanwei got up a little bit. Seeing that she could stand up by herself, Lin Qin didn't have many tactics. I went to the bathroom and rinsed it at will. When he washed out, no one was outside. On the sofa, Su Chang slept on it. Take a blanket from the space and cover it on Su Chang. Turn off all the lights on the first floor. Lin Qin left him with a dim nightlight and went directly to the second floor and returned to his room. The corridor on the second floor also only had a small nightlight. The light was dim, and Lin Qin helped the wall upstairs. Opening the door of the bedroom, Lin Qin walked in and went to bed. In the dark, a small piece was raised in the middle of the bed. Lin Qin touched the soft skin and was scared to stand up. Snap! The switch of the bedroom chandelier was turned on, and Lin Qin's drunk Nanwei lay on his big bed and looked back on his big bed. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, "It is impossible to appear something else on the bed. It is estimated that I was drunk and found the wrong room." He stepped forward and patted her cheek. Nanwei, wake up, go to bed wrong. Nanwei opened his fascinated eyes, forcibly supported his body from the bed, and sat up. She looked at her 4 weeks, then patted her head and got up. I'm sorry, it's wrong. However, Nanwei, who had drank too much, had no strength, floating in his footsteps, and smashed straight on the ground. Lin Qin could not help but reach out to support her, but was smashed on the ground with heavily. The floor was cold. Lin Qin's hands were supported on the tile, but his face was buried in an awkward position. This fall, Nanwei's wine was gone, and he sobered instantly. Just watching Lin Qin buried in her chest, silent for a few seconds. She was wearing a shirt today, and the top button left one. At the moment of falling, Lin Qin's hand accidentally brought her clothes and directly broke away with 2 buttons, revealing the shoulders on one side. Lin Qin stiffened his fingers and couldn't help but cough. And Nanwei. Perhaps the role of alcohol, or maybe Lin Qin's care during this time. Under the end of this chaos, I feel dependent on myself. When Lin Qin pulled out, she reached out and grabbed Lin Qin's chest collar, forcing him to lean over again. Red lips together. Lin Qin froze for a moment. But Nanwei's offensive is really fierce. How can there be the reason why the meat that is sent to the mouth is not eaten? Under the action of alcohol, the 2 women in the next room were sleeping, and there was no intention to wake up at all. And Su Chang, who drinks high downstairs, don't need to say more. No different from a dead pig. Before sleeping, the sky was gray, and the 2 talents fell asleep. Nympho 10:30. Zhang Shui and Wang Yuran, who were dissipated, gradually woke up. After the 2 were washed, they packed the leftovers on the table. Su Chang, who was lying on the sofa overnight, woke up with his sore waist. When Wang Yuran saw this, he joked and joked. What did you do last night? This waist can't help but carry it so much. Su Chang rubbed his sore head and had no mood. Go and go, did you take me a meal while I was drunk yesterday? I don't have a sense of back pain when I sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Shui couldn't help laughing. Did you pull your bow yesterday? This is normal, just get used to it. By the way, what do you want to eat in the morning? Su Chang got up, ready to go to the bathroom to wash, and heard Zhang Shui's question. Then he realized that there were only 3 people downstairs. Nanwei is not there. Don't pick. Otherwise, you go to ask what Lin Qin wants to eat? Also, what about Nanwei? She hasn't got up yet. Ah. Nanwei. The 2 women stunned and looked at each other. When they got up in the morning, they did not notice that Nan Wei was not in the room. The bed in the room was put together by Lin Qin's 2.15-meter beds, which was very large and enough to sleep in 3 people. At night they will not meet each other. When I got up in the morning, it seemed like Nan Wei was here. I didn't pay much attention when I got up, I should still be asleep. Would you like to call her? Su Chang shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about wake up naturally. I drank yesterday, don't shout. Naturally, it is best to wake up. Zhang Shui nodded with Wang Yuran, and didn't say much. Yesterday, there were a lot of vegetables and meat left. Today, I mixed it directly to make a hodgepodge. At this time, the time is phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme to noon and simmer directly. Everyone was busy. There was a weird groaning upstairs. The 2 people in the room were naked, and only a blanket was covered. When Lin Qin woke up, Nan Wei had woke up. Dragging the blanket, looking at the earth just not to look at Lin Qin. Lin Qin, is he so terrible? Nan Wei coughed lightly, and the white skin was rosy, and I didn't know if it was shy or what happened. This is a big contrast with yesterday. Yesterday I drank too much. Just Lin Qin laughed and reached out and grabbed Nan Wei's hand and turned over. You must know that you have tasted the fishy man, and he is very energetic. Nan Wei, don't, they are all downstairs. Lin Qin, what are you afraid of? You are not still very later, Lin Qin said softly in Nan Wei's ear. In an instant, Nan Wei seemed to be cooked shrimp. Nan Wei, are men so terrible? You reading www.ukanshu. Net at 12:30, the footsteps outside the door gradually, and Nan Wei did not dare to make a sound. Wang Yuran looked at Lin Qin's closed room door, and looked at the second bedrooms of the 3 girls. Then walked in. The bedding on the bed rises slightly. Obviously, Nan Wei drank more and slept in the innermost yesterday. No wonder when she got up in the morning, she didn't see Nan Wei. It turned out that they had a break of their positions. Wang Yuran relieved, and then closed the door of the room. Nan Wei drank the most, let's call her later. When he came to Lin Qin's bedroom, Wang Yuran first knocked on the door. Lin Qin, lunch, if you wake up, hurry up and eat. Lin Qin sweaty, I just woke up, go down right away. Wang Yuran didn't doubt him, and then went downstairs. The footsteps outside the house were getting farther and farther, and Nan Wei's heart was put down. Half an hour later. Nan Wei secretly opened the door of Lin Qin's room to ensure that there were no other people in the living room on the 2nd floor. Then he quickly returned to his room to dress neatly. Lin Qin put on his clothes and was very shocking. Zhang Shui looked at Nan Wei's rosy complexion and could not help but confuse. Sister Nan Wei, are you hot? I think your skin is red. One of the words, everyone looked at Nan Wei. Wang Yuran is also puzzled. Yeah, you see that you even the neck is red. Strange, the temperature of the air conditioner is the same as yesterday? Nan Wei, Lin Qin laughed, but didn't say much. In this lunch, Nan Wei had a lot of torment. The crowds on the table just mentioned nothing and said nothing. At this moment, Lin Qin's mobile phone in his pants pocket buzzed. Open the monitor. I saw that in the monitoring, all the zombies left here like being convened. There is a trend of gathering into groups. The layout of Lin Qin's monitoring is only around the villa, and no matter how far away, it will be invisible. However, the situation of the zombie was not expected by Lin Qin. But in this way, they can speed up the fences of the villa, so as not to worry about the attack of the zombies. It's a good opportunity. Lin Qin immediately walked into his yard and copied the grid on the wall. In this way, Su Chang didn't need to go out to find the grid, just connecting these segmented power grids. Lin Qin copied a lot, and the front yard was almost piled up. Then he walked out and placed a lot at the door of his own villa. In this move, Lin Qin didn't have 10 minutes before and after. A lot of accumulation. These power grids have no effect on the survivors next to them. They will not be picked up on the trails outside the gate of the courtyard. However, Lin Qin noticed the yellow smoke that had just risen not far away. Airdrops? Lin Qin raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. The yellow airdrop represents a weapon. However, the weapon category of the state is not worthy of Lin Qin's adventure. What is the use of some dead weapons? Should be thrown off the gun shells. However, Lin Qin can also understand that the soldiers in this area are not enough. The possibility of investing. I can only rely on my own leak. However, 2 days have passed, and there are no smokes beside them at this moment, and there is no large number of airdrops in the sky, which is strange. Lin Qin couldn't help looking at the distance a little curious. Now the zombies have gone, and those zombies will not be attracted because of the movement of the airdrop. If this is the case, it seems that the other survivors over there should not be a minority. After thinking about it, Lin Qin took these things out and returned to the room. The crowd in the room cleaned up the dining table and had begun to exercise consciously. This point, Lin Qin is extremely satisfied, but the exercise can be released first. Su Chang, do you come down and spread this grid with me? Su Chang made his head on the second floor and looked at Lin Qin said, "What grid? I haven't gone out yet." Having said that, he walked downstairs. Wang Yuran, Zhang Shui and others naturally walked down. They looked at the grid full of the yard and looked surprised. Where did he come from this stuff? It doesn't seem to be long after going out. Let's install these around the villa first. The installation tools are ready. Su Chang looked at the entire yard, and the grids were entangled together and stretched to the trail outside. Looking at the installation tools prepared by Horan, he looked at him with a look of aggressive. Even if the extra things are a bit unrealistic. No matter how big Lin Qin is, where can he come from these things? And the number of quantities, the weight of Lin Qin did not rely on the tools of the side. Although it is particularly confused, Su Chang does not intend to ask these that should not be asked. It's just an honest step forward and carry the installed tools with the power grid. The grid is the kind of fine like wire, and there is an iron piece to install it, pull it on 3 layers. The installation is actually not complicated, and the complicated is fixed installation of iron sheets. However, their wall itself is the kind of iron. It can be wrapped in 2 times and fixed at the top position. The crowd began to fix the power grid and follow the entire villa. But Su Chang noticed the yellow smoke floating in the distance. Lin Qin should also notice this, right? Why don't he go? Today, their weapons are obviously not equal, and all 3 guns are in the hands of 2 women. He had nothing to say anything. In his opinion, the 2 bows and arrows were somewhat chicken. Especially against mutant zombies, it does not play much. He looked back and looked at Lin Qin. Seeing that he seemed to have not seen it, he retracted his eyes and continued his movements. After these lines, the final power is required to be reorganized, but there is no need to reserve too many lines. Later, the power grid on the wall with the surrounding circle can be powered on. This will save a lot of trouble. Installation is not cumbersome, it takes much time. One morning, everyone was busy. After the final power was turned on, Su Chang and others reached out to wipe the sweat on the forehead. Looking around, when the busy people were not paying attention at all, they disappeared quietly. Lin Qin closed the grid on the wall of his villa, and then reopened the new line. The electricity on the grid is not fatal, but Lin Qin has changed. At this moment, I installed the grid, and I don't have to worry about being turned in by the survivors. As for zombies, as long as you can't get in, it is not a problem. After everyone's completion, Su Chang's figure was delayed. Lin Qin looked at, what about Su Chang people? It's all 3 or 4, he doesn't eat? The night they started today, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net only a meal at noon. After a meal, these grids began to install non-stop. The back-to-chest posturous backbone that had long been hungry. After all, everyone just wanted to go back to rest and blow the air conditioner, but Su Chang disappeared. In the whole process, there was no zombie. There is no survivor. Lin Qin's sight couldn't help but look at Nanwei next to him. Nanwei looked at Wang Yuran. What about Su Changren? On weekdays, it is the most words with Su Chang. Where he goes, he should be clear. Wang Yuran bowed his head and didn't speak. Nanwei took a step forward and said, "You concealing it for him is to harm him. Did you forget the situation yesterday? It's not safe outside." Wang Yuran squeezed his fist and hesitated. He saw the airdrop and said he was going to find any weapons. "How long have you been?" "It's half an hour, right?" Nanwei, Lin Qin frowned slightly. "Isn't it the yellow smoke there?" Wang Yansan nodded. "First of all, the weapon of the army is very average. Secondly, seeing yellow smoke must be more than him. The zombie is definitely more than one person. This kid usually looks pretty clever. Why is he always speculative?" Wang Yuran looked up and looked at Lin Qin said, "Otherwise, let's go out to find him. He has been out for so long, and there is no intercom. There is no way to contact at all. I am worried about the same situation as yesterday. What if you meet a zombie? Nanwei hates iron. Now knowing scared? Why don't you say when he leaves? Now it has passed half an hour now, no one knows where he went. Isn't it over the airdrop box? The smoke of the airdrop box is gone, you know what direction is it? Wang Yuran, what should I do? We must never find it." Lin Qin stood aside and sighed. "Go back, life and death are rich and rich, no one can help him. Go out now, the zombies over there are gathered over there. They will not meet each other and come back safely like the last time." Lin Qin returned to the room and Zhang Shui followed. Nanwei hesitated and felt that he didn't dare to act without authorization, and eventually followed. Wang Yuran stood still in place, and was anxious at the same time, and there was no other way. She looked at the distance and finally followed. The temperature inside the house is much cooler than the outside. After a busy afternoon, everyone was too tired. Zhang Shui held the ice cream one by one. It was her most heartless. Wang Yuran ate ice cream. If she had been in the past, she would be very happy. But now, she just feels terrified. An hour later, Su Chang's figure was still disappeared. Everyone in the room, like nothing happened, returned to their own room. The stand-alone game and the mobile phone played a great role at this time and sent a boring time. Lin Qin returned to his bedroom and turned on the computer. The network is not smooth now. Naturally, there is no way to play the network of networking. But stand-alone can still play. But with the disappearance of time, Lin Qin stopped. At 5 o'clock, Su Chang still didn't return. It seems that it is more fierce. Outside the door, Wang Yuran banged Lin Qin's door. "What's wrong?" "It's me, Wang Yuran." Lin Qin opened the door of the bedroom, looked at her, and said directly, "You want to go out to find Su Chang, I won't stop, but when you go out, you don't have to come back." Wang Yuran, Lin Qin is not a good person, but it is by no means a bad person. As when they said to join the team, after careful consideration, Lin Qin nodded and agreed. But they died by themselves, and Lin Qin had no other way. Such a person who does not obey management, people without team consciousness. Morning and evening will hurt the entire team. Of course, Su Chang may be a kind at first. Want to do something for the team. But Lin Qin didn't think he had no selfishness. Wang Yuran was blocked by Lin Qin at once. She originally thought that Lin Qin should not watch Su Chang, who did not come back and did nothing. She came over and said a few more words, just persuaded. At present, Lin Qin's response directly made her original thought of good words. Wang Yuran is not walking or not? Why, there are words. Lin Qin looked at Wang Yuran's expression and deliberately. Wang Yuran shook his head, nodded again, and then turned and walked out. Nanwei and Zhang Shui stood at the stairs and looked at her. After seeing Wang Yuran ate, he shook his head helplessly. Zhang Shui said directly, "You and Su Chang are friends," worrying that he can understand. "But you have to distinguish it a little bit. Lin Qin is the one we should be obedient. Without him, there will be no our current days." After Zhang Shui said, he continued to return to the bedroom with his ice cream. Looking at the big beds and the two beds in the room, shook his head. When Zhang Shui's figure disappeared, Nanwei said, "Let's wait." Lin Qin in the room got up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Soon after, the sky outside was going to be dark. The zombies in the monitoring are not signs. The streets in the distance suddenly rose. Lin Qin stood at the window and looked at the past. I don't know what the situation there is, and someone sets fire. In the depths of the thick smoke, there seems to be something to roll inside, and it even slowly expands out. Lin Qin looked at it carefully, and did not see the things in the thick smoke, like a helicopter? But the distance was not very. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it quickly disappeared. And in that direction, why is it a bit like a hospital? Lin Qin couldn't help thinking, and his long-awaited memory gradually woke up. He heard in his last life that someone got a pharmacy in a hospital in a community. I don't know what component is, but the user's ability will be enhanced in a short time. But no one has seen this thing at all. If it wasn't for a fire that burned most of the hospital's emergency department, the things hidden in the inside would not be found. However, Lin Qin couldn't confirm whether it was the fire, nor could it confirm whether it was this place, and it was not possible to confirm whether the path of obtaining the pharmaceutical was a hospital. After all, it is rumored by others, and the specific ways of obtaining must be water. And those who get the medicine, what is Wix Mori? Although no one is clearly obtained than him, it is indeed a hospital that rumors. But today I suddenly saw the fire in the distance, and the memory in his mind suddenly thought of this. If so for Lin Qin, it is undoubtedly an opportunity. Lin Qin pushed the door of the room, and watched the two people at the entrance of the stairs didn't know what they were saying. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. Of course, he has no time to control so much. Open the door and walk out, and the two women behind them immediately followed. Shiman is the door to the closest to the lively street. The streets were quiet, and even zombies could not be seen. But the thick smoke in the distance was rolling, very eye-catching. Nanwei and Wan Yuran looked at this scene, and could not help but a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Looking at it seems to be the direction of the hospital. The two didn't know why Lin Qin suddenly went out. But such a hurry is definitely serious. And Su Chang, I don't know if it is related to him. However, Lin Qin did not leave the villa area immediately, but just watched the direction of the fire in the distance. A little fascinating. Nanwei came and watched the direction of King Lin Qin. What's the name of the hospital over there? Nanwei thought for a moment and then said, Inxiang Community Hospital. Inxiang? It seems to be in line with the one in memory. Lin Qin couldn't help but speed up the pace, and at the same time notified Zheng Shui to keep at home. The street is very quiet. There are corpses accumulated everywhere, very disgusting. But in addition, it is like an empty city, and even personal shadows cannot be seen. Today's streets are not like before. Even if someone comes out to find food, it will not expose their position. Lin Qin was unobstructed all the way, and walked on the road for almost 10 minutes. I don't know how much time I want to waste all the way. Lin Qin was looking down, and then ran to the front along various parking vehicles on the side of the road. When Nanwei and Wan Yuran rushed over, a big binai stopped in front of them. Lin Qin had started the car and waited for them to get in the car. Too late to think about it, they got on the car and sat. The car walked for more than 10 minutes before it was near the light of Huoguang. Here, zombies gathered with survivors. I don't know if it was a sudden fire in the hospital, and many survivors hiding nearby ran out to escape. Many people wear sick clothes, white coats, nurses. And zombies, constantly eating humans who escape around. Wan Yuran stayed in the car and looked at the tragic situation outside. Nanwei looked at the situation outside. How can there be so many more people suddenly? After the outbreak of the zombies, there were 2 staff riots in total. One is that the food is exhausted, and many people can no longer avoid it on the streets to grab supplies. Once again, it is rescue. However, after the rescue mission was stopped, a large number of airdrops were put in. The survivors were also divided into 2 waves. A wave of going to the evacuation point by himself or by the pre-rescue team. On the other hand, various reasons stayed in the place where they thought it was safe to avoid, waiting for the launch of the materials to fight. There are still no survivors to go to the evacuation point here. At present, the hospital is not a food venue. Why are there so many people here? Lin Qin drove the car and passed through the chaotic crowd. When did the hospital have less people? And this is a community hospital, most of the elderly, there are not a few people trapped here. In the past, every time I went to the hospital, whether it was morning or afternoon, weekend or working day, the people in the hospital are all overcrowded. Listing a team and registering, the team is always long. Even if it is hospitalized, some have to wait for the bed. Of course, whether it is a community hospital or a regular large hospital, people are full of people. It is conceivable that there are not a few people in the hospital. If it weren't for this fire, these people would not leave the hospital. After all, there are zombies outside. But in contrast, another hospital is not so good. The zombies just broke out, and some zombies sent to the hospital were transformed into bite in the city hospital. It is estimated that all kinds of zombies over there. Community hospitals are not large, and medical facilities are relatively small, so the ambulances at that time were sent to more intact city center hospitals such as medical equipment. Suddenly, a zombie hit directly on the windshield in front of Lin Qin, and the teeth dancing the claws wanted to break the three people in the glass and bite. Then, on the door of the rear seat, a blood-blooded palm patted on the window. Wang Yuran looked sideways. Seeing a rotten zombie lying on the glass, he kept scratching and trying to get in. He gave Wang Ran a crit. Ah! However, Lin Qin's car kept driving, and the zombies of the rear window did not let go. Zombies lying in front of the windshield are also persistent. Lin Qin fought the steering wheel and threw the two zombies. Then he rolled directly from the zombie. However, Lin Qin's car was really eye-catching. Many survivors saw, desperately patting his window for help. But soon, the zombies surrounded were bitten by the neck. Lin Qin stepping on the throttle and a steering wheel, which was away from this place. There are not a few people who have escaped from the hospital. There are the paradise of zombies around. Until away from here, Lin Qin turned off. Wang Yuran behind the seat was so scared. Passing the car, Lin Qin walked down. The situation over there is too complicated. The car will only attract zombies in the past. The situation here looks more complicated than what I think. Nanwei looked at Lin Qin and got out of the car nervously. I will go with you. If there is any situation on this road, there is a good response. Wang Yuran, who was sitting in the back seat, nodded the same. Yeah, there are so many zombies in the hospital, and the situation is much more complicated than what we think. You are alone, Sister Nanwei is not assured. Lin Qin didn't say much about anything, and left here. If it is really here, maybe you can really find it. If it can be reinforced, the current situation will be solved. The fire in the distance is still spreading. The thick smoke in the distance gradually turned into the sky, and the screams of someone could be heard looming. Lin Qin continued to go forward and approached. However, someone was running from the center of the street. Even if he knocked down, he crawled up in a panic and continued to run away. The zombies gradually appeared, but there was still a little distance from the center that was just chaotic. Lin Qin walked along the shop on the street. If there was something wrong, he planned to hide directly. Nowadays, you don't get what you want. Naturally, don't conflict with the zombies. Mainly, it is a bit troublesome and delaying its progress. As I approached, UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin found that several survivors in the distance ran over and behind. Behind them, follow a lot of zombies. Lin Qin simply hid in the shop along the street and leaned on the wall behind. A survivor escaped with climbing, avoiding the zombies chasing behind him. Who knew that as soon as he came in, a gun directly reached his back? The surroundings are particularly quiet and can hear the roar of the zombies outside. But he didn't dare to move at all. When the zombies outside were scattered, Lin Qin said, "What happened over there?" The man trembled and said, "It's on fire, there are mutant zombies." Good man, there is nothing valuable on me, and my life. Wang Yuan stepped forward and asked nervously, have you ever seen a tall man, wearing a white short sleeve with a rice mouse, he not fat, a bit thin? No, I haven't seen it. The mutant zombie over there is very powerful. I fled all the way. I didn't pay attention to the person you said. Good man, forgiveness, I am an ordinary person who wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. What's the matter with that fire? Lin Qin continued to ask. I don't know, there should be someone put it, burned a lot of zombies, a lot. If you are here to find someone, you can find it in it. Many people over there are trapped over there, you can find it everywhere. Maybe the person you are looking for is there. Lynch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. There were a lot of zombies roar on the streets outside. As for the voice of people, there was no. Also, there are zombies, how can there be sound? Lin Qin nodded. He did not come to Su Chang deliberately. But watching Wang Yuan's best at finding Su Chang. I couldn't help but say, we are divided into two roads, and you two go to Su Chang. Nanwei stunned, and Wang Yan, aside, couldn't help whispering. Did you come out, aren't you looking for Su Chang? They came out all the way and came here again. The direction of the yellow smoke appeared here, and she thought she came out to find Su Chang. Isn't this for Su Chang now? Nanwei is not like Wang Yuan. She has been with Lin Qin for a long time, has experienced more, and considers it comprehensive. Lin Qin seemed to be able to support them. No, you are not safe alone. Lin Qin looked up at them, what is not safe? Your friend may have flew to Su Chang over the heart. Forget it, don't delay me here, the two of you go to him, find it, and go back after finding it. Look back and contact. Nanwei still wants to say something. Lin Qin said directly, let's go, don't delay my major things here. I don't want to wait a minute to take care of you. Lin Qin waved his hand. Nanwei hesitated for a moment, so he had to leave here with his words. At this time, only Lin Qin and this unknown passers-by were left in the room. The back of the head was against the gun, and the man did not dare to move. Just watching the two women disappeared here, he was scared. Good man, you let me go? Lin Qin glanced at him and then put down the gun in his hand. As long as he is not malicious to himself, Lin Qin does not want to be a murderer. However, the man took 2 steps forward, and while Lin Qin didn't pay attention, he killed it with a knife. His gun was really jealous. Lin Qin did not hesitate, shot and killed the past. A shot, the man fell directly to the ground. Lin Qin didn't look at him, but just looked at the street through the transparent glass. The situation outside at this time is much better. There are many scattered crowds, and zombies have increased a lot. The sky outside was gradually dark. The fire of the hospital continued, and it didn't seem to stop. Lin Qin looked at it for a while, and waited until the street could not see the zombies, and walked out. Regardless of the hospital's situation, let's go and talk about it first. Otherwise, wait for burn cleaning and go in and find. In this way, Lin Qin walked in the wall along the street. Fortunately, there were parking spaces on the side of the road, and a lot of cars were parked. Can perfectly block Lin Qin's approaching figure. Avoiding the crowd, Lin Qin was smooth. Come to the wall outside the hospital and turned directly in. The fire of the emergency department is still spreading. Fortunately, the emergency building is a separate building with a long corridor in the middle. Lin Qin watched the empty piece of emptiness, a little confused. Mainly, there is nowhere to start. The fire of the emergency building is extremely large, and there is no return in and out of entering and exit. And other buildings, all kinds of destruction marks are obvious. But there are no zombies in the hospital, nor other survivors. The zombies have long been attracted to the streets outside the hospital. Occasionally, a few orders are also easily resolved by Lin Qin. No zombies notice him at all now. He just heard it, and he did not see himself. Where to go this circle? During Lin Qin's god, a man in a white coat in the distance was coming quickly. Lin Qin raised his gun aimed. The man who ran over there stopped his pace and raised his hands and shouted, "Brother, I'm not a zombie. I am a doctor at this hospital." Lin Xin did not put down the gun in his hand, but fired. The man was startled, but the bullet passed through him and hit the zombies behind him. Men also hurried over in panting. He looked at Lin Xin, and his face was all sweaty because he just ran. "Thank you, brother." Lin Xin didn't speak, but just saw the suitcase he held in his hand. The man didn't stay. After thanking, he looked around and looked out. Lin Xin saw his own walkie-talkie. "Do you have a walkie-talkie?" And at this time, the horses behind the hospital are rushing to chase the man. Everyone saw Lin Xin's meeting with the target personnel, and couldn't help but be vigilantly hidden behind the building, and he couldn't act lightly. "Captain, this person who should not be the connection. No matter who he is, he tried to control this person. Don't let go of the person running away." "Good." The team is divided into two waves. One team of people turned out of the courtyard wall and continued to chase the people who ran out with the suitcase, and the other team of people carefully observed Lin Xin. Just hesitated for a moment, Lin Xin followed immediately. I saw the man look around to make sure that when there was no one around him, he immediately took off the white coat on his body, discarded it at will, and ran towards a gossip. Lin Xin was fast and chased up. The deep alley was extremely silent, and Lin Xin couldn't help stopping. I always feel that there is a tail behind him, always following him. Lin Xin did not chase, reading www.ukanshu.net reassured, wanting to solve the trouble behind him. The alley was quiet. Lin Xin walked slowly, and at the same time observed the surroundings. A few people behind followed them. Then approached quietly. Lin Xin didn't look back, but his eyes sneaked in the past. I didn't find anything. Seeing that there was a crossroads in front, the person behind him kept up. Lin Xin couldn't judge what the other party was, but he could only find a way to get out first. Seeing the closer and closer to the intersection in front, Lin Xin stopped and turned sharply. The alley was quiet, except for the corpse of the zombies. But Lin Xin believes his own consciousness. He turned his head and ran quickly. Seeing the situation behind him, he immediately kept up. However, there was a corner of the crossroad, and Lin Xin's figure was not seen on the street. "Brother Lin, let the boy run away, the group has researched such a total. This guy, no wonder dare to steal it, it turned out to be a gang." The three stopped at the corner of the street and stopped. One of the men fucking a less fluent Chinese. "What are panic, contact the progress over there to see if the reinforcement does not move." The man named Lin was wearing military green clothes and a black vest. There is a black face on their faces with a biopharmaceutical. Shoes are characteristic leather boots. This dress is like the costumes of those terrorists seen in TV. "Brother Lin, Wix, will it have been injected?" Impossible, the side effects of the reinforcement agent are so large. If there is no drug support to weaken the side effects, he dare not inject it at will. Otherwise, how could he run into the hospital? "Contact the other side first, see what's the situation, go." The captain of the speaker is Lin Shang, the deputy captain in this team. He looked at the unmanned street in the distance and reached out. Running forward again, he left here. Lin Xin hid on the tree, and did not worry after the group of people left. The person who had just met in the hospital turned out to be Wax. He is the first person. However, Lin Xin had to be interested in the four big words of these people in these population and the four words behind them. It looks like there is a company behind Wax. Reinforcement is not a coincidence. He jumped from the tree and immediately followed the few people over there. Only with these people can we find Wax. The sky gradually darkened, and the light around was not very good. At this time, it was almost dusk, and the darkness was very fast. Lin Xin kept a distance not far away. Along the way, it followed a deserted land to be built. The land to be built in the city is surrounded by low fences. The soil piles in it are one by one, which is directly covered with weeds. I have to say that this is indeed a good place to hide. Lin Xin followed them through them, but there were many weeds around. He had to be careful, otherwise it would be easy to discover his traces in front of him when he stepped on the dead branches. This group of people walked through, and soon facilitated teammates to gather together. Lin Qin pulled away a gap in the weeds and secretly aimed. There are 5 people in total, the middle should be Wax. I saw 2 people holding the escape wax and fell to the ground. Surrounded by a team of people. Wix lying in the middle did not have any room for escape. I could only watch someone take away the password box in his hand. Wix, the things in this password box did not belong to you. And what's the use of a semi-finished product? If you know the phase, take it out of those research records you destroyed. We can keep up with the above, and we can leave your life. Everyone is a colleague, and I won't do so well. Wix on the ground was injured, and even it was a bit strenuous. He shook his lips and said, "No backup. This kind of harmful thing, you even delusional experiments on people. Now there are zombies outside the outside. You also want to study zombies and make them a weapon, lunatic. These zombies are lively and dead, and there is no pain in itself. You want to take this half-finished product to inject on the zombie and find someone to study, not what a lunatic is." Wax was lying on the ground, and his voice was weak. "I have put garlic here less. Didn't you always contribute to the early research investment? Why have you found it now? What's more, these zombies have been on the road of stronger, and we just studied his strong trend. Only developed such a semi-finished product. Now the research institute is gone, but you can't take things away." Lin Shengli snorted, watching Wax, who had lost half of his life on the ground, was not afraid. He looked at the other people behind him, and his eyes indicated. Immediately, the crowd began to punch and kick on the ground. Lin Sheng squatted on one side and watched the beaten Wax. Said, "Is it really true?" "No, it's all destroyed." Lin Sheng was a little surprised, but Wax was hanging at this time, and he would not deceive them. He waved his hand and stopped everyone. "Look, you really don't." Lin Sheng kicked up, and Wix rolled out of control. "Walk." Lin Sheng got up and left in another direction. Today, Wix are all injured and have the ability to walk. Lying here will not be discovered, and it can't take long at all. The bloody taste will attract the zombies. At that time, there is no corpse. It is not necessary to waste the only weapons and bullets in their hands. When everyone left, Lin Qin came out of the bee behind weeds. There should be no enhanced potion in the password box taken by this group of people. Otherwise, there will be no later Wax. However, I did not expect that the only half of Wax left with the only half leaving the reinforcement. But it should be soon, and this group of people will find that the reinforcement is not inside and goes back. To get a reinforcement agent, Lin Qin must get it before the group of people coming. The surrounding was dim, and Lin Qin couldn't see clearly in front of Wax's standing. He squatted down and turned on the flashlight function of his phone. Entering the eyes, on the face of Wax's face, all of them were sticky blood. "This is not light. Where is your enhancer?" The strong light was dazzling, and Wax opened a gap and closed his eyes. "You reading book www.ukanshu.net. What are you talking about?" Lin Qin laughed and said again, "Don't pretend. Didn't you encounter me in the hospital today?" "I heard what those people just said, but how could you bring you with this kind of thing?" "Let me guess, should be still in the hospital?" Wax coughed. He was not beaten lightly, and the blood in the throat reversed. It can be said that there is no bone that is not painful. "Little brother, this thing is not a good thing with you." "I know, but I remember that this reinforcement seemed to cooperate with something to come." "You go to the hospital. What can a normal hospital can help you solve this effect?" "I can't think of it, unless there is any medicine." Lin Qin's words made Wax, who wanted to pretend to be dead. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up and down to Lin Qin. "Take a deep breath. Are you from them?" He was breathless, and he didn't speak very much. How can people who do not know how to know so many details? Wicker naturally believes that Lin Qin is their person. Lin Qin shook his head, "No." Lin Qin put his mobile phone on the piles on one side, and then pulled out a wheelchair from the space. Watched Lin Qin's as if he was a trick, and the wheelchair suddenly took out was shocked. He put Wax on a wheelchair, and then pushed the weeds to hide behind the tall land on the other side. Then he returned to the weeds, raised the seal of the wheelchair into another direction, and sprinkled some red ink, and then ran back. Wax was still in a wheelchair, and he didn't understand why Lin Qin saved him. Seeing a few people who went back to see Wax's corpse on the ground was anxious. He kicked the safe out. Damn, Wax is playing with us. Find it for me, he was so seriously injured, not far away. Lin Shang looked at the traces of dragging on the ground, greeted everyone, and ran out of the blood on the ground again. After no one was, Lin Qin turned on the flashlight on the phone again. Your current situation, it should not be used in that reinforcement. If it wasn't for me, you might die directly in their hands. I can send you to the hospital, so that you can save yourself, but the problem is that I want this reinforcement agent. Wicker wanted to look at Lin Qin, and could not stand such a strong light and closed his eyes. Little brother, this thing has not been tested in the human body, and the side effects are great. You should not be better. I'm not a word that deliberately does not tell you, but in fact it is really not good. No one knows what effect will happen after use and whether the body is well. What's more, you just appeared in this wheelchair, it doesn't seem to need my reinforcement agent. You know, he just changed a wheelchair out of thin air, or he couldn't move now. He was absolutely frightened and ran away. This is what people can do. It is simply not in line with common sense, magic. Lin Qin didn't speak. He was just lucky, and suddenly got a copy of copying, and also attached a storage space. Of course, the role of the early stage is indeed very large and very practical. But now, the ability to replicate is basically not a big role. Everything is copied in the early stage. Now, in addition to copying and eating, there are more bullets and grenades. And he is an ordinary person. If he wants to become stronger, it is not difficult to understand. It's all things that change the trick. If you have a good time, you can stand on the foundation. I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. It should not be difficult to understand. Wax coughing, and some blood spit out in his mouth. He looked at Lin Qin and said slowly, "What about things? There are side effects, I have told you, but if you still want, come here." Lin Qin looked up and down with Wix, to ensure that he had no ability to resist, leaning on the past. After getting the position, Lin Qin couldn't help laughing. The address is really rare to the rumors in previous lives. Lin Qin pushed the wheelchair and took Wax to another direction. As you get closer to the emergency room, the fire over there is bright, and the surroundings are clearly clear. A heat wave rushed, with a strong burnt smell. Fortunately, the personnel of the day rushed out of the hospital and attracted all the zombies nearby. It would be empty here, which was very safe. Lin Qin took him to the outpatient clinic of the hospital. The fire burning at this time next to the emergency department was much smaller, but there were still many flames. Wax pointed to a direction, east-west, hidden on the back of the air conditioning machine on the first floor. I need the gauze iodine scissors in the pharmacy, taking anti-inflammatory drugs, saline, hemostatic drugs in the inside and outside. Lin Qin walked in the direction of Wax's pointing. There are many air conditioners on the first floor, and they are hidden behind the flower bed. Most people will not play with the air conditioner. Lin Qin found the second air conditioner's machine along with Wix's guidance. Then I found it. There is a layer of internal packaging, which is hidden in the gap between the air conditioner and the wall. Here is located in the shade, and the sun cannot be exposed during the day. Open the box of the outer packaging, and the needle of a blue liquid inside appears in front of the eyes. Holding things, Lin Qin came back. Then removed the things that Wax asked for. However, Lin Qin did not give him immediately. He still needed to know what medicine to suppress the side effects of this stuff. Wix naturally know what Lin Qin wants to know. He paused. This reinforcement was originally used to study animals and strengthen their various labor skills. I have never tried it at all. After using it, what is difficult to say about the specific side effects? But you'd better find a warm place to stay. By the way, there is a manual in the potion, you can see it yourself, I don't need to lie to you. A warm place? Lin Qin couldn't help picking his eyebrows. Turn the box, and it really has something similar to manuscript. Wix calls this instructions? Lin Qin looked at it. Indeed, there were some feedback on the experiment of the agent. Chill, well, it's really a warm place. But how do you feel different from what he heard before? What's more, isn't he going to find medicine in this hospital? It's that simple, find a warm place? Lin Qin is doubtful. Wax seemed to see his doubts, and he kept coughing and said, I didn't lie to you, there is nothing I want to find in the hospital. Of course, if you have spicy and warm things, it has a big difference. Of course, the amount of dosage will be outrageous. The important thing is to keep warm. Wax smiled bitterly, and his injuries were very fatal during this chaos. That thing is not known to him. Mainly cannot fall into the hands of that group. Otherwise, if they point their finger at those zombies, the world may be even more crazy. Now that he got something, Lin Qin was not a person who did not talk about credit and passed Wax's medicine. You can treat these medicines in appearance, but I can't treat you internal organs. Wax pulled his lips, I know, so I didn't embarrass you. Hold your things, let's go quickly. This group of people is likely to come back. Wax was sitting on a wheelchair and squinting at Lin Qin. The emergency building next to it is still burning. From time to time, the heat wave came. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Lin Qin collected the reinforcement agent, but he was not polite to him. Leave directly here. However, the front foot just left, and the back feet, and those people appeared on the street. Lin Qin had to hide first. The team ran over, and found Wax in a wheelchair. After a while, Lin Qin saw that he was beaten again. Fortunately, even if I died, I did not say that it was taken away by myself. But the place where warm and more is not easy to find now. Lin Qin does not intend to go back, after all, what is the side effect is unclear. Find a safe place and wait. Lin Qin looked down, and then looked at the emergency building next to the fire. It seems that only this is the warmest. It is not safe to stay here. However, the hospital has a spare power supply. The air conditioning heater can be used as long as the backup power supply is turned on. The entire hospital escaped from the emergency sudden fire. It should be safe. However, Lin Qin could not guarantee. Hesitating, Lin Qin looked nearby. Then I plan to enter the hospital. Lin Qin put on the night vision that replicated the special police officer. Then bypassed the clinic and ran directly to the inpatient department behind. Fortunately, the lights of the lobby of the inpatient department are just bright. Backup power is normal and starts normally. Lin Qin turned off the lights and tried to move forward. The lamp was lit in the hospital, and the goal was too obvious, so it was more appropriate to turn off the lights. There are all kinds of objects scattered, slippers and other objects in the corridor. It can be seen that these people run out of panic. But in addition, the corridor was unexpectedly clean. There are no traces of zombies, nor dirty bloodstains. Lin Qin went up the second floor smoothly. Lin Qin didn't run too far up the upper floor, but came to the second floor to randomly pick a ward to hide in it. The bedding in the ward was messy, and sports shoes and slippers were scattered underground. On the bedside table, there are some mineral water bottles and food plastic packaging bags that have been eaten. However, no one will return these things. It's useless. But no one here is the best for Lin Qin. He did not turn on the lights in the room, but turned on the small light in the bathroom. At least the light in the entire ward is not too dark. Lin Qin moved over the bedside cabinet in the ward, all of them arrived on the door, and then walked to the bathroom. The bathroom is not large, but there are plugs. Lin Qin took out the heater and the little sun from the space, and was ready to start baking. As for the blue enhanced medicinal solution, to be honest, he was a little nervous. Wax does not know what the specific Chinese herbal medicine can neutralize medicine. But this semi-finished product did bring a lot of interests and ability to Wax in the previous life. Persevere, you can succeed. Lin Qin held the potion and then began to copy. If you can survive yourself, then this potion is unique. In case it is really good, Lin Qin will consider whether to give his friends in his team. However, this matter needs to be discussed. The blue liquid was tied on the arm, and soon the injection was completed. In 10 seconds, Lin Qin did not respond. Instead, because the heater is not hot with the little sun. Sweating all over his body. 30 seconds. Rapid heartbeat. Lin Qin reacted at this time. This thing, Wax said that he had been experimenting on animals. The dose is not said. He finished all this in 40 seconds. Lin Qin began to feel cold. After 1 minute, Lin Qin felt like he was running naked in the Arctic. He couldn't help but take out the quilt from the storage space and start a copy of 10% 2240%. Finally, a thick layer was covered. The temperature of the little sun and the heater seemed to be able to satisfy his current state. A thick layer of frost on the eyebrows. Even the breath of exhaling became a burst of white mist. Damn, this Wix just said to find a warm place, but didn't say so cold. Wrapped so many quilts, he felt cold and careless. Gradually, Lin Qin fell asleep in the heavy quilt. I don't know how long it has been. A few sounds came from the door of the ward. When Lin Qin woke up confused, he saw a few people in special police costumes come in. The light of a flashlight on their shoulders was hit. Some dizzy, some are unrealistic. And it seems to be hearing. Number 3, find a survivor. Received, I stay, you continue to go in. Why is there a special police here? It shouldn't. He stood up and resisted. If these special police are the fantasies he sees, then it is a zombie. Naturally, it is impossible to wait for death. However, how did Lin Qin resist and stayed and looked at his special police officer that he didn't treat him at all, he just kept making him calm. Lin Qin is the only survivor they found. After a while, Lin Qin's body gradually recovered, and reason returned. See the situation around. On the corridor outside the ward, many special police and soldiers came. They walked all the way to the top, and they didn't know what they were, and they made them so moved. For so long, Lin Qin has seen this for the first time. He wanted to go outside and stayed in the special police officer who stayed to take care of Lin Qin and stopped him and asked, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" "Military doctor, there is a survivor here, you need to check the whole body." Lin Qin just looked at the situation in the corridor, and he didn't hear the special police behind him shouting at the other side. After the military doctor came over, after the inspection of Lin Qin was correct, Lin Qin said, "What happened here? How can you be here? This team has less than 20 people. This number is not a small number." The other party did not answer. Just to appease Lin Qin said, "Sir, you first go to the ward and wait. When we complete the task, you will naturally take you back to the evacuation point." Speaking, Lin Qin was forced to pull it back, and the door of the ward was closed. What happened outside? Lin Qin was confused. He was a little anxious in the ward, but it was certain that he had no problem with his personal safety. In the ward, the lights in the bathroom are still on. The sky outside was still dark, and Lin Qin couldn't help but look at the mobile phone time in his pants pocket. 4 a.m. Most of the survivors should be rest. Lin Qin couldn't help but lie on the door. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme the book www.ukanshu. Net through the transparent glass above the door of the ward. The corridor was particularly quiet. Only 2 special policemen were at the entrance of the stairs, plus the one in his room, a total of 3. The team that I saw before has been upstairs and I don't know where to go. In short, not like coming to save people. Generally speaking, what is worthy of the hospital? Medicine? In any hospital, the types of medicines are very complete, and even various medical equipment. They act in the middle of the night, and shouldn't they go to the outpatient pharmacy even if they take medicines? What can be in the inpatient department? Lin Qin couldn't help but puzzled. Outside, the sound of the helicopter suddenly sounded. Through the transparent windows on the second floor, Lin Qin found what equipment they are transporting. Outside the hospital, the helicopter has been waiting for a long time. Wait until the things are transported away, and the people outside began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Lin Qin in the room was also taken away by the special policeman who had been standing next to him. Lin Qin wanted to leave, and pushed the special police officer to escape. The special police did not seem to think that Lin Qin's strength was so great, and he pushed directly to the ground by his push. When you want to call him again, people can only see a tail. Others in the team helped him, and seemed to be the captain in the team, seeing the way. Since he doesn't want to leave, don't care. Remember our task, not to save people. Board the plane. Lin Qin couldn't hear what he said there. He only knew that he pushed the special police officer and ran out easily. No one has chased himself yet. After running for a while, Lin Qin stopped. Looking back, I saw the helicopter flying away. I depend on me, I really don't care about me? This is a bit easy to run out, so it's too outrageous. However, it was discovered that Lin Qin was just a matter of these people. He did not leave, and they didn't want to care. After all, there is no savings in the task. That's why Lin Qin ran so easy. However, Lin Qin couldn't help but pull out his mobile phone to turn on the flashlight. A touch of light lit up on the dark street. For Zhou Sin, no half of the living people. Occasionally, you can see a few signs of swimming on the street. With physical strength, Lin Qin gradually felt a little tired. I do not know if it's the side effect of the drug obtained. Lin Qin had to find a place to avoid rest. The heartbeat jumped constantly. Lin Qin felt that he seemed to be at any time. The pain in my mind was fierce, and the limbs gradually stiff. However, it is much better than when I just injected, and my whole body is not cold. I just feel a little tired. Lin Qin entered a barbecue shop and closed the door to hide in the kitchen. After 2 hours of difficulties, the sky in the sky lit up, and Lin Qin's feeling disappeared. In exchange, the body is extremely relaxed, the ears seem to be so good, and the eyes seem to look farther. However, Lin Qin was not sure if it was his own psychological effect. It's better to find a zombie at this time. Looking around, the streets are particularly quiet. No zombie, yesterday's scene is like dreaming. Lin Qin was worn on an unmanned street and stepped on the rotten meat on the ground. After just a few steps, a breeze was blowing, and the empty mineral water bottle rolled along the edge of the road. Black. Lin Qin couldn't help but look over. Continue to go forward and look at it for 4 weeks. I left yesterday morning, and I found a place immediately. This morning, I saw it a little strange. It looks like it has come to another place. Lin Qin looked at it and couldn't help but bow his head and took out the mobile phone in the storage space. There are dozens of unsolved telephones and text messages. There are Nanwei and Zhang Shui. Yesterday did not return yesterday, it should not be urgent. However, Lin Qin did not rush to reply, but opened the map to check the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme and direction. I did not notice that a mutant wild dog appeared in the shop next to him. He was staring at Lin Qin, quietly approaching. The mutant wild dogs are huge, and they are twice as many as ordinary wild dogs I met before. Optimistic about the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme and continue. As everyone knows, the mutant wild dogs directly crazy hit the glass and rushed over. When the glass was broken, Lin Qin looked back and looked at it, and saw a mutant wild dog appearing behind his side, trying to flutter him. The mutant wild dogs appeared too suddenly, scaring Lin Qin, and they were two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. Lin Qin immediately aimed at his head with a gun. The speed of the mutant wild dogs is extremely fast, and she constantly avoids Lin Qin's killing tricks. But there is no way to get closer. This made Lin Qin ease a lot and looked behind him. The street is empty, but fortunately it is just one. Then there is nothing to worry about. Lin Qin was relieved, but the mutant wild dog seemed to find an opportunity to attack again. When Yu Guang rushed up, Lin Qin fired immediately, following the mutant wild dog. In the end, the mutant wild dog ran in front of him. Lin Qin swallowed, his body responded instinctively, and he slammed. I don't know if my strength has become greater, or the mutant wild dog's weakened, and they just kicked it easily. He also hit another shop on the opposite side, making a collision sound. Lin Qin couldn't help looking at his hand and looked at his feet again. Is this the role of a reinforcement? Enhanced its own strength. Even if the original intention of developing is to increase their attributes for animals, it is a treasure for Lin Qin. But this thing has to be observed. However, which should not be a good problem. However, this mutant wild dog is unlikely to act alone. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme there is a companion nearby, or he is greedy for the order. Lin Qin's sight looked at the shops that rushed out, and the situation inside was terrible. This thing looks like it is left to eat alone. However, Lin Qin felt that it was a mutant, but it was a zombie dog. After all, the end of the end should be the same, zombies. As for the level, he felt that it should be very different from the level of the zombies. As he said last time, the higher the level of zombies, the higher his ability. This is regardless of species. The zombies smashed into the shop, struggling for a while and ran out again. It is higher than just the momentum. Lin Qin is not afraid of it now. Now that it is so powerful to hide from bullets, no matter how high martial arts, they are afraid of the kitchen knife. The gun in Lin Qin's hand turned into a fire axe. After the zombies approach, slimmed directly against its head. A moment, it blooms directly. The thick blood and visceral meat were all over the ground. It's very disgusting. After Lin Qin resolved it, looking at the fire axe in his hand, he just wanted to lose it. However, it can continue to be used by washing the river. He carried on his shoulder, and he felt a bit heavy on weekdays that he felt that there was no weight at this time. Reading www.ukanshu.net is like a small branch. It seems that the potential ability is very strong. Lin Qin nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to step on the way back to the residence. However, the body was a bit cold. Lin Qin knew, this feeling is wrong. It is exactly the same as in the middle of the night yesterday. Pharmaceuticals, Wix didn't say any medicine. Warm, chill isn't that warm thing or a stove heating, isn't it right? And ginger tea. If you get cold, you will drink something. That's right, ginger should be okay. After all, it is not suffering from Fenghan to drink some ginger soup. No, the wine is okay. Warm up. Lin Qin couldn't help but speed up, took out the car and rushed back directly. In order to avoid the occurrence of such a special police yesterday, Lin Qin felt that it was better to be his own villa. Originally, he was thinking that he didn't know the reaction and situation after the special effects was injected. And this kind of thing, Lin Qin doesn't want to let others know. So I won't choose to go back last night. But what he didn't expect was that in the early morning, it was a hospital that was angry, and he could meet the special policeman. This is just a shit. Fortunately, these people just thought he had suffered a great panic and was in chaos, and he didn't know what he injected. Fortunately, the goals of these people are not themselves. No one came to control him after running. However, the situation is wrong at the moment, and I am worried that I will meet other zombies or survivors and discover their secrets. Lin Qin felt that it was necessary to go back. As long as you hide in the basement, you will not find himself according to Zhang Shui's temperament. It didn't return overnight, and Zhang Shui in the villa was already anxious. 3 people went out yesterday, but they lost. How can this make her not anxious? The roar of the car sounded and awakened her suddenly. At this time, who will drive a car? The sound outside did not attract her attention, but the living room was still empty, and no trace of people came back. A kind of loneliness and panic continued to cover her. They may be very fierce. Such cognition made her scared. Looking at the empty villa, he immediately called the phone in his hand. Lin Qin, there should be nothing. He is so gunlier, so many weapons, and how smart is it possible? But in the phone call, no one answered over there. It has not changed yesterday. Zhang Shui was annoying and continued to call the phone. At this moment, there was a sound from outside the door, and Zhang Shui sat vigilantly from the sofa in the living room, looking outside nervously. Is this movement a zombie? She held the gun, stood up carefully, and walked to the door. If it is a zombie, she must find a way to solve it. There are 10 rounds of bullets in the gun. If it is 1 or 2, 5 or 6, it is okay to deal with it. But if there are too many quantities in the category of bullets, then she can only rely on the fire axe in the corner to give a blow. But the door is iron, and the outside side is covered, and nothing can be seen. Everything outside can only wait. Lin Xin returned, but the chill on his body was even stronger than just now. For him, such a hot day outside, he could not play any role. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Shui hiding behind the door aimed at the gun. Fortunately, Lin Xin's response was very fast and hit over. The speed of the bullet seemed to be slowed in his eyes, and he could clearly see the running track. Zhang Shui saw Lin Xin and stayed in place. The gun in her hand shot twice, and she regretted it now. Fortunately, the quasi was not enough, and Lin Xin hit over. With her heart, she rushed over. You're okay, it's okay, I just thought it was a zombie, I didn't hit you. Zhang Shui was still talking, and touched Lin Xin's body nervously. But starting cold, not like normal people's body temperature. Of course, Zhang Shui in the anxiety did not notice this abnormality. Right now, she only cares about whether Lin Xin was injured by herself. Lin Xin looked at her panic, and reached out and held her hand that touched her in her body. At the same time, she looked behind her and looked at the living room. It's okay, I didn't hit me. Nan Wei didn't come back? After being affirmed, Zhang Shui was relieved. No, aren't you together? Yesterday, the three of them went out together, and Nan Wei should not be with him. Lin Xin pursed his lips without talking. I just pulled Zhang Shui out, Xiao Shui, you didn't take a good rest yesterday, you can sleep in the room. No need, just come back, that is, Sister Nanwei, I'll wait. The intercom seems to be beyond the range, and they can't be contacted. Lin Xin walked inside and said, it's okay, don't care. You go back to sleep. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I need to rest well. It happened that you also went back to rest. Nanwei was very good. Don't worry. Ah. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Xin's tired look, nodded with a stunned. She was really sleepy, and she didn't rest well last night. But because they are worried about them. But since Lin Xin is back, he said that. Zhang Shui's heart also put it down. She has an unconditional trust in Lin Xin. As for Nanwei, Lin Xin said that there is no problem, it is no problem. There should be other tasks that have not been done yet. Zhang Shui watched Lin Xin on the second floor along the way and closed the door of the bedroom. Worried about the tight thoughts overnight, it also relaxed. I couldn't help but yawn and return to my room. Lin Xin waited in the room for a while. After the bedroom next door closed the door, he walked out quietly. All the way to the basement. At this time, Lin Xin was cold. He opened the air conditioner in the basement and changed it to a hot air. At the same time, take out the small sun from the storage space and copy it back. To ensure that the next time can continue to take out the little sun next time. Then he quickly cooked a pot of hot water, and the ginger was placed inside. Of course, whether ginger tea and wine can drink together, Lin Xin can't care about it at this time. While the ginger tea was still cooked, Lin Xin drank 2 large bottles of liquor in one breath. The liquor was spicy, and the stomach was like a burning. At this time, Lin Xin even felt the burning in his throat and felt numb. In the little sun in front of him, Lin Xin also opened to the largest degree. When the ginger tea was opened, Lin Xin even hesitated to drink a little bit. But after the hot tea poured out, Yu reads www.ukanshu. Net Lin Xin touched the edge of the stainless steel basin, and didn't even feel hot. The chill on hand is not low. Lin Xin wrapped the blanket cooker and nestled in the audio and video room. The indoor temperature rose, but Lin Xin didn't feel hot. He stretched out his hand, and all the ginger tea that had just been poured drank his stomach full of a large bowl. At the same time, for little son was added and grilled it in front of himself. Lin Chin felt that he was grilled in carbon. With a hot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blowing, Lin Chin's head was a little dizzy. Baijiu drinks a little bit. Wrapped the quilt on his body, and under the influence of alcohol, Lin Chin fell asleep. Before sleeping, Lin Chin couldn't help scolding. Why is there a back and shaking, and I fed it several times back and forth? It won't always do that. I did not hear that wax would have such symptoms last life. The sky outside the house was bright, and Lin Chin was lying in the room and slept. The 5 small sun plus a heating air conditioner has increased the temperature of the basement. The quilt closest to the little sun also seems to have the degree of smoking. When Lin Chin woke up, the corner of the quilt had yellow hair. It will definitely get angry when baking. Lin Chin reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead, and immediately closed the little sun. Then the air conditioner was turned off again. The room was hot in the room. Suspicious that can't be said. Lin Chin lifted the quilt layer by layer, and then climbed down from the sofa bed of the audio-visual room. On the innermost layer of quilt, it has been soaked by sweat. Even his body was all sticky sweat. Lin Chin got up, opened the ventilation system in the basement, and then the vertical air conditioner outside was opened, and the temperature was adjusted to 6 degrees. Do you do everything? Lin Chin took off all the sweaty clothes on his body and entered the shower room in the basement. Take a bucket of hot water from the space and a bucket of cold water. After mixing, Lin Chin directly wiped his body with a towel to dip the water. After he came out of his refreshingness, the heat in the house was all dispersed. The temperature of the cold air conditioner of 26 degrees is not too cold, and in the slightly larger space of the basement, it has not been fully hit. With so many sweat, the alcohol in the body is estimated to have been discharged long ago. As for ginger tea, this thing seems to be able to hang over. But these are not within the scope of Lin Chin's consideration. Right now, he just feels comfortable. This feeling is different from that time in the morning. In the morning, it can only be said to be refreshing. Now it is full of comfortable, clever ears, and my body does not feel bulky, and my mind is even better. The most important thing is that he has muscles. Lin Chin couldn't help but start to show his muscles at the mirror next to the treadmill. The lines are smooth and the abdominal muscles are so good. The lines that are tight and the muscles are tight. Even the face value seem to have a grade. Does this stuff still have strengthened face value? However, Lin Chin's current state is normal, not those muscular men who are too extreme. Compared with fine and fine. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Chin's physical condition is here. No matter how it is reorganized. Lin Chin appreciated his body, and then took out his clothes from the space to choose it carefully. After taking a shower, his lower body was around a bath towel. Fortunately, there are a lot of clothes in the storage space, and most of them are copied when they went to the mall before. At home, Lin Chin didn't need to wear too much. Outside is a summer again. As for the dirty clothes outside yesterday, Lin Chin planned to lose it directly. After wearing a simple home service, Lin Chin glanced at the picture in the monitoring. Zhang Shui outside was still sleeping in the room. I want to come yesterday that it should not sleep overnight. Lin Chin was sitting on the chair in front of the monitoring, and then took out his mobile phone to think. Nanwei should not have any danger. Su Chang's direction of airdrops should not be far away. He gave him Nanwei to Nanwei. It should be faster to find him. But Lin Chin didn't know the specific situation. Otherwise, it is impossible for them not to come back today. What you will encounter. In thought, Lin Chin pressed the phone number. Now the signal is not very stable, but it is by no means completely without signal. As long as you hit a few more times, there is always a signal. However, there was a busy sound on the phone, and this situation was difficult to distinguish or something happened. Xiao Shui also said that it could not be contacted at all, exceeding the scope. His walkie-talkie was really purchased on it, and the launch range of the walkie-talkie was within 2 kilometers. But even so, Nanwei could not run the range of 2 kilometers. Did it go to the evacuation point? Lin Qin repeatedly dialed it, and the busy sound came from the mobile phone. It seems that the phone cannot be connected. Lin Qin put his mobile phone and paralyzed on the chair. I didn't eat anything yesterday until now. Lin Qin took out a beef castle from the space and a cup of cola with ice. Of course, the most classic snack platter is indispensable. When Lin Qin had a chicken leg with his left hand and holding chicken nuggets in his right hand, Zhang Shui in the room was still sleeping. Lin Qin shook his head helplessly. Now he is always useful. But it's really cool to lie down like this. I used to have no days before. Lin Qin tore off his chicken legs, and the mobile phone on the table buzzed. Lin Qin couldn't help but look at the past, showing the word Nanwei. Lin Qin held the chicken leg, and then connected the phone. Hey. Is it Lin Qin? Nanwei hid in a hotel. Since yesterday, she hasn't been connected to Lin Qin's call for dozens of times. This was the first call after dawn today, and she also called back after seeing Lin Qin's unacceptable call. But at this time, Nanwei couldn't confirm whether Lin Qin was Lin Qin, but he could only ask carefully. Lin Qin bit his chicken leg, a little vaguely. Through the phone, Nanwei loosened and said, That's good, I am away from the words. Su Chang speaking of this, Nanwei's voice was a little hesitant. She lowered her head, pursed her lips again, and said, I didn't find it. I just want to ask, do you go back? Where are you? Did Su Chang go back? Lin Qin took another chicken leg in his mouth. Where are you? Compared with Su Chang and Wang Ranran, in fact, what he wants to know is about Nanwei. But looking at her, it seemed to care about those two people. Fortunately, the first thing I asked was myself. But unfortunately, Yu reads www.ukanshu.net. Both of them are not here. At this time, Nanwei was still safe to hide in the hotel. The house is very large, the quilt is very clean, and at least it will not be available. However, there are many zombies wandering downstairs. The bullet in her gun was short and could not leave here. And Wang Yuran, yesterday they were busy looking for someone and came to the airdrop all the way, but the corpses on the ground could see how fierce the situation was when the air switch smoke rose. But they came late, and there were no survivors at all. But under a corpse near the airdrop, Su Chang's necklace was found. Don't wait for them to think about what to do. The strong bloody smell around it attracted nearby zombies. They hurriedly fled, and under the chase of the zombies, they were dispersed. Now, she doesn't know how Wang Yuran. Su Chang's how it is not clear. But in her opinion, Su Chang's great probability is more fierce. And Wang Yuran, Nanwei felt difficult for her to survive without a weapon. But the saddest thing was not this. She contacted Zhang Shui at all yesterday. She tried to contact Lin Qin again, and no one answered. Hiding in the hotel's room, Nanwei did not dare to make a noise. The zombies outside wandered nearby. Very dangerous. Lin Qin didn't get a reply and couldn't help asking again. Where are you? Nanwei's thoughts returned, and then said, At the Holiday Hotel. Holiday Hotel? Lin Qin couldn't help but turn on the map of the mobile phone to check it. Holiday Hotel 2. 1 kilometer. No wonder it can't be contacted, and it exceeds the range. However, Lin Qin had previously thrown in his storage space, so he didn't know whether it was Nanwei or Zhang Shui. I just called Nanwei, a busy voice, and a disconnection. It should not be seen. After all, mobile phones are mute now. Yes, the third floor of the Holiday Hotel, but there are zombies downstairs. There is an airdrop nearby, and there are many people who died there. There are many zombies. I can't go back in a short time. If the two of them go back, please inform me. When the corpse outside is almost eaten, these zombies downstairs will be dispersed, and then I am going back. When it comes to Wang Yuran and Su Chang, Lin Qin does not feel much. Anyway, the road is chosen by myself. After thinking about it, Lin Qin said, What about your food? The zombies were scattered, and they had to wait a few days. During this time, food and water are the most important. Rest assured, can I survive before? Now I can. There are a lot of food in the hotel, as long as no one comes in searching. Lin Shinka is not as optimistic as Nanwei. There are indeed a lot of food in the hotel, after all, it provides breakfast. But the problem is, in the event of other survivors hiding in it. In this relatively closed space, people with food and rights have the greatest right to speak. The original waiter, front desk, manager, and even the original residents of the hotel are problems. Who said that there must be no one in the outbreak of zombies? Most of the first reactions are where you are closest to yourself and can hide. Of course, many people have ran out of external factors such as evacuation points and lack of food. However, there should be a lot of ingredients such as hotels, and the original residents will definitely not take risks in this environment. After all, there are zombies outside, but not safe and not food. The ingredients in the hotel are at least enough for them to be full. Therefore, don't look at the corridors of the rooms, maybe they are hiding in the place where the kitchen has. There is the place with the most food. Nanwei naturally thought of this. For hotels, their back kitchen is the place where food accumulates. But Lin Qin said, there should be someone in the back kitchen. You want to go in and take away their lives. The possibility is not too high. Nanwei was silent. Lin Qin said nothing. How could such a big hotel be alone? The first to hold the group should be the original employees of the hotel. The number of food is fixed, there are so many in total. The weight of everyone's separation must be regulated. And one more person means that food should be divided out. Is it a good person or not? Human nature cannot be speculated. Nanwei couldn't help but sigh, that seems to, I can only break out. The car stopped a little far. I knew it a long time ago, so I stopped here. Maybe the probability of breaking out is much greater. Going to the kitchen is like a gamble, no one knows what it will happen. Lin Qin put the chicken leg back to the table, pumped a piece of paper and wiped the fat on his belly. You just said you are on the 3rd floor. You are the restaurant downstairs. According to the setting of ordinary hotels, most restaurants are really on the 2nd floor. Nanwei is on the 3rd floor. It is to climb along the stairs. During this period, it will pass through the 2nd floor. However, the fire channel on the 2nd floor should be closed, otherwise Nanwei will definitely go. Nanwei nodded, and then found that Lin Qin couldn't see it at all. Well, but the fire door is closed, and I can't get too much movement, but if I want to get food, I can only think about it. Go in. Okay, don't worry about me. Don't forget, I will still have some fists and feet, it is definitely no problem to deal with ordinary people. Nanwei pretended to be easy. But the signal is not stable. Listening to Lin Qin's ears is intermittent, but the general brain supplements. Probably the meaning is very different. At this moment, a knock sound came from outside the door. Nanwei covered the phone and looked at the door nervously. The door of the hotel was all swiping. After the electricity was not available, the door could not be locked, but Nanwei was locked from the inside. This gate becomes the only one who shuts down. But at this time, who will be, knock on the door? Outside the door, there was a sound of conversation. Are you really sure that a person is here yesterday? The voice of speaking is extraordinarily small, and the tone is full of uncertainty. Soon, the sound of the outside sounded again, obviously this was another person. It is true, yesterday was the night with Donnie. If you are okay, if it is a zombie, the hotels will not be fair. Damn, it's enough for these zombies, I want to see it, she has a zombie. The other sound is slightly rude. There seems to be 3 people outside. But this is just Nanwei's guess. She hid in the room and could not judge the situation outside. Nanwei nervously stuffed his mobile phone at the bottom of the bed, and even the bullets with the bullets also stuffed it in. If you let the people outside see the gun, maybe it will cause something. In short, just in case. After doing everything, then hurry up to the door to stick to the wall. If the people outside come here, they will open her room. Yu reading book www.ukanshu Net in case it is taken away. Nan Wei looked at the mobile phone under the bed. The sound of footsteps outside the house was getting closer, and listening to the sound seemed to be next door. Now open the door of the room, and the sound of the sound should be heard by them. There is no way left and right. Nan Wei thought for a while. Instead of letting them break the door, it would be better to take the initiative. Maybe, be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. Soon, footsteps came to her door, and someone held the door handle and pushed it gently. But the door was closed and couldn't push it at all. Soon the other party also discovered the abnormality of this house. This door, can you lock it if you have no electricity? I do not know. No. Nan Wei listened to the conversation and took a deep breath to open the gap in the door. The people outside the door were taken aback, and the knife in his hand pointed directly at the door. Who? Open. Nan Wei said, "Don't kill me, I am a human, not a zombie." Open the door. The people outside the door said again. Nan Wei looked out through the door gap. 3 people in the clothes of chefs were also holding ordinary kitchen knives in their hands. Sure enough, what Lin Qin thought was the same. The hotel's original employees lived here. Hidden the dagger on the roots of the thighs quietly, Nan Wei pretended to open the door and opened the door even more. At this time, the light outside was sufficient, and Nan Wei opened the door. The light in the entire corridor is much brighter than just now. Who are you? Nan Wei looked at 3 people. The white coat wearing a chef should be the hotel. The other 2 people behind him lended their loans. Black suit pants should also be the original employee of the hotel. 3 people are also looking at Nan Wei. Normal short-sleeved tops and shorts, there are no bags on the whole body, and there is no position that can be hidden. The most important thing is that there is no weapon. And it's just a woman. After confirming that she was not a zombie, the 3 obviously relaxed their vigilance. Who are you and how are you here? Among them, the fatter tone was not very good. Nan Wei returned to God, pretending to be scared again. I lived near this. I got in yesterday to hide from the zombies. The big brothers rest assured that when the zombies outside were gone, I left here and went to the evacuation point by myself. Evacuation point? What is the evacuation point? Nan Wei, dare to love, you don't know anything? The 3 people directly pushed Nan Wei into the room. Someone carefully looked at the situation in the corridor and closed the door. Looking at Nan Wei's fearful expression, the fat man explained. When I was called Fawn, it was the chef of this hotel. The 2 on the left side were He Niao, and the one who saw the door was Wang Xiao. You can rest assured, many people gather in our restaurant and wait for the 3 of us to take you over for a while. But what are the evacuation points you just said? Isn't it to wait for rescue at home? Why is there still an evacuation point now? The news of the evacuation point is in the radio, and the large majority of people have no radio at all. During the first notice, at that time, the internet, water and electricity were normal. Everyone can see when major Weibo news reports. After all, at that time, in addition to staying at home to avoid zombies, everyone was holding a mobile phone to check all kinds of news and contact relatives and friends. There are no food, and even the same building can help each other. However, since the power is disconnected, the mobile phone has not been supplemented in time, and it has long been lost, and it has become a scrap iron. All people cannot get in touch with the outside world at this time. Without food, you can only go out to find. When you meet a zombie, you can only wait to die if you can't run away. The most important thing is that there is a rescue plan in the first release. The only hope for living people is to wait for rescue. Now, Nan Wei suddenly appeared and even said the evacuation point. What evacuation point? Isn't it hiding and waiting for the rescue of the country? Are there a lot of helicopter or something before? Rescue should be just right these days. A series of news lingering in the man's mind. Pocket with the news that Nan Wei said. Don't you know? Nanwei pretended to be surprised, and then said, Chef Fong, this is the case, the rescue is too difficult, and the national refuge in the country is still under construction, so it was immediately selected as a temporary base evacuation point like this. During this time, the airport will be taken off and controlled. At that time, the personnel will be transported in batches to the airport to the major asylum. Don't you know? Nanwei pretended to be surprised and looked at the three people. Three men are confused, you see me and I look at you. No one knows what Nanwei said is true or false. For a moment, Fongshi said, it's not safe here, let's go to the restaurant on the second floor first. At that time, everyone will discuss the specifics together. The other two men nodded in a hurry. Nanwei observed their look, and did not follow the obvious attack intention behind them. However, the mobile phone was hidden under the bed, and it would not be easy to get it at this moment. I don't know if this broken signal, Lin Qin can hear their talks just now. Will you come to yourself? The restaurant on the second floor is very large. Everyone is nestled on their seats, and there are blankets next to them. It seems that during this time, these people were lying on the bench of the restaurant to rest. Roughly, there are almost 20 people hiding here. The door outside was pushed away, and the people inside were nervous for a moment. But after seeing acquaintances, everyone was relieved. Old Fawn, don't you go out to check what the situation is, how can you bring it back to a drag bottle? The man who speaks is very young, but the words are not polite. In his opinion, so many people here have been supported by the original food of the hotel for a few days. This inspection was not found out, but a woman who consumed food was brought back. Isn't it a drag bottle? That's how a woman can do. What can a woman do? And when they meet a zombie, they will only hide behind and yell, and they will not attract more zombies. There are enough women here, come on. Come on. Old Fong, when is this all? Can you collect your kindness? The crowd spoke eloquent. But everyone's voice is as low as possible, so as not to let the static too much. Nanwei stood at the end and looked at everything here. Except for the personnel, the women, children, and old people here are almost 8 people. The proportion accounts for most. Everyone expressed dissatisfaction with Nanwei, who suddenly appeared. Yu reading www.ukanshu. Net Fongshi raised his hand and pressed the complaints of everyone. Don't be noisy, this time it brought an important news. The sound in the restaurant gradually classified as calm, and everyone was waiting for what it was. Fongshi continued, this little girl said that the method of rescue changed. We need to go to the evacuation point by ourselves. This address you know. He turned his head and looked at Nanwei. Seeing Nanwei nodded, he said again, this news is not a good news, just want to ask everyone what everyone thinks. The people here are hiding here from the early stage of the zombie, and no one has gone out. Looking down from the glass window on the second floor, you can see the tragic situation on the street. Even so, everyone knows what's going out. Fortunately, there are a lot of fast food products in the hotel, which is enough to support this time. However, inventory is about to be short. Is this news reliable? The previous Weibo news didn't say so. That's it, will it lie to us? There are so many zombies outside, and you have to evacuate yourself. Isn't this a death? Isn't it rescue a few days ago? Our guys have seen helicopters. That's it, you can hear the sound of the explosion in the past few days. We also saw a few special police fighting with zombies. That's it. Nanwei looked at the crowd and couldn't help but smoke the corner of his mouth. If it is so easy to evacuate, it has long been evacuated. How could it be hiding here at this time? However, these people have a fixed idea. Since I don't believe myself, there is no way. Fongshi raised his hand to signal quiet, and then looked at Nanwei, said next to the side, do you have any evidence to prove that it is true to go to the evacuation point by yourself? Nanwei, no. The news is in the radio, do she have a radio and how to prove it? No, but if you have a radio, you can open the radio and listen to it. However, she didn't finish at all, and someone immediately refuted. No evidence, what are you talking about? Isn't this intentionally panic everyone, roll out, we don't have a white food here for you. Snapped on Lin Sheen's head, he lost a cup. The cup fell on the ground, and there was a broken crack. For a while, the abuse of everyone stopped. Deadly silent. After everyone reacted, he immediately began to escape into the kitchen. Even Feng Shui was scared forward to check whether the door of the restaurant was closed tightly, and then pulled Nanwei to hide. Don't underestimate this sound, the ears of the zombies are extremely sensitive. If there is zombies inside the building or below their window, it will be attracted. The crowd waited nervously for a while, and was relieved after seeing that there was no sound outside. Feng Shui turned around, looked at the hidden people, and scolded. Who is it just now? Damn, I don't know if you can't make a sound. Do you dare to throw a cup? Do you have to kill everyone in this house? No one in the hiding people spoke. When Feng Shui saw this, he sighed fiercely. It seems that you can't stand here for a long time, you have to find a way to go out. And food, there are not many. It is not a thing to be trapped here. He couldn't help looking at Nanwei next to him, and saw that her forehead was smashed out of the drum, and couldn't help but say, who would you like to go and see the situation outside the zombies? If there is no problem, everyone will leave here and go to the evacuation point. However, you look at me in a house, I look at you, no one speaks. When Feng Shui saw this, he didn't fight in one place. Since you don't want to go, you will die here. There is the last meal left, no matter what you want to go out, who wants to go out to check the situation, if it is safe, come back to report. Feng Shui looked at the person in a room, and everyone drew his head. They are on the second floor and can see the situation downstairs. It is not difficult to guess that the tragic situation downstairs made everyone fear a lot. But there must be someone to go down to explore the way. Food is about to be exhausted, it is a big crisis. After eating, even if you don't want to go out, you have to go out. And Nanwei, she knew where the evacuation point was, and naturally could not take her adventure. In this way, you can only choose from this group of delicious and lazy tenants. In the corner, two men raised their hands. We can go. Feng Shui's face was much better. If someone goes, you can know the current situation outside. Be safe. The two nodded in a hurry, then entered the kitchen room, and then came to the rear. The kitchen has a back kitchen channel, but the stairs next to the guest ladder do not have to be walked. The two looked at each other, and under the eyes of everyone, they left from the exclusive employee channel of the back kitchen. When the door of the room closed, the two men glanced at each other. The fool stayed, and I didn't eat anymore. I didn't run quickly. That's it, but where are we going next? It is estimated that the food outside is very difficult to find. By the way, do we still come back to report the letter? What letter is reported? There are zombies outside. You can't come back if you hide. Don't worry. I have stolen a few packs of instant noodles. Today's meal is definitely no problem. Also, you have to be your brother. That's not necessary. Two people carefully walked behind the hotel along the employee passage. Finally came to the first floor. However, the door of the employee passage is relatively small, and the door is locked from the inside. The two did not leave here immediately, but listened to the sound outside carefully lying on the door. The outside is quiet and there is no sound. After listening for a while, the two talents opened the gap between the door and looked outside quietly. It is extremely silent outside, and everything seems to be normal. Even the zombies that everyone saw yesterday did not have one at this time. The two sewed the door even bigger, and then went out. The outside is empty and the surroundings are very quiet. Except for some traces on the ground, no other unusual places were found. Here, the situation before the zombies broke out. When the two saw the turn, they continued to go out, and they did not notice that the danger could happen at any time. The people in the back kitchen were anxiously waiting for the audio. I didn't know the two people who went out, stealing their food and not to say, and did not plan to come back. The entire restaurant is very quiet. At this time, the zombies also quietly groped. Nanwei heard the movement. The crowd who was still whispering in the house stopped. He and Feng Shui quietly leaned to the restaurant hall outside. Outside, there were a few slight collisions. It seemed that the zombies hit the door. But the door of the restaurant is the kind of slightly thick. UU reads www.ukanshu.net and has no window. I can't see the outside situation at all. Nanwei and Feng Shui looked at each other and then walked quietly to the door. She took off her shoes and stepped on the floor brick barefoot and would not make a loud noise. After coming to the door, he quietly stuck to the door and listened to the outside. The outside is quiet, but the rotten taste is very strong. Nanwei couldn't confirm whether the zombies were outside. Just then, a bang sounded. The zombies hit the door sharply. Nanwei, who was sticking to the door, was startled. Suddenly pulled away his body. When I saw it in the restaurant to take the dining area, I couldn't help but hold the knife in my hand. Once the zombies are signs of rushing in, the knife in his hand is his best body defense weapon. Nanwei covered his mouth, but fortunately he did not make a sound even if he was scared. During this period of time, she has been able to achieve a sudden change in the sudden change. If it was before, she would definitely call her mother. Fortunately, this period of time can be regarded as 100 battles, although it is not enough to know the zombies. But it is definitely half of the understanding. At least, more than others in this room know more. Anyway, she also fought dead with the zombies. Calm down, Nanwei thought. The zombies outside should be attracted by the sound of the crushing of the quilt. But quietly, they couldn't confirm how many of them were across the door. However, there are not many foods in the kitchen. Obviously, you can't stay here for too long, and you need to leave as soon as possible. Covering his chest, Nanwei waited nervously across the door. The zombies outside did not move further. When Nanwei returned to Feng's side, he put the taken off shoes again. Said with Feng Shui, and returned to the kitchen again. The person in a house looked at the two people. Some people wanted to speak, but they saw the two people sighed immediately after signing a quiet action. What this means, everyone is very clear. The crowd moved inside carefully, and after a while, there was no sound outside the door. Feng Shui Dao, there are zombies outside, it should be unable to go from the main entrance. The two who can only wait for the two to report to the letter to see what the back door is. Wang Ru, wait for you to take the knives in the kitchen, shovel, or something, everyone takes a defense. Nanwei squatted aside and couldn't help asking, did you find this here before? Why are you trapped here for so long? Feng Shui shook his head helplessly, no, if so, who will have left, who is still in this place? When we were in a mess outside, we were on duty. When I found something wrong, the residents in the hotel ran most of them early. There was a pot of porridge outside, and a few people ran into our lobby to hide behind, but even so, the manager did not let us phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, and then the situation was closed when the situation was out of control. But even so, the manager him died under the mouth of the zombies. But fortunately, the day before the kitchen just purchased all food and daily necessities, this can keep these people here to the present. Right now, only you know the location of the evacuation point. Can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phonemus to the evacuation point? Feng Shui's eyes suddenly looked at Nanwei. In his eyes, Nanwei is very important. This girl can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme outside the present, and it is still a bit capable. They have limited contact with zombies, and they are definitely not as experienced as she. Nanwei squatted aside and looked at everyone's eyes gathered here. Some embarrassment. The location is in the gymnasium, you should know, it is not difficult to find. I still have friends here, we are scattered, and I have to find them. Feng Shui looked at Nanwei and silently, little girl, don't blame me to pour cold water. Your friend is probably more fierce. It's better to leave with us. Nanwei was still hesitating. Even though she was so fierce with Su Chang, she still had Lin Qin. The mobile phone was thrown on the bottom of the bed on the 3rd floor. At that time, it was to prevent being searched, and there was no tool for contacting Lin Qin now. In the face of this choice, she hesitated. The zombies outside were still continuing. Several people were afraid to pant, but dared to make a whisper. Such a conversation has passed for nearly half an hour. The two people who went out have not yet come back. Everyone couldn't help but anxious. Is it more fierce? But isn't the zombies hovering in the front door? The position of the back door is remote, and there should be no zombies. Wang Ru, who was distributed after the weapon, squatted beside Feng Shi, whose words were whispered. Older, those two people have been out for half an hour, and it should be coming back. Feng Shi thought carefully, and then nodded. It's almost time to come back, and get your own weapons. When they come back, we will discuss the evacuation countermeasures according to the situation outside. The most lacking kitchen is the knife. Everyone gets a defense. After all, when the evacuation, the zombies outside are definitely not a minority. Naturally, it is inevitable to fight. The difference between a knife and no knife is still quite large. Wang Ru nodded. Now you can only wait. But everyone waited for a long time, and no one came back. Nan Wei felt that she should not be able to return. Feng Shi also gradually had a bad hunch at this time. Lao Feng, why don't they come back yet? I'm afraid I can't come back. This is a bit heavy, but it is also the most likely thing at present. In a heavy atmosphere, grunting and breaking this atmosphere. Feng Shi's emotions rushed into his heart instantly, looking at Nan Wei, who was embarrassed next to him. She didn't eat it all night and one morning. This time is not too early. Wang Ru, let's take out the bread instant noodles inside to everyone. Good. Wang Ru got up and ran to the storage room behind the kitchen. After a while, Wang Ru hurried back and looked nervous. It's not good, the instant noodles are 6 packs less. I have clearly counted in the morning. This news shocked everyone. After all, the food in it was only 1 day, and it was 6 packs even less. How can you remember you clearly? Of course, these are one of the few foods, how can I remember wrong? Someone must have taken it secretly. Feng Shi's gaze is slightly over the kitchen everyone. Someone stolen, it means that there are people who are inconsistent with them. For those who are uneven, even if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the book www.ukanshu.net, even if you go out, you will kill everyone in order to protect your life. However, everyone is unknown. Until a girl in the corner raised her hand. I saw the two out of the time, one of them went to the storage room. She was a little timid to speak, and when everyone looked at her, her voice gradually weakened. Feng Shi sighed, and then said, go first. Nympho and at this time. The sound of the phone was gradually drifting away, and Lin Qin was quiet for a long time without hearing any big movement there, and he simply hung up the phone in his hand. Nan Wei seemed to be voluntarily taken away. The situation should not be critical. Lin Qin was a little relieved. But looking at the monitoring, there were several zombies on the street. Wandering aimlessly. For Lin Qin at this time, with a few waves of uncomfortable treatment, he just wants to take a good rest now. After all, cold and hot are just non-human torture, and time is still uncertain. After using a reinforcement agent, this is the third wave. Lin Qin himself could not be sure if there was still the fourth wave, the fifth wave. When he takes a rest and observes to make sure that his body has no abnormalities, it is the most secure when going out. And Nan Wei. Compared with his safety, Lin Qin feels that it is not so important. The premise of saving her is to be carried out without abnormalities in her body. He is not stupid. Lin Qin took a deep breath, and then lay down to rest. After a while, he had to go back to change his clothes. Zhang Shui, who had not slept overnight, fell asleep until about 1 p.m. before waking up. In the room, Lin Qin was not found. She was stunned at first, doubting whether she dreamed in the morning. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Lin Qin behind him. Zhang Shui was startled. Lin Qin looked at her dumb and took a sip of water. What is your expression? Zhang Shui condensed, do you have no sound for you? Lin Qin was puzzled for a moment, he obviously came to the same as usual, how could there be no sound? You don't pay attention yourself. With a sip of water, Lin Qin didn't care. Zhang Shui patted her chest and looked at Lin Qin weirdly. Then he whispered. How is it possible? How can this house be so quiet and how can you hear it? After muttering for a while, she looked at Lin Qin again. I always feel that he is not the same as before. Where is the specific? It is not easy to say. Emotional qi? Body type? Outside? It seems a bit, and there seems to be no. In short, the weird to say. Lin Qin finished the water and returned to his room and changed his clothes. Zhang Shui, who had returned to God, suddenly remembered the situation of Nanwei and the other two. They went out together, but only Lin Qin came back. Shouldn't it be a big trouble? In the morning, Lin Qin just asked a few words in a hurry, didn't ask much, and did not show any great emotional changes. So, how to speak? He scratched his hair, and Zhang Shui watched the empty staircase and initiated. When Lin Qin came down, there was no perception. Looking at Zhang Shui, who was dazed, Lin Qin raised his sleeves. What are you doing? How strange. Zhang Shui returned to God and looked at him dumbfounded. Then said, they will not die anymore. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows. Even if you die, what does it have to do with you? You look like you are going to die. If you don't know what you think is something wrong with your brother. Zhang Shui shook her head seriously. No, different. Anyway, it's a teammate together, care about what happened. Besides, don't you say that my brother is okay, eat or drink, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme very well. Lin Qin laughed. I can't see that you care about them. I didn't see it on weekdays. No, I only care about Sister Nanwei. Her friends are not good at all, selfish. Especially Wang Yuran, I always feel that she is still a big star, and there is poo every day. I don't like her. Su Chang, I haven't been in contact with it, I don't know what to do. This is that Sister Nanwei is more normal, I know gratitude, and people are very modest. Zhang Shui thought carefully. From the perspective of getting along on weekdays, Nanwei understands the comfort of getting along with others. And Wang Yuran has no sense of boundary. Lin Qin smiled slightly. Girls are really contradictory complexes. However, Wang Yanran followed Su Chang, and the possibility of fierce is more likely. Su Chanka went to the airdrop, and there were not a few people over there. If he wants to grab, the probability of being ambushed is extremely large. And Wang Yuran, observed in the past few days, Lin Qin felt that she was a simple woman, and even her limbs were not developed. It was estimated that Su Chang and Wang Zihao had died long ago. And Nanwei. Personal ability, the probability of survival is high. Especially in the morning, I just contacted myself. Have you been eating, hungry, what do you want to eat? Lin Qin didn't talk. Instead, I touched my belly. Now, very hungry. It feels like the next pig. Zhang Shui suddenly turned around, and her stomach groaned. She was worried that she had not slept overnight and she didn't eat. At this moment, Lin Qin said, hungry directly. Ah, it's okay, let me see what you eat. Zhang Shui was embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Qin said, no, eat ready-made. Talking about Lin Qin, he washed his face, and then walked towards the dining table. Zhang Shui has always been ignorant of the food that Lin Qin said. What to eat? How did he come? After a while, there were a few home-cooked dishes on the table, and it was hot. 2 bowls of rice, the two swept away silently. The mobile phone in the pants pocket buzzed. Lin Qin lowered his head and turned on the phone. A text message sent over. Lin Qin, save me. This information is inexplicable. Lin Qin specially looked at the sender, but it turned out to be Zhang Jian. The recent signal is not very good, the text message is delayed. Lin Qin could not judge when Zhang Jian sent him information from the information. Just after seeing this information, he immediately called back. However, it can't be connected at all. Lin Qin glanced at Zhang Shui, who was still eating, then got up directly and returned to the room. Try to continue contact, but it can't be connected at all. The side of the phone is prompted to shut down. Zhang Jian can be said to be unable to get in touch at all. Lin Qin could not find Zhang Shui. In the living room, Zhang Shui was cleaning the dish. Lin Qin hesitated, and then decided not to tell her. Zhang Jian's help SMS suddenly came, and Zhang Shui himself had no ability. Yu reading book www.ukanshu.net. It's better to stay here. If he tells her, maybe what kind of moths are going to. It was her brother, and she would definitely be anxious, and it was useless to tell her. There are too many things recently, it is better to have more things. The surroundings of their villas also met 2 mutant zombies yesterday. There are all zombies on the road outside. If you go to the place where Zhang Jian lives, you usually take a 14-minute journey by taking the subway. Not to mention now, it is longer for walking, and it may not be completely safe when driving. Zhang Jian is his own good brother. He prepared sufficient food and water for him, as long as he stayed at home and waited for rescue. Recently, it is the tense moment of rescue. Although it was changed to go to the shelter by itself, Zhang Jian's position was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the evacuation point. Why shouldn't he ask him for help? In other words, this text message was not sent by Zhang Jian. If this is the case, the situation may be even more serious. However, everything can only ensure whether Zhang Jian is still waiting at home to rescue, or he went to the evacuation point. And at this time, Zhang Jian's gymnasium evacuated point. Children's crying, crowd's conversation, evacuated radio and other sounds are noisy and mixed together. Crowd crowded. Both men and women, children, all the open-air venues in the gymnasium are full. Around the gymnasium, there were a lot of military soldiers standing, and they looked at the situation outside the wall vigilantly. Once they find nearby zombies, they will solve it directly. A circle of stadiums accumulated a lot of zombies. Inside the crowd, there are also many special police officers to help maintain order. But even so, the progress of the evacuation has not yet begun. Many people still have a grudge. The broadcast on the top of the head is constantly broadcasting. The evacuation is still continuing. Please queue in an orderly manner, maintain a good order and sanitary environment, and patiently wait for the time for the next evacuation of the aircraft. Thank you for your cooperation. But even if the broadcast is so broadcast, the sound is not loud in the noisy crowd. The crowd is still discussing. There are too many survivors in the gymnasium, and each helicopter cannot take a few people at all. In addition, the plane over the airport is not a lot of planes waiting for evacuation. The number of aircraft is limited. Personnel resettlement is only changed from the gymnasium to the airport. Zhang Jian stood in the crowd. He came to the evacuation point from yesterday and waited until today. Huang Ying, the beauty of her peers, frowned and asked nervously. What to do? I have waited for 2 days, and there is no turn yet. There should be a lot of zombies outside the wall. In case of breaking in, we all have to finish. Zhang Jian was also anxious, but he had no other way. After all, when he came here, everything could only obey the command. Don't worry, there are so many people here. You can only pull a few people at a time. The time is a bit longer, but it will always be us. Huang Ying looked at the long team. It seems that it will be inseparable from here. But have you heard other people's discussions? At present, there is no refuge, and I don't know where this plane has pulled us one trip. But I heard that it was placed at the airport. I didn't know if it was true or not. Huang Ying muttered next to Zhang Jian. Fortunately, there are electric facilities here. Zhang Jian looked down, and he felt a little heavy. This is just more than 20 days, the zombies at the airport are still possible, and the refuge will definitely not be built so fast. I just don't know if it is safe there. The airport's week was stopped by ordinary iron nets. Can you resist the zombies around you? The helicopter flew in and out every day. This sound naturally a lot of zombies. 1 week of the airport, many zombies were absolutely gathered. If the zombies break through the iron net, the entire airport is not safe. But the airport is definitely larger than the gymnasium, where more citizens can be placed and more seats can be placed. It is also the first choice for resettlement points. And, the location is more remote. Zhang Jian looked down at his mobile phone. After the electricity was broken, the power of the charging treasure had been used up. The mobile phone is now a scrap iron. If you can find a place to charging, let Zhang Shui call Zhang Shui first, and get angry with Lin Qin to let them come to the evacuation point. In this way, everyone can get together in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme together. However, all people are all people. Where is the charging place? Zhang Jian's eyes couldn't help but look at the gymnasium. There is always a place where there is a charging place, right? The bustling crowd was booming, and Zhang Jian opened the crowd to walk into the venue. Hey, where are you going? Don't you line up? Huang Ying found Zhang Jian's move and could only shout loudly. However, there are sounds around, and Zhang Yi is like hearing it all, and soon disappears in the crowd. The people who lined up, waiting for the arrival of the helicopter, would not let the road at all. Neuropathy is almost gone. Huang Ying cursed a few words and continued to line up her team. She and Zhang Jian were originally a bed companion halfway. The only bundle was probably Zhang Jian's food to follow the evacuation point is more attractive. The evacuation point is now, and naturally he does not matter if he is. Huang Ying would not give up like him, and didn't know where to go. At this time, Zhang Jian kept walking in the crowded crowd. Finally came to where the most marginal personnel were scarce. He stood on the outside and looked around. Finally, I saw a tent where the food and water were placed, and there was a plug-in board. Zhang Jian was sitting on the little horse behind the food distribution point, waiting for the charging, waiting anxiously. Food and water are put into boxes, and Zhang Jian's figure can be completely blocked. Don't worry about being discovered by the person in charge at all. And it is not a big deal to charge itself. Soon, the powerless mobile phone rushed to 10%. The crowd noisy sound is even more obvious. The helicopter in the distance flew over slowly, and everyone seemed to see the hope of evacuation and discussed madly. The noisy sound is getting louder. The sound in the broadcast continues. Zhang Jian glanced at the charging progress of the mobile phone, 20%. Not enough. It didn't take long for this to be gone. The crowd looked at the increasingly closer helicopter and relaxed a lot. Some people eat food and drink water, and emotionally eased a lot. Suddenly, the crowd surged. The screams came one after another. Zhang Jian looked up sharply, seeing that the original team was neatly arranged. It began to riot. The people inside are screaming, and the people outside are unknown. Until more and more people squeezed out. UU phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme books www.ukanshu.net, and even the special police officers responsible for maintaining order to maintain their weapons. Zhang Jian realized the seriousness of the matter. Some people have mutated into zombies.